Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see second part, what if Harry embraced his inner Slytherin and turned the wizarding world. Here is short summary. Betrayed and cornered, Harry taps into his cunning side, reshaping Hogwarts and the wizarding world. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. On to fourth year. Quite what Dumbledore was thinking when he decided to bring that stupid Triwizard Tournament back was quite beyond Harry. The whole barbaric practice should have been left to fester away in the dark depths of time, only to be read out in some old history book or another, not resurrected in any way, shape or form, even if it was all under the pretense of increasing international magical cooperation. Harry shook his head ruefully. Yes, Dumbledore liked to play his own tricks and was so used to not being questioned about his actions that when it inevitably happened he barely knew how to cope, having instead to rely on intimidation rather than being able to debate. Then again, he was surrounded by yes men all the time. Harry could think of no better example of this than after his name had been drawn from within the Goblet of Fire. While grateful that both Dumbledore and McGonagall had believed him when he said that he didn't put his name into the Goblet of Fire, when others refused to believe him, McGonagall's argument had been, Professor Dumbledore believes him, so that should be good enough for everybody. Given that the everybody in question had been two other Hogwarts teachers, the true champion of Hogwarts, the headmasters of two other prominent schools and their champions, and two leading ministry officials who had largely orchestrated the revival of the tournament, Harry really had to wonder about McGonagall. The term, staunch ally, didn't really cover her loyalty to Dumbledore and her blindness to his faults. Harry wondered if she too should be scanned for loyalty potions or spells. He had found himself wondering this a lot about various people throughout the afternoon. Ever since Sarah had mentioned the possibility of Hermione being under the influence of potions, the notion had gotten stuck in his head. He hadn't given it much thought before now, but the fact was that he had been influenced by potions and therefore the chance was always there that others would be as well. Harry had no idea how he was meant to check other people for potion or spell influence. Some people knew what he was up to and were checking their own food, but how could he check others without causing a mass panic? Under what circumstances could he get Hermione to allow him to check her for potions? There was no way that she would go for the idea, and Sarah couldn't attempt it as she was not the school's healer and therefore had no reason to try. She may have been a healer, but she couldn't just begin casting detection spells on students without giving reasons. Harry sighed and pushed himself away from the window ledge. He fed Hedwig an owl treat and she barked contentedly before soaring up into the rafters. Harry watched her go and then made for the door. In a way he kind of hoped that Hermione was under the influence of a potion. He really needed her back on his side right now. He missed her. In a very short space of time he had lost the friendship of both her and Ron, the two people whom he had previously been closest to in the world, and a small part of him yearned to have the both of them back. Currently he didn't have anyone his age that he was particularly close to. He was getting on all right with Hannah, he supposed, but things with Susan were still a little strange, and really he was only just getting to know Padma. The same pretty much went for everyone else, he was just getting to know them. Some like Katie and Neville he was closer to, but there was still that gap. Sometimes it was hard to believe that he had been at Hogwarts for 4 years and had only really gotten close to two people. Two people that he was now alienated from. Ron, he had decided, was a lost cause. He had not thought of it at the time, but looking back now many of Ron's actions had been questionable. The boy was the jealous type and almost as prejudiced as any Malfoy, though he hid it a bit better. Harry recalled Ron mentioning in their second year that his mother had a cousin who was a squib who had gone on to become an accountant. This bit of information had been quickly followed by the words, "But we don't talk about him." Harry had turned a blind eye to it at the time, but now it made him uncomfortable. The main reason for Harry's hatred of Slytherin House had been Ron. All right, Draco was an arrogant prick and Snape was a douchebag of the highest order, but they were just two people in a group that contained a quarter of the school. No, it had been Ron's whole "there's not a witch or wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin" spiel that had turned Harry fully against that house. In fact, Harry's own fear of how Ron would react if he ever got wind of the fact that the Sorting Hat had wanted to place him in Slytherin had only cemented Harry's attitude towards the house, and what a fool he had been for it. Once you got past the pricks, there were some genuinely nice people in Slytherin. He didn't know too many of them yet, but so far Tracy, Daphne and Astoria seemed decent enough. In fact, Tracy seemed like she could be a good laugh, the type of person whom it was just fun to be around. No, Ron was a lost cause. Harry had cut him off and he would be all the better for it, but with Hermione he still held out hope. Yes, her worship of those in positions of authority was a bone of contention, but at least he understood why she was like that. Mercilessly bullied by other children, those in authority were all that she had. Unfortunately, this had now driven a wedge between them. By Harry was certain that she could learn better. Her being under the influence of a potion or spell would certainly make that problem easier to resolve, but if she was not, then she had a long and hard road ahead of her before she and Harry could even come close to being friends again. He just hoped that that road wasn't too long. Albus Dumbledore was in a bad mood as he sat at his desk in his office. In front of him was a book that contained all of rules and bylaws that governed how things were supposed to be run at Hogwarts. He had been hoping to come across something that he could use to stop Sarah Abbott from coming to Hogwarts in order to tutor Harry in potions brewing, but he had found nothing. Her coming to Hogwarts in order to tutor Harry instead of Severus was entirely legal and above board. It even circumvented the Wizengamot ruling that he had forced through 13 years ago that prevented the woman from ever contacting Harry. Given her position as a healer, he had, of course, been forced to concede that there was the chance that one day she would need to work with Harry in her official capacity, but he had planned to get around that by having Poppy treat him for everything, even when the best action would have been from him to go to St. Mungo's. He had not counted on the taking on part-time employment in order to get close to the boy. Ever since Severus had been employed in the castle, Dumbledore had had to dissuade at least 50% of the student population from employing the services of a private potions tutor, and he had, by and large, been successful in that endeavor. Okay, so the numbers of students carrying on their potions studies into their NEWT years were at an all-time low, but in Dumbledore's opinion that didn't matter. By working in the castle, Severus was slowly redeeming himself of past crimes, and if the little snots didn't like it, then that was their problem. If they couldn't put up with Severus' methods for an extra 2 years, then clearly they didn't have the mentality required to master the subject. But now all of that had been thrown clear out of the window by Harry Potter. He had gone directly to the ministry in order to get a tutor, and the Wizarding Examinations Authority had gone out of their way to please him. They had suggested Sarah Abbott, Harry had agreed, and the Board of Governors had approved. There was nothing that Dumbledore could do about it. Well, not in his role as headmaster, anyway. People had accidents all the time, and perhaps a body, with the dark mark hanging in the sky over the dwelling of the House of Abbott, would have to make an appearance sometime in the near future. But not just yet, as to do so now would only cause suspicion. Suspicion aimed at him. Dumbledore was rapidly coming to the conclusion that Harry's disappearance over the last few weeks of the summer holiday had something to do with Sarah Abbott in some way. He had already realized that Amelia Bones had been involved, and slowly the pieces were fitting together to show that the Abbott family had played a part as well. He had watched Harry at mealtimes, and kept an eye on how well he got along with those whom he sat with. He got along with Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott a little too well for his liking, especially given the unsteady relationship that Harry had had with the whole of Hufflepuff House in the past. Obviously, Harry had spent his time away in a place where he met with both girls frequently, perhaps even at one of their homes. This did not sit well with Dumbledore, as, although both the Bones and Abbott families were firmly in the light, none of their current members were strong supporters of Dumbledore, and, he was honest enough to admit, with reason. Amelia's brother Edgar had been a member of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix before he and his family had been murdered by Death Eaters in the previous war with Voldemort. That Edgar had been on a mission for the Order when he was captured by the Death Eaters made Amelia suspicious. She would never know, of course, that it really was the Order's fault. Peter Pettigrew had been passing information from the Order to Voldemort for a year before the war ended, and some of that information had led to Edgar being captured. The Order had been suspicious of a spy in their ranks, but hadn't done anything about it. Dumbledore had had access to Veritaserum but had not thought to use it. In fact, he would not even had needed to use it, just the threat would likely have found out the spy, as everyone but the spy would have agreed to taking the potion. So Amelia was distrustful of Dumbledore. Sarah Abbott, of course, had her own reasons for not liking Dumbledore. With Harry's parents dead and Sirius Black in Azkaban, Harry was meant to have been placed into her care. She did not understand Dumbledore's stated reasons for putting Harry with the Dursley family and certainly would not have liked his real reasons if she ever discovered them, and so she had pushed the matter until Dumbledore had been forced to attempt to cut her off for good. He also knew that Severus still being alive and free did not sit well with the woman. Dumbledore sighed and closed the book in front of him. He had put a lot of effort into making himself look good back at the start of the summer when he had withdrawn his statements about Voldemort's return. Luckily he was an expert at faking humility, but now the world seemed to have turned against him again. He did not fully understand why, but he was certain that Harry Potter, Amelia Bones and Sarah Abbott had worked together to turn the minister against him. And now the school was under unofficial investigation, Professor Binns was out, Severus had lost his role as head of Slytherin while the rest of his duties were on the ropes, Harry was independent of him. The prefects were being watched, the students were getting the impression that their complaints mattered and Dumbledore's standing with the ministry was in tatters. Who would have thought that Harry Potter being at the ministry for one poxy day could have caused all this trouble? Draco Malfoy was furious. The entire Slytherin House common room was silent as he ranted about the latest injustice that Scarhead had heaped upon him. How dare that stupid half-blood try and take my prefect badge? Does he not know who he is dealing with? Stupid, jumped up Mudblood Lover. Wait until my father hears about this. He'll put a stop to all this. The atmosphere in the common room as he continued to rant was a strained one. After all, the people there were divided in their opinions on the matter. Some were extremely happy to see Draco getting his comeuppance. These people were of the opinion that it was idiots like Draco who dragged the reputation of their house down. Slytherins were supposed to be cunning and ambitious, not petty little brats who went complaining to daddy when they didn't get their way. Draco and those like him didn't have a drop of cunning in their blood, and while certainly ambitious, they merely thought that their ambitions would be achieved because of their family name. Tracy, Daphne and Astoria were in this group. Others, although happy that Draco was getting what he deserved, could not get past the fact that it was Harry Potter who was the one behind his downfall. That just didn't sit right with them, either because he was a half-blood or because of his former association with Gryffindor House. The last group consisted entirely of people who were on Draco's side in this. They would be ensuring that their own fathers heard of this latest injustice to the pure blood way of life and, with any luck, their fathers would be able to assist Draco's father into restoring the status quo. It was, after all, how things were meant to be. Not too far away from where Draco stood ranting, Pansy Parkinson was sitting in an armchair and staring at the orange flames that were crackling away merrily in the fireplace. Draco's behavior had her worried. She could tell that change was in the air, and with the way that he was going, Draco was unlikely to survive it. Without Snape as their head of house, Draco's behavior would not be so readily overlooked as it had been before now, and she had to wonder at the boy's ability to learn from his mistakes. That day on the Hogwarts Express, Harry Potter had entered the prefects' meeting and had told them exactly how things were now going to be. What he had told them had come straight from the ministry itself, but she and Draco had not paid attention to it. Then they and others had gotten themselves caught behaving in an unacceptable manner towards 3 of their fellow Slytherins. Potter had followed through on what he had told them would happen to any prefect found to be behaving inappropriately, and she and Draco had both been reprimanded. Pansy had kept her head down from then on, but Draco had pushed and pushed until his badge had been taken from him. And yet, in his mind, it was the Board of Governors who were in the wrong. It was the Wizarding Examinations Authority. It was Harry Potter, not Draco. Never Draco. Father stepping down from the Board of Governors was the worst thing to ever happen to this place. Draco continued to rant, this place has been going to the dogs ever since. Pansy got up and left the common room after that. She knew as well as anyone else that Daddy Malfoy had been forced to resign from the Board of Governors in disgrace at the end of their second year, and she really couldn't listen to Draco prattle on about the injustice of that anymore. Up in her dormitory, she sat down on her bed and leaned over to pull open the lid of her school trunk. It wasn't a standard school trunk, but a charmed one which opened to reveal different contents depending on which lock you undid. Several of the compartments were empty, but she had one compartment for her school books and parchment, another 2 for her clothes, one for things that held value, such as jewelry or letters from home, and one that contained nothing but bottles of butterbeer. It was this last compartment which she opened now. She took out a chilled bottle and popped open the top before pausing to look at the label on the side. At the bottom of the label, in small, golden writing, were the words, "Brewed by PBP Breweries Limited." Pansy knew full well what the PBP stood for: Potter, Bones and Parkinson. She did not know the specifics about how that brewery came into being. All she knew was that her father, like his father before him, refused to have anything to do with the company. Her grandfather's brother maintained control over the Parkinson family's interests in the company, but her father refused to take any money from what is obviously a highly profitable business venture. Not for the first time in her life, Pansy wondered if this was utterly foolish of her father. The entire wealth that their family possessed likely originated from this company, but her father and grandfather had turned their backs on it rather than work with the Potter and Bones families. She took a long drink from the bottle before swinging her legs up onto the bed and leaning against the pillows. She had to wonder, if the time ever came, would she be able to look past all their differences and work with the last members of the Potter and Bones families? It was slowly looking like she would have to. She took another drink and placed the half-drunk bottle onto her bedside table before sliding down the bed so that she could look up at the ceiling. Times were changing. She would have to decide if she could truly be a cunning and ambitious Slytherin and roll with the changes and come out on top, or if she would cling to her upbringing and the morals of her family, like so many others in her house would, and hope that the changes would be crushed by the weight of the pure blood movement so that the status quo could be resumed. Pansy didn't have an answer right now. All she knew was that Draco's way was quite clearly the wrong way. Hermione was struggling to deal with the confliction that was coursing through her mind. Since the start of term everything had been going wrong for her. Worst of all was the fact that Harry hardly wanted anything to do with her. He was very angry with her and she found herself struggling to cope with the notion. All she had done was do exactly what Professor Dumbledore had told her would be best for Harry's well-being. How could Harry be cross with her for that? Perhaps, said a little niggling voice of doubt in the back of her mind, Professor Dumbledore didn't know what was best for Harry. But he's Professor Dumbledore, Hermione would argue back, the Professor Dumbledore. He can't be wrong. Why not? Because he's Dumbledore. Was he not wrong to give Ron a prefect's badge? This was something that Hermione really had to struggle with. He's giving Ron a chance. Why? He's clearly unsuited to the role. His grades are lacking and his attitude is all wrong. Hermione could not argue with that thought. Giving Ron the position of prefect over Harry or even Neville just didn't seem right in her mind. But doubting those in authority went against her very nature. She was sure that Professor Dumbledore must have had his reasons for making Ron a prefect, reasons that she would never understand, just like he must have had his reasons for asking her to not communicate with Harry over the summer and keep Hedwig locked up. No, Professor Dumbledore had his reasons, and soon everything would come together and they would all understand. And Harry would be her friend again. But why, then, did she have these niggling doubts? She rolled over on her bed and buried her face into her pillows. Hopefully everything would make sense soon. Things were going very well for Dolores Umbridge. Her goals of improving things here at Hogwarts were already well underway with full backing from the Ministry and the Board of Governors. Harry Potter was doing a marvelous job of backing her up, and after this latest debacle she was certain that the Ministry would be moving up their timescale in order to make her the High Inquisitor much sooner. She could almost taste the new heights of her upcoming authority. Before long she would be dismissing incompetent staff left, right and center, and Hogwarts would be filled with people who were not only good at their jobs but also who knew their place. Once Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape and that oaf Hagrid were gone, the castle would return to being the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world, as it quite rightly should be. She opened the drawer on her desk and took out a small box which contained several quills. Blood quills. She had brought them along with her with a mind to use them to punish students in detention, but it was quickly coming to look as though she might not need them. Mr. Potter had most of the prefects on his side now and had ways of dealing with those who stepped out of line. The students appeared to like him and appeared to be largely on his side, something that was keeping their behavior in check. Yes, it was good to be Dolores Umbridge right now. She had the ear of the Ministry. She had power at Hogwarts, and she had more on the way. What could be better? The tawny owl circled the manor once before spotting an open window and diving in through it. The room beyond was a study, and the master of the household was sitting at his desk, enjoying a glass of Ogden's finest fire whiskey as he looked over some paperwork. The owl landed on the desk and held out his leg expectantly. The blonde-haired man set his glass down and took the letter from his leg. At that point the owl wasted no time in taking flight and soaring out of the window. Barely a moment later the owl heard a roar of anger, and 2 green spells whizzed by it, barely missing. The owl flew straight into a wooded area and landed on a tree branch, resolving to not move until all signs of life within the manor house ceased. Lucius Malfoy turned away from his attempts to curse the delivery owl and stormed out of his study. "Narcissa," he bellowed to his wife, "get your coat. We're going to see the minister." Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, was sitting at his desk riffling through some paperwork. It was a little later than he usually liked to stay in the office, but paperwork doesn't fill itself out. Well, not all of it, even with magic. He often wondered what would happen if everyone in the world, both wizard and muggle alike, one day just decided to stop filling out the paperwork and just get on with the tasks at hand. Chaos probably. But, by Merlin, it was boring work, all this paperwork. The words on the page before him were blurring before his eyes. The hour was late, and the subject matter was so abysmally dull that his eyes were failing to focus on the scrawling handwriting. He set the piece of parchment down and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes wearily. To be honest, he did not see why he even had to look over this proposal. Why anyone thought that he needed to look over a proposal to increase the standard thickness of the bases of pewter cauldrons from 7 inches to 8 was beyond him. This sort of thing should have been sent no further up the ranks than the writer's department head. And anyway, increasing the standard thickness of the bases of pewter cauldrons was not how a minister went down in the history books. To do that, you needed to aim high. You needed to either win a war, preferably being the protector rather than being the belligerent, or you made a revolution in your society. Fudge intended to use the revolution method, and his targeted area to revolutionize was the field of education. For years, perhaps even decades, the standard of magical education in the UK had declined dramatically, and the Wizarding Examinations Authority had the results to prove it. Hogwarts could once accurately boast that it was the finest school of witchcraft and wizardry in Europe, and one of the top magical schools in the world. It could not boast that now. Oh, the boast was still bandied about from time to time, but others knew better. So that became Fudge's target. Initially he had targeted the standards at Hogwarts in order to get back in Dumbledore and to gain a few points with the press, who had been taking repeated jibes at him ever since Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban 2 years previously. However, after realized the true enormity of the scale of the decline in education quality at Hogwarts, Fudge had realized that this could be his way to be remembered, the man who led the government that revolutionized magical education in the UK, and restored Hogwarts to the #1 spot. Things really were progressing nicely along that front too. He had the full support of both the Wizarding Examinations Authority and the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was ready to go if they were required to investigate any serious wrongdoings, and Dolores Umbridge was now positioned inside Hogwarts, providing inside information and biding her time until she could take on a larger role. According to the Daily Prophet, his approval ratings were climbing ever higher and would soon overtake the peak that they had previously reached shortly before the Quidditch World Cup final was hosted in the country. Yes, things were quickly shaping up just the way Cornelius Fudge wanted them. A knock on his office door drew him out of his thoughts and, after collecting himself, he called out, "Enter." His recently appointed secretary, Gemma Farley he believed her name was, stepped into the room and said, "Sir, Lucius Malfoy and his wife are here. They're demanding to speak with you." The minister felt his stomach clench a little. He had been informed about Draco Malfoy losing his prefect badge due to the higher standards being applied to the prefects, and had been warned to expect a confrontation with the Malfoys who, doubtlessly, would want to overrule the authority of those who confiscated Draco's badge. Of course, Lucius was an old friend of Fudge's, but one whom the minister had been slowly distancing himself from lately. Everyone else was being strong on the issue, now it was his turn. "Send them in," he told Gemma, who gave a nod before leaving. Not a moment later, the door to the room swung open forcefully and Lucius Malfoy strode in as if he owned the place. He had done this before, but this was the first time that the minister had taken especial notice of it, and he found that he did not like it. Not one bit. Lucius's wife, Narcissa, followed her husband in at a more sedate pace. "Minister, I think you need to have a word with some of your staff from the Wizarding Examinations Authority," said Lucius, not even extending a greeting. Fudge bristled at this. Now that he had been prepared for it, he saw Lucius's tactic for what it was as clear as day. "Oh, really?" he replied, "and why is that?" "Those imbeciles have gotten it into their heads that they can strip my son of his prefect position at Hogwarts," replied Lucius, either not noticing or not caring that his demeanor annoyed Fudge. "Obviously somebody is attempting to overstep their mark." "Well," said Fudge as he began to rummage through a stack of parchments, "it just so happens that I was sent a list of the transgressions that led to the decision to demote your son from the role of prefect. Aha, here it is." He pulled out a sheaf of parchment and began to read aloud. "Well, it seems that his first offense was bullying several other students on board the Hogwarts Express as it made its way to the school." "Preposterous," said Narcissa, "my son is no bully. It says here that he was caught red-handed by another prefect and the student advisor, leading a gang of his fellow Slytherin students in intimidating behavior towards 3 girls, 2 in their school year and 1 2 years their junior." "Ridiculous," scoffed Lucius. Fudge moved on to the second offense, refusal to cooperate with an investigation into alleged misconduct by a Hogwarts professor. "My son had the right to request a parent be present," argued Narcissa. "I'm afraid not," said Fudge. "If the questioning was about your son then he would, of course, have been allowed to have one of you present. However, the questions were about events within the school and prefects are required as a part of their role to assist in any investigations into misdeeds within the castle, whether the investigation is done internally or by an external body." He moved on. "The third, and final offense, a combination of things, actually. Back-chatting to government officials and school governors, lack of respect for authority, neglecting to perform basic prefect duties, refusal to cooperate with the student advisor and failure to learn from past mistakes." He set the parchment down and looked at the 2 parents sitting across from him. "The behavior of your son should not be tolerated from any student at Hogwarts School, and from a prefect even less so. I fail to see what you could possibly complain about here. Your son was in the wrong, and now he is paying the price for it." The Malfoys shared a look, and the minister knew exactly what it meant. They were about to try their second tactic. Lucius cleared his throat and attempted to appear humble as he tried to subtly slip his hand inside his cloak. "Minister," he began, leaning forwards over the desk in an almost conspiratorial manner, "while I admit that my son's behavior has been a little out of line, this whole thing could prove rather embarrassing to me. If you could perhaps see to it that this is kept quiet and sweep it all under the rug, I would be very grateful." He leaned back into his seat and the minister saw it there, a small, black pouch sitting on the edge of his desk. He knew from past experience that this small, nondescript-looking pouch was actually charmed to be much larger on the inside and would therefore contain a good number of galleons. Fudge felt sick on the inside. How many times had he, to his shame, fallen to this little trick in the past? Well, not this time. With an expression of calm on his face, he drew his wand and levitated the pouch off of the desk and directed it back into Lucius's lap. "You can keep your gold, Lucius," he said. "Your boy is in the wrong and will be punished accordingly." End of story. Lucius was seething. He stood up abruptly, not noticing that he had knocked the pouch of gold to the ground, and placed both hands firmly upon the minister's desk as he snarled, "Now see here, Fudge." But the minister wasn't in the mood for backing down. "No, you see, Lucius. Your son is in the wrong. He will be punished. Nothing, I repeat, nothing will get this decision reversed. I appreciate that you are both here out of concern for your son and family, but if you continue to behave like this then I am afraid that I will be forced to call for the orders, either to arrest you or forcibly remove you from the building. And believe me, either of those options would do more to damage the Malfoy family name your son losing his prefect's badge." Lucius Malfoy's mouth worked furiously, but no sound came out. Finally he turned around and marched out of the office. Narcissa followed him. As the door shut behind her, Fudge realized for the first time that he was standing. He took a deep breath and then sat back down in his chair. He then realized that he was actually shaking, and not out of fear but anger. He reached for the bottom drawer of his desk and pulled out a glass and a bottle of brandy. He poured himself a shot and held it up in front of him. "Well done, old boy," he congratulated himself before downing the contents of the glass. His secretary poked her head around the door and asked, "Everything all right, Minister? I thought I hear shouting." "Everything's fine, my dear," replied the minister. He got up again and walked around the table. In doing so, his foot connected with the small black pouch that had fallen to the floor earlier. He bent down to pick it up, and then stood up again with a smile on his face. He called his secretary back. "Gemma. Mr. Malfoy very kindly left us a charitable donation. Please ensure that this makes into the Fountain of Magical Brethren as you leave tonight." With barely a sound, Lucius Malfoy apparated out of thin air just beyond the front gates of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His wife arrived next to him and together they began making their way up to the castle. As they passed through the gates, an enchantment detected them and sent a message up to the school. Professor Aurora Sinistra was sitting in her office, getting her first real taste of what it was like to be the head of Slytherin House. Currently she was going through the disciplinary and academic records of Blaise Zabini, hoping that he would qualify for the role of fifth-year prefect. So far it wasn't looking good. The boy didn't get into as much trouble as the other boys in his year, at least not outside the classroom, but clearly his work ethic left a lot to be desired. Homework was usually late, and when it was handed in it was substandard. In lessons was usually getting into trouble for not paying attention. Looking through Draco Malfoy's records had shown that the boy was even worse than this. Both Zabini and Theodore Nott were better than Draco, but they were still poor candidates for the role of prefect. And the less said about Crabbe and Goyle the better. Initially she had thought that perhaps Snape had appointed Draco to be prefect as he was the best of a bad bunch. Now she was of the opinion that it had been a show of favoritism. The sound of someone coughing in the far corner of her office drew her attention, and she looked up to see that the sound had come from one of the portraits hanging on the wall. Seeing that it had her attention, the portrait spoke to her, a message from the castle to the head of Slytherin House. "The Lucius Malfoy and his wife Narcissa have just passed through the front gates of the school." "Very well," she said to the portrait with a nod of her head, "thank you." She put the records pertaining to Crabbe, Goyle, Nott and Zabini away, but left Draco's out. It was likely that she would need it. "Mipsy, Mopsy, Topsy and Tipsy," she called out, and 4 house elves appeared in the room. "Yes, miss," the 4 chorused. "I need the 4 of you to relay a message to 4 different people. One of you go to Professor McGonagall, one to Madame Marchbanks of the WEA, one to Madame Longbottom of the Board of Governors and one to Harry Potter. Tell them that the Malfoys are on site and ask them to come to my office." The 4 elves nodded and each one disappeared as Professor Sinistra went to her office door. She intended to intercept the Malfoys in the entrance hall. Argus Filch was in the entrance hall, using a mop and bucket to clear away some muddy footprints when the Malfoys arrived. Lucius was in a foul mood due to the fact that his meeting with the minister had not gone his way and, after glancing around to check that no one else was around, he decided to vent some of his frustration upon the caretaker. "Squib," he barked, "I wish to speak with my son's head of house. Go and fetch Professor Snape." That made him feel better. Then again, calling people derogatory names, putting them down and ordering them about always had that effect on him. Filch gripped the handle of his mop tightly out of anger. As much as he might want to, he knew he couldn't swing the mop around and clout the arrogant Ponce over the head with it, no matter how much he wanted to. So instead he settled for taking great delight in bursting the man's bubble. "Didn't you hear? You old pal Snape went and got himself demoted." "What?" demanded Lucius, his joy evaporating. "Snape ain't the head of Slytherin anymore," replied Filch, driving the barb home, "and by all accounts, if he keeps on going the way he has been, he won't be in the castle much longer either." Lucius felt his anger beginning to boil again, but shoved it down. He made a mental note to relay this news to his lord and master as soon as possible, before asking, "Then who is the new head of Slytherin?" "That would be me," said Professor Sinistra, who had just arrived in the hall to hear the question asked. "If you would like to follow me, we'll have this discussion in my office." She turned on her heel and began striding back towards her office. The 2 Malfoys shared a look before following on in her wake, ignoring Filch as they passed him. Professor McGonagall was already waiting outside Professor Sinistra's office when they arrived. "What's she doing here?" asked Lucius with a scowl. "I asked her to come," replied Professor Sinistra. She is, after all, the deputy headmistress of this school. Neither Malfoy argued that point, but both were worried. They were used to working with Severus. This Professor Sinistra was a virtual unknown to them, but having McGonagall there to back her up could not be a good thing as far as they were concerned. Just as the group was entering the office, the fireplace in the corner roared into life with emerald green flames. Two women stepped out one at a time, the first being Augusta Longbottom and the second Griselda Marchbanks. "Thank you for the alert, Professor Sinistra," said Madame Marchbanks. "Thank you for agreeing to help clear up matters," replied the astronomy professor. Lucius felt his stomach clench painfully. He had been hoping for a word with Severus to get this little issue fixed up, but now he was going to have to deal with McGonagall, Marchbanks and Longbottom, as well as this Sinistra woman. "Can we begin?" asked Narcissa. "No, we're waiting on one more," replied Professor Sinistra. A moment later there was a knock at the door. "That'll be him," said Professor Sinistra before calling out, "Come in." Lucius saw red at the sight of the person who entered the room. "Potter, what on earth are you here for?" Harry affected a puzzled look before asking, "Why Lucius, surely you must know about my new role within the castle." Lucius's mouth snapped shut. He was aware, of course, of Potter's new role as student advisor, but that didn't mean that he had to like it. "Perhaps we should all take seats," suggested Professor McGonagall. Agreeing to this, everyone sat down: Harry, Professor Sinistra, Professor McGonagall, Madame Marchbanks and Madame Longbottom on one side of the desk, the two Malfoys on the other. "Right then," said Professor Sinistra, "I presume that you are here to inquire about your son's loss of his prefect status." "We are," replied Narcissa. "Starting this year," said Madame Marchbanks, "a full-scale review of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has begun. This is being done in an attempt to bring standards at the school to a much higher standard. As a part of that, Mr. Potter was chosen to become the student advisor. Amongst his tasks that relate to this role, he is required to assess all prefects to make sure that they are up to appropriate standard." Harry took over. "During the first prefects meeting of the year, I presented to the prefects with this." Here he took a roll of parchment out of his robes and unfurled it before placing it onto the table for all to see. He continued, "It is a copy of Educational Decree No. 25. This decree was personally signed by both the Minister for Magic and the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority, and it clearly explains about my new position and what it means for the prefects. That they were now being held to standard was made crystal clear to them, and every prefect present indicated that they fully understood the situation." Professor Sinistra began speaking. "The first prefects meeting of the year takes place on board the Hogwarts Express near the beginning of the journey. Before the journey was over, Mr. Potter, with the assistance of several other prefects, had been forced to intervene in a situation of severe bullying. Your son and his fellow fifth-year prefect, Pansy Parkinson, were both the aggressors in the situation, and as such, both were awarded a strike against their name." Narcissa tried to refute this with the same line she had used at the ministry: "My son is no bully." Lucius, however, tried to shift the blame elsewhere. Obviously Mr. Potter here got a little overzealous with his new position of authority and blew a mere disagreement between students out of proportion. 8 other prefects and the head boy can all attest to my description of events on the train to be accurate," replied Harry, calmly. "Only your son and his little friends seem to think that outright intimidation, name-calling and physically striking someone does not count as bullying." Professor Sinistra moved on. "Your son earned his second strike by refusing to cooperate with ministry officials who were conducting a review of the behavior of a member of Hogwarts staff, namely Severus Snape. This is in spite of his position of prefect requiring him to do so." Having already gone through that one with the minister, neither Malfoy parent argued. They knew that there was no wriggle room there. Privately Harry wondered if such a rule existed for prefects in schools located in the Muggle world. He wasn't sure of the answer. Sinistra continued, "And finally your son was disrespectful to ministry officials and members of the school's board of governors in the middle of the Great Hall in front of the gathered student body, and then refused to complete a task assigned by the student advisor. In this he earned his third strike and displayed an utter contempt for his position and an inability to learn from his mistakes. As such, the decision was made to strip him of his prefect's badge. This punishment," said Madame Longbottom, "has been reviewed by representatives from the Board of Governors and the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Both groups have concluded that the punishment is just and will stand. Any more questions? Asked Madame Marchbanks. For a while, neither parent said anything. Lucius was fuming, but Narcissa seemed both thoughtful and resigned. Finally she broke the silence. Would we be able to bring our son home until after the weekend? Perhaps this will allow tempers to cool down and we can talk some sense into him. I think that would be a wise idea, commented Professor McGonagall. Agreed, said Professor Sinistra. I will escort you to the Slytherin common room so that you can collect him. She and the two Malfoys got to their feet and began making their way towards the office door. However, Lucius was a prideful man who always liked to get in the last word, and today was going to be no exception. At the door he turned back to face those in the room and said snidely, "This school was once great, but ever since that fool Dumbledore was put into the top spot this place has gone downhill. Rest assured, we will be seriously rethinking Draco's continued schooling here." Harry locked eyes with the man and replied, "Do then." In that moment, the tension in the air of that little office room could have been cut with a knife. And it was in that same moment that Albus Dumbledore decided to make his entrance. Without even the common courtesy of knocking and waiting to be invited in, he pushed open the door and walked straight in. "Aha, here you all are. Why are you here, Albus?" asked Madame Marchbanks. "I was alerted by the school's wards that Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy had arrived and was hoping to speak with them. Aurora, you should have informed me of the location of this meeting." "I was unaware that you wished to be a part of this meeting, Headmaster," replied the astronomy professor, blithely. "You did not volunteer your services with Mr. Potter asked for assistance in dealing with the Malfoy parents, so I assumed that you were trusting others to work the situation out. Nevertheless," continued Dumbledore, "I am here now. Let us discuss the situation at hand." "No need, Headmaster," said Harry, "the situation has already been resolved. All have agreed that Draco Malfoy's punishment will stand, and his parents were just about to find him in order to take him home until after the weekend so that they can try to reason with him." Dumbledore looked like he had just swallowed a particularly sour drop. Finding his voice again he asked the Malfoys, "Are you certain that this is the best option?" "There are times in life where one must concede defeat, Headmaster," replied Narcissa, "and there are also times in life when it is best that tempers be allowed to cool down. This is a time when both must happen." Dumbledore gave a resigned nod of his head and stepped aside to allow Professor Sinistra and the Malfoy parents to pass through the door. Once they were gone, Harry stood up from his seat and said in a bright and cheery voice, "Well, that went well. Madame Marchbanks, Madame Longbottom, Professor McGonagall, thank you very much for your help in resolving this little situation. I trust that I can count on the three of you again should the need arise." After getting 3 acknowledgements, he thanked them again and said, "Well, if you'll excuse me, I must be off. I want to catch Professor Sinistra on her way back, to see if she has any thoughts on the replacement prefect. Goodbye." And with that, he turned and walked out of the office without giving so much as a look of acknowledgement to Dumbledore as he passed the man. By breakfast the following morning, the news that Draco Malfoy had been taken home by his parents was all over the castle. Of course, the rumor mill greatly embellished upon the truth, with many students thoroughly convinced that Harry Potter had personally expelled his schoolyard nemesis. "Are you planning on telling them the truth?" asked Hannah as they ate breakfast. Harry looked over to the Slytherin table, where more than a few students kept stealing fearful glances towards him. At dinner, he replied finally, "I've put up with enough crap from that house over the years. Let them stew in their worry for a couple of hours." Susan laughed as Hannah shook her head and went back to her scrambled eggs. Lord Voldemort was sitting upon a throne-like chair in the Grand Hall of Malfoy Manor. In front of him, Lucius Malfoy was hunched over on the floor and trembling, having just suffered the effects of the Cruciatus curse. Voldemort was a firm believer in not killing the messenger, but that didn't mean he didn't vent his frustrations upon the bringer of bad news. The Malfoy whelp losing his position of prefect was hardly of any concern to Lord Voldemort. Of course, having the son of one of his inner circle of Death Eaters hold a position such as prefect at Hogwarts did have its advantages, but in the grand scheme of things those advantages were minuscule and therefore largely inconsequential. No, the bad news that Lucius had brought was that Severus Snape had been demoted from his position as head of Slytherin House at Hogwarts. Voldemort had, of course, been aware that the Ministry was currently spearheading a movement to increase standards at Hogwarts, and for the most part the news has pleased him. He knew of many of Dumbledore's more recent recruits and how most of them would not stand up in the face of even the slightest bit of scrutiny, something which could only backfire upon Dumbledore himself. However, Snape losing favor was an unprecedented blow to his own forces. As their spy within the castle, any sign of wrongdoing had the potential of robbing Snape, and thus Lord Voldemort, of vital information. People would be far more wary around the man from now on. The situation was, without a doubt, regretful, but still yet salvageable. Snape was still in the castle, he was still teaching, he still had Dumbledore's ear, and he still had access to Potter, even if it was limited. Of course, things could currently go one way or the other. Snape was on the ropes, and there were a lot of people awaiting his fall. Voldemort would have to summon Snape soon, and remind him as to just how important it was that he remained within the castle walls. A Cruciatus curse or two ought to do the trick. At the moment he had no major plans, other than to mostly sit back and wait. He knew full well that the Ministry was working very hard on the task of toppling the great Albus Dumbledore from his pedestal of greatness, and once Dumbledore fell, his followers were sure to follow. Of course, with the Ministry completely denying the fact that he, Lord Voldemort, had returned to power, that would be the perfect time for him to put in a very public appearance. Yes, he rather liked that plan: allow the Ministry to topple Dumbledore, and then he would come in and topple the Ministry. So long as he kept a check on his spies within the Ministry, toppling that institution should be relatively simple, especially compared to his previous attempts during the last war. Then there had been many Aurors, and their department was well funded. Now, his Ministry sources could reveal, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was understaffed, ill-equipped and squeezed for finances. In the meantime, however, Voldemort was free to focus his efforts onto one particular plan that he did have going, which was the difficult task of getting into the Department of Mysteries and locating that blasted prophecy, something which he was certain he had not heard in full previously. Once he had his hands on that, he was certain that he would be able to destroy the last obstacle in his way to complete power, Harry Potter. Friday afternoon found Harry having his final lesson of the week in a classroom on the 4th floor. Usually this room was unused by the staff of Hogwarts, and the last time that Harry had been into this room, the Mirror of Erised had been stored there. The mirror was long gone by now, its current location probably only known by Dumbledore. As it was, the room made the perfect place for Harry to receive his private potions lessons from Sarah Abbott. For now it was just the two of them, but people had been coming up to Harry all week asking if they too could take their potions lessons from Sarah rather than Snape. Something somewhere would soon have to give. Sarah had no reason to refuse teaching those who had potions class at the same time as Harry, but anyone else would probably end up having to make other arrangements. Her first job was at the Ministry, working for Amelia Bones in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, so it wasn't like she had an excessive amount of free time. The lesson would soon be ending, but Harry had learned quite a lot. They had not brewed anything, but they had instead gone over Morlet's principle, which helped explain why black beetle eyes were such a common ingredient in the brewing of potions. It made for an excellent stabilizer of potentially volatile liquids when brewing, as their subject for the day. This, according to Sarah, was basic level stuff, the sort of thing that no student at Hogwarts should have ever have brewed a potion without first being able to recite as if it were the alphabet. Snape had never deemed it necessary to teach this to those that he allegedly taught, and Harry was only passingly familiar with it because it had come up in a herbology essay on the potential uses of bubo tuber pus. "You know, Harry," said Sarah, "I'm considering taking on more students purely out of the morbid curiosity of finding out exactly what they don't know." "Well, I would imagine that the Slytherins would have a reasonable grasp of the basics," replied Harry. "I wouldn't be at all surprised if Snape conducted a lecture on the basics in the middle of the Slytherin common room in order to make sure that his first years outshine the rest. Beyond that, the most studious of Ravenclaws probably have the best grasp, along with those dedicated to mastering the art, like Hannah." "You're probably right," replied Sarah. "You know, ever since Snape started teaching here, there has been a huge decline in the percentage of students who leave Hogwarts with an NEWT level grade in potions." "Can't imagine why," replied Harry, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Snape's such a charming individual." Sarah shuddered and replied, "Stop talking like that. You'll make me sick." Harry smirked and said, "Well, at least those who actually want to learn can go to Madame Pomfrey's club." "Club?" Asked Sarah. What club? Madame Pomfrey runs a club every Thursday evening for anyone who wants to practice brewing healing potions, replied Harry. Surely Hannah's told you about it. She goes. She told me that she helps out in the hospital wing on a Thursday, but she never said anything about a club. You didn't go, did you? Of course I did, replied Harry. I'm trying to get better at potions, remember? I'm taking all the help that I can get. Harry, you need to be careful around Poppy Pomfrey. Don't forget, she's still under suspicion for either not noticing or ignoring all of the ailments that I discovered back at the start of August. You still think that she was involved somehow? Asked Harry. I don't know, Harry, but a healer doesn't just miss all of that. You were malnourished, had poorly grown bones, or else ones that had broken and healed incorrectly. And that's before we take in the scars and the loyalty and compulsion potions. Pomfrey has to have been involved in some way, either following orders to ignore what she found, or else having the knowledge removed from her mind before she could take action. Harry leaned back in his chair and tapped his fingers on the table for a few moments before commenting, I would place gold on it being the latter. I would hope it's that, agreed Sarah. Oh, and speaking of potions in your system, I was asked to hand this on to you. She pulled a letter out of her pocket and handed it to him, explaining, these are the results from that treacle tart you sent off to Amelia for testing. Harry opened the letter and pulled out the parchment contained within. It confirmed his suspicions. Loyalty potion, compulsion potion, wait, a befuddlement draft and a mild love potion. A befuddlement draft can cause the drinker to become somewhat confused and reckless, explained Sarah, and I think that the love potion is pretty much self-explanatory. But I didn't test positive for either of those before, did I? Questioned Harry. No, I suspect that they are new additions to help keep you in line. Well, I suppose that some of my actions in the past have been as if I were under a befuddlement potion, said Harry, or at least the reckless part, anyway. But why a love potion? My guess is that they wanted you to be too preoccupied with a girl to carry on as you have. Which girl? Asked Harry. No idea, replied Sarah. Are there any that you can think of who have been acting differently towards you lately? Well, yeah, loads, said Harry, but that's because I'm interacting with more students. But are there any that stand out? Not really. I mean, I'm getting on with Hannah and Susan a lot better than ever before, but that's more due to you spending the last weeks of summer in each other's company. A few Slytherin girls have begun warming up to me, but they're the ones I helped on the train. Wait, how about Padma? I went on a date with her the other day. But you didn't ingest the potion, said Sarah, so that can't have been what made you ask her out. Harry blushed and replied, well, actually she was technically the one who did the asking. Sarah smirked at him. Oh really? I'll bet that Hannah loved hearing that. Yeah, she wanted to know all the juicy details, both before and after. So how has this Padma girl been acting towards you? Asked Sarah. How do you mean? Asked Harry. Well, has she been overly affectionate with you? Has she been extremely forward? Is there anything to suggest that she pines for you when you're not there? No, I don't think so, said Harry before adding, almost absently, she's acting nothing like Cho. His own words echoed in his mind for a moment before he fully absorbed what he had said and exclaimed, holy crap, it's Cho. That's what's wrong with her. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injures was rather quiet this evening. Officially, visiting hours were over, but two guests walked into the front door to the hospital anyway. They approached the front desk and flashed their gold badges. The blonde-haired witch sitting behind the desk nodded and sent a message off to the chief healer as the two men began making their way towards the admissions department. Chief healer Amadeus Hopkirk met them outside his office and directed them inside. So, began Amadeus once he was seated in the chair behind his desk, to what do I owe this pleasure? What business does the Department of Mysteries have with St. Mungo's Hospital? Saul Croker and Cyrus Greengrass had been trying to set up this meeting for the better part of a week now, and only this afternoon had the chief healer finally consented to meet with them. Though he was not technically an employee of the Department of Mysteries, Cyrus had collaborated with them enough times to warrant them giving him certain a few of the perks that came from working within that department, including the identification badge. Ever since Harry Potter had leveled half of the Hall of Prophecy whilst fighting the Horcrux in his head, Cyrus had been working with the best and the brightest that the Department of Mysteries had to offer, and seeing as the unspeakables only accepted the best and the brightest to their ranks, Cyrus had been working with a fair few minds could have given Rowena Ravenclaw herself a run for her money. Based on every bit of information that Harry had ever given to either Cyrus, Madame Bones or Healer Abbott, they had been doing everything that they could in order to track down Lord Voldemort's other Horcruxes. They had started at the beginning, learning all that they could about Tom Riddle's school days. This was a tough challenge as most who knew him either did not like to talk about him, or were in some way or another a puppet of Dumbledore's. They had gleaned very little of Riddle's life before Hogwarts, only that he had come from Wool's orphanage, a place that had long since been torn down. They had searched the place but had found nothing to suggest that Voldemort had ever returned there following his graduation from Hogwarts, far less anything that might have been a Horcrux. This failure to find anything had caused them to look at the other end of Riddle's time at Hogwarts, trying to discover what he had done after leaving the classroom behind him. Their findings had led them here. "We require the opportunity to ask a few questions of one of your patients," explained Croaker. "We are on the trail of a criminal and we believe that one of your patients may be able to offer us a little insight into how this man's mind works." "And which patient would that be?" asked Amadeus. "Caractacus Burke," replied Cyrus. The healer looked slightly stunned by this name. "You do realize that the man is not exactly all there anymore, don't you? He has been here for nearly 40 years now, slowly slipping down the slope towards oblivion." "We are aware of his condition," said Croaker. "However, this man is our main lead. We simply have to question him. We also have the backing of the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in this matter," added Cyrus. "Madame Bones is most interested in learning exactly what it is that this patient knows about our target." Amadeus rubbed a hand over his face wearily before giving a nod, polite. "All right, I'll allow it. I can't guarantee that you'll get anything out of him, mind you. He's rarely lucid. Most of the time he just stares blankly at the pot plant in the corner of the ward, and when he does speak it is usually nothing more than inane babble." "Nevertheless," said Croaker. Amadeus nodded his head and stood up. "Very well. I will take you to him." They left the office and the healer led the way up several flights of stairs until they reached the geriatric ward. Beyond the doors they found bed after bed containing elderly wizards and witches who were no longer able to take care of themselves. They weren't old, they were ancient, even by wizarding standards. Every single one of them was bedridden, unable to move, far less walk. Most were bordering on being comatose, others needed special spells on them to keep their bodies breathing. Technically speaking, most of these patients were not ill. They were simply being kept alive long after they should have died of old age. Mostly this was done by rich families who were simply refusing to accept the fact that their older relatives' time had come. Others, though, were simply holding on, almost as if they themselves were determined to not die. Caractacus Burke was this kind. The chief healer led them to his bed, which was located right at the opposite end of the ward, and then left them to it. Cyrus looked at the man in the bed and had to admit that it did appear as though answers would not be easy to get out of this man. There had been no sign that the man had noticed them arriving. His blank eyes just stared right past them as if they were not there at all. Once the chief healer had left the ward, Croaker began erecting a series of protective spells that were designed to prevent them from being either overheard or interrupted. Cyrus took the time to observe the man in the bed. He was old, frail, with liver spots marking his skin, particularly on his hands, and he was nearly completely bald but for a few long, white wisps of hair that stuck out at odd angles. It was clear that he had been tall in his younger years but had shrunk with age. Croaker finished ensuring their privacy and pulled a stoppered ampule out of his pocket. "Are you certain that Veritaserum will be of any help here?" asked Cyrus. "He's senile, not brain damaged," replied Croaker as he pulled out the stopper from the top of the ampule. "He'll answer just as clearly as anyone else. Hold his head back, please." Cyrus moved around to the side of the bed and tilted Burke's head back slightly. The man did not offer any resistance. Croaker opened Burke's mouth and allowed 3 drops of the truth serum to land on the man's tongue. The effect is almost instantaneous. Where most people under the potion appeared to be less able to concentrate, with Burke it was the opposite. Immediately his eyes became focused and he almost seemed to come alive. He blinked a few times as though attempting to clear dust from them before focusing his gaze upon the 2 men who were now standing at the foot of his bed. He opened his old, toothless mouth and, in a voice that sounded like it had not been used properly for more than 2 decades, asked, "Who are you?" Croker began the introductions. "My name is Saul Croker, and I am an unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries. This is my associate, Cyrus Greengrass, a specialist in dealing with dark artifacts." Burke glowered at them. "If it's at all possible, Mr. Burke," began Cyrus, "we would like to ask you a few questions about a former employee of yours. A young man by the name of Tom Riddle." For a moment the ancient wizard looked as though he wanted to object to being questioned, but at the mention of the name Tom Riddle, his face suddenly broke out into a wide, toothless smile. "You want to take about him, do ye?" he asked. I wondered how long it would take for someone to come asking. He paused for a moment before speaking up again. "I don't usually bother talking with people from the ministry, but I think I can make an exception this time." "What do you want to know?" "Everything," replied Croker, "anything that you can tell us." Burke appeared to think this over for a few moments before giving a nod of his head and beginning his tale. "I can't say much of his early life, mind. He kept all that stuff very quiet. What his truthful heritage was, I never found out. Sure as anything, mind, the name Riddle was not the name of an old pureblood family. The first I ever heard of Tom Riddle was when I received an owl one October evening, back in 1945. It was from some whelp fresh out of Hogwarts looking for employment. As I said, his family name certainly didn't ring any bells, but for him to apply for a job at any location in Knockturn Alley I assumed that he was at least a third-generation wizard. Well, I had a look over his results from school and I was most surprised. Outstanding grades in every subject he turned his hand to. He had written commendations from several members of staff, including Armando Dippet, the headmaster at the time, and Horace Slughorn, the potions master and head of Slytherin House. All full of praise for the lad they were, mind sharp as they come, skilled with a wand, very clever with potions, and all the rest. I was quite surprised actually. Normally the only applications we get are from third-rate wizards who mucked about in class too much and have found themselves suddenly out in the real world. And usually the request comes from the parents. But here was a young lad looking for work off his own back who actually had good credentials. Too good, in fact, for someone who wanted to work in a shop. But in his letter he had mentioned getting all sorts of offers for positions within the ministry, but he had turned them all down, feeling that they would not be challenging enough for him. Well, that was all that I needed to know. Someone with scores and recommendations like that, but who didn't want to work for the ministry, told me that this lad wanted to become a businessman, but who was also quite happy to start from the bottom and work their way up, which was such a nice change from some of the other usual applicants who thought that they could start out in a managerial role despite having no experience. I knew there and then that an opportunity like this one would not raise its head again. I had no children myself, and no desire to leave the shop fully in the control of the inept son of my business partner Everard Borgin. Here was my chance to leave the business in safe, dependable hands. Cyrus and Croker exchanged a look, both knowing that Burke had not gotten his wish, and that the shop had been left in the sole ownership of Everard Borgin's son, Edward. Burke continued, "I agreed to meet with the boy a couple of days later in the Spiny Serpent pub. He was well-mannered and respectful, smartly dressed and above all confident. I employed him on the spot. To begin with, I had him selling items to potential customers. This proved to be a mistake on my part. He had a keen eye for what was valuable and refused to ever back down during the inevitable negotiation stage. He was much too forceful and put off a lot of potential customers. But, after sitting down with the boy and having a frank discussion with him, he got better and I soon realized that his talents truly lay in the art of buying. He had a silver tongue, that boy, and before long he was persuading one witcher wizard after another to part with their treasured items for sums of gold far less than their actual worth. Soon our storerooms were fit to burst. He was bringing in items faster than we could sell them, but sell we did, allowing our profits to go through the roof. Business was booming, and yet, I had my concerns. There was no doubt in my mind that Tom Riddle was very good at his job, but I began to become concerned at just how good he was at it. Borgin saw no problem, but I did. Our location in Knockturn Alley made certain people suspicious of us. All that was needed for one of Tom's customers to cry foul and the ministry would have come down upon us like a mother dragon upon a wolf that had stolen one of her hatchlings. I began to keep a closer eye on him. I began making detailed notes on who he bought from and how much he paid. But in the end it wasn't that which worried me the most. He had obsession with treasures. An obsession with treasures? Asked Cyrus, looking for clarification. Burke nodded and relied, I don't mean what most people would consider treasure. He did not covet gold or diamonds. He was more interested in, well, I suppose he was interested in heirlooms. Heirlooms? Asked Croker. Yes. Take a necklace, for example. If you had a necklace that was worth, say 500 galleons, or even 1,000, he would be relatively uninterested. He would attempt to purchase it as a part of his job of course, but that was as far as his interest went. However, if that necklace had some form of actual significance to a family, something that was known to have been handed down throughout the years and perhaps had the family shield engraved upon it, then he took interest. When he first started, we had a brooch on display near the counter that had engraved upon it the shield of the extinct Barton family. The number of times I caught him just staring at this thing. He was most disappointed when it was sold. Were there any family names in particular that he was obsessed with? Asked Croker. Not particularly. Though, he did have a ring on his finger. A gold ring with a stone as black as the night itself set in it, though slightly cracked. That piece, in particular, he appeared most fixated upon. I only ever got a good look at it once. It wasn't a particularly nice-looking ring, rather inexpertly made as a matter of fact, but there was no doubt that it was ancient. The gold band had a couple of markings on it that led me to believe that it rightfully belonged to the Gaunt family. But the stone was something else. How so? Queried Cyrus. Burke shook his head and said, the stone had a symbol on it. I never figured it out until much later, but it was almost exactly the same as the symbol used by Gellert Grindelwald during his rise to power, a circle, inside a triangle, with a line running through it from the point at the top, straight down. Did he seem interested in Grindelwald? Asked Cyrus. Never mentioned him, replied Burke. Could have been a coincidence that his ring bore that symbol, but I'll tell you one thing that was not a coincidence. One of Tom's best clients was an elderly lady by the name of Hepzibah Smith, a rich, eccentric old spinster who claimed to be descended from the Hogwarts founder Helga Hufflepuff. Shortly after Tom began working for me, she came into the shop looking for a few new treasures for her vast collection. She took a shine to the boy and asked him to visit with her in order to look through her collection of antiques. To my great astonishment, he managed to actually do business with her, returning with a dozen items following his first visit alone. Never, tough, did he obtain the one item that I desired to have back, locket that had once belonged to Salazar Slytherin himself. She had purchased it from my shop a few years before, and I myself had acquired it from a poor and ignorant little witch who was desperate to make a sale. Anyway, one day, about a year after he started working for me, Tom came back to the shop having visited Smith. He had failed to purchase an ancient suit of goblin-made armor, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. All through the rest of that day, his mind was clearly elsewhere, and the next 2 days were the same. Then old Hepzibah was found dead in her home. A search revealed that her evening cocoa had been laced with a little-known poison. There was no evidence that anyone else had been into the house, and the woman's house elf confessed to having mistakenly added the poison to the cocoa instead of sugar. The ministry concluded that the elf, who was old and senile, had indeed killed her by accident and did not investigate any further. And how was that a coincidence? Questioned Croker. The day after Hepzibah Smith died, Tom Riddle turned up 3 hours late for work and announced that he was quitting his job right there and then, replied Burke. It was quite a shock as he seemed to have settled in very well and appeared to greatly enjoy his job. After leaving he just seemed to disappear. Burke sat up a little straighter before continuing, but even more strange was the fact that rather than find room for her hoarded antiques for themselves, Smith's family organized it all and held an auction, which I attended. At no point was there a mention of Salazar Slytherin's locket. That's not so strange, said Croker. They could easily have decided to keep it for themselves, or found a buyer prior to the auction. Perhaps, said Burke, but consider everything that I have told you about Tom Riddle. His obsession with heirlooms, his behavior prior to Smith's death, my suspicions of his use of extremely underhanded methods in his business dealings. You do know who he became, don't you? We do, replied Croker. Good, said Burke. Then it will pay you to also keep in mind that Smith claimed to be a descendant of Helga Hufflepuff and, if rumors were ever true, she had a small, golden cup that was an heirloom of the Hufflepuff family. "We'll keep that in mind," said Cyrus. "Thank you, Mr. Burke." The ancient wizard nodded his head and leaned back against his pillows. Croaker lowered the protection charms around the bed and the two men made their way towards the doors of the ward. Just as they got there, Burke called out to them, "If that boy still has those treasures, then you had better be prepared to fight in order to get them, gentlemen. Especially if even half the rumors about him are true." Severus Snape was sitting in his quarters at Hogwarts, nursing a glass of Ogden's finest fire whiskey. Classes had ended for the day and a Friday evening meant that he could drink if he wanted to, especially as he no longer had head of house duties to attend to. That fact caused his blood to boil. Everything had been going wrong for him lately. The Board of Governors and the Wizarding Examinations Authority has come together to demote him from his position as head of Slytherin House, a role that he had been in since he began working at Hogwarts at the tender age of 21. What was more, he was also on probation for his role as the castle's resident potions master. His every move was being monitored, and if so much as one of the arrogant little bastards in his classes made a complaint about him, he would likely be out on his ear. Worse, he could not even vent his pent-up frustrations by provoking that arrogant Potter brat after the insolent little whelp had had the call to file a harassment complaint and effectively gotten a restraining order against him. Even Dumbledore could not cover for him anymore. Snape was now wallowing in a cesspool of self-pity and loathing of the world in general. He was just wondering how in Merlin's name his life could become any more unfair when he felt a familiar burning sensation on the inside of his left forearm. Lord Voldemort was summoning him. Fantastic. He set his glass down and left his quarters. All the students and other members of staff were in the Great Hall enjoying dinner as he passed the open doors. Only Dumbledore noticed him leaving. Once he was beyond the line of wards which protected the castle and its occupants, Snape disapparated, arriving only a short moment later outside Malfoy Manor. Black robes billowing behind him, he made his way through the wrought iron gates and up the winding path that led to the front doors of the manor. As a man who was always aware of his surroundings, Snape could not help but notice that Lucius' collection of white peacocks were looking a little thin on the ground, so to speak. This was probably a result of Lord Voldemort's beloved pet snake, Nagini. A black-robed Death Eater, Gibbon, met him at the doors and led him inside. They went through the long corridors of the ground floor until they reached the doors that led to the manor's grand ballroom. Gibbon knocked on the door and then left Snape to his fate. "Come," instructed a high and cold voice. Snape took a brief moment to make sure that all of his occlumency shields were in place and then pushed open the door. The Cruciatus curse struck him square in the chest and he dropped to the floor like a brick, where he writhed and screamed in agony. After 2 long and tortuous minutes that felt more like 20, the curse eased off. It took a moment or two for Snape's vision to regain focus, though the spasms remained for a lot longer. The pale face, slit-like nostrils and evil red eyes of Lord Voldemort swam into view above him. "You have some explaining to do, Severus." Amelia Bones listened with rapt attention as the two men told her everything that they had found out at the hospital. Finally she said, "Well, it seems that I will have to arrange a meeting with the Smith family. If they still have the locket and the cup, then we can rule them out as dead-end leads. If not, then we've got a search on our hands." "I'll head down to Borgin and Burke's tomorrow morning," said Cyrus. "I know that Burke said that they sold the Barton brooch, but we need to find out if Voldemort tracked it down later, so knowing who they sold it to will be a good start." "I'll begin researching the Gaunt family," said Croaker. "With any luck we'll find out what the symbol on that stone was without too much hassle." Amelia nodded before adding, "We'll give it a week or so, then we'll try questioning Burke again. That cannot possibly be all the information that he had on Voldemort." The two men agreed to this, but unfortunately for all of them, Burke passed away in his sleep during the early hours of the following morning. The healers would put it down as being due to exhaustion from the questioning, but thankfully would not be pressing any charges. In all honesty, Chief Healer Amadeus Hopkirk believed that the sole reason for Caractacus Burke living so long was so that he could pass on all the information that he had given to Croaker and Greengrass that day. Daphne Greengrass made her way along one of the many corridors of Hogwarts Castle, making her way towards the office of her temporary head of house, Professor Sinistra. She had been most perplexed earlier when, at breakfast, she had received a summons to visit the office of her head of house. As far as she was aware, she had not done anything wrong that might warrant a request for such a visit, but one thing that she had learned from being in a house ruled by Severus Snape for 4 years was that if the head of house summoned you, you had better turn up no matter what. So, while some of her fellow Slytherins had vacated the Great Hall in favor of the great outdoors in an attempt to spend their Saturday morning basking in what was sure to be one of the last truly sunny days of the year, and other Slytherins had made their way to their house common room or to the library in order to do homework, Daphne had headed off on her own path towards Professor Sinistra's office, which was located near the base of the astronomy tower, an appropriate location for the astronomy professor to have her office. She approached the office door and gave 3 sharp knocks. A moment later, the voice of the astronomy professor called out for her to enter. Inside, Daphne found not only Professor Sinistra waiting for her, but Harry Potter as well. No doubt he was here in his capacity as student advisor, and so she came to the conclusion that this was merely going to be a follow-up regarding the incident on the Hogwarts Express. The office was nice, Daphne thought, but then after having had Snape as her head of house for 4 years, a cardboard box filled with baby blast-ended scroots would have been considered an improvement. The star charts covering the walls made a nice change from shelf after shelf of murky glass jars filled with a miscellany of pickled animals who stared down at you with wide, vacant eyes, and the to-scale replica of the solar system which moved in time with the planets and asteroids themselves was a nice touch, especially when compared to Snape's preferred choice of simmering cauldrons of dubious content that spewed forth nauseating fumes that would make even the most unhygienic of mountain trolls seethe with envy. "Ah, Miss Greengrass," said Professor Sinistra, "please, do have a seat. This will only take a few minutes." Daphne took one of the offered seats that were located on the opposite side of the desk to her head of house. Harry was standing to the right of the professor. Without preamble, the astronomy professor got straight to the point. "Now, as you know, Draco Malfoy was recently stripped of his prefect's badge and we have been looking for a replacement. Harry took over. After reviewing the classroom reports on the other boys in your year, we found that not one of them was up to standard. Therefore we have been forced to bend the rules a little and appoint a second female prefect for your year group. And after much consideration," continued Professor Sinistra, "we have decided to offer you the position." To say that Daphne was stunned was an understatement. Of all the things that had gone through her mind whilst trying to figure out why she had been called in to see her head of house, this was not one of them. After several long moments she finally found her voice, enabling her to mutter, "I don't know what to say." "Say you'll take the badge," suggested Harry, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Daphne's mouth worked for a few moments, but no sound came out. Instead she just nodded her head in acceptance. "Excellent," said Professor Sinistra, "we will make the announcement at dinner. Until then, here is your copy of the Prefect's Handbook. Please study it well." Daphne nodded again and took the book. Harry then handed her the silver badge that denoted her new rank and she pinned it to the front of her robes. "Daphne, in addition to your regular duties as prefect, there is one other task that we would like to assign to you," said Harry. "What is that?" she asked, her voice returning once again. "Help Pansy Parkinson to become a decent prefect," answered the professor. It would not do for Slytherin House to have to lose 2 prefects from the same year group. Daphne nodded her acceptance and was dismissed. Following the meeting, Harry returned to his quarters and sat down behind his desk. Now that the issue regarding the second fifth-year Slytherin prefect was sorted out, he was left with only one other job for his weekend. Unfortunately, it was a monumental task that would most likely take up the majority of the rest of the weekend, several hours during the evenings of the upcoming week and most of the following weekend too. That task was, of course, dealing with the suggestion boxes. At the time they had seemed like a brilliant idea, but now that he was faced with sorting through each box and trying to come up with ways to deal with each issue that arose, he was regretting the decision to do it. Worse was the fact that he could not try and get any of the prefects to help him. He was well aware that there could be complaints against any of the prefects in these boxes, and it would not do to have them discover a piece of parchment containing such a complaint. Nor could he acquire the assistance of a teacher for the same reasons. He would have to sort through it all himself, and if anything came up that required the attention of a prefect or a teacher, then he would sort it out. Harry picked up the first box and tapped his wand on the lid to open it. Then he reached in, took out one of the pieces of parchment contained within and unfolded it. He paled slightly. This one piece of parchment alone contained 16 different issues. Realizing that he would need a way to organize this, he looked around the room to try and get some kind of idea. One hit him almost instantly. The back wall of the room was entirely bare, containing no portraits, windows or shelves. It was the perfect place to organize things. Picking up his wand, he approached the wall, which was rather smooth for a Hogwarts wall, and began casting spells that changed the wall from a dark gray to a snowy white. He had to cast the color-changing spell multiple times in order to get the effect that he wanted, but in the end he had it. A giant white board. Carefully he then used his wand to draw a thick black line down the center of the wall, effectively dividing it into two halves. With more careful wand work, he wrote, again in black ink, the word, complaints, at the top of the left-hand side of the wall. Then at the top of the right-hand side of the wall he wrote, suggestions. He then divided the complaints half of the wall into 4 parts, the first being for complaints against teachers and other staff, the second part for complaints against prefects, the third for complaints against other students, and the fourth for complaints against the school in general. Without reading any suggestions, he didn't know how best to divide that side of the wall just yet, and so he left it until he could get some kind of idea as to how to go about it. He returned to his desk and picked up the first sheet of parchment once again. Again using his wand, he cut the parchment into smaller pieces, 1 piece for each issue that the writer had raised. Then he picked up each piece and carried them over to the wall where he began to read them. The first issue read, Snape is biased towards the Slytherin students and gives them house points for no reason and takes house points from others for no reason. Harry nodded his head in full agreement with this statement. He pressed the piece of parchment against the wall in the section for complaints against teachers and staff, then used his wand to stick it there. The second piece of parchment read, He once gave me a detention for being 20 seconds late, but when a Slytherin turned up 5 minutes later he didn't say anything. Harry sighed. Again, this was all too true, and he stuck it to the wall just below the previous one. The next 5 issues were all complaints about Snape, something which led Harry to suspect that before long he would have to further divide the area for complaints against teachers and staff onto Snape and other. The next complaint was against Mr. Filch, the caretaker, and suggested that he was not of a suitable mentality to work around children. The one after that was a complaint against Professor McGonagall, accusing her of favoring the Gryffindors too much. The 10th issue raised was actually a suggestion, one that Harry, personally, thought was a very good one. It read, The library in the castle contains hardly any works of fiction. Some of us like to unwind with a good bit of sci-fi or a fluffy romance novel. Harry now suspected that this student was most likely a Muggle-born. He thought about the suggestion for more fictional books for a few moments before creating his first subsection in the half of the wall for suggestions. At the top of the section he wrote, Suggestions for leisure activities, and stuck the piece of parchment beneath it. The next complaint read, We never go on any school trips. It would be really nice to visit places like the Ministry of Magic and Godric's Hollow, or to get a look behind the scenes of a Quidditch stadium or the place where they brew butterbeer. It would help us get a better appreciation for the world. Again Harry found himself agreeing and created a second subsection of suggestions, this one being titled, Ideas for Improvement of Education. The next suggestion went into the same subsection as it suggested that the school get in special guest lecturers, either as a supplement for what they were studying or to inform the students about subjects that were not usually on the school curriculum. Harry could see the logic behind that. Care of Magical Creatures class could be enriched by a guest lecture from someone who worked for the dragon preserve that was located in Romania. Alternately, a talk from the man who invented the wolfsbane potion was sure to interest some. And then there were the possibilities brought about by having lectures about subjects not taught at Hogwarts, such as alchemy or how broomsticks are manufactured. This suggestion was then followed by a series of complaints, the first about the behavior of several Slytherins, including Draco Malfoy, Vincent Crabbe, Gregory Goyle and Pansy Parkinson, sentiments that Harry shared. Then there was a complaint about Hagrid. Not necessarily against the man himself, but more the fact that this particular student did not feel entirely safe in his lessons. Given the situation the previous year with the blast-ended Scroots, Harry was forced to grudgingly agree with this one as well. Next was a complaint against Cormac McLaggen, a boy in Gryffindor who was in the year above Harry. According to the writer of the complaint, he was an odious buffoon and the way he spoke to girls was abhorrent. Again Harry agreed. That time he had loudly suggested to Katie Bell that they find a broom closet together so that he could go motor boating sprang immediately to mind. Needless to say, a half-second later her foot had connected forcefully with his bollocks, causing him to drop to the ground like a sack of dragon dung. It was a memory that made Harry both smile and wince. From that day on he had vowed to never get on the wrong side of Katie Bell. The final point on this one list read, there really should be more common rooms available within the school. As things are, it is very difficult to socialize with students from other houses as talking is not allowed in classes or in the library, and any students gathering together in a corridor are soon shepherded along. Only when we go outside are we really able to socialize with those from other houses. However, between the months of October and April, the last place anyone really wants to be at Hogwarts is outside. Yes, there are Hogsmeade weekends, but these are too infrequent. This segregation only allows things such as the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry to continue. Year-based common rooms where students from different houses can mix would go a long way to reducing these kinds of problems. Once more Harry found himself agreeing with this student's reasoning. There were plenty of disused rooms around the castle, be they classrooms that had fallen into disuse or staff offices or accommodation that had no one to occupy them. There was absolutely no reason why these could not be turned into year-based common rooms. He considered putting this one under the category, Suggestions for Leisure Activities, before deciding to make a new category, Suggestions to Encourage Inter-House Cooperation. Then after a moment's thought he used his wand to make a copy of the last suggestion and placed the copy under the Leisure Activities section. Harry stepped back from the wall and admired his handiwork. He rather liked it. Everything was organized and in its proper place. Well, that was the first student done, along with his or her 16 complaints having been read and categorized. He decided he would have to get on with the next student. He returned to the open box and pulled out a folded piece of parchment and found that this next student had written 14 items, of which the first 3 and last 4 were all complaints about Snape. It certainly looked like he really was going to have to give Snape a category all of his own. It was also likely that the complaints against Snape would have to be the first major issue that he would have to bring up with the Wizarding Examinations Authority and the Hogwarts Board of Governors. At this rate, it was unlikely that Severus Snape would still have a job within Hogwarts Castle by the end of the month. Hogwarts would soon be looking for a new potions master. On the subject of potions, Harry could not help but think back on what he had learned recently about Cho Chang. While definitive proof was somewhat lacking, there was absolutely no doubt in Harry's mind that Cho was under the influence of a love potion that was keyed to him. It explained everything: Cho's overly flirtatious behavior towards him, her apparent lack of emotion regarding the fact that her previous boyfriend, Cedric Diggory, had been killed in mysterious circumstances, or what some within the Ministry and at the Daily Prophet liked to call a tragic accident, and it explained why a love potion was discovered in Harry's treacle tart. Harry and Sarah now had their suspicions that they were certain were correct, but now they had to prove it. How to go about doing that was a bit of a problem. With Madame Pomfrey under suspicion for negligence, they could not risk persuading her to examine Cho only for her to run off and alert Dumbledore, who was the most likely suspect. At the same time, Sarah, although a certified healer, could not carry out the examination without causing problems. If Cho were a person in the street, Sarah could justifiably ask her to come in for an examination, but Hogwarts was different. With Madame Pomfrey already on site, any other healer who wanted to take a look at one of the students during term time would have to do so with the school's permission. Also, as Cho was a minor, her parents would have to be consulted first. In fact, getting permission from Cho's parents was more important than getting the school's permission. Harry looked at his watch. At this time Sarah should be at the Ministry, putting her case to Madame Bones so that they both could decide on the next step. As Harry understood it, the plan would be for Madame Bones to contact Cho's parents and ask that Cho be examined by a professional healer in order to make sure that she was coping well after Cedric's death. It was, admittedly, slightly off-putting to use Cedric's death as leverage in this situation, but Harry had a feeling that the boy would have approved of it as long as it meant that Cho was okay. Of course, when the potions were discovered in Cho's bloodstream, the Ministry would have reason to investigate other cases where students were suspected to be under the control of potions. That list, of course, included Hermione. Harry sighed and tried to put thoughts of Hermione out of his head so that he could concentrate on the task at hand. Cutting her off had been one of the hardest things that he had ever had to do, and a large part of him really did hope that she was under the influence of potions. If she was, then they could get rid of them and he and Hermione could repair their friendship. If she wasn't under the influence of potions, Harry didn't like to think about that. As angry as he had been with her at the end of summer and on the Hogwarts Express, he still wanted his friend back. He didn't want to think that her behavior might have been all her own, but he knew that he might be forced to accept that it was. He shook his head and forced himself to read the parchment in his hand. He had a job to do and he wasn't going to get it done if he just sat there pondering the ifs, buts and maybes of life. At the ministry, Sarah had told Amelia of hers and Harry's suspicions and what they wanted the next course of action to be. Amelia leaned back in her chair, pondering the situation. If we begin examining more students for potions, we risk Dumbledore panicking and closing off many of the inroads of our investigations. I know, replied Sarah, but we cannot just sit back and do nothing about this. The girl is quite clearly not herself and her friends are worried about her. Amelia sighed and said, even if we only do this for Miss Chong we still risk alerting Dumbledore that we are onto him. You say that her behavior has changed drastically under the influence of these potions. Dumbledore will certainly notice if she suddenly changes back. Sarah frowned. She hated situations like this. Choosing between what was right and what was easy was hardly ever a simple option, usually because it was so hard to tell between the two. In addition, what was right was ultimately a matter of perspective. Was it right to jeopardize an entire investigation into the negligent and criminal actions of a potentially dangerous individual just for the sake of one person? No. Was it right to condemn an innocent person to living a life without free will in order to satisfy your own ends? Of course not. Obviously people did both of these things to varying degrees all of the time, but that did not make either one of them right, and in the end it was all down to one's own perspective. Much like cruelty, come to think of it. If only you could see things from a retrospective point of view before they actually happened, life would be so much simpler. Finally Sarah said, I'm not comfortable with doing nothing for her. I know that, replied Amelia, and I understand. But I am not comfortable with the idea of tipping off Dumbledore and have him slip through our clutches before we can arrest him and hit him with everything that we have. I know, said Sarah, I don't want that either. That bastard has got a lot to answer for, but that doesn't mean we can just sit back and leave Cho Chong as she is. Amelia thought for a few moments before asking, how about we try and convince her parents to take her out of Hogwarts? That could work, replied Sarah. Chances are that they might do that anyway once we've carried out the required tests. Then I believe that we have found our best course of action, said Amelia. Until Dumbledore decides which girl to use to distract Harry next, answered Sarah. We'll just have to cross that bridge when we come to it, said Amelia. Now, I have a meeting with Professors Marchbanks and Tofty in a few minutes and we will be joined by several of Hogwarts governors. Perhaps it would pay for you to tell them what you have told me. Sarah nodded her acceptance. Given the situation, this was the best solution that they could come up with. It didn't mean that she had to like that a promising student would be pulled from Hogwarts because of Dumbledore's evil schemes. Harry was walking down to lunch, thinking about his task. Every single suggestion or complaint made by that first student had now been backed up by no fewer than 20 others. There was definitely a demand for more fictional books in the library, school trips and year-based common rooms. The guest lectures idea was not proving to be quite as popular, though there were still plenty people asking for them. In addition to those ideas, quite a few people had pitched the idea for a tuck shop where students could buy sweets, butterbeer and other things only available to those who went on one of the thrice-annual trips to Hogsmeade. There seemed to be quite a demand for the school's Quidditch League to be given a shake-up, thus allowing more would-be players to chance to shine. There were also calls for Muggle sports, with football being the front-runner at the moment and an indoor swimming pool coming in at a close second. Doing things for charity was also a popular option, and quite a few people were asking for the chance to be more creative, asking for art, dance and cookery classes to be made available. Added to that were the calls for classes to help with writing and spelling, for mathematics classes and for better education regarding the Muggle world. Obviously the Half-Bloods and Muggleborns had seized their chance with both hands. Every member of staff now had at least one complaint against them, even Harry, though he wasn't quite sure that the two that he had stuck under his name did actually reference him, the spelling was that bad. Most likely they were written by Crabbe and Goyle. Harry's prediction regarding Snape had been proven accurate. The man now occupied the area of wall next to the only window in Harry's office. Harry had only gone through the first 35 people and Snape already had 127 complaints against him. Originally Harry had planned collect all the complaints against Snape and file a report based on them which could be used to aid getting him thrown out of the castle for good. If things kept going the way they were, Harry could probably save himself a lot of trouble and not write the report at all. Simply showing the Board of Governors and the Wizarding Examinations Authority the sheer number of complaints against the man would probably end up being enough to get him thrown out. Harry rounded a corner and could not help but smile slightly as he thought, "Speak of the devil and he shall appear." Severus Snape was marching along the corridor, his black robes billowing about him as his long greasy hair remained motionless. Strange that. The potions master stopped suddenly, his cold black eyes having just landed on Harry. Harry stood his ground. This was it, the moment of truth. Would Snape obey the rules of the restraining order that Harry had gotten against him, or would the petty and vindictive man be unable to hold his tongue? They were, after all, alone in the corridor. If Snape said something and Harry complained, there was not one to back him up. Snape's eyes narrowed, but Harry remained firm. He tightened his occlumency shields as a precaution, but felt to attempt to read his thoughts. Finally Snape forced his gaze away from Harry and continued on, sweeping right by the bespectacled 15-year-old boy without another look. Harry watched the man disappear around the opposite corner and smirked. Apparently you could teach an old dog new tricks. But for how long? So far the meeting with the Hogwarts governors and the Wizarding Examinations Authority had gone well. They had patiently waited as Sarah had revealed hers and Harry's suspicions about Cho Chang, and both groups had approved of the planned course of action. In fact, in order to maintain at least some of Hogwarts' reputation, Augusta Longbottom had volunteered her time so as to accompany Amelia when she met with the Chang family. The direction of the meeting changed when Griselda Marchbanks pulled out several rolls of parchment. "These arrived yesterday evening," she announced. She held up the largest roll of parchment and continued, "This is the first of Dolores Umbridge's weekly reports on the situation of our school. I took the liberty of perusing through it all last night and to put it mildly, things are bleak within the castle." The other rolls of parchment contain the scores of the various tests that she has conducted with every student who takes History of Magic class. The results are shocking to say the least, but they do, in general, correspond with what we have been seeing for years. Students are leaving Hogwarts with a far less than satisfactory education in the history of magic. Amelia had taken one of the smaller rolls of parchment in order to have a look. "Good gracious, look at these. 9 out of 30, 7 out of 30, 11 out of 30, 2, 3, 10, 0. That's not the only one to have gotten such a score, I can assure you," said Madame Marchbanks. "It seems that we really need to tighten up the history class then," observed Augusta. "Not just history, I am afraid," said Professor Tofty. "Although the test was mainly about history, there are more than a few questions that could have come up on a test for another subject. For example, question 12 of the paper presented to the fifth-year students asked what was banned by the Ministry 1965. The answer is of course the experimental breeding of magical creatures, and this should be known by any student who took care of magical creatures in their third year, but most got this question wrong. There were several other questions relating to past events that really should be learned in care of magical creatures," said Madame Marchbanks, "along with several that ought to be taught in defense against the dark arts. We chose to weave in questions from those two subjects as they are our biggest problem areas. The results do not look promising. So what does all this suggest?" asked Leopold Jones, one of governors. "It suggests that too much stock is put into the practical part of the assessment at exam time," replied Madame Marchbanks. "Students do not have a solid grasp of the how and why of things, and yet a decent performance during the practical part can cover this up when the overall score is tallied." "What do you propose our next step to be?" asked Augusta. "For now we do nothing," said Madame Marchbanks. "We are currently putting together another test for Madame Umbridge to administer towards the end of October. This one will be like the last in that it delves slightly into other fields, but this time we will aim to incorporate charms, transfiguration and potions into the mix instead of defense against the dark arts and care of magical creatures. Once we have the results of that test, we will be able to accurately decide upon our next course of action." Everyone agreed. Harry walked back along the corridor towards his quarters. Through the windows on his left, the last rays of the sun could be seen as it vanished behind the mountaintops. He had been bad. It had been his full intention to go down to the Great Hall, grab a sandwich and a goblet of pumpkin juice and head straight back to his quarters to carry on with his work. Things had not worked out that way. Flashback. "There you are," said Hannah loudly, upon spotting him. "Here I am," replied Harry as he approached the Hufflepuff table. "Where have you been all morning?" asked Susan. "I've been working," replied Harry as he began assembling a corned beef sandwich. "I've got all your complaints in little boxes and now I have to spend my Saturday sorting through it all." "You should take a break, Harry," said Ernie. "Yeah," agreed Justin, "you've been running about all week. Take an afternoon off." "Sorry, can't," replied Harry before taking a bite out of his sandwich. He swallowed it, downed half a goblet of pumpkin juice and then said, "Well, gotta go." "Wait," exclaimed Hannah as she stood up and grabbed him by the arm. "What?" asked Harry in mock exasperation. "Come outside with us," said Hannah. Harry shook his head. "No can do, I'm afraid. I've got lots to be getting on with." "Oh, come on Harry," said Megan, "join us outside." "Yeah, come on," said Susan as she stood up and picked up her plate which contained a tuna salad sandwich. "We'll take our food outside and eat it down by the lake." "Sounds wonderful, but I really can't," replied Harry. "You know, Harry," said Ernie, "this could be one of the last sunny Saturdays of the year, especially as we are up in Scotland, and you're going to waste it sitting inside." "I'm wasting anything," said Harry. "I'm trying to help make the Hogwarts experience better for everyone." "You could make it better for us by joining us for the afternoon," said Lilith. Harry opened his mouth to argue, but words wouldn't come out. He had 8 Hufflepuffs all looking at him, their faces begging him to join them. In the end he relented, saying, "Fine, but only for an hour. I really do need to get my work done." The group of Hufflepuffs cheered and Susan and Hannah dragged him out into the sunlight. End flashback. Harry had truthfully only meant to stay for the hour. However, sitting there in the sun, watching the water on the surface of the lake ripping in the cool yet pleasant breeze and just hanging out with Susan, Hannah, Ernie, Justin, Megan, Lilith, Sally Ann and Wayne had caused 1 hour to turn into 2. Then they had been joined by a couple of older Hufflepuffs, the 6th-year prefects Eric Summerby and Heidi McAvoy and their friends Leanne Simmons, Eloise Midgen, Timothy Stebbins and Herbert Fleet. Shortly after that they had been joined by a few 6th-year Gryffindors, including Katie Bell, Kira Wood, Oliver's younger cousin, Jack Sloper, Andrew Kirk and the 2 prefects Bianca Dunstan and Jeffrey Hooper. 4 hours had now gone. Then Hannah had spotted Padma and her friends Lisa Turpin and Sue Lee. The blonde Hufflepuff had shouted out to them and gotten the trio to join them as well. A space had quickly cleared next to Harry for Padma to sit down in, something that had resulted in plenty of good-natured ribbing directed at Harry, especially from Hannah. Harry had gotten his revenge on her when he spotted Neville on his own. Recalling a certain piece of trivia that he had learned over the summer holidays, Harry had feigned the need to use the toilet and escaped the group to get to Neville. The boy wasn't on his own due to being shunned. Instead he was opting to use his free time to study a few of the magical water plants that were growing in the shallows of the lake rather than endure a chess match with Ron up in the common room. After a bit of persuasion on Harry's part, Neville had agreed to join the group for a bit and Harry led him over, calling out loudly, "Look who I found." Everyone greeted Neville, and the shy boy blushed furiously at receiving such a welcome. Harry gave Susan a rather pointed look and the redhead had understood immediately. She had whispered for Lilith and Sally Ann to move up and they did so with Susan following. "There you go Neville," said Harry, maneuvering the shy lion through the group, "you sit there and just enjoy yourself." Job done. Harry had sat back down next to Padma before chancing a glance back towards Neville and Hannah. Neville was staring determinedly at the floor, his face flushed. Hannah meanwhile was glaring daggers at Harry, though the effect was ruined by the pink hue that was rapidly growing more vivid on her cheeks. Harry had just given her a roguish grin before turning his attention to Padma and Lisa. Before Harry knew it, the sun had begun to dip down behind the mountains and the pleasantly cool breeze had become icy. As they all began to get to their feet, Harry had examined his watch and seen the time. It was 5 minutes to 8 in the evening. What was supposed to have been an hour spent outside in the sun had extended to almost 7.5 hours. Harry knew that he ought to feel bad for neglecting his work, but in all honesty he didn't. After all, he had just been through a hectic week and he deserved the afternoon off. Especially when that afternoon was spent sitting in the sun, in the company of friends with one arm around the shoulders of his new girlfriend. And anyway, it was only 3 minutes past 8 now anyway. If he stayed up until 11 he could still get in 3 hours worth work, maybe 3.5 if he pulled his finger out and got a move on. However, as he had approached the door to his quarters, Harry was becoming slowly more aware that something did not seem right. In fact, several things did not seem right. Despite the time of day, the corridors were deserted. There was another hour and a half until curfew, and yet there were no students milling about as they usually did. He paused and looked around. For some strange reason, none of the portraits in the corridor were moving. He approached one and examined it closely. The 3 hags contained within seemed to have stopped moving right in the middle of shouting at someone. The next one contained a balding man with a thick white mustache who held his walking stick in a raised position, as though he had been threatening someone with it when he was frozen. The other portraits were the same, clearly shouting, gesturing aggressively, facing the same way along the corridor in the direction that Harry had just come from, and all mysteriously unmoving and silent. Harry drew his wand and looked around. There did not appear to be anyone in the corridor besides himself. Cautiously he made his way along the rest of the corridor and came to the suit of armor which stood on guard outside the door to his rooms. The guard's helmet was dented and his axe was missing, but beyond that he seemed fine. Harry whispered the password and the suit of armor stepped aside and opened the door for Harry, who could not help but notice that his guard was limping. Obviously someone had tried to force their way into his quarters, though it was unlikely that they had been successful. Fortunately there was a fireplace in his living room that was connected to the flow network. He would give Madame Bones a call and alert her of the situation. He stepped through the door and into his office. Inside everything seemed fine. The desk was in order, the suggestion boxes were as he left them, and the parchment stuck to the wall at the back was all still there. He made his way over to the door that led to the living room and pushed it open. The living room seemed fine as well, and he checked both the bathroom and the bedroom before returning there. It didn't seem like anyone had gotten inside, but he still thought it best to inform Madame Bones that someone had quite clearly made the attempt. He made his way over to the fireplace and pocketed his wand before reaching for the small clay pot sitting on the mantelpiece that contained his supply of flow powder. A split second later a spell hit him square in the back. The impact forced the air out of his lungs and his eyes lost all focus. He hit the floor with a thud, and the clay pot of flow powder smashed apart beside him. Harry Potter lay spread-eagled, face down on the rug in front of the fireplace, out cold. It was late in the evening on Saturday and Albus Dumbledore was sitting in his office writing a letter. Over in the corner of the room the fireplace was crackling away merrily, producing the only sound in the room besides that of the soft scratching sounds of a quill on parchment. Fawkes the Phoenix was sitting on his perch, watching Dumbledore with an air of disappointment. The bird let out a mournful trill before tucking his head under his wing, deciding to sleep through these disturbing times. The Sorting Hat watched this from his position on one of the many shelves found in the office. The folds that seemed to resemble eye sockets appeared to close, and the point of the hat, which was bending forwards due to age, shook from side to side in a way that any onlookers might have likened to the shaking of one's head. The hat turned its gaze towards Dumbledore, who was bent low over the desk as he wrote. Actually, to say that Dumbledore was writing is not entirely true, as the quill that was doing the writing was not in his hand. The quill was, by all appearances, a standard dictation quill, the kind of thing ministry officials might use when thinking out loud or attempting to record a conversation without having to stop every few seconds to make notes. Dictation quills, like blood quills, were banned in Hogwarts as it was felt that the students would learn better by actively taking their own notes. Dumbledore's quill was not a standard dictation quill. Oh, it was writing by itself, but it had a very special modification on it. This quill was enchanted to write in whatever style it was told to, thus mimicking someone's handwriting without their knowledge. A few minutes ago the quill had been placed onto a piece of transfiguration homework that Harry Potter had submitted at some point during the week. The quill had then glided over the work, examining every individual letter and punctuation mark, learning this style of writing. The letter that Dumbledore was now dictating to the quill was being written Harry Potter's own handwriting. Even one of the Wizarding Examination Authority's anti-cheating enchantments would have picked up on the difference. The quill was one of Dumbledore's own personal inventions. Usually he used it to forge signatures and the like, but every so often it came in handy for situations such as this one. All week Dumbledore had been delivered one blow after another. First the Ministry had dared to interfere at Hogwarts, and then they along with the Board of Governors had called him out on a few of his actions. Snape had been demoted from his position as head of Slytherin and was now on probation. Hogwarts, its teachers and its prefects were now being held to standards that Dumbledore did not approve of. Worst of all, after disappearing for the last few weeks of the summer, Harry Potter had returned with a new position and a new attitude that threatened to seriously undermine the status quo amongst the students. And to cap it all off, Sarah Abbott was back in the boy's life, influencing him and teaching him potions. Something needed to be done, and tonight that something was happening. Having assigned what few members of the Order of the Phoenix there were to various tasks, Dumbledore had retreated to his office so as to avoid the risk of being caught himself should anything go wrong, as well as to deal with this letter. A virtually unknown thing about Hogwarts was that in amongst all the wards designed to keep the castle hidden from the Muggle world there was a ward that was designed to redirect owls. Not all owls, of course, but just owls coming from various places and to various students. Normally a redirect was placed at the request of a parent, usually to prevent a relative from contacting a student whilst they were at Hogwarts. Dumbledore, however, was not above using this for his own ends. Every letter that was ever sent to Harry Potter had first been redirected to a secret location so that Dumbledore could personally check through the letter's contents before he allowed it to be sent on. If anyone ever found out, he could justify it as protecting Harry from hate mail from Voldemort's supporters, but in reality it was a way of keeping Mr. Potter from receiving outside influence. A letter addressed to Harry Potter that bore the wax seal of Gringotts, Wizarding Bank certainly set off alarm bells when it had arrived that morning. Usually Harry only got letters from Gringotts at the end of the month in the form of a regular statement about the status of his assets. They did not usually contact him a week into the month. Upon checking up on the records that he kept regarding Harry's Gringotts accounts, Dumbledore had realized that the statement for the month of August had not arrived. Hoping that there had simply been a delay, Dumbledore opened the envelope and began reading the letter contained within. The letter only confirmed his worst fears. During his time away from Dumbledore's influence, Harry had apparently contacted Gringotts in order to ask about certain discrepancies, including the fact that he did not receive his monthly statements. The letter was a follow-up letter to a previous one that Dumbledore certainly had not seen, asking if Harry had had time to consider the information that they had sent to him and asking whether or not he wanted the bank to take any further action. That Dumbledore had not received this information, whatever it was, meant that Harry had gotten it. This was a potential catastrophe that Dumbledore needed to put right at once. Hence the special quill. A knock on the door interrupted Dumbledore in his work, and he cancelled the enchantment on the quill and set it aside as one of the silver instruments sitting on the nearest of the spindle-legged tables emitted a burst of white smoke which quickly formed the word, Moody, before dissipating into thin air. "Come in, Alistair," Dumbledore called out. The office door swung open and the battle-worn form of Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody stomped into the room. "One of these days I'm going to figure out how you do that, Albus," the former Auror said in a growl as the door stung shut behind him. "You, Minerva, Severus, Filius and everyone else," replied Dumbledore with a chuckle. "So, how did it go?" "I got him," said Moody. "Poppy's working on the lad now." "Might I inquire as to how you got into that room?" asked Dumbledore. "Did you guess the password?" Moody shook his head. "Didn't need to. I just waited in the corridor under my invisibility cloak and waited for the lad to turn up. He let me in himself without realizing it. I'm surprised that Severus had the patience to go along with that. He didn't. He lost his temper trying to guess the password and took it out on the suit of armor that guards the door. In the end I had to send him away. The portraits were shouting abuse after him and I had to freeze them in order to shut them up. That nearly blew it." Potter noticed. Something was wrong when he arrived and took out his wand. He also noticed something wrong with the suit of armor. I think I forgot to give it an axe after Severus destroyed the one it had. He still went inside? Asked Dumbledore, sounding surprised. Well, he is only 15, I suppose. Left unsaid was that sort of incautious behavior was exactly what Dumbledore wanted the boy to display. I'll give him credit though, said Moody. He kept his wand up at all times and searched all his rooms for signs of disturbance. Only when he had checked to make sure that he was alone did he attempt to use the flow network. This surprised Dumbledore. He still tried to use the flow even after finding nothing in his rooms. Moody gave a nod of his head. Aye, he still tried to use the flow. I tell ya, Albus, that kid is smarter than you give him credit for. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that Harry wasn't quite as incautious as he would have liked. Finally he said, well, at least we have him. Did you destroy the complaints from the students? Every last one in the boxes they came in, replied Moody. There were quite a few against Snape, mind you. You really ought to rein him in a little more, Albus. Dumbledore ignored this comment and instead asked, what about evidence? Did you find much? Moody reached into the front of his tattered leather jacket and pulled out a stack of parchments which he set down on Dumbledore's desk. Statements from Gringotts for every month dating back to November 1981. A listing of all Potter family investments and properties, a written apology from the director of Gringotts himself and a promise to do an internal investigation of the situation whilst Harry works through the paperwork, all your worst fears in one nice, neat little bundle. I found it at the bottom of his trunk, hidden by a notice me not charm. Dumbledore began riffling through the stack of parchment, the seriousness of the situation becoming steadily more dire with every sheet that he glanced at. Moody placed a gnarled hand on top of the parchment to stop Dumbledore's riffling. When the headmaster looked up at him, Moody held out his other hand. In it were the wrappings that had been required in order to deliver such a large amount of parchment. See that name? The ex-Auror asked. Dumbledore peered at the address and saw that the parcel had, in fact, been delivered to Amelia Bones rather than Harry. The Ministry know about this, Albus, growled Moody. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is likely to be conducting their own investigations as we speak. Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration. The situation was clearly more out of hand than he had assumed. At length he asked, was there anything else in the way of evidence? Not particularly, replied Moody, just these. He took out another 2 sheets of parchment and placed them on the desk. Dumbledore looked them over and saw that the first one was only the contract that the Ministry had given to Harry when he had agreed to take on the role of student advisor, and the second one was a copy of Educational Decree No. 25. In other words, nothing that Dumbledore didn't already know. He looked up as Moody and said, send word to Kingsley. Get him to see what he can find out about this. He gestured to the large stack of parchment that had come from Gringotts. Moody nodded and stood up saying, I'll catch him in Diagon Alley. He should still be on patrol as he doesn't get off shift until midnight. The aged headmaster nodded his head and asked, what of the map and the cloak? Moody took both the Marauder's map and the invisibility cloak out of his pocket and placed them on the table. It was a shame to do it, but with Harry acting out, it was currently not in anyone's best interests for him to be able to sneak about the castle easily. Have Sirius send me the activation password for the map, said Dumbledore. Moody nodded and, knowing that he was dismissed, he got up and stomped out of the office. Dumbledore remained sitting at his desk for quite a while after this, making no effort to continue forging a letter to Gringotts. It seemed that he might now have proof of where young Mr. Potter had spent the last few weeks of the summer holidays. His choices were between 2 families. Either Harry stayed with the Amelia Bones and her niece Susan and got to know Sarah Abbott that way, or he stayed with Sarah and her daughter Hannah and he remained in contact with Amelia following his trial. Something needed to be done about this. He needed to deter the Department of Magical Law Enforcement from finding out just what was going on with the Potter accounts at Gringotts. He also needed a way to make all of that evidence disappear. Thankfully he had his spies, and, if things played out the way that they were meant to, there would soon be enough pandemonium at the Ministry that one of those spies could slip in and dispose of that evidence. He opened a drawer on his desk and took out a bowl of sherbet. He helped himself to 2 of them, popped them into his mouth and placed the bowl back into the drawer. Those were his private stash. The ones on the desk which he offered to visitors were laced with a few mild potions that calmed nerves and made people more accepting to what they were told. At the moment Severus was brewing 2 rather large cauldrons full of the latter potion. So long as the timing was right, the potion would be distributed with breakfast the following morning, allowing people to simply accept what they would otherwise see as a large attitude shift in Harry Potter. Having been stunned in his quarters, Harry would have been taken to the hospital wing where Madame Pomfrey was. There the matron would examine the boy for all controlling potions before adding ones of their own to his system. Following that, Dumbledore himself would provide the appropriate memory modification spells to ensure that Mr. Potter would be back to where he is needed to be, pliable, unquestioning and listening to only one voice, Dumbledore's. A small part of him hated to do this, but people were just so bad at doing what they were told that he had to resort to extreme measures such as these. Dumbledore was of the opinion that people, in general, were pretty poor when it came to making their own decisions, especially the big decisions. Given half the chance, people would squander their gifts and fade away into obscurity. People needed to be guided, to be told what they should do, be told what was right and what was wrong. They needed to be guided, cajoled and, yes, even outright manipulated into doing what they should be doing if the magical world had any chance of remaining stable. Gellert Grindelwald had helped him to see this. Back then, of course, Dumbledore's opinion had been that the wizards should be on top of the pile, leading the Muggles about as required. Magic gave them superiority over the Muggles, and the Muggles ought to be made to respect that superiority rather than live in ignorance as the wizards hid themselves away. Not now though. Since then Dumbledore had realized that Muggles and wizards were simply better off staying away from each other. But he still held that those who were powerful magically should lead the rest and that the rest should follow unquestioningly. It was not through war that you gained that power but through influence, and defeating Gellert Grindelwald in battle had certainly given Dumbledore influence in spades. Slowly through the years Dumbledore had extended his influence, claiming the titles of Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards before finally securing the position of Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. And with all that influence, Dumbledore had slowly nudged the world closer to his view of it. He did not need the title of Minister for Magic because they ultimately came to him, seeking his advice on every matter. His influence on the Wizengamot was strong, with only a few ready to reject his counsel. And, most importantly, he had the Order of the Phoenix to help him tighten his grip on his power. The Order was made up with people who either did not know how to say no to him, like Molly and Arthur Weasley and Remus Lupin, or who knew better than to do so, like Moody, Minerva and Poppy Pomfrey. 2 decades ago, the wizarding world had been in the grip of war against Lord Voldemort. This had played very nicely into Dumbledore's hands for Tom Riddle, who had always seen Hogwarts Castle as the only true home that he had ever known, had never attacked the place. This had made it very easy to both begin and promote the rumor that Voldemort feared Dumbledore, something that only served increase his influence of many of those who attended the school at that time, and now it was their students who were coming into the castle, a whole generation who had been raised to believe that Albus Dumbledore was infallible. Of course, playing modest only made that image all the stronger. There were, however, those who ventured outside of Dumbledore's influence. The traditionally dark families would oppose him whenever they thought that they could get away with it, though most had kept quiet between Voldemort's downfall and his rebirth. But there were 2 other groups who caused him problems. The first were the Muggleborns. They were the ones who saw the injustices in the wizarding world for what they were and realized that Dumbledore was not all he was made out to be. If they were not swayed by the notion that Dumbledore was the champion of Muggles and Muggleborns, most would eventually leave. The ones who remained could normally be kept quiet, learning that their opinions did not matter. Some could not be silenced. Some gained influence. Sarah Abbott fell into that group, having married into the influential Abbott family, an ancient, light-sided family who nonetheless did not buy into Dumbledore's way of looking at things. She also became a well-respected healer for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and obtained mastery in potions. She was also a friend of Amelia Bones, who fell into the other group to cause him problems. That group consisted of people who simply refused to buy into the Dumbledore mythos. Usually these people were of an older generation who were not friends with him at school, or they were people like Amelia, who had lost family in the war with Voldemort and were not entirely convinced that Dumbledore had done all that he could to end the war sooner. These people were the wild cards whom needed to be silenced, either through manipulation or removing them outright. For years Sarah Abbott had been kept quiet by a Wizengamot ruling that Dumbledore had helped to push through. Amelia was kept quiet because she had no evidence. Now things were slipping out of Dumbledore's grasp at the worst possible time. The Ministry was refusing to believe that Voldemort had returned and, in their desperation to discredit him, they were turning Hogwarts on its head and the governors were allowing it. Amelia Bones was obviously collecting evidence against him and people were starting to ask questions that Dumbledore did not want answered. Sarah Abbott had found a loophole in the Wizengamot ruling, allowing her to contact Harry, causing the boy to slip slowly out of Dumbledore's sphere of influence, and was now giving the students a voice, something that the Ministry and the Board of Governors were using to bring down the headmaster of Hogwarts and all that he had worked so long and hard to establish. Tonight, however, would be the night that the headmaster reclaimed his school and, before long, the Ministry would fall into line as well. Voldemort may be keeping a low profile, but that did not mean someone else could draw attention to him. Severus' task for tonight was to ensure that the students of Hogwarts would not be asking questions. Tomorrow night he would be committing murder, all in the name of the greater good, of course. Harry Potter awoke in a bed that was not even slightly familiar to him. It was not small and lumpy, so that ruled out both the cupboard under the stairs and Dudley's second bedroom at Privet Drive. The sheets were not white and the blanket was not gray, so that ruled out the hospital wing. And the hangings were not dark red trimmed with gold, ruling out Gryffindor Tower. He flung the covers back, swung his feet out of the bed and sat up. His head really hurt. He reached out and groped blindly for a few moments before his hand found his glasses. He grasped them and shoved them onto his face before looking around blearily. He did not recognize the room at all, despite having spent the last 7 nights sleeping there. His eyes landed upon a small ampule sitting on his bedside table. It contained a green-colored liquid, and a hastily scribbled note next to it read, "For the headache." Harry found this rather strange, but a particularly nasty throb in the left of his temple had him snatching up the bottle and unthinkingly downing the contents. His headache disappeared instantly, along with any thought regarding how odd his current situation seemed. He got off the bed and made his way to the bathroom. That he found it too easily for someone who could not recall ever being there before never entered his mind. After showering and brushing his teeth he returned to the bedroom and located his trunk, again not noticing that he found it too quickly for someone who could not recall being there before. He dressed, made his way into the front room and headed for the door, completely missing that the suggestion boxes had disappeared from his desk and that the wall behind the desk was as blank as it had been 2 days before. He made his way down to the Great Hall for breakfast. Harry's pattern for where he ate his meals was now well established, meaning that everyone who had been paying the slightest bit of attention over the past week knew that Harry was due to have breakfast with the Slytherins that morning. So, when Harry sat down with the Gryffindors, some people should have been slightly concerned. However, many of those in the Great Hall had already ingested some form of food or drink and with it some of Snape's special brew. That Harry then began to talk to Ronald Weasley as if they were still the best of friends should have sent even more alarm bells ringing, but the potion kept on working its magic. Hermione entered the Great Hall. The last week had been a miserable one for her. Harry had taken exception to her doing as Dumbledore had asked her over the holidays and now wasn't talking to her. With Harry not talking to her she was suddenly a social pariah again and she was feeling about as low as she had been back in first year, shortly before that mountain troll had stomped into the girls' bathroom and begun swinging its club at her. So it did come as a surprise to her when, moments after sitting down next to a gossiping Parvati Patil in lavender brown, Harry looked up from his seat directly opposite her and said, "Quite friend Lily, good morning Hermione." She blinked at him, wondering what on earth was going on. It appeared that he had decided to simply forgive and forget, but something about that did not sit right with her. In a voice that she had barely used all week she replied, "Good morning Harry." He smiled at her and turned back to his conversation with Ron and Seamus. Things really did look like they were back to normal, but why? It didn't make any sense to her that Harry would suddenly want to be her friend again. She wanted to question him about this sudden change, but decided to pour herself a goblet of pumpkin juice first. Once her goblet was full, she raised it to her lips, took a refreshing drink and completely forgot about her question for Harry. From his golden seat in the center of the staff table, Dumbledore was watching the morning's events with a smile on his face. Alone or in groups of 2s and 3s and 4s, the students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had entered the Great Hall and taken their seats at the correct house tables and begun to eat their breakfasts without question, unknowingly ingesting the potion that would drive all questions from their mind and completely forget about their complaints. Dumbledore regretted slightly that he had been forced to potion Miss Granger this time. Before now he had been able to cajole her into doing his bidding by playing upon her two biggest weaknesses: admiration for authority figures and her concern about Harry's safety. The Triwizard Tournament and its aftermath made this last one an especially easy way to manipulate her into doing his bidding. However, this time Dumbledore could afford to take absolutely no chances. Harry had been too different this past week for Miss Granger to not notice the sudden change in him, far less accept it, even if Dumbledore told her it was in his best interests. Added to that, she, like everyone else, knew about the complaint boxes, and like everyone else, with the exception of Ronald Weasley and Draco Malfoy, she had contributed to the complaints with one of her own. That needed to leave her mind. Mr. Potter entering the hall was the moment of truth. That he happily sat down next to Ronald Weasley and began chatting with the boy as though they were still best friends proved to Dumbledore that his plan had worked. He watched just long enough to ensure that Miss Granger took in a dose of the potion and then turned his attentions elsewhere. Severus wanted to know when he was going to get his position as head of Slytherin back, and Minerva wanted to know what they were going to do with Dolores Umbridge, who was currently in an enchanted sleep in a bed behind a screen in the hospital wing. Turning to talk with them meant that he missed several very important and very similar things occur almost simultaneously. "Good morning, Harry," said Katie as she took a seat next to him. Harry turned to her and replied, "Morning, Katie." "Good morning, Harry," echoed Bianca as she sat down next to Katie. "Good morning," Harry replied, though in a tone of voice and an expression on his face that suggested that the sixth-year prefect addressing him had taken him by surprise. "That's weird," muttered Bianca to Katie as Harry turned back to talk to Ron. "It's like he doesn't know me." While it was true that before this year Harry and Bianca had barely said one word to each other, since the prefects' meeting on the Hogwarts Express a week ago, friendship had begun to blossom between them. Katie gave Harry an enquiring look before turning back to Bianca and whispering, "Why is he talking to Ron?" "Dunno," replied Bianca. "I thought they had fallen out." "They had," said Katie. "Hang on, Harry's supposed to be eating with the Slytherins this morning. Remember, we were poking fun at him yesterday for it." "Hey, yeah," replied Bianca. "Something's wrong." Katie frowned and then took out her wand. Surreptitiously she cast a few of the spells that Harry had shown them at the start of term feast, and next to her Bianca did the same. Everything showed up as being laced with some kind of potion. "Morning, girls," said a bright voice. Bianca looked to her left and saw that her fellow prefect Jeffrey Hooper had joined them. He grabbed a fork and speared a sausage onto the end of it. Bianca stretched out her hand and grabbed his wrist. He gave her an enquiring look, to which she gave a slow shake of her head. He was about to ask what was going on when Katie gave a furtive nod towards the person sitting beside her. Jeffrey looked past her and spotted Harry. Just as he was about to ask, "So?" the reality of the situation sunk in. Harry Potter was talking to Ronald Weasley again. In a low voice he asked, "What's laced?" "Everything," Bianca whispered back. "Look," said Katie in a low murmur, nodding towards the Hufflepuff table. The other two looked up and saw Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan and Justin Finch Fletchley getting up and leaving the Great Hall. A few moments later Wayne Hopkins, Sally Ann Perks and Lilith Moon followed them. "Come on," whispered Katie, and the three sixth-year Gryffindors stood up and walked out of the Great Hall, doing their best to look as inconspicuous as possible. Pansy Parkinson, like Hermione Granger, had been having a rough week. Her world was being turned upside down and she was struggling to remain upright. The prefects were now answerable to Harry Potter, and if he found them lacking he could strip them of their badges. Draco had already lost his, and it looked like he might be out of Hogwarts for good if he kept up his act. If she didn't change her ways, Pansy was sure that she would follow. She already had one strike against her as it was. Professor Snape was no longer there to protect the Slytherin way of life. He had been called out on his behavior by people who actually had the power to do something about it, and he had subsequently been demoted from his position as head of Slytherin. Professor Sinistra seemed to be a surefire bet to replace him, and while she certainly was an alumnus of Slytherin House, Pansy had checked, she did not seem like the type to let her students get away with bullying others. Pansy's own standing within the house had taken a hammering this past week, not only through her earning a strike against her position as prefect but also through her relationship with Draco, someone who was seriously risking Harry Potter's full wrath being brought down upon Slytherin House. Up until this year, life in Slytherin House had been ruled by a simple structure. Each year had a dominant boy and girl whom the others treated as their leader. There were, of course, leaders of the leaders whom everyone answered to, and thus the status quo was maintained. In first year, Pansy had been quick to establish herself as the dominant girl amongst her dorm mates, and Draco had done the same amongst the boys. They had different setups, however. Draco had Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle as his two goons. He put the mudbloods and blood traitors in their place, and if any of them thought of fighting back, Crabbe and Goyle were there to get them to think again. Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini were backup for when Malfoy needed to put on a real show of strength. Pansy, on the other hand, had all of the girls with her all of the time. She would taunt and tease, and the others broke down in sycophantic laughter. If things got a bit out of hand, Millicent Bulstrode was there to look intimidating. And Daphne Greengrass, who was effectively Pansy's second in command, was there to keep the girls in check. Now there had been a power shift. In the very year that Draco and Pansy had become prefects, thus securing their right to rule, everything had gone awry. With Draco out of the castle, the boys were leaderless. Nott and Zabini were vying for the position, but neither had the support of their year mates. Crabbe and Goyle were simply lost without Draco around to tell them what to do. It had been thought that the selection of the prefect to replace Draco would sort out whether it was Blaise or Theo who became the new leader of the boys, but then Potter and Sinistra had gone and awarded the badge to Daphne. The coup was then complete. Without Draco around, Pansy suddenly didn't have quite as much support as she had thought, and the strike against her had left her in a precarious position. Last night the balance of power had shifted completely. She had always known that Daphne could have seized the title of Queen Snake if she had wanted it, so Pansy had always sought to keep the girl sweet, making her second in command and keeping Draco away from her half-blood friend Tracy Davis. With the prefect's badge pinned to his front, Draco's arrogance had increased tenfold, and Pansy was prepared to admit that hers had as well, and he had gone after both Tracy and Daphne's younger sister Astoria on the Hogwarts Express, with Pansy stupidly backing him up. They had been caught and punished for their actions, whilst the three girls were now getting noticed by Potter. While Pansy had elected to keep her head down and Draco had big-headedly dug his hole deeper and deeper, Daphne and her friends had used the mealtimes that Potter sat at the Slytherin table to get into his good books. The badge on front of Daphne's robes had been the straw that broke the camel's back. Pansy had been dethroned and Daphne had taken the crown for her own, leaving the former Serpent Queen feeling like nothing more than the court jester. Now she was following along meekly in the shadow of Daphne, Tracy and Astoria. That she had a badge gave her some power still, but Pansy knew how things now stood. She answered to Daphne, and Daphne alone could protect her. Over the years Pansy had made a lot of enemies, both within Slytherin and without. If she was going to survive, she needed to stay in Daphne's good books, because staying in Daphne's good books was the best way to stay in Potter's good books, and she really needed to stay in Potter's good books. So wrapped up in her thoughts was she that she completely failed to notice when the three girls in front of her stopped walking. This had the effect of causing her to walk into Daphne's back with an oof, escaping her. She looked around and realized that they were standing in the entrance hall, just at the doors to the Great Hall. "What's the hold up?" she asked as the smell of bacon and eggs wafted out of the hall and assaulted her nostrils. Daphne turned and pushed Pansy and the other two away from the door. "Something's wrong," she whispered once they were all pressed against the wall. "What?" asked Pansy. "Harry's eating at the Gryffindor table," replied Astoria, as though this explained everything. "And," prompted Pansy, who completely failed to grasp the significance of that morsel of information. "He's supposed to be sitting with us at the Slytherin table this morning," said Tracy. Pansy still didn't see the problem, so maybe he forgot. Did he also forget that he had a falling out with Granger and Weasley? Asked Daphne, "Because he's in there right now, talking to them as if it's still last year." Okay, that does seem a little odd, agreed Pansy. The fact that Harry Potter had fallen out with Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley in a big way was well known throughout the school, though the reason for it was a mystery. Maybe they've just patched things up, she suggested. It has been a week. Yeah, maybe, muttered Daphne. Just then 4 Hufflepuffs exited the Great Hall. At the same time Neville Longbottom stepped off the bottom step of the marble staircase and was just about to go into the Great Hall when Hannah Abbott grabbed him by the arm and hissed, "You can't go in there, Neville." He gave her a puzzled look, though one that was hampered somewhat by the blush that was flaring up on his cheeks. "Why not?" he asked as 3 more Hufflepuffs and a trio of Gryffindor 6th years exited the Great Hall as well. Daphne stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" "Something bad," was all the answer that Hannah gave before leading the group of Hufflepuffs towards the marble staircase. Neville and the 3 other Gryffindors followed behind and, after sharing a look between them, Daphne, Tracy and Astoria joined. Pansy hesitated for the briefest of moments and then hurried to catch up. "Will somebody please tell us what the hell is going on?" asked Padma Patil. After leaving the Great Hall the group had only grown in size as the Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors and corralled every student that they passed into following them. Their numbers had swelled to just over 40 and now contained, amongst others, Padma, Lisa Turpin, Sue Lee, Eric Summerby, Roger Davies, Patricia Stimpson, Tamsin Appleby, Kenneth Toller, Jack Sloper, Andrew Kirk, Herbert Fleet, Marcus Belby, Colin and Dennis Creevy, Demelza Robbins, Vicky Frobisher, Stephen Cornfoot, Anthony Goldstein, Kevin Entwistle, Luna Lovegood, Malcolm Preece, Toby Harper, Jimmy Peaks, Nigel Wolpert, Laura Madley, Eleanor Branstone, Natalie MacDonald, Emma Dobbs and Stuart Ackerley. Initially the escaping Hufflepuffs had planned on retreating to their common room in order to discuss this latest development and what they should do next. However, as their group is increased in size they had needed to rethink their destination. In the end they had settled on Classroom 7B, a disused room that was located on the 7th floor, not too far away from the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. Just like her aunt had taught her, Susan performed a sweep of the room for monitoring charms before giving an answer. Finding nothing to worry about she turned and addressed the rest of the group. "Someone in this castle is up to something. This morning Harry Potter was due to eat breakfast at the Slytherin table. Instead he sat at the Gryffindor table where he began talking to Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger as if they were still friends. Neither of them seemed confused by this turn of events and nor did anyone else. After checking the food around us, Hannah and I discovered that most, if not all of it to be laced with some kind of potion. Ernie, Justin, Wayne, Lilith and Sally Ann were the only other Hufflepuffs that we could alert to the problem." "So you think that someone purposefully changed Harry's behavior and then attempted to dose the rest of us with a potion that would force us to accept it without question?" asked Marcus Belby. "We took some samples of the food with us when we left the hall," replied Ernie, "but until a test proves otherwise, that is exactly what we think happened." "So now what?" asked Lisa Turpin. "Well, we brought all of you here to stop you from getting drugged," said Hannah. "Susan's going to send the same off to her aunt with a letter explaining the situation. After that it's probably best that we wait here until help arrives to deal with the problem." Susan called out for Tippy the house elf that served the Bones family, but the elf failed to appear. Slightly perturbed she called out again, but the elf still did not appear. "What's going on?" asked Colin. "It would seem that something is preventing my house elf from answering my summons," replied Susan. She called out twice more, but with no better result than her previous attempts. "Anyone else have a house elf?" asked Hannah. Daphne, Roger, Malcolm, Jack, Toby, Marcus, Laura, Neville, Bianca and Ernie all called out for their house elves but no one got a response. In the end Pansy relented and called too, but had the same result. "What do we do now?" asked little Natalie MacDonald. "We could always try an owl," suggested Roger. Susan shook her head. "No, we can't risk someone watching out for owls. Whoever is behind this won't want word of it getting out." "And who do we think is behind this?" asked Daphne. Susan and Hannah shared a look before Hannah answered. "Dumbledore." That shocked the majority of the group. It was a long time before anyone spoke again. Finally it was Bianca who broke the silence. "You know, if we had a way to get to Hogsmeade, I'm sure we could make use of an owl in the post office. But even if we get to Hogsmeade we risk being caught there," said Padma. You're both technically right, said Katie. If we can get an owl and take it beyond the range of anyone watching, we can get the note through. That's all very well and good, said Geoffrey, but how are we supposed to smuggle an owl far enough out of Hogwarts without getting caught? Silence fell again until, at last, Neville spoke. Harry has a map that could help us. It was a long time before anyone spoke again. Finally it was Bianca who broke the silence. You know, if we had a way to get to Hogsmeade, I'm sure we could make use of an owl in the post office. But even if we get to Hogsmeade we risk being caught there, said Padma. You're both technically right, said Katie. If we can get an owl and take it beyond the range of anyone watching, we can get the note through. That's all very well and good, said Geoffrey, but how are we supposed to smuggle an owl far enough out of Hogwarts without getting caught? Silence fell again until, at last, Neville spoke. Harry has a map that could help us. A map? Asked Susan. What map? It's some kind of magical map of Hogwarts, replied Neville. I've never really got a good look at it, but I know that Harry usually takes it with him when he is trying to avoid people. If he uses it to avoid people then they must show up on the map, commented Tracy. I assume so, said Neville, but as I said, I haven't had a good look at the map. If it can help us sneak an owl out of Hogwarts then we need to get it, said Hannah. Where does Harry keep this map? Usually in his trunk, I think, answered Neville. And Harry's trunk is in his private rooms, added Susan, which is a problem as I, for one, have no idea where those rooms actually are. Anyone? Asked Padma. No one answered. Well that's just great, muttered Ernie. Looks like we'll have to do this without the map then, said Hannah. Anyone know a way to get out of the castle without being seen? Fred and George might know a way, offered Katie. They're always sneaking off and coming back with bottles of butterbeer and packs of fizzing Whizbees. They must get it from somewhere. The Weasleys are the biggest bunch of Dumbledore lovers you'll find anywhere, said Daphne. Are you sure that the twins could be trusted with something like this? We don't have to tell them what's in the letter, replied Katie, just tell them that it needs to be sent. They'll get a kick out of the challenge. I don't know, said Kenneth Toller with a doubtful tone. I'm in the same year as the twins and they don't seem like. They're very reliable. Tamsin Appleby, his yearmate, agreed with the sentiment. Fred and George like to have a laugh, but they're not beyond blackmailing people in order to get what they want. What happens if they decide to open the letter before sending it in the hopes that they'll get something good on someone? Do we have any other option? Asked Patricia Stimpson. How about we charm the envelope so that only one person can open it? Suggested Roger Davies. Now there's a good idea, said Marcus Belby. Susan, if we key it to you then only you or someone related to you can open the letter. Susan nodded her head and replied, okay. I'll write the letter. Katie, Bianca, you two go and talk to Fred and George, find out if they're up for a trip outside the castle tonight. What if they demand further explanation? Asked Bianca. We'll just say that the letter is about women's problems and they'll ask no more, answered Katie. Oh bloody hell, exclaimed Roger suddenly. I've just remembered, as head boy and girl, Patricia and I have a meeting with Dumbledore tonight. Good, said Hannah, at least we know that Dumbledore will be occupied at that time. Susan nodded before adding, if we're going to have Fred and George avoid Hogsmeade then we still need to obtain an owl. I'll do it, said Neville. I'll go with you, offered Hannah. Just out of interest, said Pansy, why not contact Professor Umbridge? She's reporting to the ministry, isn't she? True, said Hannah, but you'll have to find out where she is. She wasn't at breakfast. Dumbledore's probably making sure she stays out of the way while he carries out his plan, said Bianca. Are we certain that Dumbledore is the one behind this? Asked Anthony Goldstein. Who else has enough influence in this castle to dose all the students with potions? Asked Padma. Dumbledore should be checked for Raxperts, commented Luna. For what? Asked Nigel Wolpert. Raxperts, replied Luna, they're invisible creatures that float around your head and make your brain go all fuzzy. No one said anything as they all gaped at her. Finally Susan shook her head before saying, right, if you've got something to do then move out. And the rest of us? Asked Colin. Stay here, replied Susan, stay out of the way and don't get caught. I'm telling you mate, said Ron Weasley as he and his best friend Harry Potter walked through the Transfiguration courtyard carrying their brooms. The Cannons are sure to finish top of the league this year. Not likely, said Harry, it's Puddlemere United's year to grab the cup. By the way, when did you get that broom? Oh, Mum got it for me as a reward for becoming a prefect, replied Ron. It's no firebolt, but a clean sweep 11 is good enough for a keeper. Kind of expensive as well, observed Harry. Yeah, I guess Dad will have to work a bit of overtime to pay it off, but it'll be worth it when I make starting keeper for the Chudley cannons. Not too far away stood Hannah Abbott, whose eyes were shooting daggers at Ron's back. I bet I know where the money for that broom came from, she muttered under her breath. Hannah? Asked Neville in a quiet voice. She shook her head and led Neville off in the opposite direction to Harry and Ron, saying, "Come on, the sooner this mess is sorted out the better off everyone will be." They soon made it to the Ollery and took a look around. "Hannah, how do we take one of these owls into the castle?" asked Neville. "Just stun one," replied Hannah as she reached into her pocket and took out a piece of parchment, an envelope and a self-inking quill. "What are you doing?" asked Neville. "Just checking something," said Hannah as she put the quill to the parchment and wrote. "Hi Mum. Just a note to say hi. The first week back has been okay so far, though the teachers are definitely piling the homework on this year. I've always wondered why it's called homework, as we don't actually do it at home. Justin says it's impossible to use up 6 feet of parchment when writing about bubblehead charms, and I am inclined to agree. I've written 4 feet and 8 inches and there is literally nothing more to say on the subject. Maybe I should make my handwriting bigger." Saturday afternoon was fun. We all went outside and sat by the lake for lunch and stayed there for the rest of the day. We had a great time, and it's unfortunate that we'll probably have to wait until May before we can do something like that again, as the sun will probably disappear behind a cloud and not be seen again for 8 months. Anyway, that's all for now. I'll write to you again soon. Love, Hannah. Hannah folded up the parchment, placed it into the envelope and wrote her mother's name on it. She then called down a tawny owl and attached the letter to its leg before letting it fly off. "And what exactly are you checking?" asked Neville. "Just watch," said Hannah. They watched as the tawny owl flew over the grounds and towards the gates of the school ground. A moment after it soared over the gates there was an unmistakable flash of red light. By that point it had been difficult to make out the owl, but there was no doubt in either of their minds as to what had just happened. "They are watching for owls," muttered Neville. Hannah nodded before turning around, drawing her wand as she did so, and firing a stunning spell of her own. A little Eurasian Scops owl slumped on his perch. "Seems a little small, don't you think?" asked Neville. "Easier to carry about unnoticed," replied Hannah as she scooped up the small owl. After 2 hours of searching, Katie and Bianca were at a loss. Fred and George Weasley were nowhere to be found. They had not been in the Gryffindor common room, or in their dormitory. They had not been near the kitchens, or down to the Quidditch pitch. They were not out on the grounds or wandering through the corridors. Angelina, Alicia, Lee and everyone else that they had asked all stated that they had not seen either of the twins since breakfast. This was not an especially unusual occurrence, as Hogwarts Castle was rather big and its current population was rather smaller than what the place could potentially hold. It was, however, rather frustrating that they didn't have so much as a hair to go on. "Well," said Katie, "guess we'd better go back to the common room and begin there again." "How about checking in there?" asked Bianca, pointing to an open door to their right. Katie looked around and saw that it was the entrance to the library. She turned back to Bianca and the two of them broke out into a fit of loud giggles. They were interrupted by an annoyed voice calling out through the open library door, "Do you mind? Some of us are trying to read in here." The two girls' giggles broke off at once and they entered the library. There, sitting on the table nearest the door on the left-hand side, were Fred and George Weasley. "Holy crap, you are actually studying!" exclaimed Katie. "We certainly are," replied Fred, not looking up from the heavy tome that lay open in front of him. "And we would appreciate it if you kept the noise down," added George, who seemed to be taking a copious amount of notes. "What on earth are you two up to?" asked Bianca. "This can't be for your NEWT exams." "You're right, it's not," said George. "What is it then?" asked Bianca. "It's private," said Fred. "Private my foot," retorted Katie and snatched up the nearest book. "Oi!" exclaimed George as Katie flipped the book over to get a look at the front cover. "How to Succeed in Business Without Really Trying," she read aloud, "a wizarding guide to setting up your own business." "Thank you," said Fred, taking the book back from her. You're planning on going into business after leaving Hogwarts? Asked Bianca. Of course we are, replied George, we've spent years developing various tricks and treats. What else are we going to do after school's done other than sell them? Good point, said Katie, where are you getting the startup capital? Fred shut his book and turned to her, was there a point to this visit or are you just here to annoy us? Partly to annoy, replied Katie, but we also have a little job for you, if you're willing. The twins exchanged a look before George replied, we're listening. The sun was setting behind the mountains which surrounded Hogwarts, bathing the castle and the surrounding sloping lawns in a vivid orange glow. A chilly breeze blew through the air, encouraging the last few students who remained outside to retreat behind the castle walls. Through the window of his office, Albus Dumbledore stood watching as Harry Potter and Ron Weasley made their way up towards the castle, broomsticks slung over their shoulders as they talked and laughed together happily. As they should be, thought Dumbledore. There was a knock at the door and Dumbledore turned to one of the tables that were covered in silver instruments. Already there was smoke in the air forming the words, Severus. Come in Severus. Dumbledore called out as the smoke dissipated. The office door opened and the castle's dour potions master entered. Everything is prepared for this evening, said Snape after shutting the door securely. Very good, replied Dumbledore, remember, once you are safely within range of your target you must dispose of her quickly and effectively. We cannot afford for you to get caught. Do not rush in, wait for the most opportune moment. Of course, said Snape. He seemed to mull something over for a few moments before asking, are you certain that the chosen target is the best option? I am. She had her chance to stay away from Harry. Now she is nothing more than a menace that must be eliminated. Casting the dark mark over her body will help cover our tracks. Snape nodded and turned to leave. Severus, Dumbledore called after him, causing the man to pause by the door and turn back. Be careful. After the potions master had left, Dumbledore turned back towards his window and spotted a majestic-looking barn owl winging its way towards the tower in which his office was located. He pushed open the window and the regal bird swooped in and landed on top of the ornate desk. Dumbledore quickly relieved the owl of its burden, a letter, and the predatory denizen of the night spread its beautiful wings and took flight once more. Dumbledore closed the window after it had gone and then sat himself down behind the desk in order to read the letter. It was from Sirius Black and read. Professor Dumbledore, I was most disappointed when I was informed by Mad-Eye that you have had to confiscate the Marauders' map from Harry, but having heard the reasoning behind this course of action I must admit that this is a fair decision, especially in light of the events of the last school year. As much as I would like Harry to use the map to sneak girls into broom cupboards, I understand that his safety, as well as that of the school as a whole, is of the utmost importance. It is unfortunate that Harry does not see it this way, but I am sure that he will come around in time. To activate the map, simply touch the tip of your wand to it and speak the password, which is, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. To deactivate it, touch it with your wand again and say, mischief managed. The map will show you the locations of everyone within the castle, including Peeves the poltergeist. Unfortunately we were never able to figure out how to include the ghosts on the map. Keep an eye on Harry for me, and please do your best to discover just what diabolical potions the Ministry is using to control him. Regards, Snuffles. Dumbledore smiled as he set the letter down. Sirius knew very little about what was currently going on at Hogwarts, and he certainly was not involved with the most recent events. As far as Sirius was concerned, Ministry officials had kidnapped Harry following his trial and dosed him with potions to make him pliable and agree to become the Ministry's new poster boy for their current plans at Hogwarts. Sirius' natural distrust for the Ministry due to his wrongful imprisonment, along with his desire to keep Harry safe, made him the perfect type of person to manipulate, as evidenced by the fact that he had just willingly handed over the activation password for the Marauders' map. Sirius was, for now, proving himself at least somewhat useful, but once that usefulness ran out Dumbledore would need to remove him from the equation. Just like Sarah Abbott, putting thoughts of murder out of his mind, Dumbledore turns his attention to the task at hand. He reached down and opened the lowest drawer on his desk. From within he pulled out the tatty piece of parchment that, to the untrained eye, looked utterly insignificant. Dumbledore, of course, had sensed its magical properties the moment that it had been handed to him and had rightly deduced that it was the fabled Marauders' map. The aged wizard felt a bit of excitement run through him as he placed the map on the desk. He whipped out his wand with a flourish and touched the tip to the parchment and spoke the password. "I solemnly swear that I am up to do good." Never were truer words spoken by you, thought the Sorting Hat bitterly as it watched these events helplessly from its position on one of the dust-covered shelves. His breath caught in his throat as, for the first time, Albus Dumbledore beheld the wonder that was the Marauders' map. Before his very eyes line after line began to appear, spreading out across the map in all directions. They showed the walls of the classrooms, the corridors, the towers, the library, the hospital wing, the staff offices and the dormitories. Every stair was delineated, the names and numbers of various places were written in a neat scrawl and, looking closely, Dumbledore saw small writing that named every portrait that hung on the corridor walls. Dots appeared, each with its own label. There were Minerva and Pomona having their usual Sunday tea in Minerva's quarters. There was Severus, making his way back down to the dungeons. There was Poppy, milling about in the hospital wing near an unmoving dot that showed where Dolores Umbridge was currently lying unconscious. Dumbledore still hadn't decided what to do with her yet. There were Harry and Ron, making their way up to Gryffindor Tower. Katie Bell and the Weasley twins were heading towards them. Heading away from the staircase that Harry and Ron were currently climbing were Roger Davies and Patricia Stimpson, the current head boy and head girl. Immediately that seemed a little odd to Dumbledore. With Davies being a Ravenclaw and Stimpson being a Hufflepuff, what possible reason could they have for being so near to Gryffindor Tower? Perhaps they had been talking to a Gryffindor prefect. Yes, that had to be it. Ignoring the progress of the three older Gryffindors and the head boy and girl, Dumbledore settled upon watching Harry and Ron make their way up to the Gryffindor common room. The two dots that represented the pair reached the entrance to their common room and paused, likely to give the password to the portrait of the fat lady and wait for the entrance to open. Moments later the two were in. Dumbledore gave a satisfied sigh. Harry was back where he belonged. Good. He was just about to deactivate the map and put it away before the head boy and head girl could arrive when something on it happened to catch his eye. Just along from the Gryffindor common room, in classroom 7B there were a large number of dots all clustered together in much the same way as there were many dots clustered together in the Gryffindor common room. Many students appeared to have gathered in that classroom, perhaps as many as 40. Dumbledore frowned. What on earth could they all be doing in there? Looking at the names he saw that a fair few of them were students in Harry's year. Mostly this group was made up of Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws but, most strangely, there were also a handful of Slytherin students present, including the two current fifth-year prefects, Pansy Parkinson and Daphne Greengrass. This really did not sit right with Dumbledore, and to make matters worse he spotted two names that told him that there was something very important going on in that room. Something that he needed to put a stop to. Those names were Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. He sent of several patronesses to carry messages to most of the staff and some, but not all, of the Order members who were currently standing guard around the boundary of the castle's grounds. The head boy and girl arrived moments later, forcing Dumbledore to leave the rounding up of those wayward students to Minerva and the others. "Is this it?" asked George, holding up the parcel. "It is," replied Katie. "Now go on, get moving." "Wait, why do we have to smuggle it out of the castle again?" asked Fred. Katie rubbed her hand over her face wearily. "Because the ministry is closing in on Hogwarts and I, for one, don't like the idea of some ministry lackey reading my personal mail." "Yeah," agreed George. "Before we came back to Hogwarts Mum told us to be careful about what we put in our letters because Dumbledore thought that the ministry would intercept our owls." Katie had to fight against the unpleasant expression that threatened to mar her face at hearing those words. If only the Weasleys knew that it was actually Dumbledore's lackeys who were intercepting the mail of Hogwarts students. Then again, if the Weasley family found out that it was Dumbledore who behind the intercepting of mail, then the whole lot of them would likely consider it to be a perfectly reasonable practice. So rather than point this out, she simply said, "Exactly. Now hurry up and don't get caught." Fred snorted derisively and said, "Please. Remember who you're talking to, Belle. We are the Weasley twins. We don't get caught." "Good for you," said Katie. "Now go." The twins headed off, fully intending to make use of the secret passageway located behind a mirror on the fourth-floor corridor. At this time of day this passage was an immensely better option than the one hidden by the statue of the one-eyed witches that one led to the basement of Honeyduke's sweet shop. The one behind the mirror led to a large boulder that sat to the side of the road that led from the village of Hogsmeade to Hogsmeade Station. It was neither in the village nor in the castle grounds, therefore making it the perfect location to release the owl. Katie watched the twins disappear down the staircase towards the fourth-floor corridor and then turned back. She had just put a foot on the bottom stair of the staircase that led up to the sixth floor when she became aware of panicked shouting in the distance. The shouting grew louder and was soon accompanied by the sounds of running footsteps. Many footsteps. Cautiously Katie moved to take out her wand and had just raised it when suddenly Pansy Parkinson appeared at the top of the staircase, her face flushed from exertion and her eyes wide. She began bounding down the staircase, dragging Astoria Greengrass by the hand behind her. "What's going on?" asked Katie in bewilderment as Pansy barreled past her. "We've been busted," Pansy called back. Katie turned her attention back to the top of the staircase and could only watch in shock as Padma, Anthony and the Creevy brothers appeared there, only to be corralled by Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick and a person whom she did not recognize. Katie did the only thing that she could do, turn around and follow Pansy and Astoria. There was a time to be brave, but there was no doubt in Katie's mind as to what would happen to those who were caught. So long as Fred and George got the letter out, the ministry would come to Hogwarts, but they would still need witnesses. And from the looks of things, the number of those available had just decreased dramatically. Roger and Patricia were sitting in the headmaster's office, delivering their first weekly report of the year. Their agreed-upon goal was to keep Professor Dumbledore busy for as long as possible, but this seemed to be impossible as the headmaster did not appear to really be paying attention to them. He was looking up at them, but kept taking quick looks at a piece of parchment on his desk which neither the head boy nor the head girl were able to get a good look at, and making notes on a separate sheet of parchment. Roger licked his lips and tried to gain the headmaster's attention. "We spoke with Bianca Dunstan earlier and she seems to think that while Hermione Granger is quickly getting the hang of her duties, Ronald Weasley appears to be struggling to deal with the responsibility." "Yes," replied Dumbledore in an offhand manner which simply illustrated just how little attention he was paying them. Patricia thought that she saw what might have been a glint of triumph in Dumbledore's eyes as he turned his gaze away from the strange piece of parchment on the desk and made a note on the other sheet. Finally Dumbledore looked up and said, "Well, it seems like you two have settled into your new roles well. Don't worry too much about the new prefects at the moment as it usually takes a month or so to get fully settled. Now then, if you'll excuse an old man, I have business to attend to elsewhere." Folding up the two pieces of parchment that he had been using and placing them in his left pocket, Dumbledore stood up from his desk and was just walking over to the door when suddenly he turned around, pulling out his wand as he did so and quickly fired off two stunning spells. The two seventh years slumped off of their chairs and onto the floor. A surface scan of each of their minds had told Dumbledore all that he needed to know about their involvement with the students who had holed themselves up in classroom 7B. A little further in and he discovered exactly why all of those students had been there and what they were up to. He called for a house elf to take the pair to classroom 7B and sent off a Patronus to those members of the Order who were still stationed outside the castle, instructing them to intercept Fred and George Weasley. Then, with a spring in his step, he made his way out of his office and towards classroom 7B. Fawkes watched him go and trilled a sad note once the door had shut behind the aged wizard. "If you're hoping for him to redeem himself, then you've got a long wait ahead of you," barked the Sorting Hat. Fawkes let out another trill and then buried his head beneath his wing. The Hat didn't understand why Fawkes stayed. No one did. "Let go of me," shouted Susan as she was frog-marched back to classroom 7B. "It's no use fighting, lass," replied Moody, and he pushed her along. "You've been caught." A man that Susan did not recognize opened the classroom door and she was shoved unceremoniously inside, tripping as she went and falling flat on her face. She grunted as the wind was knocked out of her and turned to look at the door just in time to see it slam shut. Instinctively she put her hand to her pocket where her wand was usually stored, although she was already well aware that it had been taken from her. There was a soft pop to her left and the stunned bodies of Roger and Patricia appeared out of thin air next to her. Susan sat up and looked around the room. It seemed that most of the group had been caught already. Some were stunned, some had been hit with body bind spells, others were tied with ropes and others still were like her, outmuscled and dragged back kicking and screaming. She tried to ascertain who was still missing, but it was hard to tell as she hadn't known the names of everyone who had been present in the first place. Hannah, Lilith and Sally Ann were still missing, as were Pansy and Astoria. Andrew Kirk and Jack Sloper was also absent, and so were Jimmy Peaks, Nigel Wolpert and Marcus Belby. Luna wasn't there either. Nor was little Natalie MacDonald. The two girls that she had been with were there, however. The door opened again and Lilith and Sally Ann were shoved inside, followed by Hannah, who had been tied up with thick ropes. The door slammed shut, only to be reopened a few moments later to allow the stunned bodies of Andrew and Jack to be levitated inside. Susan crawled over to Hannah and tried tugging at the ropes that bound her, but they would not budge. Over the next few minutes Jimmy, Nigel and Marcus were each brought in along with a few others whose names Susan didn't know. Then, after what felt like 5 hours, but was actually only 15 minutes, the door opened again. This time it was Dumbledore who stepped into the room, followed closely by two men whom Susan did not recognize. However, with each of those were the Weasley twins. Susan and the others felt dread descend upon them, a feeling that only intensified when they realized that Dumbledore was holding the letter that Susan had written to her aunt. The grounds were dark as three figures sprinted across the lawn towards the front gates of the school. "Hold on," Katie called out to Pansy and Astoria, causing the two Slytherins to come to a stop. "What?" asked Pansy, testily. "We can't go out through the front gates," replied Katie. "Dumbledore's people will be watching." "Then what do you suggest we do?" asked Astoria. Katie looked around and saw that they were not too far away from the first few trees of the Forbidden Forest. "We'll climb a tree," she suggested, "one from which we can see the front gates. That way when the Aurors arrive we'll be able to go to them." "Assuming that the Weasley twins haven't been caught as well," said Pansy. "Do we have any other option?" asked Katie. Pansy thought for a moment before shaking her head and replying, "Tree it is." "Ron, do you know where my seeker gloves are?" asked Harry as he rummaged through the clothes that he had been wearing during their impromptu Quidditch training session. "No idea, mate," replied Ron without looking up from his comic book, which was entitled The Adventures of Martin Miggs, the Mad Muggle. "I must have left them down by the Quidditch pitch," muttered Harry to himself. He walked over to his trunk, which was now seated at the foot of the bed, and opened it. After a few moments of rummaging through the trunk, Harry turned to Ron and asked, "Have you seen my invisibility cloak?" "Not recently," replied Ron, scratching his nose as he continued to read the comic. Harry continued to rummage before saying, "Well, it's not in here." "Haven't seen it, mate," replied Ron. "The Marauders map is gone too," said Harry. "I'm sure it'll turn up," said Ron. Harry glanced down at his watch. "Well, there's still 20 minutes until curfew. Reckon I can get down to the Quidditch pitch and back in that time." "You could if you flew," answered Ron as he turned a page. "Good idea," said Harry before pulling his firebolt broomstick out from underneath his bed and marched out of the dormitory. A few moments later Dean stepped out of the bathroom that adjoined the dormitory. "I wonder where Neville's to?" he wondered aloud as he used a towel to dry his hair. "No idea, mate," replied Ron. Harry stepped out through the front doors of the castle and took a deep breath of cool night air. There would probably be a frost the following morning. He swung a leg over his broomstick and kicked off from the ground. It was tricky to navigate in the dark, and the crescent moon did not help matters, but thanks to a combination of light emanating from the castle and from the stars shining in the cloudless sky above, Harry was able to navigate his way down towards the Quidditch pitch. He landed at the foot of the stands and got off the broom. Then, after drawing his wand, he cast a Lumos spell in order to help search for his gloves. However, rather than reveal the location of his gloves, the light emanating from the tip of his wand illuminated a face belonging to a person standing directly in front of him. "Hello, Harry Potter," said Luna Lovegood, kindly. Hello," replied Harry, who no longer had any memory of having ever met Luna Lovegood. Luna tilted her head to the side and said, "You know, you shouldn't wear expressions like that on your face, Harry Potter. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that you were a victim of a Raxpert infestation." Okay," said Harry, a little unsure of how to respond. "Have you seen my seeker gloves around here?" He felt something tugging at his sleeve. Harry looked down and saw that it was another girl, a second-year Gryffindor whose name he thought was Natalie MacDonald, though he wasn't certain. With her right hand still holding on to his sleeve, She held out her left hand which held both of his seeker gloves. "Thanks," said Harry taking the gloves from her. He shoved them in his pocket and said, "Well, it was nice meeting you, but I really need to get back up to the castle now." He turned to leave, only for Natalie to grab onto his left arm with both of her hands, clamping down with a surprisingly strong grip. "You can't go," she exclaimed. Harry gaped at her before turning to Luna, hoping for an explanation. "It is very bad to go to the castle, Harry," said the Ravenclaw girl who, Harry noticed for the first time, was wearing a necklace of butterbeer bottle corks and earrings in the shape of radishes. McGonagall turned to Dumbledore and said, "We are missing 7 students. Luna Lovegood and Stuart Ackerley of Ravenclaw, Kevin Whitby of Hufflepuff, Katie Bell and Natalie MacDonald of Gryffindor and Pansy Parkinson and Astoria Greengrass of Slytherin." Dumbledore nodded before replying, "Send word to the others and have them block all exits from the castle. I will use the map to locate our wayward charges." "What are we going to do with them?" asked Flitwick, gesturing to the assembled students in the room. Following another attempted escape, the staff and order had resorted to stunning all of them. "We will have to wait for Severus to return before we can take the appropriate action," replied Dumbledore. "All of the potions that he brewed were used up during today's mealtimes. I must confess that we did not anticipate any student missing all 3 meals. Severus will have to brew some more." "Very well," said McGonagall, "and regarding the letter. Once Severus returns I will question the twins, Miss Bell and Miss Bones under Veritaserum. It is unfortunate that we must resort to such measures, but sometimes the difference between what is right and wrong must be overlooked for the greater good, no matter how distasteful." Neither one of the professors argued. Godric's Hollow was a peaceful rural village located in northwest part of Dorset, not far from the county's border with Somerset. The village had a history that dated back many centuries. In fact, some of the ruins that were still to be found on the edge of the village predated Westminster Abbey. The ruins were what remained of the original village, which had been left empty following the arrival of the Black Death in 1348. Some of the village, such as the Church of St. Clementine, had been repaired in the 1550s, with most of the rest of the village being built from scratch at around the same time. The village almost doubled in size between the years 1689 and 1690. Those who already lived in the village were not to know this, but this increase was largely due to witches and wizards who chose to settle in this village following ratification of the International Statute of Secrecy in 1689. The magical people chose this location in particular because of the significance that it held for them. The village was, of course, named for one of the greatest wizards of all time, Godric Gryffindor, who had once owned a large mansion house on the edge of the old village, though that now was gone. And so the wizards had come, building new cottages from themselves in either side of 5 new streets that they also built: Lion Lane, Griffin Close, Raven Road, Badger Street and Abbott Road. From the names given to their streets, it is easy to tell that, for the most part, the wizards and witches were decent folk who soon managed to get along with their muggle neighbors. Unfortunately, this was not always so, and the wizards of Godric's Hollow had their fair share of bad encounters with muggles. Still, for the most part things went along okay, or they had done until the around 1970 when Voldemort began his first rise to power. The self-styled Dark Lord and his followers loved to amuse themselves by torturing muggles, and Godric's Hollow was the perfect place to grab one for an evening's entertainment. As such, the muggle population had dropped to around 60, down from more than 200, though this decline was also as a result of muggles moving away out of fear. In the time following the temporary vanquishing of Voldemort in 1981, the muggles had steadily increased in number, though had yet to reach the same number of inhabitants, as more than 24 of the houses that had been left empty had been purchased by fashionable townies from London and elsewhere who used them for an average of 7 long weekends every year, leaving them empty the rest of the time. The numbers of witches and wizards living in the village, on the other hand, were at an all-time high. Many of the families living there had been hit hard by the war, and many wizarding homes were left empty for a time, but the village where Voldemort was vanquished was always going to see an influx of new wizards. There was one wizarding family that had lived in Godric's Hollow for a long time, predating the other famous families to have lived there, the Potters, the Bagshots and the Dumbledores, by a good few generations. In fact, the Abbotts could rightfully say that their early ancestors had in fact lived alongside and worked for Godric Gryffindor himself. Like everyone else, they had abandoned the village during the plague but had returned well before the international statute of secrecy had been put into place. For generations there had been an abbot living in a house on the corner between Badger Street and Abbot Road, which was named after the family, and if things continued as they should, there always would be. Unfortunately, there were those who would quite happily see families such as the Abbots driven to extinction in order to further their own purposes. In a dark corner of the graveyard a man appeared out of thin air. Fortunately, the lateness of the hour and the bitter chill in the air meant that all the Muggles were safely in their homes. Severus Snape held his wand up as his black eyes scanned the area around him. Seeing nothing, he began walking towards the gates. As he passed one of the graves he paused and turned to look at it. It was the grave of James and Lily Potter. Jealousy welled up within him, and with 2 flicks of his wand 2 chucks were blown out of the headstone, the first hole appearing where James's name had been and the second being where the name Potter had been, leaving only Lily. He stood over the grave for a minute longer, wondering how else to desecrate the final resting place of James Potter, but he soon realized that he could not do any more without desecrating Lily's resting place as well. Snape turned and stormed out of the graveyard, only to come to a stop a few feet beyond the gate. What at first had looked like a war memorial had changed shape. What had initially been an obelisk was not a statue of 3 people, a man, a woman and an infant, sitting together on a stone seat. James Potter, Lily Evans and their son, Harry. He stood as if rooted to the spot. He had been aware of this memorial statue but had never seen it before now. Aside from being made out of stone, the statues were very lifelike, extremely lifelike. In fact, one could be forgiven for thinking that rather than having been sculpted out of stone, that the statues had been real people who had simply been turned into stone through a transfiguration spell. He made a move as if to go closer, but shook himself. No, he would not do this. He had a mission to do, and getting closer to that statue would only result in attention being brought onto him. He turned away and continued on towards Abbot Road. He passed Griffin Close and looked down it to where the cottage where the Potter family had once lived now stood as a ruin. Unbidden, an image of Lily's smiling face as she sat eagerly beneath the sorting hat on their first day at Hogwarts swam before his mind, and Snape could not help but think one thoroughly bitter and downright twisted thought. She should have stayed with me. He remembered it clearly, that day in their 5th year that had resulted in her ending their friendship. It was all Potter's fault, of course, for attacking him, hexing him, humiliating him in front of most of his year group. An unprovoked attack upon his person which had caused him to lose his temper and snap at Lily when she had tried to help. And it was Mary McDonald's fault. That Ch had been doing her utmost to destroy his friendship with Lily from the moment that the 2 girls had sat down together at the Gryffindor table. McDonald had always been badmouthing him around Lily, saying that he was dark, saying that he couldn't be trusted, poisoning Lily's mind against him. Her and Lily's other friends, Sarah Fisher, Alice Pruitt, and Marlene McKinnon. Of course, as with people everywhere who felt that everything was everyone else's fault, Snape's recollection of these was a little obscured. The attack, for there is no denying that it was not without foundation. Just a month before, Mary McDonald had been attacked by 2 Slytherin students, Evan Rosier and Silas Mulciber, and subjected by them to the Imperious Curse, much to the enjoyment of several of their fellow Slytherins, Snape included. The assault had ended when Narcissa Black, who had been charged with keeping a lookout, had alerted them to the approach of Professors McGonagall and Flitwick. The curse had been cancelled and the Slytherins had scarpered, but not before Mary had gotten a good look at several faces in the group, including Snape's. Mary had told the teachers when they had arrived, but they had not sought out the perpetrators in order to punish them, very likely on Dumbledore's orders, though Slughorn had kept a closer watch on them for the rest of the term. Obviously Mary had told her friends about what happened. Lily hadn't been happy about it and confronted Snape outright over it. He tried to blow it off as being just a bit of a laugh, but she hadn't been impressed. Less impressed were 2 Hufflepuff boys, Edgar Bones and Edward Abbott, who had gone unnoticed by Lily and Snape as they had argued. Edward had told his girlfriend Sarah about what he and Edgar had overheard, and Sarah had told her friends, including Mary, who had gone on to tell her boyfriend, Sirius Black, who, naturally, had told the other Marauders. Thus the reason for the attack. Not that Snape remembered things that way. Not only was occlumency good for protecting your mind, it was also good for blocking off things you didn't want to remember. The breakup of his friendship with Lily had been hard to deal with, but even harder was coping with the fact that Lily did eventually get together with that idiotic Potter in their 7th year. The day that he had learned that had been the day he had vowed to himself to train himself up into becoming the best servant that the Dark Lord would ever have. This would allow him to get rid of Lily's friends, and her would-be husband. The day that Lily had married Potter had been the day that Snape had taken the dark mark of Lord Voldemort. In order to do so, a prospective Death Eater had to bring along a victim, and Snape had had the perfect one in mind. By listening to the grapevine he had learned of the location of the wedding and had waited outside. Later in the evening his victim had shown herself, drunkenly staggering beyond the protective enchantments on the hall where the wedding was being held. She was not alone though. Sirius Black was with her. That turn of events had made things even better, for it seemed that the couple were still sweet on each other. Snape had set a couple of noisemakers from Zonko's joke shop on the group near some bushes and then moved away. The noise went off, Sirius went to investigate and Snape stunned Mary McDonald and disapparated with her before Sirius could realize what had happened. It had been perfect. He got rid of one of Lily's meddlesome friends, he received his dark mark, he had made sure that the day she married Potter was a day that Lily would never want to remember, and he had gotten to hurt that idiotic Sirius Black in the process as well. In the line of duty to Lord Voldemort, Severus Snape had witnessed the massacre of the McKinnon family, thus removing another of Lily's friends, and had been there when Edgar Bones and his young family had been killed. Then had come that damned prophecy. Upon realizing that Voldemort would go after the Potters, Snape had begged his lord to spare his Lily, tried to convince the man that Lily was powerful despite her heritage, and that power could be useful, but it hadn't worked. Snape was not high enough in Voldemort's ranks to make such a request successfully and had indeed paid the price for his gall. In the end he had been forced to turn to Dumbledore, begging the headmaster to save his Lily and, as distasteful as he found it, to save her husband and son as well, a request he only made to ensure that Dumbledore acted. Now bound to the servitude of two masters, he had spent the year playing both sides against each other before that fateful Halloween night in 1981. Lily was gone, and so was Voldemort. Dumbledore spoke on Snape's behalf to save him, but there were those who refused to believe the old man's words, forcing Snape to shelter in Dumbledore's sphere of influence. But in that dark hour, Snape's suffering had been rewarded. Bellatrix and several others had gone after the Longbottoms, driving them into insanity and removing another of Lily's poisonous friends. Dumbledore, either through ill judgment or malicious intent, had allowed Sirius Black to be sent away to Azkaban prison and had sent Potter's brat away to live with wretched muggles. The last of the marauders, Remus Lupin, had retreated from the magical world to live in virtual solitude for more than a decade. Of all the people who had turned his Lily against him, only two had remained unscathed, Sarah Fisher and her husband Edward Abbott. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin had both since returned, but for now there was nothing that Snape could do about them. Tonight, though, he would be permanently removing another, and on the orders of Albus Dumbledore himself, no less. He had arrived at the corner where Abbott Street joined Badger Road and now stood in a shadowy spot on the pavement on the opposite side of the road from the house. The house was large, well-maintained and hinted at wealth, but did not show it off in the way that Malfoy Manor did. There was a light on in the kitchen allowing him to view Sarah Abbott as she milled about inside. A quickly cast, hominum revelio, spell revealed that she was the only person in the house. Perfect. With a flick of his wand his black hood came up over his head and a silvery, skull-like Death Eater mask attached itself over upper half of his face. He stepped out of the shadows and began to cross the road. Sarah lifted the saucepan of hot milk off of the hob and moved to pour the contents into a large mug. A moment later she had set the saucepan back down onto the hob and pulled out her wand. She had felt a tugging sensation upon her magic, an indication that the wards surrounding the house were currently under attack. Quickly, and yet constantly keeping her eyes moving from the window to the door, she backed up towards the fireplace. With her free hand she reached for the pot of flow powder and grabbed a handful. She threw it into the fireplace, but much to her dismay nothing happened. Whoever it was that was attacking the wards obviously had contacts within the Department of Magical Transportation. She tried disapparating, but that did not work either. She grabbed a spoon that had been lying nearby on the counter and turned it into a portkey, but again she had no luck. She felt a strange, lurching sensation as the wards collapsed. She raised her wand and aimed it at the window, an easy access point and the spot where most invaders would try to enter. The attack came from her left. With reflexes honed through training to work with the aura department, she threw herself beneath the kitchen table as a large hole was blasted through the wall. Through the dust she could make out a man dressed all in black, hooded and cloaked. She aimed her wand upwards just as he fired a spell which blasted the table backwards, leaving her completely exposed. The bludgeoning spell left the tip of her wand, but he ducked beneath it and it struck the wall, making the hole even bigger. She followed that spell up with another and another, allowing her time to get to her feet, although he now shielded against every spell she sent at him. They strove against each other of a minute and then he changed tactics, ducking beneath a spell instead of shielding against it, leaving his wand free to return fire. Expelliarmus. Sarah recognized the voice of her attacker and faltered, failing to get a protective shield up in time, and her wand was banished from her hand. The attacker straightened up. This was how a Death Eater liked to play, their victims powerless and alone. And Severus Snape planned to play with this mouse cruelly before putting an end to her. But Sarah Abbott was not beaten yet. With or without her wand she had a few tricks up her sleeve. With a sudden movement she made as though to drive for the place where her wand had landed, and Snape cast a spell at her, but her move was merely a feint. Instead she twisted herself, avoiding the spell, and reached for the saucepan, its milky contents now bubbling and broiling like the volatile ingredients of an exploding potion. She swung the saucepan and hurled it towards her attacker. Snape screamed as the boiling milk drenched him, soaking into his robes, blistering the skin around his exposed mouth and leaking through the eye holes on the mask to scald his eyes. Blindly he swiped at his face with the sleeve of one arm, and with the other he pointed his wand and shouted, "Sectum Sempra." He was rewarded with a terrible scream of pure agony and the sound of a body hitting the floor. Snape forced his eyes to open and, though his vision was a little blurred, he saw that his victim was on the floor, surrounded by a rapidly expanding pool of blood. Ignoring his pain he stepped forward, fully intending to gloat over his victim. But even as she lay dying, her life's blood ebbing from many slash-like wounds over her body, the lady of the household was not forsaken. There were 2 house elves living in and serving the ancient and noble house of Abbott. Like many wizards everywhere, Severus Snape had made the mistake of ignoring these creatures, and he was about to pay for it. Loppy and Moppy appeared on either side of their mistress and both raised a threatening hand, crying in one voice, "You will do no more evil here." Snape raised his wand to strike the elves down, but each sent a pulse of magic at him. The world spun around him as air rushed past his ears, and then he caught sight of the kitchen counter as it came up to meet him. Loppy hurried over to tie the attacker in thick ropes and Moppy moved to check on her mistress. Being careful to not tread in her blood, Moppy walked around Sarah and came to stand by her head. Sarah's eyes opened and, upon seeing the elf, she spoke in a weak voice. "Amelia, get Amelia." Moppy nodded and disappeared with a pop. "So why are we not going back up to the castle?" asked Harry. In order to calm down little Natalie, who had appeared to be on the brink of tears, Harry had sat down in the Quidditch stands with her and Luna. It was now 15 minutes later, and the second-year girls seemed to have calmed down enough for Harry to question their behavior. "Dumbledore's being a very bad man," replied Natalie, firmly. Harry stared at her for a moment before turning to Luna, hoping to get a better answer from her. "The headmaster has quite lost his capabilities of rational thought," replied Luna in a voice that those who knew her would be quite surprised to hear coming from her. "It seems that your recent rebellion has frightened him, and in response he had decided to strip all students of their basic rights." "When did I rebel?" asked Harry, genuinely puzzled. "Ever since term started last week," replied Luna. "Though the Raxperts say that it began long before then." Harry thought for a moment before shaking his head and replying, "I'm sorry, but I don't remember any of that." "Of course you don't," said Luna. "Dumbledore caught you and used mind spells and potions to make you regret rebelling and force you to comply with his wishes." Harry shook his head again, this time in outright disbelief. "I'm sorry," he said. "But this is just ridiculous. This is Dumbledore that we're talking about, and you're making him out to be like Voldemort but in disguise." Natalie flinched at the name, but Luna, surprisingly, did not. "They are not entirely different people, Harry, if you think about it." "This is crazy," said Harry. "You're crazy. I'm going back up to the castle." "No," shouted Natalie, grabbing him by the arm again. "Get off me," he snapped, shaking his arm in an effort to make her let go. He succeeded in wrenching his arm out of her grasp and turned to leave, but he didn't get more than 5 steps away before he tripped and fell flat on his face. With a grunt, Harry forced himself to roll onto his back. Looking down at his legs, he saw that they were locked together. He glared up at Luna, who had her wand out, having cast the leg locker curse on him. "I'm sorry, Harry Potter, but you were doing too much good for me to just let you walk back into the castle." "What good?" demanded Harry. "I don't have a clue what you're talking about." "Then lie still and I will tell you," replied Luna. Amelia Bones arrived in the head Auror's office at the DMLE and addressed her second in command. "What news, Rufus?" Rufus Scrimgeour looked up from the notes he was making to reply. "Snape is currently locked up down in the Department of Mysteries where they are seeing to his wounds. He should be ready to talk in about another 10 minutes or so." "Excellent," replied Amelia. "I've waited a long time to wring a few truths out of the greasy bastard." "You're not the only one," said Scrimgeour. "How were things at St. Mungo's?" "Messy. The healers can't work out what the spell he hit her with was or how to reverse its effects. If it weren't for the house elf putting her under a stasis enchantment after tying up Snape, then she would probably have bled out and died before we even got there. Yes, well, I for one will never underestimate house elves again. Incidentally, I had to call in your friend Cyrus Greengrass." "Why?" "Well, when Snape was brought here, a search revealed that he had a talisman of sorts upon his person. At first we assumed that it was an emergency portkey, but now we're not so sure, so I asked Greengrass to take a look." "Do you think it might be what caused the wards to fall?" "It is," said a voice from the doorway. Amelia spun around and saw Cyrus Greengrass standing there. "Forgive me," he said, "but I couldn't help but overhear that last part of your conversation." He approached Scrimgeour's desk and placed the talisman upon it. It was a disc made entirely of gold with a precious stone set in the middle. The stone was in a perfect circle and resembled the symbol of yin and yang, except one half was ruby red and the other emerald green, and did not have the dots in the larger ends. Around this central stone was a ring of 16 smaller stones which ran in the order of sapphire, diamond, pearl and crystal before going back to sapphire again. A similar ring of stones was found along the edge of the talisman and on the back. A golden chain was affixed to the top. "This thing causes wards to fail, you say?" asked Scrimgeour. "It does, but only when activated, which it currently is not," replied Greengrass. "And even if it were, we wouldn't have a lot to worry about here in the Ministry. This thing is far from strong enough to bring down the wards surrounding this building. I would imagine that it took several attempts for it to bring down the wards around the Abbot house as well. But it still did it quicker than a whole team of curse breakers," said Amelia. "So where did Snape get this thing?" "Well, I had some people down in the Department of Mysteries look it over to see if there are any traces of a magical signature on it," said Greengrass. "And they've come up with a name." "Who?" "Voldemort." 6 Aurors stood guard along the bare walls of the room, 2 on the west side, 2 on the east and 2 on the south. 4 unspeakables stood guard by the door which opened in the north wall. In the middle of the room Severus Snape sat in a wooden chair, barely coherent but certainly conscious. Thick black chains secured him firmly to the chair, which was affixed to the floor, and strong ropes were bound around the man's torso and legs. A knock sounded at the door and one of the unspeakables opened it. In came Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour, Cyrus Greengrass and head unspeakable Saul Croaker, along with 2 more unspeakables and 3 more Aurors. Croaker turned to the 2 unspeakables who had entered with him. "Lower his occlumency protections." The 2 unspeakables nodded in reply and drew their wands. When they pointed these at Snape, the man's body suddenly became very rigid as his mind instinctively tried to fend off their attack. They were not attempting to read his mind, but were instead working to lower his occlumency defenses just enough to enable the use of Veritaserum on him. The legality of this action was highly dubious, which was why it was being done off record by the unspeakables. Officially Amelia, Scrimgeour and the other Aurors were not in the room and they had all been sworn to secrecy. Primarily, any information gleaned from Snape during this session would be used purely to allow them to act. If they then chose to use this information in order to prosecute anyone, it would have to be presented by the unspeakables rather than the Aurors. An annoying technicality, but that's politics. Technically they couldn't just use whatever means they wanted in order to wring the truth out of the man, but the term, information acquired by the unspeakables, usually shut up all the naysayers. Quite suddenly, after about 10 minutes of the unspeakables fighting against Snape's willpower, the man went limp, almost as if he had been stunned. Croaker turned to another unspeakable and asked the man to administer the truth potion. And remember to give him 6 drops instead of 3. The unspeakable did as asked and, once the potion had taken effect, Croaker conjured up a seat opposite Snape and sat down on it before beginning his questioning of the man. Starting with the standard questions to check that the potion was working properly, he asked, "What is your full name?" "Severus Tobias Snape," came the barely lucid reply. "What is your date of birth?" "The 9th of January 1960. "Where do you live?" "Hogwarts Castle." "And when not at Hogwarts?" 17 Spinner's End, Cokeworth. "In your occupation?" "Potions professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." At this point Croaker looked over to one of his subordinates standing by the door. The man had a sheet of parchment in his hand which he was currently using to check Snape's personal details. The unspeakable gave a nod of his head, confirming that everything that Snape had said was correct, and Croaker turned back to Snape. With the potion obviously working, Croaker got on with the real questions. "Why did you attack Sarah Abbott in her own home?" "I had orders to kill her." "Orders from whom?" "Albus Dumbledore." The others in the room exchanged dark looks. "Why did Dumbledore order you to kill her?" "To eliminate her influence upon Harry Potter and to draw attention to the Dark Lord's return." Again the people in the room exchanged looks. They were a few of the handful of ministerial employees who knew the truth about Voldemort's rebirth several months ago. Filing away the bit about Harry Potter for a moment, Croaker instead asked, "And how would this have drawn attention to the Dark Lord's return?" "I was to cast the dark mark in the sky above the house after completing the murder." "How did you break through the wads surrounding the Abbott house so easily?" "The talisman. It was designed specifically to bring down wards with ease. Rookwood designed it towards the end of the last war, and the Dark Lord used it to bring down the additional wards around Potter Cottage when he attacked it." "How did you end up with the talisman?" "I was there that night, waiting outside. When part of the roof caved in and the Dark Lord did not emerge, I went inside. I took the talisman and the Dark Lord's wand." "And how did the wand get from you to him?" "Wormtail arrived at my house shortly after Wormtail brought the Dark Lord back to England. He had the Dark Lord and his snake with him and I handed over the wand." "Yet you kept the talisman." "They did not ask for it, so I kept it for myself to use." "Were there other talismans made?" "Not to my knowledge. Rookwood could probably make more if he were ever freed from Azkaban." "I see," said Croaker before changing his line of questioning. "Why does Dumbledore not want Sarah Abbott to influence Harry Potter?" "Dumbledore says that Potter has a destiny to complete. A destiny that only Dumbledore can guide him towards. He says that Harry must not be subjected to outside influences." "What does Dumbledore believe Harry Potter's destiny to be?" "To die by the hand of the Dark Lord, completing the prophecy that ties them together and allowing Dumbledore to step in and kill the Dark Lord himself." "What else has Dumbledore done to prevent Harry Potter from being influenced by others?" At that question Snape suddenly began fighting against the effects of the potion and the magic that was working against his occlumency. As Snape fought, a third unspeakable came forward and raised her wand. A few moments later Snape went limp again, the task of fighting off 3 assaults on his defenses as well as the truth serum wearing him down quickly. Croaker repeated his question again. Snape, as it turned out, had a lot of answers to give. Over an hour passed before Amelia, Rufus, Cyrus and Saul were able to head into Amelia's office and go over what they had learned. "I think that we've got more than enough evidence to bring Dumbledore to his bony knees," said Amelia as she went through a list of all the ways that Snape had revealed Dumbledore controlled and manipulated Harry Potter's life. There was everything from controlling his mail to dosing him with potions. "You realize that every student in that castle is currently dosed to the gills, don't you?" asked Cyrus. This had been a particularly disturbing fact to learn. The idea that all the students at Hogwarts had, on Dumbledore's orders, been dosed with a potion that would force them to blindly accept what they were told or what they saw without question was utterly vile. Worse, when asked why Dumbledore thought that he could get away with such an action, Snape had replied, "He has done it before, on several occasions." It was Croaker who replied to Cyrus' question, "As distasteful as it is, we cannot make that our first priority here. We must first deal with the Order of the Phoenix before Dumbledore gets wind of what we've found out and has them all go to ground. Despite the fact that her niece was at Hogwarts and was likely under the influence of Dumbledore's little scheme, Amelia took Croaker's side. The potions will wear off in time without regular dosages. With Snape in our hands, Dumbledore has no one to make the potion for him. If this was any other criminal that we were dealing with, I would send a team straight to Hogwarts, but this is Dumbledore that we are dealing with. We need to destroy his power base and hit him with everything that we have. Rufus pulled out a long sheet of parchment and began reading it before commenting, "Well, we had better begin with our own employees. Kingsley Shacklebolt of the Auror Office, Emmeline Vance of the Law Enforcement Patrol, Arthur Weasley of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, his wife Molly and his son William, Sturgis Podmore of the Flow Network Authority and Daedalus Diggle of the Muggle-Worthy Excuse Committee all seem like a good place to start." Amelia nodded and said, "You organize raids against them, I'm going after Moody." "And what about Sirius Black?" asked Cyrus. "He's hiding behind a Fidelius charm," replied Rufus. "There is nothing that we can do for him right now." Discovering that Sirius Black was innocent of the crimes for which he had been convicted had been a surprise to most of those in that room, but Amelia already knew that little piece of information, having heard it from Harry back in the summer. Until now her hands had been tied on the matter, and until they could get the man into the ministry to question him, Amelia still had not action that she could take without setting alarm bells ringing within certain circles. She was also rather reluctant to make a move in the man's favor anyway. Clearly he was one of Dumbledore's men and he had abandoned Harry twice now, once on that fateful Halloween night back in 1981 and again over the summer when he had taken part in the communication block that Dumbledore had imposed upon Harry. Although she had left Hogwarts School 2 years before the Marauders had arrived, Amelia had learned plenty about them from her younger brothers, Edgar and Alfred. She had also met Sirius at various points during the 2 years he had spent in Auror training. She had not found herself liking him then and the higher-ups had shared this view, which was why Sirius did not complete his 3rd year at the Auror Academy. She would do what she could for the man when she had the time, but for now the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had bigger fish to fry. During his meeting with the head boy and head girl, Dumbledore had taken the time to note down all the names of those students who had been in the room on the 7th floor. Even now, several hours after the bulk of the students had been caught, there were 7 names unaccounted for, 5 girls and 2 boys. Dumbledore had been scanning the castle on the Marauders' map for quite some time now, but as yet he had seen nothing to suggest where Pansy Parkinson, Astoria Greengrass, Natalie MacDonald, Katie Bell, Luna Lovegood, Stuart Ackerley or Kevin Whitby had hidden themselves. He had Filch and several members of the Order searching the secret passageways out of the castle in the hopes that the wayward students were hiding just beyond the edges of the map, but so far they had found nothing. His eyes scanned the grounds again and this time he spotted 2 things that brought a large smile to his face. He turned around as addressed 2 of the professors who were in the room with him and the captured students. "Minerva, Nymphadora, it seems that Kevin Whitby and Stuart Ackerley have secluded themselves away within the Quidditch changing rooms and Luna Lovegood and Natalie MacDonald are using the stands around the Quidditch pitch to hide themselves. Kindly go out and retrieve them. And do be quick as the girls appear to have young Mr. Potter with them." Tonks scowled at the use of her first name but followed Professor McGonagall from the room. "You're not going to get away with this," said Susan. Dumbledore smiled patronizingly at her and replied, "Quite the contrary, my dear girl. The Ministry of Magic is soon going to become too busy to worry about what I do within my own castle." Susan felt a chill go down her spine and Hannah shuddered next to her. The old man's words did not bode well. Bang, bang, bang. All right, grumbled Arthur Weasley as he hurried down the stairs of the burrow, pulling on his dressing gown. He made his way over to the back door of the house, pulled it open. "Rufus?" he asked in surprise as he saw who was standing at his door, and with 5 other Aurors no less. "What on Merlin's name brings you here at this hour?" Like parents the world over who found themselves being awoken like this, he began to panic. "Is something wrong at the school? Is it the twins? Is it Ron? Ginny?" "Something is very wrong at the school, Arthur," replied Scrimgeour grimly. "However, we currently have no reason to believe that any of your children are at risk." "Then why are you here?" asked Arthur. "What's going on?" "We've come for you, Arthur," said Scrimgeour. "And Molly. You're both under arrest. What for? Demanded Arthur as two Aurors stepped forwards to arrest him. Arthur. Who's at the door? Asked Molly as she came down the stairs. She took in the sight before her and her tone changed from one of concern to one of anger. What's going on? She demanded. Molly Weasley, you are under arrest, said Scrimgeour, and he nodded to two other Aurors who moved to arrest the woman. Surely this must be some kind of misunderstanding, protested Arthur. Perhaps, said Scrimgeour, but I doubt it. Is your son William at home? No, he's at work, replied Molly, faltering. Scrimgeour raised an eyebrow. Rather late for someone with a desk job at Gringotts to be working, isn't it? Without waiting for an answer he went on, well, we'll just have to send a team to the bank. Now, I assume that you are both going to come quietly. Very well, said Molly. Please let us contact Dumbledore though. I'm certain that he can straighten all of this out. I somewhat doubt that, Mrs. Weasley, replied Scrimgeour. After all, you are being arrested for being members of his illegal vigilante group. The shock of that statement silenced both Weasley parents better than any silencing charm could. Arthur found himself needing to lean against the table for a moment, no easy task when your hands are bound behind your back. Molly dropped to the floor in a dead faint. Harry did not like the situation that he was in even a little bit. Luna had, according to her, told him everything that had been going on up at the castle during the past week, but Harry could recall none of it and none of it made any sense to him. After all, everything seemed to center on his rebelling against Dumbledore, but Harry could think of no reason as to why he would rebel, and Luna certainly did not know the answer. He could think of nothing to rebel against, except Snape and his slimy snakes. Apart from them everything was fine at Hogwarts. He attended the best school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world, and that school was currently being run by Albus Dumbledore, the finest headmaster that the school had ever seen. The teachers were the best in the world, and there were no safety issues to kick up a fuss about, as Hogwarts was the safest place in all of Wizarding Britain. To Harry's mind, both Luna and Natalie had to be wrong. But he couldn't do anything about this situation because his legs were still locked together, and Luna had so very kindly taken it upon herself to steal his wand. His thoughts were interrupted by Natalie whispering, "Hey, look." Harry turned. They were sitting in the uppermost row of seats at Luna's insistence. She thought that they could keep a lookout for any approaching teachers and move off before they were caught. Natalie was standing on the back bench and looking over the wall at the back. Luna stood up to get a look as well, and, after some awkward shuffling on his part, Harry was able to get upright enough to peer over the wall too. Professor McGonagall and Professor Tonks had come down from the castle and were now approaching the doors to the Quidditch changing rooms. Thanking every deity he could think of that there was finally someone nearby who could help him, Harry opened his mouth and shouted, but no sound came out. He frowned and turned to Luna, who was pocketing her wand, her eyes still fixed upon the scene below. Harry turned back to watch as Professor McGonagall raised her wand and unlocked the door. She and Professor Tonks went in. A few moments later there was some shouting and the sound of spells being fired. Then suddenly a boy burst out through the door and began sprinting across the lawn. He didn't get very far before Professor Tonks appeared and brought him crashing down with a stunning spell. Harry had to concede that that was rather odd behavior for a teacher, even one dealing with wayward students. "We have to move," hissed Luna, and she and Natalie down behind the wall. Harry felt his legs free up, then Natalie grabbed his hand and began tugging in his arm, trying to get him to follow her and Luna towards the opposite end of the stadium. And for reasons that Harry could not fathom, he followed. "We've got Arthur and Molly Weasley detained downstairs," said Scrimgeour as he entered Amelia's office. "William wasn't at home though. They claim he was at work, but we have contacted Gringotts and they have confirmed that there are no wizards on duty tonight." "Then he's probably at Hogwarts with the others," replied Amelia. "Mad-Eye wasn't home and neither were Shacklebolt or Diggle. However, Dawlish successfully apprehended Emmeline Vance, Proudfoot arrested Sturgis Podmore, and Savage just got back with Arabella Figg." Just then another appeared at the door and said, "Sorry boss, but Lupin's place was empty. Doesn't look like it's been used in months." Amelia nodded. "Very well, thank you Williamson. Stand by for further orders." After the man had gone, Scrimgeour said, "So, it seems he's also at Hogwarts." "Or their headquarters with Black," responded Amelia. Over the next half hour several more Aurors came in. Robards had successfully apprehended Alpheus Doge, but apart from him every other team came back empty-handed. This meant that Hestia Jones, William Weasley, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Alistair Moody, Daedalus Diggle, Mundungus Fletcher, Remus Lupin and 14 others were either at the Order's headquarters or more likely at Hogwarts assisting Dumbledore and the other staff. The only ones not likely to be at Hogwarts were Charlie Weasley, who was known to still be in Romania, Rubeus Hagrid, who had been unaccounted for since around the start of the recent summer holidays, and Sirius Black, who was likely to be maintaining a low profile at the Order's headquarters. They were now going to have to hit Hogwarts and hit it hard. This meant summoning in every Auror, every hit wizard and every law enforcement officer that could be found in a short space of time and who could be trusted. Croker volunteered the services of the Unspeakables to aid the DMLE in making the arrests at the castle, and Amelia agreed. Cyrus Greengrass, meanwhile, went off with 2 other Unspeakables in order to examine the talisman more closely. The raid would begin in 40 minutes. "Luna, where exactly are we going?" asked Harry as they traipsed along in the dark. "I don't know," replied Luna, honestly. "We just need to keep you safe. We've been wandering about in the dark for over an hour." Harry complained, but Luna ignored him. He was right. They had been going around for that long, and Harry's recollection of why they were moving around was beginning to slip. The incident at the Quidditch changing rooms was already hazy in his mind. They had succeeded in giving Professors McGonagall and Tonks the slip and were just nearing the front gates of the school when they heard a strange hissing noise. Pissed. The 3 paused and looked around. Pissed. The sound came again, this time followed by a voice, "Up here." Harry looked up into the branches of the tree nearest to him. "It's too dark," he replied. "I can't see you." Suddenly a pair of legs swung down from one of the branches and someone jumped down. "Katie!" exclaimed Harry upon recognizing his Quidditch teammate. Finally, a familiar face. "Oi!" said another voice as a second person jumped down. "What am I then, Potter?" "Chopped liver." Harry eyed Pansy Parkinson wearily. A moment later a third girl jumped down, this one also a Slytherin, but younger than Pansy and whose name Harry did not know. Well, he did know it, he just didn't have the ability to remember ever knowing it. "That's it," he said, a little too loudly for the comfort of the others. "There are snakes involved in this. I should have known. They probably put the Imperious Curse on the rest of you to get you to go along with this. Come on, let's get up to the castle and Dumbledore can sort this out." He reached out to grab Katie and Natalie by the arms, but both wrenched themselves out of his grasp. "Harry, they did nothing to us," retorted Katie. "It's Dumbledore that's the problem. He's—" "Oh, spare me," snapped Harry, "I've already heard enough of this crap from these 2. I've had enough of it and I'm going back up to the castle." He turned to go, but Katie grabbed a hold of him. "Get off!" shouted Harry, causing the others to freeze. A few moments later there came the sound of hurried footsteps, and then they were blinded by the light of 2 wands. "Well, what do we have here?" asked a gruff voice. Recognizing the voice, Harry squinted his eyes against the light and asked, "Professor Moody." The man lowered his wand a little to allow Harry to see him better as he answered, "I ain't your professor anymore, Potter, not that I ever got around to teaching ya much." "Right, Bill, come on. Let's get this lot up to the castle." "We're not going anywhere," said Katie, defiantly. "You'll do as you're told," barked Moody, "it's not safe to be outside the castle at this time of night." "Katie, for Merlin's sake," exclaimed Harry, "let's just get up to the castle and we can get this whole thing sorted out." "Harry, we can't go up to the castle, I told you," said Luna. "Enough, Luna," replied Harry. "That's enough. Come on you lot," said Bill, "let's go." Katie squared her shoulders, determined to go down fighting, but then she caught sight of McGonagall and Tonks hurrying towards them and her shoulders slumped. They had lost. "Oh, Alistair," exclaimed McGonagall. "Thank you for finding them." She rounded on the students and went into lecture mode. "Well, I don't know what you lot were thinking wandering around the castle at this time of night. You've had your heads of house in a real panic. Rest assured, you will be severing detention for this. Now come on, off we go." Harry began walking without a fuss and, after sharing a look with the others, Katie bowed her head and followed on, Luna behind her with Natalie at her side and Pansy and Astoria bringing up the rear. They hadn't gone very far when Moody's magical eye spun around to look through the back of his head and saw the threat. He turned and blocked the first few spells, but with 30 wands aimed at him he was only going to last a few moments before hitting the ground. Harry instinctively spun around and grabbed Natalie, dragging her to the floor as Katie did the same for Luna and Pansy for Astoria. In no time at all, McGonagall, Bill and Tonks joined Moody on the floor. Harry looked up and saw the group of people running towards them. He raised his wand and fired a stunning spell that was easily deflected. A moment later he was disarmed and many hands were pulling him and the girls to their feet. "Get off them," he shouted, reaching out to grab Luna out of their clutches. An arm wrapped around him and a female voice said into his ear, "Calm down, Harry. We're here to help you." Harry rounded on the woman, took one look at her and spat, "Who the hell are you?" Worst fears confirmed, Amelia gestured to Savage for him and 2 others to get the 6 students out of there. The girls allowed themselves to be escorted off-site without a fuss, but Harry was rather vocal in his displeasure. Dumbledore had seen the whole thing on the map and, with a sinking feeling he knew that his time was almost up. Despite his best efforts, news of what had transpired at Hogwarts over the last day or so had obviously reached the outside world and the Ministry had decided to take action. His actions had been a gamble, and Dumbledore knew that he had just lost. Amelia Bones and her team had just taken down 4 of his best wands and rescued 6 of his students near the front gates of the school. A team being led by Rufus Scrimgeour were just approaching the main viaduct that led to the entrance courtyard and Gawain Robards was just leading his team onto the covered bridge. Nearly 100 wizards and witches, made up of a combination of Aurors, hit wizards, law enforcement officers and even unspeakables were now moments away from storming the castle. If he allowed them in, of course. He drew his wand and incanted, Colloportus Totalum. Around the school every door and window that led outside swung shut and locked securely. Satisfied that they would be held off for quite a while, Dumbledore retreated to his office to gather his things. Once he was inside the office he checked one of the many silver instruments that sat upon one of his tables. After a quick examination he confirmed that the tracking charms that he had placed upon the boy the previous evening had already been discovered and removed. Harry Potter had been moved beyond his grasp, and without Harry Potter his latest actions were all for nothing. Worse, the Order had now been compromised. Dumbledore was well aware that his actions could see him placed in Azkaban by overzealous Ministry officials, but Azkaban was not somewhere that Dumbledore intended to go. It was time to leave. The front doors of Hogwarts Castle creaked and groaned under the strain that they were being put under. Upon finding all points of entry to the castle to be locked, Madame Bones had ordered for the doors to be broken down. As such, 3 doors were now being put under immense strain by the wands of the Ministry wizards gathered outside. Amelia's team was attempting to get in through the door near the herbology greenhouses, Robards' team was working on the door that stood at the foot of the clock tower and Scrimgeour's team was blasting away at the front doors. With a crack the doors to the clock tower finally gave way. A few moments later the door near the greenhouses went the same way and 2 of the 3 teams stormed the castle. Dumbledore saw this on the map, and watched as Robards' team encountered Kingsley and Mundungus. Both men were taken down easily. For a moment, Dumbledore considered bringing the statues and suits of armor within the school to life and have them confront the raiders, but ultimately decided against it. He shrunk his gathered belongings, stowed them away in one pocket, put his wand in the other and called for Fawkes. The phoenix launched itself off of his perch and soared towards Dumbledore. Clasping onto the collar of Dumbledore's robes, the phoenix disappeared in a flash of flame, taking his passenger with him. In his haste to leave, Dumbledore forgot to take one important item with him. The team led by Scrimgeour finally brought down the front doors to the castle and they stormed in. Any member of staff or member of the Order of the Phoenix found within was quickly brought down and arrested. Amelia's team were the first to locate the students imprisoned in Classroom 7B and Scrimgeour's team were the ones to gain access to Dumbledore's office. Scrimgeour looked about the office, his feelings a mixture of anger and dismay. Dumbledore was gone. He was just about to order his group to leave the office when one of the law enforcement officers drew his attention to the headmaster's desk. The head Auror approached and picked up the piece of parchment that lay there. It was a map of Hogwarts, one that showed the location of everyone within the castle. Dumbledore had witnessed their every move and escaped with ease. When this got out, the press would have a field day. It was 4 in the morning and the first hint of the approaching sunrise was just beginning to appear in the sky as the tawny owl winged its way across the Wiltshire countryside. The letter tied to its leg had been written in a hurry, and the writer had urged the bird to fly with all the haste it could muster. Soundlessly it soared above a line of oak trees and then passed through a protective ward. Ahead there loomed a manor house. The keen eyes of the owl made out the shapes of 3 or 4 white peacocks sleeping together beside a fountain. The owl had been to this manor before, but there had been many more peacocks back then. The owl wondered what had happened to them. The owl located an open window on the 2nd floor and swooped inside. Malfoy Manor was dark, but that was of no concern to the owl. The room that it had entered was the master bedroom, though it was currently unoccupied. The door that led out into the hallway beyond was open and the owl flew through, searching for someone to give its letter to. It flew along the corridor and down 2 flights of stairs before spotting a person. He was a short man dressed all in black, standing in front of a door as through to guard it. The magical charms that were placed on post owls told the bird that the person it had to give its letter to was on the other side of the door. The man saw the owl coming and opened the door behind him. "You have an owl, my lord," he announced. "Let it in," replied a voice on the other side of the door. The man pushed the door open and the owl flew through. There was only one man on the other side of the door, if indeed he could be called a man at all. The owl had never seen a person so ugly, and who radiated such an evil aura. Bound to its duty, the owl flew down and dropped the letter into his lap before turning in midair and soaring straight back towards the door, fully intending to get as far away from the man as it could, as fast as it could. It was less than 6 feet from the door when the snake struck, lunging upwards with its mouth wide open. Dozens of needle-like fangs pierced the owl's body and pumped in enough venom to bring down a water buffalo. The owl screeched in agony, and its wings beat furiously on either side of the snake's head, but to no avail. In a matter of seconds the owl slipped into unconsciousness and the snake began to swallow its early breakfast. Lord Voldemort watched all this with an amused smile on his face. Nagini was such a ruthless companion. Cross-breeding a black mamba and a reticulated python had not been an easy task as, despite the fact that they were both snakes, they were not closely related, but it had been worth it. Nagini was the embodiment of the 2 most lethal aspects of the 2 kinds of snakes, the toxicity of the venomous species and the crushing strangulation of the constrictors. Turning his attention away from his pet, Voldemort opened the letter in his hands. It was from Thaddeus Knott, one of his longest-serving followers. "My lord, I have just received word from my sources within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement that Severus Snape has been captured at the scene of a crime and is being questioned extensively. My sources do not yet know of the crime he committed or how far the questioning will go, but I am aware that the Department of Mysteries may be involved to some extent in the questioning process. As you were hoping to operate in secret for the time being, it is needless to say that Snape's capture could potentially leave us exposed. I await further instructions. Yours in servitude, Thaddeus Knott, head of the ancient and noble House of Knott." Knott still insisted on using the title of ancient and noble for his house despite the fact that they had been stripped of the noble status some years ago. Voldemort set the letter aside and began to think. Snape's capture had the potential to be disastrous for him at this point. Even before his resurrection he had planned to keep a low profile immediately following his return and, thanks to the Ministry's determination to not believe that he had returned, that had remained his modus operandi even after the Potter runt had escaped him. There were things that he had needed to do before restarting his reign of terror, and he had not yet done them. Although most of those who had escaped prison following his temporary banishment had returned to his side, there weren't many of them. 30 wizards were dangerous, especially with Voldemort leading them, but he needed more. McNair was currently off recruiting from the giant colonies and attempts had been made to contact Fenrir Greyback about restarting their old alliance, but neither had yet yielded significant results. Recruiting of the Dementors of Azkaban was also a proving painstakingly slow process, and until Voldemort had them on side it would be foolish even for one as powerful as he to attempt to rescue those followers of his who were imprisoned with Azkaban's walls. He had not yet gotten around to contacting the vampires or to recruiting wizards from other countries. Worse, he still had not gotten to hear that damned prophecy in full. That, above all else, was his most important goal, a goal that he was nowhere near achieving. Every reconnaissance mission carried out, mostly by Wormtail in his animagus form, had proved fruitless. The closest they could get to the Hall of Prophecy was the narrow, dimly lit corridor that stood at the top of the staircase that led down to the ministry courtrooms. The door at the end which led to the Department of Mysteries rarely seemed to open, and when it did it always snapped shut before anyone could sneak in. 2 days ago Pettigrew had succeeded in discovering an anti-animagus ward on the door, which meant that, even if Pettigrew had managed to scamper inside in his Wormtail form, he would be exposed immediately. So it was just as well that Pettigrew had not succeeded in entering, as his getting captured would likely reveal the truth about Sirius Black, someone who Voldemort really needed the Ministry to continue to use as a scapegoat. Snape did not know about the attempts to get into the Department of Mysteries, but he did know about the recruitment attempts and knew which Death Eaters had returned to Voldemort's side. This could prove disastrous. There was no choice. If he wanted to keep what followers he had, he would have to bring them to his side and keep them there. They would all have to abandon their homes, and Malfoy Manor included. He summoned the guard. Griselda Marchbanks entered Hogwarts to find it in turmoil. All the students had been taken from their dormitories and gathered in the Great Hall where Aurors, Unspeakables and Healers were now going around to each one in order to determine the damage done. She caught Amelia's attention when the head of the DMLE looked up, and together the pair found a secluded location in which to talk. "How bad is it?" asked Griselda, once they were alone in an office that had once belonged to a former professor. "It's bad, but it could easily have been much worse," replied Amelia. "So far every student tested has been shown to be under the influence of a strong acceptance potion, something designed to make them accept what they see or are told without question. Obviously this is a terrible thing, but it could easily have been something much more sinister. So far only Mr. Potter is in a worse state. He's at St. Mungo's now, being examined by the very best mind healers." "Were all the staff involved?" "Most were. We found Dolores Umbridge in the hospital wing under the influence of draught of living death, and we found Sybil Trelawney passed out in her classroom, apparently from drinking too much sherry. Rubius Hagrid was not to be found anywhere within the castle, but it seems that he has been unaccounted for since shortly after the end of the last school year. Everyone else was involved, willingly. Aurora Sinistra, Septima Vector and Bathsheba Babbling each tested positive for controlling potions. Everyone else appears to have acted freely." Griselda found herself having to sit down after that. After a few moments she spoke. "Well, it goes without saying that Hogwarts is going to have to close. No matter what evidence you find, I'm going to be making sure that the majority of the school's professors, along with the headmaster, caretaker and Medowitch, are fired. We will probably have to get rid of Hagrid as well, and Trelawney, if her drinking was of her own volition." "We believe it was," put in Amelia. "So that will leave Dolores, Aurora, Septima and Bathsheba as the sole remaining members of staff within the castle, assuming any of them are willing to stay on after this, of course. What will become of the students? We will make arrangements for them to be sent home once each has been examined. Later, I will speak to Professor Winston at Waxwing's school. Hopefully I can convince her to take in Hogwarts students until we can get the castle sorted out." Amelia grimaced at that. Waxwing's school was a school for magic, but not quite of the same caliber as Hogwarts. The students of Hogwarts generally fell into one of 3 categories. The first category were those who were from the 3 highest-ranking groups of families, the ancient and noble, the ancient, and the noble. These families had the funds to send all their children to Hogwarts. The second category consisted of the lesser and clan families. These families could usually only afford to send their oldest child to Hogwarts. The rest went to Waxwing School. On occasion a child from a new blood family joined this group, but it was rare. And the third category consisted of the Muggleborns. Well, the rich ones anyway. There were a few anomalies that did not follow this pattern, but the general rule was that Hogwarts was for the rich, Waxwings was for the rest. That could cause problems, Griselda, Amelia warned her friend. While I myself don't see a problem with sending Susan to Waxwings for a few weeks or months while this mess is sorted out, I can think of several families who will take issue with it. Then it will be up to them to make other arrangements for their children, replied Griselda. This will be a temporary solution and is the best that we can offer. If they don't like it, they can arrange for their children to attend Beauxbatons or Durmstrang. Amelia nodded in acceptance and asked, Any ideas on when Hogwarts might reopen? Griselda shook her head. There's no way of knowing. We will have to find a new headmaster, deputy headmaster, 3 heads of house and teachers for every subject except astronomy, ancient runes, arithmancy and history. Then there is the support staff to consider. 1 healer, 1 caretaker, 1 keeper of the keys and grounds, listed Amelia. Then there are the house elves. We don't yet know how much of a role they played in all of this but. Of course, agreed Amelia. Her opinion of house elves had grown vastly after the attack on Sarah Abbott, but now a darker side had become clear. These creatures rarely thought for themselves, instead being determined to do their duty to their master and family. With Sarah this had saved her life. With Hogwarts, it could well be that the elves had simply administered the potions to the students simply because Dumbledore had told them to. Not exactly their fault, but still a serious issue when the headmaster turned out as Dumbledore had. The ministry was going to have a busy few weeks ahead of it. Not only did they have to sort out the Order of the Phoenix and hunt down Dumbledore, now they also had to completely reorganize Hogwarts from the lowest rung right to the top. The 5th floor of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries was home to the visitors' tea room and the hospital shop. Nobody could say that it was a particularly pleasant place to wait around at the best of times, but at this time of day it was an especially depressing place to be. The shop was shut, leaving a quarter of the floor in darkness. There was no food available and the tea and coffee available was weak and lukewarm. Natalie MacDonald was asleep, curled up against her mother's side, the woman having wrapped her arm around her shoulders. Mrs. MacDonald was asleep too, as was Mr. MacDonald. On Natalie's other side, Katie Bell, who had been determinedly fighting off sleep for the past few hours, did that strange thing where you just begin to drift off to sleep while in a sitting position and accidentally nod yourself awake. It's one of those things that instantly wakes you up because you were so embarrassed about having done it in public and really hoped that no one saw you. Katie rubbed her eyes and got up out of her seat. She made her way over towards the shop and tried to distract herself by picking up and flicking through a book entitled, The Adventures of Martin Miggs, the Mad Muggle, The First 10 Years. The omnibus edition of comic strips from the 1960s was not very engaging and before long she returned it to its place on the shelf before leaning against a nearby pillar and looking around the room. Shortly after they had arrived at the hospital along with Harry, Katie and the others had each been given a medical examination in order to check for potion influence while the Aurors who had escorted them there had contacted their respective parents. By the time each of the girls were given the all-clear, each of their parents had arrived, except for Pansy's. For some reason or another, the Aurors simply could not locate Pansy's family. Katie's parents had wanted to take her home right there and then, but she had been adamant that she would not leave until she knew that Harry would be okay. Luna, Natalie and Astoria each agreed with this sentiment and eventually their parents had relented and taken them up to the tea room to await news regarding Harry. Pansy had remained with them, though whether this was through choice or through having no other option was a mystery. Apart from 2 law enforcement officers who were waiting by the double doors that led to the stairs, Katie was the only person awake at the moment. The 3 Aurors who had accompanied them to the hospital had since returned to the castle. The doors opened and Daphne Greengrass entered the room. One of the officers stopped her, but after a few quick words he let her go. Realizing that Katie was the only person awake, Daphne made a beeline for her. "How's Potter doing?" she asked. "No word yet," replied Katie. "How did Madam Bones told me when she explained where my mother and sister were." Katie nodded. "So I assume they've kicked everyone out of Hogwarts then. Only those of us to have escaped being potioned. Everyone else is being kept for observation until the dosage wears off." "Hey, why's Pansy here? Didn't you know? She got your sister out when the ambush happened. She's been with us all night." "Really? Where are her parents?" "No one can reach them. Several flow calls were attempted and 2 Aurors even went to their house but there was no answer." "Interesting. I wonder if they had anything to do with the attack." "Attack? What attack?" "Sarah Abbott was attacked in her home a few hours before the Aurors showed up at Hogwarts. They caught someone at the scene but Mrs. Abbott was in a pretty bad way. Hannah's downstairs now trying to get information." "Bloody hell. Is Hannah all right?" "I doubt it. Susan's with her, so at least she's not alone." Katie nodded before asking, "So why do you think Pansy's parents might have been involved in the attack?" Daphne shrugged her shoulders and replied, "Look, You and I both know that Pansy's father was arrested once for being a Death Eater, but got off. Now, I'm not saying that he was a Death Eater, but Sarah Abbott would be a prime target to anyone wanting to cause distress to Harry Potter, and who would want to cause him distress more than a Death Eater. I suppose you have a point. But why now? Daphne looked around the room before leaning in closer and whispering, "Do you remember the story that was told to us after Cedric Diggory died?" "Yes. What about it?" Daphne said nothing more, but she didn't need to. Her look answered everything. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones stood in the middle of a dimly lit corridor on the 4th floor of the hospital, arms around each other as Hannah cried her eyes out. When Amelia had told her that her mother had been seriously injured in an attack, it felt like a hot knife had been driven through her heart. A female Auror had agreed to escort Hannah and Susan to St. Mungo's, and she now stood guard outside Sarah's private room. They heard hurried footsteps coming along the corridor towards them, and Hannah raised her head from Susan's shoulder in order to see if it was a healer. Susan felt like her eardrum ruptured when Hannah let out a sudden, loud shriek of, "Daddy!" Rubbing a hand against her ear, she turned to watch as her best friend ran along the corridor and collided with her father, Edward Abbott. Father and daughter embraced as the sounds of a fresh round of sobbing filled the air. Behind Susan, the door to Sarah's room opened and a healer stepped out. The man looked around before heading towards Edward and Hannah. "Mr. Abbott, I'm Healer Turpin. I've been overseeing the care of your wife." "How is she?" asked Edward. "She's stable for now, thanks largely to your family's house elves who put her under stasis. We've just identified the curse that hit her as a dark cutting charm is known by the incantation Sectum Sempra. 2 healers are casting the reversal incantation as we speak and she should be healed in a matter of minutes and awake again within the hour. Naturally we will want to keep her here for a couple of days for observation, but after that she should be good to go." "Oh, thank Merlin," exclaimed Edward before turning to Hannah. "You hear that, honey? Mum's going to be fine." Hannah nodded and swiped at the tear on her cheek in an attempt to get rid of it, but more tears flowed, though now they were tears of joy. Not too far away from them, 3 of the finest mind healers in Britain were currently examining Harry Potter in a private room, trying to discover what, if any, alterations had been made to his mind by Dumbledore and his people. Harry had not wanted to be examined and had been quite vocal about his desire to leave. However, given the circumstances the decision was not his to make. The ministry had ordered a medical examination of him and they were duty-bound to give it. In the end they'd had to sedate him in order to allow them to carry out their work. They had been informed that Mr. Potter had begun practicing occlumency and had supposedly gotten to the point where he could block out mild intrusions. Either their information was wrong, or all of Mr. Potter's hard work in learning occlumency had been completely undone, and rather viciously at that. The many silvery spheres containing his thoughts and memories were now scattered all over the place in every direction. There was no organization to it at all and any protections that might have been put in place were now gone. In amongst all the silvery spheres there was more evidence of wrongdoing. Most of the spheres were standard ones, containing the thoughts and memories of Harry. But here and there were different spheres. Some were as black as a lump of coal, looming ominously here and there. These were obliviated memories. As far as the average witch or wizard was concerned, an obliviation meant that a memory was erased. To those in the know, an obliviated memory was still there, but completely blocked off. There were no known means of unblocking an obliviated memory, except perhaps extreme torture, but the memory was undoubtedly still there. Other spheres were just the opposite. They glowed with a pearly white sheen, shining brightly amongst the rest. These were false memories, implanted within Harry's mind to replace those that were blocked. Whoever had actually done this certainly knew what they were doing. The healers could do nothing to reverse the obliviations, but they could remove the false memories. After that they would have to track down the various people who had been in contact with Harry during the period of time that had been obliviated from his mind. By borrowing their memories and letting him view them, he could at least bypass the obliviations to some extent. Well, that was the theory anyway. Such a thing had never actually been attempted before. "So you have no idea why you are here, Arthur?" asked Scrimgeour. "Apart from what little you told me while arresting me, I have no idea why I'm here," replied Arthur Weasley, evenly. Following his arrest in the middle of the night, Arthur had been taken to the ministry, where 2 healers had awaited his arrival. They examined him for influential potions, but seemed to find nothing. Then he had been escorted to a holding cell and left there until about 10 minutes ago when two unspeakables had arrived to escort him to the questioning room. One of the unspeakables had removed Arthur's glasses and the other had placed a blindfold over his eyes. They had then marched the blindfolded man along several corridors until that arrived in the room in which they were currently sitting. He had been pushed down into the chair that sat in the middle of the room and cold steel chains had quickly secured themselves around Arthur's wrists and ankles, shackling him to the chair. The blindfold had then been whipped off and Arthur had blinked as his eyes struggled to adjust. Someone put his glasses onto his face, allowing the room to come into focus. Around him were two unspeakables, 4 Aurors and head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour. Scrimgeour leaned forwards and fixed Arthur with an intense glare before speaking. Last night a man dressed in full Death Eater costume attacked the home of the Abbott family. Sarah Abbott was the only one home at the time and she was gravely injured. Fortunately the family's 2 house elves were able to disable the attacker and put the lady of the house in a magical stasis to prevent her bleeding to death. The attacker was Severus Snape, Arthur. Arthur's eyes widened and his skin paled as the ramifications slowly began to become clear. Once we got him to the ministry we questioned Snape, using everything we had at our disposal. He thinks himself to be a good occlumens, but we soon had him singing like a canary. He told us all sorts of things, Arthur. In particular he told us that he had received orders to kill Sarah Abbott from Albus Dumbledore himself. No, whispered Arthur, in disbelief. He also informed us of a seedy plot taking place up at Hogwarts Castle, one designed to ensure that Harry Potter listened to one's voice, and one voice only, Dumbledore's. Arthur shook his head. Scrimgeour pressed on. By the time we got to him, Harry Potter had been subjected to memory-altering spells and behavior-altering potions. He is nothing like the person he was on Saturday morning. But Dumbledore did not stop there. He knew that the students of Hogwarts would notice a sudden change in Mr. Potter's behavior and so he organized several countermeasures. First there were the members of the Order of the Phoenix who were stationed around the castle in order to intercept all post-owls. Second, and far more sinister, was the attempted administration of blind acceptance potions to all the student population. I say attempted because when we arrived at the castle, there were around 40 students found in a classroom on the 7th floor. They had caught on to what was happening and had attempted to avoid being caught in the web. They were rounded up and locked in that room, under the guard of many members of the Order of the Phoenix, including your oldest son, as well as a substantial portion of the school staff. What we need to know from you, Arthur, is why. Arthur Weasley swallowed nervously, and then he began to talk. The door opened and Healer Turpin stepped out. Looking around she quickly spotted the father and daughter sitting on some waiting chairs just a little further down the corridor. She's awake, she announced, and the duo immediately got up and hurried towards the door, with Susan trailing behind. Amelia sat down in the chair behind her desk and poured herself a cup of tea from the pot. It was now just after 9:30 in the morning and this was the first break that she had taken since lunchtime of the previous day. Having interviewed Arthur, Molly and William Weasley, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, Pomona Sprout, Alistair Moody, Nymphadora Tonks and Poppy Pomfrey, Amelia and the other interrogators had agreed to take a 1-hour recess in order to recuperate before continuing their work. So far only the 3 Weasleys and Tonks had been willing to talk to any real extent. While all of them were obviously firmly entrenched within the Dumbledore can do no wrong camp, their reasons for being so were at least somewhat understandable. For the Weasley family, it was a case of financial support. After Molly's brothers, Gideon and Fabian Pruitt had been killed while serving the Order of the Phoenix in the First War against Voldemort, Dumbledore had personally paid for each of Molly and Arthur's children to attend Hogwarts. Personally, Amelia was certain that there had to be more to it than that. But whatever the true reasons, the perceived generosity on Dumbledore's part had secured the loyalty of the Weasley family who, after all, would only have been able to send Bill to Hogwarts and the rest to Waxwings. Tonks was a different matter. Initially she had joined the Order of the Phoenix due to a recommendation from Alistair Moody, whom she had been protégé to during her final year of training to become an Auror. Initially Tonks had been loyal because Moody was, but, thanks in large part to Dumbledore giving her a job after she was fired from the Auror Corps, Tonks was now as loyal to Dumbledore as any Weasley. So far everyone else had remained tight-lipped. This, coupled with the lack of influencing potions in their respective bodies, led Amelia to assume that they were loyal to Dumbledore because he had something on them. In her years working for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, she had encountered more than a few people who had been acting due to coercion, people who has a secret that someone else knew and who was prepared to do anything to keep it quiet. Severus Snape was a prime example of this, and Amelia had good reason to believe that Mundungus Fletcher could well have been in the same spot. Her musings were interrupted by a knock at the door. "Come in," she called out. The door opened and her secretary, Helen, entered the office. "Ma'am, the minister is here to see you." Of course, she thought bitterly before nodding her head. "Let him in." Cornelius Fudge was in full blustering mode when he entered. Amelia did not relish being the one who had to tell him everything. "Amelia, we need some damage control out here," the portly man said as he began pacing back and forth in front of her desk. "We've hot howlers from angry parents exploding all over the place. There are parents here who are just about ready to string up the next ministry official they see, and we've got more journalists skulking about than there were at Lucius Malfoy's trial at the end of the war." "There is very little that I can do about that right now, Minister," she replied evenly. "Between searching and securing Hogwarts, guarding St. Mungo's, guarding our prisoners and digging through anything and everything that might help us get answers out of said prisoners, my Aurors and law enforcement officers are stretched thin enough as it is." "Amelia, I'm afraid that you don't quite understand the severity of the situation," protested Fudge. "I've never seen the wizarding population as angry as they are today, and more of them keep arriving. A riot could break out at any second." Just then the door burst open and Helen came back into the room, looking terrified. "Minister. Madam Bones. There's a riot happening down in the atrium." "Oh, for Merlin's sake," snapped Amelia as she stood up and drew her wand, flicking it to produce a dozen Patronuses at once, each one a badger. "Message for all Auror personnel, report to the atrium immediately to deal with a riot. Law enforcement officers, remain where you are." As the silvery badgers sped off in different directions, Amelia began making her way to the atrium. Mold-on-the-Wold was a small village in Warwickshire, England. It was named for both the fact that it was located near the Cotswolds Hills and the fact that it was in general a damp, dank and moldy place to live. Between 1820 and 1890, Mold-on-the-Wold had become an important place to wizards. The general unpleasantness of the area meant that many Muggles would up and leave the village whether they had anywhere else to go or not. Wizards, who had magical means of dealing with the damp and the mold, did not mind living in Mold-on-the-Wold, and before long it became quite a fashionable place to live. It was quiet and out of the way, and the relatively small number of Muggle residents made it easier to practice magic without risking breaking the statute of secrecy. In fact, by 1890, it would have taken only 5 more Muggle families to move out and 5 wizarding families to move in for Mold-on-the-Wold, and the place would have become the second all-wizarding settlement in the UK, after Hogsmeade in Scotland. Unfortunately, in 1891, there was an incident involving several Muggle children, a pre-Hogwarts-aged witch and her father. The result was that Ariana Dumbledore's magic was forevermore disrupted. 5 Muggle children were mentally scarred for life. 2 Muggle children would never walk again. Percival Dumbledore would spend the rest of his days in a cell in Azkaban, and the rest of his family, including his sons Albus and Aberforth, moved away to Godric's Hollow. The last Muggles vacated Mold-on-the-Wold. The Obliviators and Magic Reversal Squad had both done their best to reverse the damage done, but the Muggles were left convinced that the village was an evil place. The attack left its mark on the wizarding world as well. Mold-on-the-Wold was no longer a fashionable place for wizards to live in. Within 5 years all had left. For 99 years, Mold-on-the-Wold had been abandoned. No one came here anymore. Any roads that led to it had long since broken up and disappeared, and the houses were slowly falling apart. The surrounding forest grew ever closer, and slowly but surely nature was reclaiming its old ground. Which is why the local family of foxes had been utterly surprised when, just a few hours ago in the middle of the night, a ball of fire had appeared in the air in the middle of the village. Perhaps even more of a surprise was that, when the flames had burnt out, a man had been left standing there. A man dressed in utterly outlandish purple robes with golden suns, stars and moons on them, which were matched by high-heeled boots and a pair of half-moon spectacles. There was also a large bird on his shoulder, red-feathered with a long, golden tail. Since his arrival, the man had entered one of the houses and had been busy using his magic to restore it into something that was mildly habitable. The wizards had mostly forgotten about mold on the wold, and Albus Dumbledore suspected that even his brother Aberforth had forgotten that their family had ever owned the house in which he was now standing. It was far from ideal, but it would do as Dumbledore spent the next few days trying to think about what his next move ought to be. With a flick of his wand, an enchanted fire ignited in the freshly repaired fireplace, filling the place with light and warmth. Another flick turned a rotten chunk of wood into a lovely chintz armchair and he settled down into it for a nap. Transfiguration really is the most wonderful form of magic, he mused as his eyes grew heavy. As they closed, the last thing he saw before falling asleep was Fawkes, sitting on his new perch, tucking his head under his wing for a nap of his own. Chief Healer Amadeus Hopkirk flipped through Harry Potter's file as he marched along a corridor of St. Mungo's Hospital. The best mind healers that the hospital had to offer had assessed Harry Potter's mind and spent most of the previous few hours removing the false memories that had been placed in the boy's mind. Now they had to work on getting around the obliviated memories. The theory was that with the false memories removed from Mr. Potter's mind, they would be able to show him his missing memories but from the point of view of others. It was doubtful that this would restore his own memories, but it would at least enable him to fill in some of the blanks. The problem was, the obliviated memories stretched back for at least a month or more, which could potentially make finding all the people who shared his memories a long and arduous task, depending on how many different people he interacted with on an individual basis. There were also the memories from times when he was alone, his own private thoughts and feelings. There was little that they could do about those moments, other than hope that his mind would fill in the gaps on its own over time. For now they had to focus on the big picture. As such, their primary goal was to fill Harry in on the major themes of his life in recent weeks. Thankfully, Amadeus had it on good authority that one of the biggest players in Mr. Potter's life in recent history also happened to be one of the patients at the hospital, which was why he was hurrying to room 4C on the 4th floor of the hospital. With any luck, Sarah Abbott would be up to sharing her memories and they could get Mr. Potter on the fast track to becoming his old self once again. Well, that was what they hoped, at least. Memory immersion had never actually been done before, but they had to try. The Granger family lived in a modestly sized house in the suburbs of Winchester, a city located within Hampshire in the south of England. For most of the year, the house was only occupied by Daniel Granger and his wife Emma. However, just a couple of hours ago their number had increased to 3 when a magical law enforcement officer from the Ministry of Magic had apparated their daughter home from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Now Hermione Granger was sitting on the edge of her bed and working herself up into a right state. Not for the first time since she had come home, she retched loudly and expelled some of the contents of her stomach into a plastic bucket that sat on her lap. Her mother, who was next to her, rubbed gentle circles on her back. "Hermione, you need to breathe, dear. The healers told you to rest." But Hermione tried to protest, fresh tears rolling down her cheeks. "But I know," said Emma Granger, softly. "I know." And she did know. An hour and a half before Hermione had been brought home, Emma and her husband had been visited at their dental practice by 2 law enforcement officers, Muggleborns, who very carefully explained to the shocked dentists all that they knew of the recent events within Hogwarts Castle. The very thought that such a thing could happen sickened both parents, and Emma had left the practice immediately in order to wait for her daughter's arrival back at home. While she did not yet know all the gritty details, Emma knew that her daughter had really looked up to the headmaster of her school, and now the pedestal that she had placed the man upon in her mind had come crashing down in a most horrendous way. That Harry Potter was somehow involved in all of this only served to make things worse. Again, Emma did not have all the details, but she had deciphered enough to know that Hermione and Harry Potter were no longer friends, and it was Hermione's fault. And perhaps Dumbledore's too, at least to some extent. Emma was becoming seriously worried for her daughter. The last time she had gotten so upset that she made herself sick was following her grandfather's death when she was just 7 years old. Hermione retched again, but nothing came of it, indicating that her stomach was empty. Emma placed the bucket to one side and wrapped her sobbing daughter into a protective, comforting hug. It took a few minutes, but finally Hermione's sobs began to subside until, in a strained voice, she asked, "How could he do that? Did you hear what that law enforcement officer said before he left?" Hermione nodded and repeated, "Dumbledore fooled a lot of people." "Exactly. You were one of many, Hermione. That man has let a lot of people down, his school, his students, their parents, but is he worth your tears?" After a few moments, Hermione shook her head. Emma left her go and she sat up, no longer crying. "It smells in here," Hermione noted, as if realizing it for the first time. Emma smiled wryly, stood up, walked over to the window and opened it. "There," she said, "that should help. Now, I'm going to empty this thing and then I'll bring you a glass of water." She picked up the bucket and made for the door, calling back as she passed through, "Why don't you read a book to take your mind off things?" Hermione nodded at the suggestion and got off of her bed to search through her trunk for her copy of Northanger Abbey, the novel by Jane Austen that she had taken with her to Hogwarts to read in her spare time. Because there had been so little time to gather her things together before leaving the castle, everything had been thrown into her trunk in a rather haphazard manner. Hermione began pulling out all sorts of things, clothes, textbooks, parchment, in an attempt to find the novel. Just as she pushed aside a spare set of robes, she came across a book. Not the one she was looking for, but it was her favorite book. Was, in the past tense, that is. It was, Hogwarts, a history, and it was currently open. A full-page photograph of Albus Dumbledore was looking up at her, smiling pleasantly and his eyes twinkling behind his half-moon glasses. On the opposite page there were several columns of text, discussing the role that Hogwarts Castle had played in the war against Lord Voldemort. Halfway down the page, though, there was an enlarged quote cutting through each of the columns, as some publications were wont to do. It read, "He who must not be named never once targeted the castle itself, leading many to believe Albus Dumbledore to be one of the few people that he ever feared." The overwhelming feeling of devastation that had been overpowering all of her other emotions for the past few hours suddenly dissipated, to be replaced by a bubble of anger. The bubble quickly expanded, filling her with so much rage that she lifted the book out of her trunk and, with a primal scream, threw it across the length of her bedroom and out of the open window with such accuracy that most Quidditch captains, had they seen it, would have attempted there and then to sign her up as a starting chaser whether she could fly on a broomstick or not. There was a clang from outside, indicating that the book had hit something metallic, possibly the portable barbecue that had yet to be stored away for the winter. The sound popped the bubble and her anger left her, leaving Hermione to sink back down onto her bed with her face buried in her hands. Pansy Parkinson was lying on a bed in an unfamiliar bedroom. The heavy black curtains were drawn shut over the window, leaving a small, flickering candle on the bedside table as her only source of light. She could, of course, have opened the curtains and let the sunlight in. But Pansy rather liked things this way. She did her best thinking when in an environment such as this. Something about the flicker of the candlelight and the gloom beyond the glow helped her to relax. If only they would let her take her written exams in these conditions. She was currently at the manor house of the Greengrass family. Try as they might, no one from the Ministry of Magic could track down her parents, leaving Pansy in a state of limbo. After arriving at St. Mungo's Hospital with Harry Potter, Astoria Greengrass, Katie Bell, Luna Lovegood and Natalie MacDonald, Pansy had been given a thorough check-over by a pair of healers, despite her insistence that she had avoided consuming the drugged food. Once the healers were satisfied, she had been sent to wait in the visitors' tea room up on the 5th floor of the hospital, under the guard of 2 law enforcement officers. She had purposefully sat away from the rest, not exactly feeling as though she belonged there and certainly not in the mood to impose herself upon others. From her seat against the far wall she had watched as first the MacDonalds had arrived for Natalie, followed by Mr. Lovegood for his daughter, Luna, and the Bells for Katie. All 3 girls had protested vociferously when their parents tried to get them to leave. All 3 girls were determined to learn of Harry Potter's well-being before they would even consider leaving. A short while later Mrs. Greengrass turned up for Astoria, accompanied by an Auror who had informed Pansy that all attempts to contact her parents so far had proved fruitless. Pansy had merely nodded her head in understanding before continuing to sit quietly, lost in thought. At some point she, along with just about everyone else, had fallen asleep and sometime during that slumber Daphne Greengrass had arrived as well, freshly released from Hogwarts. At 9:30 a healer had come up to speak to them, informing them that they had figured out what was wrong with Harry and that they believed that they could put it right. It was obvious to Pansy that the healer had only told them that much in order to persuade them to go home and, luckily for him, that's exactly what they did, satisfied with the knowledge that Harry was in the best place possible and that he was okay-ish. Pansy had been quite surprised when Astoria had persuaded her mother to let her go home with them, but she had not been in a position to reject the offer. With still no word from her parents, she could either have gone with the Greengrass family or remained in the St. Mungo's tea room. In truth, Pansy did not know what had made her take Astoria with her when the staff had discovered them all hiding in room 7B. All she knew was that she had grabbed the younger girl by the hand and run for it. Whatever the reason, she was just glad that the Greengrass family was inclined to return the favor by giving her a place to stay. But she could not stay there forever, though. She knew that much. She wondered where her parents were. Had they been summoned by Voldemort? She knew that her father had received the Dark Mark during the last war, but to the best of her knowledge, her mother had not. Why would they both be summoned? Perhaps the answer to that was linked to everything else that had been going on lately. Before he had been sent home, she had overheard Draco telling Theodore not that he had overheard his father say that the Dark Lord was keeping a low profile while he went after information. Perhaps all these recent happenings had jeopardized that information and risked the Dark Lord to being exposed, forcing him to call all of his followers and their families to his side before they were rounded up. That was the only thing Pansy could think of on that front. And it was as good a theory as any. But she had to think of herself now. With her parents missing, she would have to find other ways and means. Perhaps she would have to get into contact with the other side of her family, those that her father never talked about, except to curse their existence. Would they want anything to do with her? She didn't know. There was also a chance that she would not get that far anyway. What if her parents did come for her? What if she was whisked away to hide with them and the Dark Lord? She didn't much fancy that. So, despite having a place to stay, Pansy Parkinson was still in limbo. She had a lot of thinking to do regarding her life and those in it. Just to make matters worse, her tummy hurt and she could not stop the tears from leaking slowly from her eyes. The home of Muriel Pruitt was most certainly the home of a stuffy old spinster. Apart from a few books, everything in the house was at least a century old. The abrasive Muriel fussed about, muttering under her breath about anything and everything named Weasley as she cleared the decorative silk pillows off of her ancient sofa. Meanwhile, 3 of her great-nephews and 1 great-niece lingered uncomfortably in the doorway, trying to stop their eyes from watering from the smell of dust balls and cabbage. Well, she grumbled at last. If you're going to stay here, then sit down. And I'll have no noise. Not while I'm reading Rita Skeeter. And with that she sat herself down in a wing-backed armchair, pulled out a book entitled Armando Dippet, Master or Moron, and promptly disappeared behind it. Fred nudged Ginny in the back and, nervously, she made her way forwards, followed by Fred, George and then Ron. One by one they sat down upon the ancient sofa, which creaked ominously under their combined weight, and began looking around for something, anything, to occupy their minds. They found nothing. Ron let out a sigh, only to wince when Muriel lowered her book in order to glare at him. Ron's ears went pink as he cast his eyes downwards. This satisfied Muriel enough to resume her reading. As they sat there, with only the monotonous tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hallway providing reprieve from the suffocating silence, the 4 youngest Weasleys began to wonder just what they had been thinking when they had decided to come here rather than go to Percy's flat above the Slug and Jiggers apothecary in Diagon Alley. The healers had run into a slight problem. While Sarah Abbott, her daughter Hannah and Hannah's friend Susan Bones had all been more than happy to supply memories for Harry Potter to view, Harry himself was not so keen on the idea of viewing them. Given the events of the past few days, his reluctance to let anything near his mind was quite understandable, but it was frustrating for those who only wanted to help him. To make things more difficult, they could not just simply sedate him as they had when they had scanned his mind and removed the false memories that had been planted there by Dumbledore, as Harry needed to be conscious in order to view the memories contained within the hospital's pensieve. They needed to call for backup. Supported by her husband, and with Hannah and Susan following on behind, Sarah made her way to Harry's room. It was clear to her from the moment that she stepped into the room that Harry did not recognize her. It was clear, however, that he still knew who Hannah and Susan were, for his eyes immediately became clouded with suspicion as they locked onto the pair of Hufflepuffs. "What are they doing here?" he demanded, angrily. "We're here to help you, Harry," replied Hannah, sounding more than a little worried at his tone of voice. "Help?" spat Harry in disgust. "Why would a Hufflepuff help me? I remember you two last year, badmouthing me at every turn, wearing those badges Malfoy made." "Harry," interrupted Sarah before his ranting could continue any further. "Harry, do you remember me? I'm Sarah. I was friends with your mother when I was at school." Harry turned his anger-filled eyes towards her and looked her up and down before replying, "I have never seen you in my life." "You have, Harry. We met over the summer holidays. You just don't remember because you were obliviated." "That's what they keep saying," said Harry, gesturing towards the healers in the room. "But I didn't have any gaps in my memory before I came here." "Harry, the person who obliviated you placed false memories in your mind in order to fill in the blank spots that they left behind. The healers removed those false memories, but they can't unlock the obliviated memories. That's why I'm here, Harry. We want you to watch other people's memories of what you did during the summer so that you can fill in the blank spots. We have a pensieve and a whole collection on memories for you to look at so that you can remember. Won't you please look at them?" Harry stared at her for several long moments, clearly wrestling with his emotions. Finally he said, "Prove that you knew my mother." Seeing the opportunity for what it was and seizing it with both hands, Sarah turned to her husband and asked, "Edward, could you go home and get the picture of Lily, Mary, Alice, Marlene and I that's on the mantelpiece?" He nodded and left the room. Waxwing's School for Magic was located on the edge of the mostly magical village of Puddlemere in the Piddle Valley area of the county of Dorset. The school building itself had once been the local primary school for the immediate area, having been built in 1750. A little over 60 years ago the local authority had decided that they could not justify having a school at Puddlemere as well as one at the nearby Puddletown, so the Puddlemere school had closed. The building had been put up for sale and was purchased by a young wizard named Magnus Winston with the intention of opening a magical school aimed at providing an education for the poorer lesser and clan families, as well as poorer muggleborns. Waxwings, as it had been named, had soon risen in esteem and before long was outdoing the Frogspawn Academy, the original establishment with the same aims. Frogspawn Academy had been victim to years of mismanagement by richer purebloods who liked to boast about their involvement in giving the poor a chance, while at the same time actively keeping the standards low so that their own children would face less competition when it came to finding work. Within 5 years of Waxwing's School for Magic opening, Frogspawn Academy had closed down due to lack of student numbers. Since then Waxwings had gone from strength to strength, providing excellent education for those who simply could not afford Hogwarts, another institution that had been hijacked and led astray by the pure bloods. Hogwarts, having originally been intended for everyone, now served the richer side of the wizarding world, no matter what others said. It was to this school that Griselda Marchbanks was now headed. She and the 2 others with her walked over the wooden bridge that crossed the River Piddle, for which the area was named, and stepped onto Waxwing's grounds. Unlike Hogwarts, Waxwings did not have a lot of grounds surrounding it. A short pathway ran up through a sloping lawn at the front of the school and large garden area used for herbology could be found to the back of the school, but that was about it. But then, the school did not specifically require a huge amount of land. The home pitch of the Puddlemere United Quidditch team, along with their 2 training pitches, was within easy walking distance and the students of the school were granted permission to use the training pitches for their own practice. The village itself also had a large recreation ground, complete with a cricket pitch, a football pitch, a basketball hoop, 2 slides and a swing set, giving the students plenty of options. The group passed through the front doors of the school and were met with a sign that read, "All visitors must report to reception." Underneath those words was a decorative black arrow pointing off to the left. Turning that way they saw an office behind wooden framed glass walls. The door to it was open and a sign above the door read "Reception." Madam Marchbanks led the way into the office. There was no one sitting at the reception desk, instead the receptionist was standing by a filling cabinet, rifling through one of the drawers. When she did not look over at them, Griselda rang the bell on the desk. "One moment, please," said the receptionist as she pulled a file out of the cabinet and shut it. She approached the fireplace in a corner where a disembodied head of a man was floating in the flames. "The code is JJ 713-2Q, Mr. Knight," the receptionist read from the folder. "Excellent," said the man. "I'll have the forms in the post this afternoon." Thanks again, Mrs. Britton. With that his head disappeared from the fireplace and the flames died away. The receptionist, now identified as one Mrs. Britton, returned to the filling cabinet and put the folder back before taking a seat behind her desk and addressing the three newcomers. Good afternoon and welcome to Waxwing School for Magic. How may I help you? I'm Griselda Marchbanks from the Wizarding Examinations Authority. This is my coworker Mr. Russell Johnson and this is his assistant Miss Elizabeth Prang. We have a meeting scheduled with the headmistress. Oh, of course, I was told to expect you. If you don't mind, we just need to give you some security clearance. Madam Marchbanks, if we could start with you. Griselda Marchbanks was stunned. Security clearance. She was the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Sensing her surprise, Johnson came to her rescue. I should probably have informed you before we got here, Griselda, but this is standard procedure here at Waxwings. The examination administrators have to go through this every year here. Griselda gave a nod of acceptance, now regretting never having visited Waxwings in person. What do you need for this security clearance? She asked Mrs. Britton. Well, to start with you will need to prove who you are, explained the receptionist. Your ministerial identification badge should suffice. As Griselda opened her purse to locate her badge, Mrs. Britton went over to the wall and pulled a metallic handle that hung down from the ceiling. Somewhere nearby a bell chimed and not a minute later two men arrived. One was a rather tall and well-muscled individual in his mid-30s while the other was a slightly overweight man in his 40s. Both men were dressed in gray robes and each wore a golden badge with the word, security, written on it. Robert, Gordon, said Mrs. Britton. We have 3 guests requiring security clearance. Robert, the younger of the two, nodded and held out his hand. Your badge, please. Griselda handed over her ministerial identification badge and he looked it over before taking out his wand and tapping it a couple of times. Next to him Gordon approached the other two. Ah, Russell, good to see you, he said conversationally. You too, Elizabeth. Good to see you as well, Gordon, replied Russell as he and Elizabeth handed over their badges in a well-practiced manner. Keeping well. Oh, can't complain, said Gordon as he examined their badges. Finally Robert declared, everything seems to be in order, and handed Griselda her badge back. Excellent, said Mrs. Britton. Now, if you could sign here, Madam Marchbanks. She turned and saw that the receptionist was holding an inked quill above a thick book which was open to about the middle. Each page was broken up into his columns, each one with a different heading. In order they were date, name, time in, signature, timeout and signature. Standard procedure, Madam Marchbanks, explained Mrs. Britton upon noticing her puzzled look. All guests have to be signed in when they arrive and signed out again when they leave. Griselda nodded and took the quill. Guests did have to report in at the security desk at the ministry, after all, so why shouldn't a school have something similar? As she signed her name, she made a mental note to arrange for this sort of thing to be implemented at Hogwarts when it reopened. Wonderful, said Mrs. Britton, taking the quill from her and handing it to Russell before picking up something else from her desk. Now if you could just pop this on. What is it? Asked Griselda. It's a lanyard, the receptionist replied. All of our staff keeps an eye out for unknown visitors. This simply lets them know that you have reported to reception and been given a security check. The lanyard was a long loop of braided leather with a small thin, rectangular piece of wood, about half the size of a postcard, tied to it. On that piece of wood was a blue piece of parchment with Griselda's name written on it, along with the reason for her visit. She looked over at her coworkers and noticed that they had both hung their respective lanyards around their necks without batting an eyelid. Griselda mirrored their actions and noticed as she did so that Mrs. Britton was wearing one as well, though her piece of wood had green parchment on it. Color-coded? She asked. Yes. Blue is for guests, green is for support staff, the professors have white and all of our students have yellow ones. Now then, Russell, I believe that you know the way to the headmistress' office. Of course, said Russell and led the way out of the room. Griselda Marchbanks left the reception office with her mind buzzing. Her first official visit to Waxwings had already given her a lot to think about, and she hadn't even had her meeting with the headmistress yet. Edward Abbott returned with the photograph that his wife had asked for and Sarah immediately showed it to Harry. There you go. That's me there, and there's your mom. Harry stared down at the photograph, not knowing what to think. It showed 5 girls about his age standing together on Hogwarts grounds with the Black Lake a short way behind them. They were all laughing and waving at the camera. 2 of them Harry did not recognize, but the other 3. Looking at one of them was almost like looking at a female Neville Longbottom with a different nose and mouth. Harry had never seen her before, but she had to be Neville's mother, Alice. The second, standing in the middle, had long, dark red hair and Harry's own eyes, his mother Lily. And as for the third was standing right next to him, offering to give him help that he wasn't certain he needed. In the photograph she was standing right next to Harry's mother, each with an arm slung around the other's shoulders. They were quite clearly friends, possibly even best friends. And if that didn't earn her a chance with Harry, then what did? Harry decided that this was enough evidence for him, and finally he looked up and addressed the healers in the room. "Show me when I met her over the summer." The healers jumped at the chance. There were nearly 50 glass ampoules on a table in the corner, each one labeled according to the memory contained within. One of the healers quickly found the memory asked for and poured it gently into the pensieve as one of the other healers helped Harry to get out of his bed and walk over to the pensieve. Harry gazed down into the pensieve as the silvery contents swirled about. Somewhat nervously he glanced back over his shoulder. Sarah gave him an encouraging nod which steeled his resolve. If she truly was his mother's friend, and if she was telling the truth, then he had to know. He leaned forwards and was drawn into the memory. "I need a drink," muttered Scrimgeour as he pulled out the bottom drawer of his desk and fished out a bottle of brandy and 2 glasses. "Bit early for that, isn't it?" asked Amelia as she accepted the glass he pushed her way. "It must be after 5 somewhere in the world," he replied before downing his glass and pouring himself another. It had taken then nearly an hour to subdue the rioting crowd in the atrium, but finally, following 26 arrests and more than 3 times that number being dragged off to St. Mungo's for treatment, the crowd had, at long last, dispersed, grumbling but content in the knowledge that any further information pertaining to the crisis at Hogwarts would be announced over the Wizarding wireless network once decisions had been made. Another 4 hours later and all those arrested in the atrium had been questioned and released on bail. After smacking his lips, Scrimgeour asked, "So when do we resume questioning Dumbledore's little order?" "Not until tomorrow," replied Amelia after taking a sip from her brandy. "I think that we're all too tired to be asking questions now, and tiredness leads to mistakes, something that we cannot afford. Everyone needs to go home, get a good night's rest, and we can begin again nice and refreshed first thing tomorrow morning." "I'll drink to that," agreed Scrimgeour before draining his second glass. Amelia mirrored him. Harry stumbled backwards from the pensieve and collapsed onto the bed. "Harry!" exclaimed Susan. "Are you all right?" asked Sarah, coming to his side. It took Harry a couple of moments to pull himself together enough to state, "You really were telling the truth." "Yes," agreed Sarah. "There are plenty more memories for you to view. Do you want to see them?" Harry nodded his head. Sarah looked up at one of the healers who had been waving his wand over Harry as he caught his breath. "You'd better take a few minutes to rest, Mr. Potter," he stated. "Then you can view the next one." Harry nodded again and swallowed thickly, not noticing that Sarah, Hannah and Susan were all crying tears of happiness. "Just how many students are we talking about, Griselda?" Professor Jennifer Winston was a tall yet kind-looking woman of about 45. Her black hair was pulled back in a ponytail and her robes were a dark maroon color with a golden trim, coincidentally and rather unintentionally, almost mirroring the chosen color scheme of Gryffindor House at Hogwarts. 319, replied Griselda. "Numbers have been down since the end of the last war but have been picking up in the last few years." "Yes, we did note Hogwarts dropping its tuition fees slightly in order to lure in a few more Muggleborns each year," commented Professor Winston. "And don't think that we haven't noted the drop in the number of Weasleys either. 7 children in total for Arthur, wasn't it?" "I believe so, yes. And yet not one of them came here. Their cousins did, but somehow Arthur can afford to send 7 children to Hogwarts." "Well, he did marry into the Pruitt family," began Griselda, who did not yet know of Dumbledore's involvement in the Weasleys' education. Professor Winston eyed the older woman carefully for a moment before continuing. "Despite the downturn in numbers, 319 students are a lot to accommodate, even for a non-boarding school. What assistance will we get from the ministry in this? What sort of help would you require?" "More teachers would be a start." Well, we should be able to help you there. While Hogwarts is closed, its professors for astronomy, arithmancy and ancient runes will all be needing employment. We will, of course, pay their salary using Hogwarts funds. I'm afraid that we do not offer any of those 3 subjects here, said Professor Winston. As I already mentioned, we are not a boarding school, meaning that the students return home every night. That rules out astronomy. Arithmancy and ancient runes were both dropped from our syllabus several decades ago due to lack of interest. But there are Hogwarts students who are taking those studies, said Madame Marchbanks. Surely arrangements can be made so that their education in those subjects is not too badly affected. Professor Winston considered this for a few moments before nodding her head. I'll see what I can do about finding space for arithmancy and ancient runes. A nighttime class like astronomy may be too difficult to include unless your professor is prepared to simply teach theory for the duration of their stay here. I will speak with her, Madame Marchbanks assured her. As for additional help, I'm sure that we can come to some financial agreement, and I'm certain that we can count on Hogwarts head boy and girl, along with the prefects to assist in making the move as smooth a transition as possible. Very well. We will, of course, require some time to get ready. Give us a fortnight to prepare things, and then we'll have the Hogwarts prefects come by for a few days to get used to the place before everyone else arrives. Excellent. Thank you, said Madame Marchbanks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a few parents to write to. If you could send our receptionist a list of those parents, we will send out a copy of our school syllabus so that they can make an informed decision. I understand how you would ideally like for all of those students to come here and remain together, but I'll not have students here who quite clearly do not want to be. And I'll be contacting you regarding our financial reimbursement. Of course, I don't suppose that I could take a copy of that syllabus for myself, could I? Professor Winston opened a drawer on her desk and pulled out a 20-page booklet. A quick flick through showed photographs and text detailing the day-to-day lives of the school, a guide to each subject and a who's who for each member of staff. Madame Marchbanks made sure to make a mental note of that too. The healer stowed his wand away and turned to the others in the room. Harry had only viewed 5 memories before becoming too exhausted to go on. Of course, given the varying lengths of the memories in question, he had actually taken in a huge amount of information. That, coupled with the fact that there was still so much that he did not know, accompanied by the shock of what had been done to him at Hogwarts, had led to a highly emotional afternoon for the boy who lived. He had wanted to continue on, but everyone else, with the urging of the healers, had convinced him that he needed to rest for a while. He had fallen asleep the moment his head touched the pillow. The healers had taken the opportunity to examine Harry's mind in order to see how well things were going. Well, so far there is no sign that the obliviation is being undone, concluded the healer. However, he is managing to build up a mental picture in his mind regarding the order of various events. The memories that you have supplied are by no means perfect fits, but they are helping him. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at that. Thank Merlin, muttered Hannah. The healer continued, needless to say, you 3 are not the only ones to have interacted with Mr. Potter during the past few weeks. If you could, write to everyone that you can think of and urge them to come to the hospital as soon as they can. I'll go home and talk to Auntie Amelia, said Susan. She'll have more than a few memories to add, and so will Mr. Greengrass. I'll write to Padma Patil, said Hannah. Harry will want to remember his date with her. Another day had passed by. During that time the Ministry of Magic, specifically the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Mysteries, had been using its time wisely. When the various members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Hogwarts staff had first been brought in following the debacle at Hogwarts Castle, each one had been given the opportunity to explain of their own volition exactly why they had been involved. With the exception of the 3 eldest Weasleys and Nymphadora Tonks, none of them had taken the chance. Starting at 5 in the morning that day, the ministry decided to force the matter through the use of Veritaserum. The results were horrifying and a damning indictment of a man whom the wizarding world had respected and trusted for almost a century. It was a little after 9 in the evening when Cornelius Fudge entered the office of Amelia Bones to find the head of the DMLE nursing a glass of scotch. While he did not always get on well with Amelia or see eye to eye with her, the minister was able to recognize the warning signs. That bad? He asked. Amelia shook her head and replied, worse. We managed to get them all to confess, but, well, those are the confessions there. Moody's is on the top. She pointed to one corner of her desk where a stack of parchments stood. Cornelius lifted the topmost parchment and blanched. One Muggle boy killed and one other seriously maimed by Moody's enchanted trash cans. Oh yes, said Amelia. Dumbledore managed to cover the whole thing up, and from then on, Moody was his man. When did this happen? Demanded the minister. About 25 years ago now. Of course this means that the best Death Eater catcher we had in the Auror Force should not have even been there. Are they all like this? Pretty much. As far as we can tell, Dumbledore's main recruitment method was to help people out of a tight spot and then hold it over them. He vouched for Severus Snape during the Death Eater trials, and since then Snape has worked for him. A reporter caught Phileas Flitwick in a compromising position with two hags and a swamp troll the night he fought his last duel on the professional dueling circuit. Dumbledore covered it up, getting Flitwick on his side. Dumbledore paid for all 7 of Arthur Weasley's kids to go to Hogwarts, and the whole family has been singing his praises ever since. And you know the story of Miss Tonks. Cornelius nodded as he continued to leaf through the stack of confessions, occasionally reading aloud the damning evidence. Poppy Pomfrey failed her final healer's examination and so is not qualified for the position she held within the school. Mundungus Fletcher, Dumbledore helped him out when he was arrested for an instance of Muggle baiting that resulted in 3 Muggles losing their beeps to carnivorous toilet seats. Sturgis Podmore broke the international statute of secrecy when he got into a brawl in a Muggle bar and hexed 5 people to have bat wings where their ears should be. Amelia, these are disgusting. Read Shacklebolt's, she replied. It's the cream of the crop. Cornelius flipped through until he found The Confession of Kingsley Shacklebolt. Joined the Order of the Phoenix after being approached by Alistair Moody. Then, on Dumbledore's suggestion, he purposefully misled the ministerial investigation into the current whereabouts of Sirius Black. Since then, Dumbledore has used this to keep Shacklebolt in line. The minister looked up at the head of the DMLE. But isn't Shacklebolt the one in charge of the search operations for Black? He was, replied Amelia. Clearly he knows where the man is, but he's not telling. We think he must be someplace that is protected by the Fidelius charm, as even the use of Veritaserum could not make Shacklebolt tell us the location. Amelia set her glass aside and took out her monocle to clean it on a cloth, saying as she did so, as far as we can, while the majority of the order behaved without being influenced by magic, a good number of them were coerced. That does not excuse their behavior, said the minister. No, but in some cases this may be grounds to show some small amount of leniency. Arthur and Molly, for a start, did not actually take part in the Hogwarts debacle, nor is there any evidence of outright criminal activity on their part. However, there is no escaping the fact that their eldest son, Bill, was involved. Flitwick broke no laws and his actions were out of a desire to protect his reputation. Snape, Moody and Fletcher, on the other hand, are criminals who got away with their crimes because Dumbledore pulled a few strings. Cornelius nodded before asking, and what of Minerva McGonagall? What part did she play in all of this? Amelia sighed. To be honest with you, Minister, I do not fully understand what exactly is going on with that woman. But whatever it is, it's not good. Croker has already suggested that we send her to the mind healers at St. Mungo's, and I'm inclined to agree with the suggestion. Seems a bit extreme. No, what's extreme is her loyalty to Dumbledore. No, scratch that. Loyalty doesn't do the situation justice. Blind faith would be a better way to describe it. All it took for her to take part in the travesty of a few days ago was for Dumbledore to tell her that it was for the best. She accepted it without question. Fudge was quiet for a few moments as he contemplated this news. Then he said, "Now that you bring it up, I'm reminded of something old Ludo Bagman said to me last year. After Harry Potter's name was drawn from the Goblet of Fire, I naturally called in both Ludo and Barty Crouch. Ludo mentioned a confrontation between the staff and the ministry in the antechamber. What was it Minerva said now? Something along the lines of, Dumbledore believes that Mr. Potter did not put his name into the goblet, and that should be good enough for everybody." "Yes, Harry said something along those lines to me during the summer," said Amelia. "He said that he was relieved to have her apparent support at the time, but looking back on it he found it a little disturbing. It is well known that Dumbledore and McGonagall have known each other for a long time and that he taught her everything she ever knew about Transfiguration, but that alone cannot explain her blind trust in the man. And you really think that sending her to be examined by the mind healers at St. Mungo's is the best option? Asked the minister. It's probably our only option, replied Amelia. I mean, we can always just send her to Azkaban, but I think that we will all be better off with her at the hospital. Who knows what the healers may find? Potentially they could answer so many questions. Very well. Have her sent to St. Mungo's. As for the rest, I want airtight cases built against them. We'll let the Wizengamot decide their fates. A wave of the bird's wing was all that was needed. To roast the rabbit meat, after which the ancient wizard set it down onto a conjured plate and sat back into his conjured armchair. Fawkes trilled and tucked his head back under his wing as Albus Dumbledore began to consume his late dinner. In the limited amount of time that he and Fawkes had been living in the dilapidated old house that had once belonged to his parents, Dumbledore had done a rather marvelous job of cleaning the place up a bit. Of course, unlike those children who had spent the summer at Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore was allowed to use magic to get the cleaning done and any repairs carried out. Every inch of the house had been scourgify, clean, and every chip, crack and hold had been reparo, back into working order. In fact, the old Dumbledore house was now the only house in Mold-on-the-Wold that was not worthy of the name. As he filled his stomach, Dumbledore set his mind to planning. While it was true that just about everything that could have gone wrong had gone wrong, things were still salvageable. After all, no matter what the Ministry decided to do with the various members of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore could always get them out of it. He might not have the ears of the Wizengamot anymore, or those of the Hogwarts governors, but he did still have Fawkes. Whether it was Hogwarts, the Ministry, St. Mungo's, or even Azkaban, there was nowhere that Fawkes could not travel to. Nor, for that matter, was there any way of preventing him from taking people into or out of any of these places with a burst of flame. Dumbledore had already wondered on a time scale for when he ought to carry out his rescue mission and was in two minds about it. The longer he left his followers, supporters, in the hands of the Ministry, the more information could be extracted from them. However, leaving his followers to stew for a little while did have its upsides. Leaving them all to the care of the Ministry would remind them all that there was no solace to be found there. The longer Dumbledore left them, the more grateful they would be when he eventually did come for them. Dumbledore knew that if he chose that course of action, then the best time to rescue them would be once they had been tried and sentenced by the Wizengamot. He was as yet undecided as to which course he should take. As to the matter of Harry Potter, that was salvageable as well. While he admittedly had no means to track the boy's current whereabouts, having left all of his tracking devices in his office at Hogwarts, Dumbledore knew that it was only a matter of time before the boy was back behind the walls of the castle, and once he was, it was only a matter of time before Fawkes would succeed in finding him. Harry Potter had a duty to perform. He was destined to be killed by Voldemort's wand, and it was Albus Dumbledore's job to make sure that it happened. It was for the greater good, after all. Well, Mr. Potter, I'm very pleased to say that we appear to have successfully flushed every single potion out of your system, said the healer as she looked over his chart. In fact, so long as you are content to stay with the Abbott family so that Sarah can keep an eye on you and help with your memory immersion program, I'm happy for you to leave the hospital this afternoon. Thank you, said Harry. Sorry for being so difficult to deal with when I first got here. Think nothing of it, Mr. Potter. Now, if you'll excuse me, I believe that you have a visitor, so I'll leave you two to talk. Harry sat up in his bed to see who this visitor was. The healer walked out through the door of the room, and a few moments later a familiar face walked in. Padma Patil stood in the doorway, clearly unsure of how to react. After all, who do you act around a hospitalized friend whom you went on one date with, of which they have no memory? Finally Harry broke the silence. Hannah said she was going to contact you. Padma nodded and stepped further into the room, holding up a small crystal phial as she did so. I brought you some memories to view. Harry nodded and swung his legs out of the bed. Clad only in a pair of pajamas, Harry made his way over to the pensieve, which stood on a table off to the far side of the room. Padma followed him and looked to him for instructions. Using his wand, Harry gently extracted 3 long, silvery memories that he had been viewing before the healer had arrived and placed each of them into their own files. After placing a stopper in the top of each file and placing each file into a small wooden rack, Harry turned back to Padma. Just pour them in gently. Padma nodded and took the stopper out of the file in her hands. Gently she poured the contents into the pensieve and, without another word, Harry took the plunge. Despite his frequent forays into the memories of other people over recent days, Harry was still not used to the odd sensation caused by entering the pensieve. This sensation was only made more overwhelming by the fact that the person most featured in these memories was himself, taking part in activities that he had absolutely no recollection of going through. The first memory that Padma had given to him was of their confrontation with the Slytherins on the Hogwarts Express. He had already been given a memory of how this confrontation ended, thanks to Hannah, but it was very useful to see it from the beginning. Unfortunately, there was still a gap to be filled in even after his viewing of Padma's memory, which ended with her escorting Daphne and Astoria Greengrass and Tracy Davis out of the compartment. From his own words, Harry knew that he had spoken with both Malfoy and Parkinson, but exactly how much time had passed between Padma's exit and Hannah's arrival was something that he might never know. After the confrontation with the Slytherins was a discussion that Harry and Padma had had regarding dealing with the Slytherin head of house. Harry realized that he had spoken to Padma with relative ease, even joked with her. He could see how a date with her could have come about. Unfortunately, Padma eventually left and the memory ended, leaving another blank for Harry to try and fill in elsewhere. Trying to keep everything in some sort of order in his mind, Harry was reasonably sure that shortly after Padma's memory ended, he had gone to sit with Susan in her compartment, though again, he had no idea just how much time passed between the two events. The next memory was of their meeting with Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape and Flitwick in the headmaster's office. It was certainly interesting to watch as he confronted Dumbledore and Snape over the actions of the Slytherins. Having Padma and Professor Umbridge there to help out certainly made the task easier. Again, the memory ended too early and Harry had no idea what had been said in the headmaster's office after Padma left it. They were currently waiting on Professor Umbridge being revived from a dosage of draught of living death. Harry hoped that she would have plenty of memories to supply him with once she came around. That memory was followed by his and Padma's encounter on the staircase down to the Great Hall. That Padma had been the one to ask him out surprised him a little at first, but then he realized that it probably did have to happen that way. There would have been no way that he'd have plucked up the courage for at least another 3 months had things been left up to him. There then followed the memory of lunch with the Ravenclaws. He was pleased to see that he had gotten on well with all of them, just like he had when he had sat with Susan, Hannah and their year mates at the Hufflepuff table. And then, of course, came the date, during which Harry surprised himself by not being quite as awkward as he had expected. In fact, he was very pleased to see, he and Padma had clearly had a very good time and their date clearly showed the promise of their having more in the future. Unfortunately, just as the pair was walking back to the castle, with Harry fully expecting to witness himself and Padma end their night with a key, Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape turned up. After this there were not quite so many memories for Harry to view and he got the distinct impression that he and Padma had not yet managed to discuss having a second date. The closest that they had come was on that Saturday when they and a group of others had spent the afternoon together down by the lake. Harry had already seen this from Hannah's memories, but it was nice to watch it again. It was such a pleasant memory, though Harry watched it with a hint of sadness, knowing that just a few hours after this everything had gone right down the plan, all thanks Albus Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. Harry exited the pensieve to find Padma watching him with a worried look on her face. "Well, our date certainly went well," he observed. Quite suddenly Padma threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and burying her face into his neck. "What's wrong?" asked Harry in alarm as he wrapped his arms around her waist. "It's my dad, Harry. He's decided that Parvati and I are to continue our education at Pardlio's school instead of Hogwarts." Harry was puzzled for a moment and asked, "I thought the school we were all going to is called Waxwings." "Yes, that's the alternative that the ministry arranged. My dad's decided to send us to a different school." "Oh, well, I'm sure we can visit each other. Pardlio's is in India, Harry." "Oh, well that beats." Padma nodded into his shoulder and began to cry. "Is there any way you can talk him out of this?" asked Harry. "I've tried to, but he won't hear of it and neither will Mum. There have been Pottles in England for 7 generations and until Parvati and I came along, they all went back to India to attend Pardlio's. Our brother Sanjay already goes there, but Dad thought it would be a good idea to send Parvati and I to Hogwarts." He's been less than happy with some things at Hogwarts and has been in two minds about sending us to Pardlios for a while. This latest mess just made the decision much easier for him. Harry heaved a heavy sigh and asked, "When do you leave?" "Tomorrow." "Damn. So this is goodbye, then?" She nodded and pulled back to look into his eyes. "Write to me?" she asked. "Of course." A smile appeared on her face, the only time she had done so during the visit. Then, catching Harry completely by surprise, she leaned in and keyed him. Harry felt dazed. He hadn't expected to be keyed, his first key. He didn't remember closing his eyes, but he assumed that he must have done because he was opening them again following the end of the key. Padma had an odd look in her eyes, one that Harry found rather alluring. She bit her lip before saying, "I should probably go." "Probably," agreed Harry. She turned and walked towards the door. Just before leaving she looked back over her shoulder. "Bye, Harry." Harry swallowed nervously and replied, "Bye, Pad." She left. Harry sighed again and sank down onto the end of his hospital bed, burying his face in his hands. Wow, that was some pretty heavy stuff. Harry whirled around and saw that Hannah was lying on his bed. "How long have you been there?" he demanded. "On the bed. About 10 minutes. In this room. I turned up with the healer, remember? And you didn't have the decency to leave." "Nope. I had a front row seat to a dramatic moment in your love life and I wasn't about to give it up." "So you wanted to watch me break up with my girlfriend?" "No. What I wanted was to watch as you and Padma snogged each other senseless." Her going to India was not something I was expecting. Harry groaned and fell back, lying across the foot of the bed. How lousy can a romantic relationship get? Seriously, I date a girl out on a first date and we get along great, but now I can only remember it from her point of view. Then we key, my first key by the way, and now she's being whisked off to India. It does sound like something out of one of those Muggle romance novels Susan's so fond of, commented Hannah. "You're not helping," said Harry. "Okay," said Hannah as she sat up. She scooted down to the end of the bed and looked down at Harry. "Would it help if I pointed out that you are not the only one who is upset that Padma is leaving?" "What do you mean?" "Well, there's Lisa Turpin and Sue Lee for a start. They've been best friends with Padma since first year. Then there's that Luna Lovegood girl. She gets bullied a lot, but Padma always did her best to stick up for her." Harry thought for a few moments before saying, "No. Your pointing that out does not make me feel better." "Of course it doesn't," said Hannah. "I was just trying to make you realize that you're not going to be alone in missing Padma. I'll miss her, she was great to have patrol duty with. Then there's Parvati, we're losing her too. Think how lost Lavender is going to be without her best friend." "I'm sensing that you are trying to make a point here but I can't seem to find it." Hannah rolled her eyes before explaining herself. "My point, Harry, is that we are going to lose people over this. After what Dumbledore and sycophants did we were always going to lose people. But the important thing is that those of us who remain must stick together. Our school, no, our world has been turned upside down by this. But so long as we stick together, we'll pull each other through it." Harry nodded, but remained silent. Seeing that she had gotten through to him, Hannah swung her legs off of the bed and stood up. "I'm going to contact Mum. I know the healer said for you to live with my family, but we're all living with the bones, at the moment while we wait for better wards to be put around our home." "Okay," said Harry, making himself sit up. "I'll start packing my stuff up. Dear Miss Hermione Granger, we are writing to invite you to attend the Waxwing School for Magic to continue your magical education until such a time that your usual school, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, is deemed fit to be reopened. Hogwarts students will be arriving at our school to begin their education on Wednesday the 17th of September. However, as a Hogwarts prefect we request that you arrive on Monday the 15th of September in order to further aid the transition. By no means are you required to attend, but if you wish to do so then please send a letter of confirmation by all post at your earliest convenience so that we may send you a supply list and a copy of the school syllabus. We look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Professor Jennifer Winston, Headmistress, Waxwing School for Magic." Hermione looked down at the parchment in her hands and felt resolve steeling itself within her. A new magical school meant a new chance, a chance that she was determined not to waste. She ran downstairs to discuss this development with her parents. Pansy Parkinson was having similar thoughts about her letter. Her time at Hogwarts had always been about beeping up to Draco Malfoy and making sure that she was the queen bee in Slytherin house. Well, not this time. She was going to use this opportunity to reinvent herself and become a better person. If she didn't, well, she didn't like to imagine the consequences. Up and down Wizarding Britain many other students were holding their letters, inviting them to attend Waxwing's School for Magic. Many had already accepted the offer, some others had rejected it and still others were in two minds about the whole thing. No matter what, though, Hogwarts was on a collision course with Waxwings, and only time would tell just how well each school would fare. In the London borough of Islington there was a street called Grimmauld Place, a street that had become worthy of its name. At one point Grimmauld Place had been a decent neighborhood, filled with a sense of community pride and good relations with the local authorities. Sadly, in the years since the end of the Second World War Grimmauld Place had gone downhill. During the war most of the children living on that street had been evacuated to the rural regions of Britain and most had never bothered to come back. If that wasn't bad enough, several families were hit by the mid-1970s recession and were forced to either sell up and move or were evicted. Since then Grimmauld Place had become one of those rough neighborhoods where no one really wanted to live. The fronts of the line of townhouses were grimy and unwelcoming, with paint peeling off of doors and window frames. Several houses had smashed or boarded up windows and, no matter how often the local council sent around the bin men, there always seemed to be black bin bags sitting overstuffed on the steps of some homes, oftentimes torn open by scavenging cats and urban foxes looking for an easy meal. Half of the street lamps did not work properly, either smashed or simply burnt out, and as a result there were many darkened corners where teens liked to gather together to smoke, drink and generally make nuisances of themselves. The most noticeable evidence of their work, aside from the graffiti, was the burnt-out remains of a 1981 Ford Cortina which had been set alight 6 months ago after spending 2 years resting on a stack of bricks without its wheels. On the opposite side of the road from the row of townhouses there was a small pocket park known as Grimmauld Square. Like the street around it, the park had once been a rather nice area that had fallen to neglect. Surrounded by rusting railings, it now consisted of a patch of uncut grass, several overgrowing bushes and couple of trees, one of which still bore the marks from when some of the kids had doused part of its trunk with petrol and set it alight. And if all that wasn't bad enough, there was a storm drain located where Grimmauld Place met Finsbury Lane which had been blocked up for as long as anyone could remember, meaning that any time it rained, and it does that a lot in Britain, a large puddle formed there. All of this was well known to the local residents and they had long ago given up complaining about it. It was all just a part of daily life for them and so it was, largely, easy to ignore. Another thing that was easy to ignore was the apparent fact that, when the street had been built, there had seemingly been a mistake in the numbering of the houses, with house number 11 sitting beside house number 13 with no number 12 in sight. The residents of Grimmauld Place had long since come to accept that relatively innocuous issue as just a little amusement to have chuckle over whenever the local gossip ran dry and there was nothing on the news worth commenting on. But just because they couldn't actually see number 12 didn't mean it wasn't there. Number 12, Grimmauld Place was there. Situated perfectly comfortably between number 11 and number 13. If anyone who lived in Grimmauld Place were to ever see number 12 for themselves, they would have unanimously concluded that number 12 was precisely the reason why their street had its name. For that house was, in fact, the grimiest, grimmest, moldiest, darkest and seemingly oldest and most unwelcoming-looking house on the entire street. There were a handful of people in the world who were able to see number 12, Grimmauld Place in all its depressing, unwelcoming glory. Every single one of them thought the same thing: Grimmauld Place was the way it was because of number 12. It was as if number 12 was some kind of disease that was affecting the rest of the street, with number 11 and number 13 being almost as bad, but with each successive house down the line getting progressively better, with numbers 1 and 23 being the most decent of the lot. The reason why the people living in Grimmauld Place could not see number 12 was because it was that particular townhouse that, back in 1832, had come to the attention of Licorice Black, a wizard. Licorice had seen the house, decided that he wanted it and persuaded the previous Muggle occupant to leave. From then the townhouse had, over time, become the main house owned by the Black family. From Licorice, ownership of the house had passed to his grandson, Phineas Nigellus Black, then to his son Sirius Black Eye, and then to his grandson Orion and his wife and second cousin Walburga. Following the death of Walburga Black in 1985, number 12 Grimmauld Place had sat empty and mostly forgotten, for there was no one left to take it on. Of the surviving Blacks, Walburga's father, Pollux, was in Azkaban and his sister, Cassiopeia, was in St. Mungo's long-term care ward, as was Orion's father Arcturus. Orion and Walburga's oldest son, Sirius, was in Azkaban while their younger son, Regulus, had been killed in the service of Lord Voldemort, while their three nieces were also indisposed. Bellatrix was with Sirius and Pollux in Azkaban, Andromeda had been banished from the family for marrying a Muggle, and Narcissa was married to Lucius Malfoy, who, at the time, was doing all he could to keep his name away from anything that might link him to Lord Voldemort. That included the London townhouse, no matter how much he coveted the many treasures he believed to be hidden away within. The other, more distant relations that might have been able to claim some kind of ownership over the house, the Weasleys, the Potters, the Longbottoms, the Macmillans, the Bulstrodes, the Flints and the Crouches, were either unaware of their potential right to the house or simply did not want it. And so the house had sat empty and unused with no one to claim ownership of it, with the only sounds within being the screeching commands issued by a portrait of Walburga to a house elf named Creature, the only thing in the world to have shown her any amount of care during the latter years of her life. Then, 10 years later, Sirius Black, Azkaban escapee, had been seeking a place to lie low and, against his personal tastes, he had arrived on the front step of number 12 and pushed open the door. In order to give the two-fingered salute to his more unsavory ancestors and all they stood for, particularly his mother, Sirius had offered his home to Albus Dumbledore for use as the headquarters of prestigious the Order of the Phoenix, a secret society founded by Dumbledore to oppose the actions of the Dark Lord Voldemort and his followers, the Death Eaters. The Order of the Phoenix was originally founded in the early 1970s when Voldemort had returned to magical Britain from years of study abroad and began to wage war against those he deemed unworthy of owning a wand, Muggleborns, half-bloods, half-breeds and blood traitors. Throughout the course of that war the Order had fought alongside the Ministry of Magic in order to combat the Death Eater insurgency and hold the tide of darkness at bay. Like the Ministry, the Order suffered heavy casualties and would likely have not held out much longer had the events of one fateful Halloween night in 1981 not come to pass. Voldemort had been banished that night, but now, after 13 years, the Dark Lord was back, and with the Ministry of Magic refusing to believe it, Dumbledore had reformed the Order of the Phoenix in order to combat the forces of darkness once again. Now, several months later, Sirius Black had a problem. Being the hub of a pretty important secret organization meant that people were usually coming in and out of the house all the time, and Sirius was very rarely left alone for more than 5 hours at a time. Not now though. In a change to the norm, Sirius had not seen anyone for several days, and it was beginning to get to him. As far as he knew, the only people from the Order who should be completely out of contact with headquarters were his longtime friend Remus Lupin, who was off trying to make contacts within the werewolf community, Rubeus Hagrid, who was trying to make some kind of deal with the giant colonies of Europe, and Charlie Weasley, who was still in Romania where he lived and where he was supposed to be sounding out foreign allies for Dumbledore's cause. As many people entering Hogwarts to deliver reports to Dumbledore would likely draw the suspicions of the interfering Ministry of Magic, they instead came to the House of Black, where Sirius would use a two-way mirror in order to contact Dumbledore and let him know of whoever had arrived. While Sirius had, at one time, intended to use the mirrors in order to communicate with his godson, Harry Potter, the need to communicate effectively and freely with Dumbledore had proved more important, and, unable to safely use the Flow network for communication, what with every fireplace within Hogwarts likely being monitored by the Ministry of Magic, Sirius had handed the headmaster one of the two communication mirrors that he had in his possession. The usage of those mirrors had prompted Sirius to wonder why several days ago Dumbledore had chosen to communicate through All Post rather than the mirrors, but had decided not to question it. At the time he had reasoned that Dumbledore most likely knew what he was doing. Now he wasn't so sure. No one from the Order had been in contact with headquarters since he had sent off his reply letter, and he was beginning to doubt that the letter had come from Dumbledore at all. While it was not unusual for certain members of the Order to go without reporting in for days and sometimes even weeks at a time, hearing from no one was, quite frankly, setting Sirius' teeth on edge. It was even getting to the point where he would have been glad to catch sight of Severus Snape, that's how bad his anxiety over the situation was. Even if they had nothing to report to Dumbledore, there were those within the Order whom Sirius had become friends with and who would make visits which were purely social in nature, but even they were not turning up. Heck, just last night Kingsley Shacklebolt, Alistair Moody, Mundungus Fletcher, Bill Weasley and Sturgis Podmore were meant to come around for a game or two of cards and work their way a few bottles of fire whiskey in order to let off a little steam. Moody, of course, would have been made to take out his magical, all-seeing eye so that the game was fair. None of them had turned up for the game and not one of them had gotten in touch, not a Flo call, not an owl, and Sirius thought that to be rather rude. Last night he had wallowed in his disappointment by making his way through 2.5 of the 10 bottles of fire whiskey that had been set aside for the game before slumping over the kitchen table and passing out. That was last night though. 20 fire hours later and Sirius was now wide awake, sobered up and sitting in front of the fire hearth, staring into the roaring, orange flames as he contemplated the situation that he currently found himself in. One person missing the game was understandable, 2 was plausible, 3 was a bit of a stretch but not beyond the realms of possibility. After all, Kingsley, Sturgis and Bill all had jobs to see to and could easily have been called in to attend to an emergency. But for all 5 of them to miss the game made no sense at all, and Sirius Black did not like it one little bit. To make matters worse, there seemed to be some kind of communication block in place. There were no letters being delivered, no Flo calls to take, and with no one visiting headquarters, Sirius had not seen a copy of the Daily Prophet in days. For obvious reasons he could not subscribe to the premier wizarding periodical himself and had to instead rely upon others to bring copies around with them and leave them lying around. How was he meant to know how much ministry-induced damage he was going to have to rectify when he and Harry were together again? Rapidly he was coming to one very simple conclusion: if information would not come to him, he would have to go and find it. There were no owls available for his personal use at headquarters, and the ministry keeping an eye on the Hogwarts Flow network ruled that out. Even if he did use the Flow network, there was no guarantee as to what he would find at the other end. What if the ministry had raided Hogwarts and Sirius stepped out of the fireplace right into a band of Aurors? He was, after all, still marked to have his soul removed through the key of a Dementor should he be caught alive. After hours of thought, what he must do now was becoming steadily clearer. The previous year, during the events of the Tri-Wizard tournament being held at Hogwarts, he had spent much of his time living in a cave just outside of the wizarding village of Hogsmeade and had entered the village at night to pull discarded copies of the Daily Prophet out of rubbish bins. As a wanted man with no means of communication, this was the best way he could think of to get the information he so desperately desired. Yes, he thought, that will have to do. I did it once and I can certainly do it again. He got out of his chair and waved his wand through the air several times. Moments later his younger brother's old school trunk flew in through the drawing room door, followed by several sets of robes, bedding and a decent supply of food. The trunk landed upon the nearby table and the lid swung open. Sirius watched as clothes and blankets folded themselves up and secured themselves compactly and tidily within one half of the trunk while the food filled the other half. After a couple of moments' thought he decided to add in the remaining bottles of fire whiskey as well. He had no plans on getting drunk while in the cave. Bitter experience had taught him that sleeping in a cave in Scotland during the winter months was not a fun experience, no matter how many blankets you bundled yourself up in or how many warming charms you cast around yourself. Fire whiskey, as well as being a very good way to get yourself very drunk very quickly, was also known for its warming properties, and if you happened to catch a cold, warming up a bowl of fire whiskey and inhaling the fumes for about 10 minutes was a rather effective way to clear your airways. Sirius had never agreed with his mother on many topics, but it was hard to argue with her home remedies like that one. Thoughts of home remedies quickly turned Sirius' thoughts to medicinal potions. He was never any good at healing charms, so in the event of a cut, a bruise or a broken bone he usually relied on a potion or living through the pain. As the remaining bottles of Ogden's finest fire whiskey settled themselves into the trunk, Sirius headed down to the kitchen and raided the Order's potion supply cupboard. While he might fight with Snape tooth and nail, and while he might trust the man about as far as he could throw a mountain troll without the aid of magic, there was no denying that the greasy git made good potions. Deciding to be prepared for anything, he grabbed pepper-up potions, burn salves, Skele-Gro, bruise removal paste, a cut sealing concoction and a few antidotes just to be on the safe side. Returning to the drawing room, he placed the potions into the trunk and closed and locked the lid. "Creature," he called out, and a moment later the old, cantankerous house elf that had served the Black family for years appeared in the room. "Nasty young master calls for Creature?" asked the elf, trying his best to appear subservient like a good house elf but ultimately unable to keep the loathing out of his voice. "Yes, Creature. I am leaving," replied Sirius. "Master is leaving," echoed the elf. "Yes, Creature, leaving. There has been no word from anyone in the Order for several days now, so I am going out to attempt to discover what has happened. Until I return, I will be in a cave just outside the village of Hogsmeade. Should anyone from the Order arrive here before I make my return, the only people you may inform of my location are Albus Dumbledore, Remus Lupin or Alistair Moody. Is that clear?" Creature bowed low and croaked, "Crystal clear, Master." Sirius huffed and used his wand to shrink the trunk down to the size of a galleon before placing it into a pocket before leaving the room. At the door he turned back and said, "Oh, and Creature. Try and keep the place looking tidy this time. I don't think we need another doxy infestation in the curtains of the master bedroom, do we?" "No, Master," croaked Creature. "Creature will keep out doxies. And feed Buckbeak," added Sirius before heading downstairs. At the front door Sirius turned the handle and looked out. It was dark out, which was to be expected at 11 at night. Looking up he saw that there were thick clouds in the sky, blocking out the moon and the stars. The only things that would expose him were the street lamps and car headlights. He stepped out of the door and closed it behind him before taking a deep breath of the cool, crisp air and dissipated. Not for a moment did it enter his head that he could possibly utilize his family's last remaining house elf to try and get a message through to Dumbledore. But then most wizards do have the tendency to overlook house elves, and Sirius Black was no exception. Elsewhere in the country a man staggered towards the nearby stream. His latest attempt to talk with some others of his kind had ended in disaster when Fenrir Greyback had caught him. The fight that followed had almost cost Remus Lupin his life. As so many werewolves were not permitted to use wands or obtain access to potions, Remus had, as a sign of respect, left his supplies at his base, well away from the feral werewolf encampment where Fenrir was the undisputed king. An action that he had carried out in the hope of gaining the trust of other, less fortunate werewolves now appeared as though it might result in his death. Struggling to the bank of the shallow stream he collapsed on it and pulled up the side of his shabby robes before breathing a sigh of relief. Although it hurt like hell, he had survived worse wounds in the past. Sometimes his being a werewolf did have its good points despite the curse. Reaching down into the stream he cupped some of the cold, fresh water into his hand and gently washed the wound. It stung like a bitch, but it had to be done. Although he was already a werewolf and thus could not be further harmed by lycanthropy, Fenrir Greyback seemed to think that being a werewolf also meant that you didn't have to wash. Who knew what other disease or even parasites his bites and scratches could inflict these days? Wound as clean as he could get it for now, he washed his hands off and stood up as above him 2 clouds parted and the light of a crescent moon shone down upon him. Behind him he heard a shout, followed by much howling. Evidently in the glade somewhere to the north Fenrir was encouraging his followers to embrace their inner wolf. Remus wanted no part of that, so decided to retreat back to the relative safety of his base for now. That base was a long ago abandoned fox earth found beneath the roots of a large beech tree. The entrance was narrow, but Remus had enlarged it slightly to allow himself to squeeze inside where he had made it quite substantially bigger. He had also installed a never-ending candle to provide a little light, and its dim glow welcomed him as he entered. Along one side several blankets were rolled out to form a bed while a small carry case stood off to one side. Remus approached this and pulled out a bottle labeled Essence of Dittany. Pulling out the stopper, Remus exposed the wound in his side again and applied the clear liquid. Smoke, greenish in color, billowed up from the wound, stinging lightly but otherwise offering little discomfort. When the smoke cleared the bleeding, it stopped and the open wound has sealed over. It now looked like an injury that had been received several days ago, with new skin stretching over what had previously been open flesh. Relieved that his wound was healed and no longer causing him any pain, Remus quickly took off his robe and cast it aside before pulling on a nightshirt and pajama trousers. He then took out his wand and hit his robe with a few quick scouring charms to remove the blood stains, followed by a stitching charm to close up the holes made by Fenrir's clawed hands. Satisfied, he sat down on his blankets and pulled his carry case towards him. After a quick rummage through what few supplies were left to him, he pulled out a can of baked beans. With little else available, he opened the can and used his wand to heat it up before settling down to consume his filling, if boring meal. At best guess he had just enough supplies to last him another week, 10 days at the most. Though, admittedly, if Fenrir Greyback attacked him again, he would likely have to abort the mission completely. He had been out here for nearly 2 months now and had made absolutely no progress towards gaining any support within the werewolf community. Oh, there were 1 or 2 who would listen to what he had to say, but they were just being kind and humoring him. None of them really listened to what he had to say, or what Dumbledore was prepared to offer them in return for going against Fenrir's commands. But then, they had no reason to listen. After centuries of persecution, werewolves had no desire to listen to any offers made and no reason to believe any offers they heard. Remus could wax lyrical for hours about Albus Dumbledore and how the man had extended to him the chance to attend Hogwarts, gain a magical education and make friends with non-werewolves, but the simple fact was that while this was the case for Remus, no other werewolf had been offered the chance either before his time at Hogwarts or after it. His story wasn't one of hope to them, instead it made them envious, and Remus had learned not to talk about it within his first few days here. Wizarding society had turned their backs on werewolves and had done for centuries. As a result, as far as the vast majority of werewolves were concerned, they were on their own. They had to look out for themselves and each other, for no one else would. But while forming groups certainly had its benefits, there was also a major flaw. Under the light of the full moon, werewolves would fight for dominance, to establish an alpha of the pack, and that title always ended up going to the biggest, strongest and fiercest werewolf around, like Fenrir Greyback. Of course, pointing out that it was individuals like Fenrir Greyback whose actions gave werewolves a bad name and caused other magic users to fear them was a very bad idea. For many of the werewolves here, Fenrir was all that they had. As cruel as their leader could be, he was also their protector and in many cases the only father figure many of them knew. Of course, there was the fact that he alone was responsible for more than half of werewolves in the group being bitten and becoming werewolves in the first place, but that fact was neither here nor there for the vast majority. The pack was all that they had. Remus sighed and set his half-eaten can of baked beans aside before stretching out on his makeshift bed and pulling 2 blankets over himself. He supposed he could easily have conjured up a proper bed to sleep on, but in the event of another werewolf coming sniffing around, he did not want to look like he had it too comfortable. Nor did he want to rub the fact that he was a wand user in their faces. As it was, he thought that the warming charms were pushing it enough. Settling himself down for as decent a sleep as he could get these days, Remus gave a flick of his wand and extinguished the light from the never-ending candle, plunging the den into darkness. He wondered if Hagrid was having any more luck in recruiting the giants than he was with recruiting the werewolves. Sticking to the shadows, the large black dog slunk his way through the darkened streets of Hogsmeade, looking for a bin to raid. The 3 that he had searched so far had proved to be useless to him, but he held out hope that the one out the front of the 3 broomsticks would prove fruitful. Slowly and quietly, so as to not draw attention, he made his way towards the famous inn, his ears straining to pick up any sound at all. There were lights on in the pub, proving that there were still people situated at the bar, and Padfoot knew he was taking a risk, but he had to get information. He reached the bin and placed his forepaws on the top before pausing. How to open the lid on the bin without changing back into a human. Before he used to just knock the bin over, but with the 3 broomsticks full he couldn't take the change of someone overhearing him. Suddenly his decision was made for him as Aurors John Dawlish and Bertram Savage rounded the corner of the pub. Sirius ducked down behind the bin and listened fearfully as the 2 men got closer. Step by step they got nearer to him, and Padfoot's heart was beating so fast that he was sure that they must be able to hear it. Then he heard their heavy boots tromping up the wooden steps at the front of the pub, followed by the sound of the door opening, and the noise and clamor from within the bar flooded the street. It sounded a lot busier in there than Padfoot had thought. "Evening, Rosemerta," he heard Dawlish's voice say loudly. "Evening, lads," came the reply of the curvy landlady. "What can I get you this evening?" And then the door swung shut and Padfoot turned and bolted off into the night. With just a few Patrons in the bar. He would have been willing to take his chances and risk it, but that bar was full, and worse, there were Aurors traipsing around. The black dog, easily the size of a small bear, didn't stop until the village of Hogsmeade was well behind him. Panting, he turned to look back down the hillside to the village just in time to see a couple of shadowy figures stumble out through the front door of the Three Broomsticks and shuffle off towards their homes. Padfoot turned and continued on his way up the hillside. The cave that he had stayed in the previous year was relatively easy for him to find, and he slipped inside the dark opening before reverting back into his human form. Sirius took out his wand and trunk and began setting up his own base of operations. Within minutes the trunk was back to its normal size. He had conjured up a decently sized bed and was heading up 2 eggs and 3 rashers of bacon in a conjured saucepan over bluebell flames before heading back to the entrance and casting a glamour charm over it to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Moments later he was sitting down on his bed, his evening meal on a plate in his lap. He decided he rather liked being back here. It was certainly less depressing than being in that dratted house of his. And unlike the last time he was here, he had a pretty decent setup going, what with his comfortable bed, warm, clean clothes, a stash of decent food and, most importantly, a few bottles of Ogden's finest. Speaking of which, he reached over to his trunk and pulled out the half-empty pull, from which he promptly took a heavy pull. After belching out the flaming burp which usually accompanied the consumption of fire whiskey, he settled himself back on his bed and settled in for what looked like would be the best night he had had in a very long time. The dining table at Bones Manor was set up for dinner, but Harry didn't feel much like eating. It was very strange for him, sitting in that house. In some respects it was a very familiar place to him, but in other ways it was completely alien. Slowly he had been viewing more and more memories from other people regarding his stay within the house that summer, but there were still gaps. Naturally, everyone providing him with memories was concerning themselves with providing what they thought of as being important first, which was fine by Harry. It made sense to make sure he knew all the important things first, but the gaps in between were disconcerting, and this was made worse by the fact that he didn't really know what order events had happened in. Of course, things were not helped by the fact that he didn't really know the people who were in the house with him. Oh, he knew of them, and some he was more familiar with than others, but he didn't know them, even though he knew that he did know them once. It was strange. Stranger still was trying to deal with the fact that he had broken up with a girl whom he could not remember ever having a date with, until she provided her own memory of the event. He had been sad earlier, back in St. Mungo's, when she had told him she was being sent to school in India. But he was sad for the fact that he could not remember her enough to be saddened by her leaving, that had been taken away from him. It was also very confusing. Susan and Hannah had tried their best to cheer him up, but even that was strange. Even though the memories shown to him had proven that he had developed a good friendship with both girls over the summer, that connection just wasn't there anymore. They had gone from being people he knew to being people he knew of. "Harry, you've been twirling that strand of spaghetti on your fork for the last 10 minutes. He blinked and looked up to see that it was Sarah who had spoken. She, along with everyone else at the dinner table, was watching. "Sorry," he muttered embarrassedly as set his fork down. "I'm just not all that hungry." Just then green flames roared into life in the fireplace and Amelia stepped out into the kitchen. "Auntie!" exclaimed Susan, getting out of her seat and going to give her aunt a hug, glad that the woman was home from the ministry. "How was your day, Amelia?" asked Sarah as one of the house elves set a place at the dinner table for the owner of the house. "Trying," replied Amelia, taking her bag off of her shoulder as she took her seat. A plate of spaghetti bolognese appeared in front of her. "Between our searches of Hogwarts and our questioning of the Order of the Phoenix, the DMLE is stretched entirely too thinly." Before she started eating, she picked her bag up off the floor and opened it up. She pulled out a large collection of books, far too many to fit inside the bag normally, indicating that she had placed an expansion charm on the inside. "These are yours, Harry," she explained, setting the last book on top of the pile and pushing them over to him. Harry eyed them curiously and asked, "What are they?" "Property of the Potter family," Amelia replied. "They consist of grimoires written by generations of Potters. They explain much about the history of your family." Harry frowned and picked the first book up of the pile, asking as he did so, "Where did you find these?" "They were discovered during a search of Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts," explained Amelia. We don't know why he had them, but at a guess he took them to try and discover exactly what happened when you banished Lord Voldemort as an infant. Much of what happened that night is a complete mystery, so it is likely that he was hoping that one of those books would contain some long-forgotten piece of magic which your parents used to engineer Voldemort's defeat. Sounds about as likely as any other reason, muttered Harry. Any reason why he didn't return them to me? Aside from wanting to keep me in the dark about everything, I mean. By way of answer, Amelia simply shrugged her shoulders. Harry sighed disappointedly and then opened the book in his hands. Almost immediately his eyes lit up. Hey, this one was written by my mother. It probably contains some of her notes for improving on existing potions and charms, said Sarah. She got really into that around the start of 5th year. Harry flipped through the book a few pages and said, here's one, Draft of Living Death. Let's see, she says to crush the soporiferous bean instead of cutting it as it releases the juices better. Then she says that when stirring, you should add 1 clockwise stir after 7 counterclockwise stirs as this obtains the clear color faster. I remember your mother working on that one at the start of 6th year, said Sarah. Amelia leaned forwards and asked, is it possible that Lily shared her research with anyone? Well, she used to study with Snape, though they had stopped being friends by the time we started 6th year. I suppose it's possible that they had at least discussed possible improvements to that potion before they stopped talking to each other. Amelia turned to Harry, see if your mother made any additions to the brewing of the Wiggenweld potion. That's the usual counter to Draft of Living Death, but healers have been having trouble waking Dolores Umbridge up from the dose she was given. If Snape brewed it using the methods your mother mentions in that book, then the healers may have to adjust their antidote. I don't think it matters if Mum ever shared these with Snape herself, Harry commented as he began flipping through the book. He and Dumbledore have had 14 years to learn all of her research. From this book, and every other Potter book besides. Which, by the way, constitutes a massive breach of family protocol, said Edward. Books such as those should have been placed straight into a vault at Gringotts until Harry was of old enough to receive them. Believe me, Edward, sighed Amelia, we've already added it to the list of charges against Dumbledore. His crimes against the noble and ancient house of Potter alone could see him getting at minimum a lifetime sentence to the high security wing of Azkaban. Add in everything else he has done and he'll be lucky to escape a death sentence. I doubt that'll bother him too much, said Harry, not looking up from his mother's journal. He's prattled on several times to me about how death is nothing but the next great adventure. Sounds almost as if he was trying to convince you of that fact, observed Susan. With all that you guys have helped me remember these past few days, I'm inclined to agree, muttered Harry before saying in a more excited tone, aha. Here we are, the Wiggenweld potion. He set the book on the table and read through the page of notes. She says to add 1.5 pints of Horklump juice instead of just 1 pint and to grind the lionfish spines and chisperful fangs into powder before adding either of them. Oh, and add 2 sprigs of mint instead of just the 1. Can you write me out a copy of that, Harry? Asked Sarah. I've got an appointment this evening for a checkup. I can drop it over to the healers looking after Umbridge then. Sure, agreed Harry before turning back to Amelia. Have you heard anything more about the other students? The Pottle twins are being sent to a school in India instead of going to Waxwings and waiting for Hogwarts to reopen. I haven't seen Griselda Marchbanks since early on this morning. However, she already mentioned that the Changs are sending their daughter to study in one of the schools in China. Evidently her interest in you during your 1 week at Hogwarts this year was mostly down to a potion. Mostly? Asked Hannah in confusion. It magnified something that was already there, explained Amelia. She already fancied Harry on some level, the potion she was under magnified that tenfold and lowered her inhibitions slightly. That explains her bold move on the train at the start of term, observed Hannah. Harry frowned and commented, I don't think I've seen that event yet. I'll share it later, said Hannah, who was grinning like a Cheshire cat. It's a good one, believe me. As Hannah and Susan began giggling, Harry shook his head and decided to ignore them. Turning back to Amelia, he asked, why would someone give Cho such a potion? To keep you occupied, supplied Amelia. We've already questioned Snape on this matter. Dumbledore wanted you as distracted as possible this year. The lady who pushed the snack trolley on the train was placed under a compulsion charm and given a small phial of the potion. The moment Cho ordered something, the witch discreetly laced with the potion. Evidently Miss Chong either has a significant amount of willpower or Snape brewed the potion incorrectly as it did not work as well as it should. According to Snape, Dumbledore was most upset when you arranged a date with Miss Pottle instead of Miss Chong. Bastards, muttered Harry. What about any other students? Well, now that you mention it, there is a rather curious issue, began Amelia. It seems that a number of students returned from Hogwarts only to find their families missing. Most of those students are now at the Ministry waiting for new homes to be sourced. Pansy Parkinson was invited to stay with the Greengrass family and the Knot Boy went to stay with the Zabinis, but there are at least 24 more that are still without homes to go to. Most interestingly, they all are members of families who you named as Death Eaters following the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. Edward frowned and said, so you finally get your hands on dear old Severus and 24 families just up and leave. Seems a bit suspicious, doesn't it? There are more than just 24, said Amelia. The Malfoys are completely unaccounted for, including their son. Yaxley has no children, but he too has disappeared. It seems our arrest of Snape has scared his old friends. What about Voldemort? Asked Harry. Am I going to need to come clean and tell the truth about that? Not now, answered Amelia. While I'm reasonably sure that Cornelius will believe you if you reveal the truth now, if you change your story on that matter now you will seriously discredit yourself when the Order members are put on trial. We can still make preparations to combat Voldemort without discrediting you. The fact that Malfoy and the others have done a runner on us can be used to secure the DMLE more funding. Dumbledore being on the loose as well only adds to the practicality of me making such a request. We have people keeping an eye out for Death Eaters and Cyrus Greengrass and the Unspeakables are still working on Voldemort's Horcruxes. We do not know where Voldemort and his Death Eaters have gone, so we cannot pursue them. We can, however, make sure that we are ready to fight them with everything we have should they ever make a return. Harry gave a nod of understanding. He knew that he was not meant to have left that graveyard in Little Hangleton the night that Lord Voldemort was reborn. His escape had completely wrong-footed the Dark Lord, who was now remaining as quiet as possible so as to not draw attention. That the Ministry would be using that time to better prepare itself for the eventual confrontation was more than Harry could have hoped for. That Malfoy and his ilk had been driven into hiding and therefore could not use their wealth and influence to sway the Ministry's standing to something more to their favor was just an added bonus. Albania, a country in southeastern Europe, had a handful of new residents that evening, though not one of the country's 3 million inhabitants knew it. Mount Korab was the highest mountain in Albania, and inside a cave the Death Eaters and their leader had made their new base. As the Death Eaters moved about the cave system, using their magic to expand small openings into vast rooms and to make their new lair habitable, their lord and master, Tom Riddle, the self-styled Lord Voldemort, sat alone in his newly constructed throne room pondering on recent events. Although his retreat from Britain had been rather sudden, he had always known that it would be a possibility. Following his return to physical form, it had always been his intention to maintain a low profile for as long as possible, allowing him to quietly recruit more and more followers to his cause without raising the suspicions of the Ministry. The arrest of Severus Snape had changed everything. Voldemort did not yet fully understand exactly what had happened that night when Severus was arrested. However, he did know that whatever it was had seemingly forced Dumbledore to go on the run. That last bit should have been excellent news, the great Albus Dumbledore, out of the Ministry, out of Hogwarts, out of society, but it wasn't. With Dumbledore out of the picture, any protection that Snape may have had from the Ministry was now gone. Dumbledore either did not realize or did not care to think on the fact that his keeping Severus Snape out of the clutches of the Ministry was in fact doing Voldemort a very great service. Snape knew much, and Dumbledore had gone to great lengths to keep Snape out of the Ministry's clutches. Many Death Eaters, such as Avery, Crabbe and McNair, had faced trial for their part in Death Eater activities, but had ultimately been let go on the basis of there not being enough information to convict them. Had Snape ever been questioned by the Ministry, the outcomes of many of those trials could have been vastly different, and that would have been disastrous for the Dark Lord. And now Voldemort was faced with the very real prospect of that potential disaster becoming a reality. Snape was caught by the Ministry and was slowly and methodically being pumped for information without the protection of Albus Dumbledore to save him. Faced with the prospect of many of his followers being rounded up and shoved into Azkaban, or worse sentenced to the Dementor's Key, Voldemort had taken the only course of action that he felt was available to him and retreated entirely from the British Isles, taking with him every Death Eater who still roamed free, along with their families. Now that he considered it, such an action was not as bad as it seemed. Here in the mountains of Albania they were well hidden and few would think to look for them there. The Albanian Ministry of Magic had its own problems to deal with, and Voldemort was certain that he and his followers could operate without arousing suspicion. The major downside of his decision to retreat was that the order had come too soon for some, forcing multiple families to abandon any children they had attending Hogwarts. The only Hogwarts-aged wizard amongst them was Draco Malfoy, who had been at home when the order to retreat had come. Other families, such the Crobs, the Goyles, the Knotts, the Parkinsons, the Bulstrodes, the Puseys, the Vassies, the Flints, the Carrows, the Bletchleys and the Montagues had all left at least one child behind, much to their consternation. To Voldemort's mind this was unfortunate, as each of those children would have information that could be extracted by the Ministry, but there was nothing that could be done about it now. He had never personally bothered with keeping tabs on the offspring of his followers until such a time as they could join him, but all in all he believed that the early retreat had cost him between 20 and 30 wands. With his forces as depleted as they were, he was far from happy with such a loss, but, again, it was too late to change that. Already he had branded the spouses and older offspring of his Death Eaters with the Dark Mark, and for now that would have to be enough. Of course there were a few other downsides as well. Fenrir Greyback and the werewolves who followed him had been left behind, but they would have to wait it out. Then there was Scabior and the other lowlifes and petty criminals of the seedy underside of society. While they certainly had their uses, Voldemort had never marked any of them and never even considered including them the order to retreat. In all honesty, it was just as well that they remained in Britain, out of the way. Also left behind were the Dementors of Azkaban and the prisoners whom they guarded. Voldemort had been able to make contact with the guards of the wizarding prison, but so far talks had been relatively fruitless. Again, for the time being, the Dementors and their prisoners would just have to sit tight until such a time as Voldemort was able to come for them. Of course, there were benefits too. It would be much easier to recruit new followers from Albania than from Britain. The country they were in had its own collection of dark and shady characters, all of whom could easily be persuaded to join Voldemort and his cause. Then there were the creatures. McNair was already off recruiting the giants to their cause, but from their new location it would be easy to recruit others: trolls, hags, ogres, vampires, ghouls and possibly even dwarves, if they could be persuaded. And, of course, there were werewolves out here as well. Then there were the other creatures to consider: Lethifolds, Noondu, Manticores, Yetis, Akamis, Sphinxes, dragons and many other terrifying monsters, all of whom could be brought in secret to join Voldemort's cause. On top of that, there were many other guaranteed recruits all over the world. The Malfoy family for one had originated in France, and the family was still fairly prominent there today. There were also Malfoys in Canada, the US, Germany and many other countries. Malfoys from around the world had provided a certain amount of financial backing to his first campaign for power, but this time he would make sure that they were more active participants. The same went for the Lestrange, Dolohov, Roll and any other foreign relation of his followers. It was time that they all brought their wands to the war and united under his banner once and for all. Only that way could they dominate the world as they so desired. Of course, Antonin Dolohov and Rodolphus and Rabastan Lestrange being locked up in Azkaban did present him with the slight problem of no longer having a decent inroad with those families, but for now that could not be helped. Those families would have to wait. In the meantime, Voldemort planned to meet with Lucius Malfoy and Thorfinn Roll the following morning to request that they visit their cousins. Names like Malfoy, Roll, Dolohov and Lestrange had been associated with a different Dark Lord 50 years previously, and members of those families bore a significant grudge against Wizarding Britain for their interference in a war that Gellert Grindelwald had never intended to allow to spill over onto British soil. To their minds, the British Ministry had interfered in a war that had nothing to do with them, and they hated Britain for it. Of course, they rather conveniently overlooked the fact that the Muggle side of the war, as led by Adolf Hitler, had spread to Britain, causing much death and destruction, thus forcing the British Ministry to act. But in especial they loathed Albus Dumbledore, the man who had stepped in just as they were about to seize victory and defeated Grindelwald in a duel to surrender. Voldemort was certain that he could harness that hatred and use it to achieve his own ends. It had worked well enough in getting the pure-blood elitists of Britain to do his bidding, so it would work just as well here. Contrary to popular belief, Lord Voldemort was not a blood purist. All in all, he barely cared what a person's parentage was so long as they knew their place and did as they were told. Oh, and they had to be capable of performing magic, that bit was important to him as well. The fact was, the blood purists were the easiest group to manipulate into doing his bidding. All he had to do was spout off about killing mudblood upstarts and blood traitors, pruning family trees to ensure purity remained and ensuring that the pure bloods ruled the roost as they were entitled to, and the blood purists bent over backwards to do whatever he wanted of them. They were so easily manipulated, it was almost disgusting. But if there was one thing that Lord Voldemort was good at, it was taking someone's anger and stirring it up until it boiled over before pointing them at his intended targets. He was certain that within a year he would have forces at his command which dwarfed that which he had had during his first attempt to seize power. When he finally did return, Wizarding Britain would not know what hit it. The rumble of thunder echoed through the air as another storm passed over the North Sea. Winds blew, clouds swirled, and rain hammered down as the sea below churned about. Great waves roiled across the surface of the freezing waters to break against the rock of Azkaban Island. Thunder rumbled, lightning flashed, a wave smashed against stone, and weakness in a cliff face gave out. A great crack split open, another wave slammed against it and it broke away, sliding, falling, toppling before crashing into the sea below, taking with it at least 20 graves containing the remains of some of those who had died in their cells within the large stone prison that stood prominently in the center of the island. In the East Wing guard room, Simon Alton shoved another 2 logs onto the fire in the fireplace and stoked it up until the flames were roaring away, providing a nice contrast to the storm outside and the fog that permeated throughout the rest of the prison. Over to one side, Benny Cram took 4 cups out of a cupboard and popped a tea bag and a spoonful of sugar into each one before joining Simon by the fire. He set the cups down on a small, wooden table before sitting himself down in his armchair. Simon sat himself down in the one next to him, picking up a copy of the Daily Prophet as he did so. Benny glanced over and got a look at the headline on the front page, which read, "Exposed, the Cult of Albus Dumbledore. What do you reckon about all this regarding Dumbledore?" Benny asked. Simon closed the newspaper to look at the front page. He snorted and replied, "It's long overdue, I reckon. Even when I was at Hogwarts there was something about Dumbledore that set my teeth on edge." Of course, he was only the deputy headmaster back then. Behind them the door to the room opened wide, allowing Alexa Dedworth and Jerry Findlater to enter. They had been doing one final patrol of the east wing of the prison before settling down for the night. "Well, everyone's down for the night," said Alexa. "No problems to report. Just what I like to hear," replied Simon. "Core, I'm ruddy freezin'," complained Jerry. "Is the tea ready?" "Kettle's almost boiled," said Benny. While every prisoner in the East Wing of Azkaban may have turned in for the night, up in the maximum security wing, one prisoner was still active. She held her left forearm up to her face and ran her tongue along the skin, licking away the grime and dirt that had accumulated there over the months since she had last been hosed down. Satisfied with her cleaning, she slapped the back of her arm against the heavy wooden door and waited, gazing up at her arm longingly. A few moments later she was rewarded when lightning flashed outside and a narrow strip of light filtered through the tiny window of her cell. It wasn't much, but years spent inside that cell had helped her see clearly in less light. To her disappointment, when Bellatrix Lestrange saw the dark mark tattooed onto her arm, it was faded, nothing like it had been the last time she had been lucid enough to look at it. She knew that her beloved Dark Lord had arisen once again. She felt it through her mark every time he summoned the Death Eaters to him. What's more, she knew it in her heart. The Dark Lord was back, he was once again going to make his war on the Ministry, and this time Bellatrix knew that he would succeed. He would. She knew it. She had hoped that he would come for her, but it had been over 3 months now since the mark had first flared to its most painful, and yet he had still not come for her. But he would. She knew he would. She was his favorite, after all. She was his most loyal. She had gone to Azkaban in order to prove herself to him, to prove her loyalty to him and their cause. She knew that her idiot brother, in-law Lucius Malfoy, could not say as much, nor could that coward Severus Snape. There was no way her lord could run his campaign without her by his side, she told herself. So why had he not come for her? And why was her mark more faded than last time? Was he further away from her now? Had something happened that had caused him to leave? To abandon her? No, she would not think like that. Lord Voldemort had returned, and this time he would be victorious, she was sure of it. And it would be she who would rule at his side, the High Lord and Lady who held dominion over all things. Yes, Lord Voldemort would come for her and they would win, together. Cecilia Greengrass walked down the hallway on the second floor of Greengrass Manor, intending to check in on her daughters before turning in for the night herself. Gently she opened the door to the bedroom of her eldest daughter Daphne. As the light from the hallway filtered into the room, it illuminated Daphne, who was sound asleep in her bed, a book lying open on her bedside table. Satisfied, Cecilia shut the door and checked on her other daughter, Astoria. Finding the younger girl to be asleep also, she turned to head up to the room she shared with her husband, only to pause as she heard a voice muttering to itself from a room a little further down the hall. She went to investigate. Inside that room she found their guest, Pansy Parkinson, wide awake and sitting at the desk in the room. Balled up pieces of parchment, several broken quills and 3 empty inkpots littered the floor around her as the girl muttered to herself. "Pansy," asked Cecilia as she moved further into the room, "is everything all right?" Surprised at the woman's sudden appearance, Pansy turned around to face her. "Oh, hello Mrs. Greengrass. I didn't hear you come in." "I noticed," replied Cecilia, sitting herself down on the edge of the bed. "What's got you up at this late hour?" Pansy ran a hand over her face in frustration before replying, "I've been trying to write a letter to my uncle to ask if he'll take me in. Don't get me wrong, you and Mr. Greengrass have been gracious hosts and I sincerely thank you for it, but I don't want to impose upon you forever." "Quite understandable," replied Cecilia. "So what seems to be giving you trouble?" "Dad and my uncle never got on and I barely even know that side of my family. It feels really weird to be writing to him like this, and I just can't find the right words." "Pansy, you are welcome to stay here for as long as you need. Astoria told us of how you got her out of the castle when Dumbledore made his move, and for that you have my gratitude and that of my husband. However, if you do want to go and live with your uncle and his family, then we will do nothing to stop you. As for writing your letter, the only thing that I can really suggest is that you be completely truthful. Whether the letter is formal or informal ultimately does not matter. If you aren't truthful, then it may very well come back to bite you one day. And then where will you be?" Pansy nodded her head. "I understand. Thank you." Cecilia smiled and got to her feet. "Don't stay up too late, okay?" "Okay," agreed Pansy and watched as the older woman left. Once the door had been shut, Pansy turned back to the desk in front of her. "Be truthful," she said to herself before pushing the piece of parchment that she had been writing on to one side and taking a new, blank sheet before picking up her quill, dabbing it into her ink pot and beginning to write. This time the words just flowed out of her and onto the page with ease. It was after midnight that the large black dog slunk out of his cave in the mountains and made his way down towards the village of Hogsmeade. He had planned on waiting a couple of days before heading back into the village for information, but in the end his need for knowledge had outweighed his reservations about entering the village. Every light in the village was out and even the 3 broomsticks had closed up for the night. He still stuck to the shadows of the houses though, only venturing into the middle of the street when he absolutely had to. The chance of getting caught was still too great. His first stop was at the post office. He knew from his previous stay on the outskirts of the village that any copies of the Daily Prophet that were not sold in the post office were bundled up in string and left on the front step under charms that protected them from the weather, ready for a house elf owned by the newspaper to pick up first thing in the morning. Padfoot found the bundle for that day and used his teeth to bite through the string before taking the topmost copy into his mouth and letting it land on the floor. Above him a cloud moved, allowing moonlight to illuminate the village below. By the light of that moon, Padfoot saw the headline on the front page of the newspaper, and in his shock he reverted back to human form. Sitting on the steps of the post office, he held up the newspaper and stared at the front page. Exposed. The Cult of Albus Dumbledore. Beneath that banner headline were 30 or more photographs of various witches and wizards, all of whom Sirius knew to be either members of the Order of the Phoenix or a member of staff within Hogwarts Castle. Albus Dumbledore, Alistair Moody, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Aberforth Dumbledore, Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley, Bill Weasley, Mundungus Fletcher, Sturgis Podmore, Phileas Flitwick, Severus Snape. Sirius' stomach gave a lurch when he saw his own photograph added into the mix. If there was anything that was going to bang the final nail into the coffin of the order, it was his image mixed in with the rest of them on the front page of the national newspaper. He opened the paper to the second page and was relieved to see that Albus had escaped and that Remus and Hagrid were still unaccounted for, but apart from them, Sirius was the only other member of the Order of the Phoenix to not be in Ministry custody. His eyes were just scanning the paper in an attempt to discover what had provoked the Ministry into taking this course of action when he heard a voice hiss, "Stupefy." For a split second he saw a flash of red as the magic of the stunning spell raced through the air and slammed into his side, and then the world went black as he slumped over on the step of the post office. John Dawlish lowered his wand and turned to his partner Bertram Savage. "Get Bones here," he ordered, "now." The highest security prisoner cells were located so deep below the Ministry of Magic that most people thought that their existence was only a rumor. After all, everyone knew that level 10, where the courtrooms were located, was as low as the Ministry floors went. Unless, of course, you were one of the select few who knew otherwise. Entry to those cells could be found on level 10, though the entrance to the stairway down to level 11 was magically concealed from all those who did not know the secret. In fact, it was a lot like the barrier at King's Cross Station that granted access to platform 9 3/4. Just as any passing muggle could lean on that barrier all day and never fall through, anyone who did not know where the entrance to level 11 was could lean against the spot in the wall where the entrance was concealed and never actually find their way down. The secret was known only to the top level of staff found within both the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of Mysteries, as well as the Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot and the Minister for Magic. John Dawlish and Bertram Savage were two of very few Aurors high ranking enough to be allowed access to level 11, and as such it was they who were given the task of escorting the newly recaptured Sirius Black to his new home. With magic-suppressing manacles locked securely around his wrists and ankles, chains linking them together, Sirius was in no position to resist as he was dragged along the corridor between the cells. Every so often he got a look at those imprisoned behind bars and was dismayed to see that many of them were either members of the Order of the Phoenix of Staff of Hogwarts. He caught sight of Tonks' purple hair, Moody's electric blue magical eye, and though he didn't see him it was obvious which cell contained Mundungus Fletcher just from the smell. To Sirius' surprise, he was not immediately thrown into a cell. He had been under the impression that he would be chucked behind bars for the amount of time it took them to get a Dementor from Azkaban. Instead he was taken to the opposite end of the corridor where a large, heavy door made of iron stood slightly ajar. The door was pushed open and Sirius was shoved into the room beyond. "He's all yours, boss," said Dawlish before closing the door with a clang. Having contacted their head of department after capturing Sirius in Hogsmeade, their instructions had been to bring him straight to the interrogation room at the end of level 11. Well, Sirius Black, finally back in the hands of the Ministry of Magic. Sirius wheeled around to find Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour sitting behind a wooden desk in the center of the room. "You seem surprised, Black," observed Scrimgeour. "Just trying to work out why I am not currently being fed to a Dementor," replied Sirius. "Oh, believe me," said Amelia, "if you had been captured just a few short months ago then that would indeed be the case. However, since then I have had the opportunity to speak with a couple of people, namely one Harry Potter, and the story that they tell is an intriguing one to say the least. I find myself compelled to hear your side of it." Sirius' eyes widened in surprise. "You've spoken to Harry. What happened to him? Why did he vanish over the summer?" Amelia gave a flick of her wand and the lone chair on the opposite side of the desk slid back. "Sit down, Black. We have some talking to do." Sirius sat. "The first thing we need to establish," began Scrimgeour, "is what role you played in the demise of Lily and James Potter on Halloween night, 1981. Sirius bowed his head sadly. "I suppose you could say it was partly my fault. When they went into hiding beneath the Fidelius charm, James asked me to be their secret keeper. I was honored that they would trust me with such an important task, but I felt that I was too obvious. James and I were best friends, almost brothers. I thought that if anyone wanted to find their secret keeper, I would be the first one that they would look for." "So you weren't their secret keeper?" asked Scrimgeour, looking for clarification. "No, I convinced them to change it to Wormtail." "Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail was the nickname we gave him at Hogwarts. We thought it was the perfect plan. Peter wasn't all that smart or skilled. He wasn't powerful. We thought that Peter would be the last person the Death Eaters would go after. Of course, we didn't know the truth. What truth? Pressed Amelia. That he was already a Death Eater. Pettigrew. A Death Eater, exclaimed Scrimgeour. Dumbledore formed the Order of the Phoenix to try and combat Voldemort. We knew that someone was leaking information, had been for around a year. I am ashamed to admit that I thought it was Remus Lupin. I thought that perhaps the stigma of being a werewolf had finally become too much for him and he had joined the other werewolves, who had already aligned themselves with the Death Eaters. That night when everything went wrong, I sensed something was wrong. I don't know what it was, but something told me that I had to go and check on Peter. I went to the little apartment we had secured for him in Muggle London, where he was supposed to be laying low, and found it empty. There were no signs of a struggle, but I still feared the worst and took my flying motorcycle straight to Godric's Hollow. The house was wrecked, James and Lily were dead, and Harry was in his cot, crying his eyes out. Was there any sign that anyone else had been there? Asked Amelia. I don't think so, replied Sirius. There was a pile of singed, black robes, all that was left of Voldemort, I suppose. Yes, records indicate that much, said Amelia. Was there any sign of a wand? Not that I can remember, answered Sirius, honestly. Why? We scoured that house from top to bottom looking for that wand. The conclusion we came to is that it either vanished along with Voldemort's body, or somebody else came along to take it, finished Sirius. I suppose there is a chance that Wormtail was there that night. Why didn't you take the Potter boy? Asked Scrimgeour, trying to get the conversation back on topic. You were his godfather. Why leave him there? It was my intention to. I took him out of his cot and held him close. He quieted down in the presence of someone familiar. I bundled him up in some blankets and salvaged some of his things from the rubble, a few changes of clothes, his favorite teddy bear, that sort of thing. Anyway, I got downstairs and out the front door, only to find my way blocked by Hagrid. Hagrid? Asked Scrimgeour. Rubeus Hagrid. What on earth would he be doing there? He said something about being sent by Dumbledore. I don't know, so much of what happened is a haze. Dumbledore must have had some sort of way of getting alerted in the event of the Fidelius charm falling, though why he didn't come himself. Did Hagrid say why Dumbledore had sent him? Sirius shrugged his shoulders. Dumbledore wanted Harry. Wanted to take him somewhere safe, I suppose. Dumbledore didn't know about the change in Secret Keeper, you see. I suppose he wanted to get Harry away from me in case I was a Death Eater. I didn't want to hand Harry over, but Hagrid had his orders. Our arguing got a bit heated and in the end, I don't know, I guess I just handed him over. I told Hagrid to take my bike and told him to make sure Harry was safe. Then I went after Pettigrew. I tracked him down to London later the next day. The stupid idiot had rushed to Diagon Alley for some supplies and I spotted him coming out of Gringotts. He never got the hang of apparition, so when he saw me he ran for it. Lots of people were out in the alley that day, knowing that Voldemort had been defeated, and I had to push my way through a large crowd of people in order to try to get to him. He managed to stay ahead of me and got to the Leaky Cauldron well before I did. By the time I got there he was just disappearing through the front door into the Muggle world. I had to chase him down several Muggle streets before he finally took a wrong turn and I cornered him. He started shouting that I had betrayed James and Lily. I shouted back that it was him and threatened to kill him for his betrayal. That's when he blew up the street, killing 12 Muggle bystanders in the process. And what happened to Pettigrew? Asked Amelia. He cut off a finger in order to trick people into thinking that that was all that was left of him, and then he transformed and disappeared into the sewers, leaving me standing there, borderline hysterical. Moments later the Aurors showed up and arrested me. You say he transformed, began Scrimgeour. He was an animagus, replied Sirius. A rat. I'm one too, a dog. James was a stag. We learned at Hogwarts so that we could safely keep Remus company while he was transformed during the full moon. I assume that this animagus form has something to do with how you escaped from Azkaban undetected. Asked Amelia. Yes. For some reason the Dementors could not sense me when I was in dog form. One day they let open the cell door and I was able to slip right by them unnoticed. Why wait 12 years to try? I didn't want to risk it. I knew that if I was caught trying to escape I would be sentenced to the key. So I stayed in my cell hoping that someone would come through and realize that I had never been given a trial. Then one day Fudge turned up for a look around and left a copy of the Daily Prophet behind. Right there on the front cover was Pettigrew in rat form. "How did you know it was him?" asked Scrimgeour. "To be honest, I was never completely sure," said Sirius. Pettigrew's animagus form didn't have too much about it that made it significantly distinct from any other rat, but when I saw that there was a toe missing on its front paw, in the photograph he was being held by a young boy with red hair, and the article said that the 5 youngest children of the family were all at Hogwarts. That rat being at Hogwarts while Harry was there was too much of a coincidence for my liking. I had to do something. Silence filled the room for a few moments, broken only by the sound of a blue dictation quill as it furiously scribbled out a transcript of the questioning. Finally Amelia asked, "What can you tell us about the night you were captured at Hogwarts?" Getting to Hogwarts was relatively easy. I remained in my animagus form for most of the way and made it there by early October. Getting inside the castle and getting my hands on that rat was a completely different matter. Then, one day, I happened to find Harry and his friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger out on the grounds of the school. Ron had the rat in his hands. Pettigrew realized I was nearby and ran, so I went for him. Ron tried to stop me, so I grabbed him and Pettigrew and dragged them both into a secret passageway beneath the Whomping Willow. I knew that if Harry was anything like his father he would follow us, and I wanted to talk to him away from prying eyes. The passageway leads to the Shrieking Shack. Once there I only had to wait for about a minute for Harry to turn up with Hermione in tow. Luckily for me, no matter how much he might have wanted to kill me on some level, Harry doesn't have the killer's instinct. I thought that he might give me a painful hexing though, before Remus turned up. "He saw you going after them," suggested Scrimgeour. "Yes, though not in person. When we at school, James, Remus, Peter and I developed a map of the school and grounds which could show where people were at any given time. We were pranksters and developing that map helped us to evade capture. During the time that Remus had been teaching at Hogwarts, the map had found its way into Harry's hands. Remus confiscated it out of fear that I would somehow get my hands on it. He was looking at it on the evening in question. He saw me on the map clear and anything. Then he spotted Harry, Ron, Hermione and a fourth name. The moment he saw Pettigrew's name he pieced everything together and came running just as I was dragging Ron and the rat into the passageway. Together Remus and I tried to convince Harry of the truth, but then Snape turned up. He had gone to Remus' office moments after he left it and saw the map. He completely missed Pettigrew's name and locked onto mine. He was so overjoyed at the prospect of being the one to capture me and at having what he saw as being proof that Remus was helping me. Add in the added bonus of having caught Harry out of bounds, and he was in no mood to listen to anyone. Harry wasn't particularly in the mood to put up with Snape's behavior and hit him with a disarming hex at the exact same time as Ron and Hermione did. He spent the rest of the encounter out cold. In the end we had to forcefully reverse Pettigrew's transformation, but it worked. Pettigrew was exposed and, most importantly, Harry believed me. I was rather determined to commit one of the crimes that I had been imprisoned for, and by this time Remus shared that same sentiment, but Harry wouldn't let us kill him. He said that Pettigrew had to be taken by the ministry and questioned so that I could be free properly. Unfortunately the reason that Snape went to Remus' office was that he had brewed the Wolfsbane potion for Remus and was bringing him a dose. In his eagerness to capture me he left the potion in Remus' office. Within moments of us leaving the Shrieking Shack, Remus transformed. I turned into my dog form to fight him off, and somewhere along the line Pettigrew escaped. Remus ran off into the forest, and my last memory is of being slumped over at the edge of the lake with Harry and Hermione standing over me trying to cast the Patronus charm. "So Snape never actually saw Pettigrew?" prompted Amelia. Sirius shook his head ruefully. "We should have bound him in ropes and forces him to wake up and see the truth for himself." "And what of your escape?" asked Scrimgeour. "I woke up locked inside Professor Flitwick's office. I knew that the Dementors were being sent for and I didn't have a lot of hope of escaping. So, you can probably imagine my surprise when Harry and Hermione turned up outside the window on the back of a hippogriff. They broke me out and we flew up to the astronomy tower where they got off. We said our goodbyes and I flew off with the hippogriff." "Would that hippogriff be the same one that just hours earlier had escaped before the execution order against it could be carried out?" queried Scrimgeour. "Correct," answered Sirius. According to Harry, Buckbeak was only sentenced to death because Lucius Malfoy's son didn't pay attention in their care of magical creatures class and got himself hurt as a result. Lucius then threw his name around along with a bit of gold and bullied the members of the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures into doing what he wanted them to. Harry doesn't take too kindly the innocent being sentenced to death. Well, Mr. Black, your story corroborates with what Harry Potter told us, so I believe we have enough evidence to get your case heard before the Wizengamot, explained Amelia. Just to be sure, we will also be getting testimonies from Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger. We will also be getting a full and truthful account out of Severus Snape. If he does indeed confirm that he was unconscious during the majority of the events in the Shrieking Shack, then we can add more charges to him when his trial comes around. I would also like to speak with Remus Lupin about that night and contact both Rubeus Hagrid and Albus Dumbledore about their actions on the night that James and Lily were killed. However, those three appear to have vanished off the face of the earth. Madam Bones, I have answered all of your questions, replied Sirius. Please return the favor. What is going on with the Order of the Phoenix? The sun had not even begun to think about rising in the sky when Harry was shaken awake from his slumber by Sarah. We got an owl from Amelia, she said by way of explanation. Sirius was captured earlier in Hogsmeade. She and Rufus Scrimgeour are interviewing him now. They're hoping to get him a trial tomorrow morning, before the rest of the Order of the Phoenix get their trials. Harry sat up in his bed and grabbed his glass off of his bedside cabinet. Good, he replied as he put them on. It's about time he was freed. I woke you up because once they're done with Sirius they want you to go to the ministry and provide your own testimony, said Sarah. I know that you have told Amelia everything you know about Sirius already, but this time it will all be official. Go get yourself cleaned up and then I'll take you to the ministry. When Amelia finished telling Sirius exactly what had been going on, the former Azkaban inmate was seething. How dare that whiskered old wanker do this? Who the FCK does he think he is? All questions that we would like him to answer as well, I can assure you, said Amelia. In many ways the Order of the Phoenix is just as bad as the Death Eaters. Although we have no evidence that any of them have ever committed murder, some of their actions are equally vile, and while the Death Eaters justify their actions with claims of the importance of blood purity, the Order carry out their actions in the name of Dumbledore's nebulous greater good. Not only that, but many of them follow Dumbledore because he has something on them that he could use against them. They do his bidding rather than face up to what they did. Sirius slumped forward in his seat and buried his face in his hands. But this is Dumbledore we're talking about. That's the mentality, Sirius, said Rufus. I see it has been getting to you too. Think about it, Sirius. Dumbledore knew of your innocence over a year ago. Until a few months ago he was the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. During that time he did not once come to either myself or Amelia to present any evidence of your innocence. Amelia then added, Kingsley Shacklebolt was the Auror in charge of the mission to track you down. He knew of your innocence once he joined the Order, and yet rather than bring this to our attention he instead chose to waste ministry time, money, manpower and other resources by sending Aurors on a wild goose chase in Tibet. Dumbledore knew you were innocent and that you did not get a proper trial, and yet he has done nothing to push the matter with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Cornelius Fudge would not have had the authority to order my department to stop any investigation, and Dumbledore knows it. Instead he chose to keep the matter quiet, leaving you officially a criminal on the run and therefore unable to attempt to have yourself declared Harry Potter's guardian. Sirius was silent for a few moments before speaking again. Remus Lupin is trying to make contact with the werewolf packs. Dumbledore wanted him to try and convince them not to side with Voldemort's forces in the coming war. Hagrid is somewhere in France. He was working with Madame Maxime of the Beauxbatons Academy in order to try and make contact with the giant colonies, for the same reasons as Remus was sent to the werewolves. I see, said Amelia. Are you sure Dumbledore was trying to get them to stay out of the war and that he wasn't trying to recruit them for his own cause? Sirius shook his head. As far as I know, it was just about keeping them out of things. We were getting a bit worried about Hagrid though. He was supposed to return before the new school year started so as to not arouse suspicion. We heard from Madame Maxime a few weeks ago. She had returned to Beauxbatons, but she had Hagrid had been forced to part ways. Has Dumbledore sent anyone to look for Hagrid? No. Rufus pinched the bridge of his nose wearily. Everyone was so disparaging of Ludo Bagman last year for not sending someone to look for Bertha Jerkins, and now Dumbledore has gone and done the same thing. I'm afraid that we don't have the resources to do anything about it now, said Amelia. We're stretched thin as it is. We've got people here organizing the trials, we've got others on the lookout for Dumbledore, and we've got people looking out for Malfoy and his ilk. Sirius looked up at that. Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy. Amelia exchanged a look with Scrimgeour before answering. When Snape was arrested for trying to murder Sarah Abbott, it evidently set off a few alarm bells. Lucius Malfoy, his wife Narcissa and their son Draco had all disappeared before we could get Snape to name Lucius as a Death Eater under Truth Serum. By the time we got there they were long gone. The same can be said of the Knotts, Crobs, Goyles, Carrows, Yaxley, Averys, Jugsons and the more unpleasant branch of the Parkinson line, amongst others. Sirius frowned and said, "You know, a mass disappearance like that indicates that someone must have been in charge." "We realize that, Mr. Black," said Amelia. "However, it is the official position of the Ministry of Magic, based on the testimony offered by Harry Potter, your godson, that the Dark Wizard who calls himself Lord Voldemort has not returned." Upon seeing Sirius' uncomfortable expression, she added, "There are, of course, those within the ministry, myself and Rufus included, who know otherwise. However, we are unable to chance the minister's stance on this issue and find that it is best to work covertly instead of trying to rock the boat. As it happens, Dumbledore's recent actions, along with the disappearance of so many Death Eaters who claimed to be under the enchantment of an imperious curse, has proved to be a massive boon for us. Just a few short hours ago the minister approved a 25% budget increase for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, a 20% increase of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, a 15% increase for the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a 12% increase for the Department of Mysteries. We most certainly will be using this boon to track down Dumbledore, the Death Eaters and Voldemort himself." Sirius breathed a sigh of relief. "Well, that's something at least." There was a knock at the door. "Come in," called Amelia. The door opened and Dawlish stepped inside. "Harry Potter has arrived to give testimony on the Black case," he said, gruffly. "Excellent," said Amelia. "Show him to the Aurors break room. We'll be up to see him as soon as we've finished here. It shouldn't be too long." Dawlish nodded and left. "Harry's here," said Sirius once the door had closed behind Dawlish. "Who has he been staying with?" "He has been staying with myself and my niece Susan at Bones Manor," replied Amelia as she collected her notes together. "Though most of the time Sarah Abbott has been the one taking care of him, and her daughter is determined to help in any way she can." Despite his nervousness of his upcoming trail, Sirius could not help but grin roguishly. "So my godson is spending his time in the company of the heiresses of the Bones and Abbott families, is he? I'm so proud." Amelia couldn't help but chuckle before saying, "I don't think that there is anything romantic going on between them, Sirius. Right now Susan is just happy being his friend while Hannah is quickly establishing the brother-sister dynamic that they would have developed growing up together had Dumbledore not interfered." "Yeah, about that," said Sirius. "On the one hand Dumbledore lets me be put into Azkaban without a trial despite being chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and then doesn't see fit to talk in my favor once the truth is out. On the other he succeeds in getting a Wizengamot ruling banning Sarah from contacting Harry. Seems to be overstepping the boundaries a bit, don't you think?" "Our thoughts exactly," said Rufus, now packed up and ready to go. Dumbledore wanted Potter as isolated as possible, no doubt about it. As the two senior members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement got to their feet, Amelia added, "Oh, and Mr. Black, the next time you see Harry, do yourself a favor and don't crack jokes about potential girlfriends. He was starting something with one of the daughters of the Potter family." Unfortunately, Dumbledore's recent actions convinced her parents to send their children to India to complete their education. "Harry is quite upset about it." "Got it," replied Sirius, giving her a thumbs up. Outside the interrogation room, Amelia turned to Dawlish. "Please escort Mr. Black to a holding cell until his trial tomorrow." Dawlish nodded and went into the interrogation room while Rufus addressed Savage. "Please go to the residence of Muriel Pruitt and obtain Mr. Ronald Weasley for questioning. Then go to the Granger family house in Winchester and collect Miss Hermione Granger. They are both eyewitnesses to an event that we need to have verified." "Of course, ma'am," replied Savage before hurrying off. "Rufus, could you please arrange a team to go and pick up Remus Lupin? If what Black told us is true, then he should be somewhere near the werewolf dens in Suffolk. A team of 6 should be enough. I'm going up to meet with Harry." Rufus have a nod of acknowledgement and left. Courtroom 10 was a roar of chatter as people waited for the trials to begin. Harry looked around from the seat he had been directed to near the front. As one of the key witnesses to the recent actions of the Order of the Phoenix and its allies, he had been directed to one of the seats closest to the action. Sarah and Hannah were with him, as was Susan. Scanning the crowd, Harry could see a good few other students and their families: Neville, Katie, Daphne and Astoria, Tracy, Lee, Bianca, Jeffrey, Pansy, Luna, Natalie, Seamus, Dean, Ernie, Justin, Hermione, Terry, Michael, Anthony, Ron and all of his siblings except Bill. It had been easy to get wound up in how Dumbledore's actions had affected him, but now he realized just how far-reaching the consequences of those actions were. Harry had, of course, been affected most, given how it was his memories that were obliterated and his behavior changed so that he would listen to Dumbledore again. But hand in hand with that went the mass drugging of all of the students of Hogwarts so that they would just automatically believe that this change in character had happened and not question it. Those who had escaped the initial dosage had been hunted down by the Order. The people gathered were clearly furious and wanted answers. Through their actions, the Order of the Phoenix had directed the ire of nearly every single wizarding family against them. In some sections of the Muggle world, there would be people on the Wizengamot who would be asked to step aside for the duration of the trial so as to avoid a conflict of interests in determining a verdict. To Harry's mind, however, if they were to undertake such a practice here today, the entire Wizengamot would have to step aside. Worse, there likely would be no one that they could ask to step in their place. Such was the far-reaching scope of the Order's actions. There were reporters too. Already they were scribbling furiously with quills on parchment, no doubt determined to paint a clear picture of the atmosphere in the courtroom before the trial had even begun. Looking up to the Wizengamot seats, Harry noticed a few empty spaces. He asked Sarah about it. She chuckled ruefully. "Noticed that, did you? Well, some of those seats are empty in reverence for some of the old families that are no longer around. At the back there are the seats belonging to the ancient and noble houses." Harry directed his eyes to the back and saw Edward and a few others sitting in that row, though some of the seats were empty. "Amelia is the chief prosecutor today," explained Sarah. "That's why the Bones seat is empty. Edward is acting as her proxy. You can see Augusta Longbottom up there as well." Harry nodded upon spotting the elderly matriarch of the Longbottom family. It had taken him a moment to realize who she was because he had never seen her without her trademark hat with a stuffed vulture perched on top. Sarah went on, "The other seats with people in them belong to the houses of Crickerley, Evermond, Lufkin, McPhail, Mincham, Moon, Spavin, Spencer and Stump. The other empty seats are the Black seat, which Sirius should be able to reclaim once he is officially cleared. Then there are the seats for the founders of Hogwarts, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor and Slytherin. Then there's the Gamp seat. Hewlett Gamp was the first Minister for Magic, you know. He founded the Department of Magical Law Enforcement during his time in office. And then of course there are the McKinnon and Meadows seats. Oh, and there's one left, of course, it's the Potter seat. You'll be able to claim that once you're of age. So does someone vote by proxy for the Potter seat?" asked Harry. "Yes," said Amelia. "Unfortunately it used to be Dumbledore." "Damn," muttered Harry. "What about those other vacant seats?" "I believe there was a stalemate over the Black seat," explained Sarah. "Narcissa Malfoy has tried claiming it several times, but some argued she was too far removed from the main line while others were opposed to having the seat effectively in the hands of the Malfoy family. Dumbledore tried to claim proxy over the seat, but that wasn't popular either. In the end it was left as an abandoned seat. For the others, their family lines have ended and no one can currently claim to own the seat, so it is determined that they do not need a proxy." "What about the other empty seats?" asked Harry. "Some of those are also from extinct families: Gaunt, Dippet, Leech, Fenwick, Crowta, Flack. The Crouch family only became extinct a few months ago. Some of the other empty seats are ones formerly owned by people who were in Azkaban, such as the Lestrange seat and the Rookwood seat. Then there are the Malfoys. They used to have a seat, but one of their ancestors was caught engaging in a bit of Muggle baiting. It is to the never-ending shame of Lucius that his family were kicked out of the Wizengamot over it. And then there are the more recent vacancies. The capture of Severus Snape caused a lot of people to panic. No one have seen anything of the Avery, Knott, Montague, Higginbottom, McGee, Roll and Yaxley families in several days. Their failure to show up here only proves that they've decided to run for it. Then we have those who are on trial. The Doge and Vance families are down to just one member each and both were arrested at Hogwarts. The McGonagall family also have a seat, but Minerva has always refused it and allowed Dumbledore to vote for her by proxy. Really? Asked Harry in surprise. Of all the people loyal to Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall's level of devotion concerns us the most, Sarah explained. She has already been sent to the care of the mind healers at St. Mungo's Hospital, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if a few more members of the order end up going the same way once is said and done here. Any further questions that Harry may have had were stopped when the voice of the Minister for Magic called out loudly. Order! Order, please! The courtroom quieted down. Harry looked up at the minister and saw that Dolores Umbridge was back at his side, something which Harry found oddly comforting. Now, began Fudge, standing up so as to make sure that everyone in the courtroom could see him. As you are no doubt aware, a little over 2 years ago a prisoner by the name of Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban prison and has been on the run ever since. However, new evidence has been brought to light, evidence that I was heretofore unaware of. It has been brought to my attention that under the actions of my predecessor, Minister Millicent Bagnold, and the former director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Bartemius Crouch SNR, both now sadly deceased, that Sirius Black did not receive a proper trial before the Wizengamot, as is his right as a wizard, and as the heir to a noble and ancient house. Last night, Senior Aurors John Dawlish and Bertram Savage happened upon Sirius Black in Hogsmeade and apprehended him. Black willingly complied with a questioning session carried out by the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones, and head Auror Rufus Scrimgeour. They now have reason to believe that he may in fact be innocent. As shocked murmur rose in the courtroom, causing Fudge to raise his voice in order to be heard as he went on, therefore, our first order of business for today is to carry out the trial that my predecessor denied to Mr. Black. Aurors, bring him in. Harry noted the minister's political spin, making sure that any blame that should arise should Sirius be found innocent would be directed at Millicent Bagnold and Bartemius Crouch SNR. Though to be entirely honest, Harry agreed that the blame did lie with them. Fudge could only act on the information that he had, after all. The doors at the back of the room were opened and Sirius, his arms locked in chains though his legs were free, walked inside, surrounded in a ring of 7 Aurors led by Dawlish. Harry and his godfather managed to make eye contact with each other as the older man passed and Harry tried to convey the message that everything would be okay. Sirius was sat in a wooden seat in the middle of the courtroom and the chains attached to it wrapped themselves around his arms and torso. It may have been 14 years overdue, but the trial of Sirius Black had finally begun. The evidence had been heard. Sirius Black's testimony to Amelia Bones had been read out. Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger had all been questioned to see if their stories corroborated with the information Black had provided. Memories drawn from the mind of Severus Snape had been seen and memories of that fateful day in which 13 Muggles lost their lives had been pulled out of the archives and examined thoroughly. There was nothing more that could be done. They just had to wait for the Wizengamot to return from their deliberations. Fudge had granted them an hour and that hour was almost up. Harry shifted nervously in his seat next to his godmother. He had never known an hour take so long to pass. He looked around the courtroom, trying to gauge the mood of the audience. There were a lot of people here who quite clearly did not care about the fate of Sirius Black, probably because it did not directly affect them. If he was found innocent he would be set free and if he was found guilty he would be placed back in Azkaban. Neither result had much impact on them. They were here for the trials that were to come after. But there were others who were clearly waiting anxiously for news of Sirius' fate. The reporters were waiting on the edges of their seats, and with good reason. If Sirius was found innocent, then a precedent would be set. There were many wizards and witches locked up in Azkaban. If Sirius was found innocent, then there would be a surge of people demanding reviews of how their friends or family members ended up behind those cold stone walls. Whether a prisoner received a trial or not would ultimately be inconsequential. If the ministry could make a mistake with Sirius Black, then what's to say that there wasn't a similar mistake made with someone else in Azkaban? It could be lack of a trial or false evidence or any number of other possibilities. If Sirius Black was found innocent, the Ministry would be swamped with requests for retrials. And if he was found guilty, well, that made a nice headline too, didn't it? There were people in the crowd of the general public who were clearly waiting for that aforementioned precedent to be set. Other than Harry and those seated immediately around him, the only others waiting for results of the trail were the Weasley siblings and Hermione. Of them, only Ron and Hermione had been able to provide anything useful for the Wizengamot, having been there with Harry in the Shrieking Shack when the truth about Sirius was first exposed. Both had given their testimonies, though it was clear that they hadn't been given much training in how to deal with the situation, unlike Harry, who had spent several hours being coached by Sarah and Edward on what would be expected of him in the courtroom. Nevertheless, their testimonies had stood up in comparison to that which Harry and Sirius had each given, and everyone had seemed satisfied. As Harry watched them, Hermione turned slightly and for a moment their eyes locked. She tried to offer a smile, but her nerves prevented her from pulling it off successfully. Harry knew what she meant, however, and answered with a nod before turning his eyes back to the Wizengamot seats. A moment later the door to the side of the room opened and Minister Fudge led the Wizengamot members back into the room, their deliberations over. From Harry's point of view, they seemed to take forever to find their seats. Once the entire Wizengamot had resumed their seats, Fudge called out to Sirius to be brought back in. Harry turned towards the doors again to see Sirius being led in by Dawlish and Proudfoot. Harry suddenly felt like a lump the size of an apple had grown in his throat. This was it. Once Sirius was seated, Fudge cleared his throat and stood up. "Sirius Black, the Wizengamot has heard the evidence provided in favor of your innocence and reviewed the evidence of your guilt. They had had an hour to deliberate. They will now reveal their verdict." He turned his back on the courtroom at large to address those seated behind him. "Those in favor of upholding the Ministry's original decision, please raise your hands." In total, 13 people raised their hands, causing Harry's stomach to flip. "And those in favor of clearing the accused of all charges," continued Fudge. The question was not needed because the stance of the majority had already been shown, but as all but 13 hands were raised into the air. Harry was pleased to see that Edward Abbott, Dolores Umbridge and Augusta Longbottom were all in this second group. Umbridge slipped a sheaf of parchment to Fudge and the minister nodded in approval after examining whatever was on it. A moment later he announced, "Sirius Black, the Wizengamot had cleared you of all charges and have agreed to pay you the sum of G40,000 in compensation for false imprisonment. Furthermore, an international arrest warrant for Peter Pettigrew is to be issued out by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement immediately." Auror Dawlish gave a wave of his wand and Sirius let out a joyous whoop as the magic-suppressing manacles on his wrists fell free. Harry was already out of his seat and within moments he was hugging his godfather. Dozens of camera bulbs flashed from within the press section, everyone eager to get that image for their articles. "Mr. Black," said Fudge, "if you could please take a seat beside your godson, we will move on to our next case, the trial of the so-called Order of the Phoenix." Sirius followed Harry to the bench near the front where Harry had been sitting. The entire row shuffled up along the bench to allow Sirius room to sit. While that was going on, Dawlish and Proudfoot had left the room. A moment later they returned with a procession of Aurors and prisoners. The Aurors were all paired up with a prisoner in between them. Dawlish had now paired with Scrimgeour and they had bound Bill Weasley between them, while behind them Proudfoot and Savage were leading Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody, followed by Robards and Williamson, who had Kingsley with them. At the very end of the line came Severus Snape, surrounded by 6 Aurors. Evidently the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had elected to take no chances with the greasy git. Each member of the order was placed into a chair where chains immediately latched themselves firmly around their wrists and ankles. The Aurors who had brought them in then took up guard positions behind them. Harry looked at them all and realized that the order was actually a lot larger than he had realized. Some he recognized as being people whom he had met before, many of them in fact having been his teacher at some point. Others he recognized from when their faces had been published in the Daily Prophet over the last few days. But there were perhaps 24 more that he had never seen in his life. The grasping reach of Albus Dumbledore's influence was long indeed. Once everyone was settled, the minister stood up to address the courtroom once again. My fellow wizards and witches, we are here to carry out the trial of a vigilante group calling themselves the Order of the Phoenix. They and their allies assisted Albus Dumbledore in the highly illegal use of mind magic upon the person of one Harry James Potter, and in the mass drugging of many students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We wish to determine exactly to what extent each of these people were involved in this barbaric travesty, as well as how and why they became involved in the Order of the Phoenix in the first place. After pausing for a moment to take a sip of water from a goblet situated in front of him, he continued, "It is important to note that in addition to Albus Dumbledore there are two other people who have not been brought before us today. After a thorough examination, it was decided that Minerva McGonagall would be sent for further examination at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Rubeus Hagrid, on the other hand, is not currently in the country. A delegation made up from members of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and the Department of International Magical Cooperation are currently organizing ways to have him located and brought back home. Amelia, you have the floor." "Thank you, Minister," said Madame Bones, getting to her feet in order to address the courtroom at large. "Over the past few days, we in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, with no small amount of help from the Department of Mysteries, have striven to determine the truth about the Order of the Phoenix, from its origins, to its members, including what they have done and why. The results have been interesting to say the least. Every member of the Order of the Phoenix that we have gathered here today has been questioned extensively. Veritaserum and Legilimensy have been used where needed, with full approval of the Minister's office. I will now go through the members of the Order one by one and reveal what we now know. Once you have heard the case against each member, the Wizengamot will be asked, by a show of hands, to pass a verdict of guilty or not guilty." Madame Bones paused here and beckoned to the two Aurors standing behind the chair in which Remus Lupin was detained. Both Aurors nodded and flicked their wands at Lupin's chair. The chair lifted off of the ground, floated forward a few feet and then landed again, leaving Lupin in the center of everyone's attention. "To start with," continued Madame Bones, "we have Remus John Lupin, aged 35. Mr. Lupin is a known werewolf. I have liaised with the Werewolf Registry Office in our Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. They have assured me that Mr. Lupin is classed as a werewolf of least concern. For those of you who might not know, this means that Mr. Lupin is not known to have done anything to cause concern within the Werewolf Registry Office. He has consistently complied with regulatory requirements for werewolves, including updating the department should he move home and possessing a trunk with an internal expansion charm in which he spends the night of a full moon so as to not pose a risk to others. For all intents and purposes, he is what the Werewolf Registry Office would consider an ideal werewolf, one whom the office does not have to worry about, the polar opposite to Fenrir Greyback." Harry could not help but admire Amelia right then. While opinions about the effectiveness of the Werewolf Registry Office were often divided, there was no doubting that it was there for a reason. Amelia had not hidden the fact that Remus was a werewolf, something that was bound to rub certain people the wrong way, but she still spun it so that Remus was seen in the best possible light. Personally, Harry had no idea just who this Fenrir Greyback character was, but affect was obvious when Amelia asserted that Remus was the complete opposite of Greyback. "So," continued Amelia, "how does an ideal werewolf end up involved with the Order of the Phoenix?" "Well, the answer is simple. He felt he owed Albus Dumbledore." As some members of the Wizengamot exchanged looks, Amelia spoke in a slightly louder voice. "I suggest that you take extra notice of that, as it will be a reoccurring theme in these trials." Turning, she continued, "Mr. Lupin was a young child when he was bitten. Once bitten, his prospects became bleak. Neither Hogwarts nor Waxwings allow werewolves as students, and most people within the wizarding world refuse to employ werewolves. Then along comes Albus Dumbledore, who pats the young Mr. Lupin on the head and says, 'That's all right, we will make special arrangements so that you can come to Hogwarts.' Dumbledore's reasons for doing this are currently unknown, even to Mr. Lupin. We have questioned the Hogwarts staff members that were amongst the arrested, and as far as we can tell, Dumbledore had not offered such an option to a young werewolf before Mr. Lupin, and has not done so since Mr. Lupin's time at Hogwarts. This makes it seem unlikely that Dumbledore offered Mr. Lupin a place at Hogwarts in order to appeal to werewolves everywhere. After all, Why only make such an offer to one werewolf when there are dozens who could benefit from the offer? Nevertheless, the fact remains that Dumbledore did offer Mr. Lupin a place at Hogwarts where, for 7 years, Mr. Lupin was treated like any other student, even gaining friends, something which had been largely denied to him up until that point. From then on, Dumbledore has played on Mr. Lupin's sense of indebtedness on many occasions. This included persuading him to join the Order of the Phoenix. As for Mr. Lupin's role within the Order itself, we have found nothing that gives us cause for concern. He was not involved with, or even aware of the mass potioning of students which took place at Hogwarts, being away meeting with a werewolf colony at the time. That meeting, by the way, is also something that is not a cause for concern. From what we can tell, Mr. Lupin's sole crime during his time within the Order is his failure to report the whereabouts of Sirius Black to the Ministry. However, Mr. Lupin has explained that he did not feel he would be believed if he came forward to state that Mr. Black was innocent and he did not want to put his friend in danger. As the Dementors had been given a key on-site order for Mr. Black, this fear does carry some validity. Fudge cleared his throat and asked, "So it is the opinion of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement that Mr. Lupin has committed no crimes?" "It is," replied Madame Bones. "Excellent," said Fudge, smiling. "Then I see no need to even turn this matter over to a vote. Mr. Lupin, you are hereby cleared of all charges. Thank you for your cooperation." The chains that held Remus to his chair suddenly fell away, leaving the werewolf free. "Thank you, Minister," said Remus, before getting to his feet. One of the Aurors who had been guarding him gestured towards the crowd and quickly a space formed so that Remus could sit next to Sirius. "Good to see you again, Remus," said Sirius. "You too," replied Remus before lowering his voice. People were talking all around them but he wanted to be sure. "But I don't understand, if Madame Bones was happy to let me go, why was I brought before the Wizengamot?" "Because your story helps people understand how Dumbledore works," said Harry, leaning around Sirius in order to answer. "According to Sarah, a lot of people in the Order were there because they felt greatly indebted to Dumbledore in some way. Your story was one example of that." Remus nodded thoughtfully before turning his attention towards the other members of the Order. He had never thought of it that way, but now that he could not believe that he had not spotted it before. Most of the Order did feel that they owed Dumbledore in some way. It was strange. Back when they were at Hogwarts, Mary McDonald had once mentioned how she thought Professor Slughorn and his little slug club was a bit distasteful. Slughorn would throw little parties and dinners together for those few whom he considered to be promising students in some area or another. He would then use his contacts to help those students out, getting them in with the right people for the right career path, that sort of thing. Graduates would then remember Slughorn fondly and sort a few things out for him, such as free tickets to Quidditch matches, or a nice bottle of oak-matured meat and the like. They would also be open to listening to his recommendations about upcoming students. Was Slughorn's style really all that different to Dumbledore's? Well, in a way it was. Slughorn made no secret of what it was he was doing, after all. The rest of the trials looked like they would be interesting. Amelia called for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley together. Madame Bones quickly explained that, like Lupin, they could find nothing to suggest that Arthur and Molly had done anything illegal as part of the Order other than failing to report Sirius' whereabouts. Again, this was forgiven. The interesting part came when Amelia began to explain why the senior Weasleys had joined up with the Order of the Phoenix. During our questioning, both Arthur and Molly Weasley attested to the fact that Albus Dumbledore had personally decided to allow all 7 of their children to attend Hogwarts, despite their being unable to afford the tuition fees required to do so, explained Madame Bones to the engrossed courtroom. Faced with the prospect of having all 7 children attend Hogwarts, as opposed to just the oldest son, as has been tradition for the Weasley family for generations, Arthur and Molly promptly snapped up the offer and have felt indebted to Dumbledore ever since. Everyone in the courtroom was on the edge of their seats, waiting for the bombshell that they were all suddenly sure that Amelia was about to reveal. Unfortunately, there is more to this story than meets the eye. Sledgerock, if you please. The door off to the side opened up once again to reveal a very important-looking goblin, accompanied by a standard law enforcement officer. As the goblin marched purposefully into the courtroom, everyone noticed that he was carrying a number of rolled-up scrolls under his arm. For those of you here who may not know, said Madame Bones to the room at large, this is Sledgerock. He is Gringotts, official liaison to the Wizengamot. Madame Bones drew her wand and conjured a small wooden desk and chair beside the seat of the court scribe. The goblin placed his things down on the desk. After getting a nod of approval from Madame Bones, he unrolled one of the scrolls. He cleared his throat importantly and then announced, "The following is the last will and testament of one Ginevra Lucinda Pruitt, who died the 9th of October 1981, shortly after the birth of her youngest grandchild, Ginevra Molly Weasley. For the sake of privacy, I shall only read the part that relates to this trial. I leave G210,000 to my 7 grandchildren born from my only daughter Molly and her useless husband, Arthur Weasley. This is to be divided evenly between the 7 of them and used to pay their 7 years' worth of tuition to Hogwarts. Merlin knows that their father will never be able to pay it." The courtroom was silent as Sledgerock unfurled more of the parchment, until he got to the end. Then he dropped his second bombshell. This will and testament was witnessed by one Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore and was signed off by him on the 5th of October 1981. Amelia turned to the Weasley parents. "Molly, Arthur, I know that this cannot be easy, but would either of you care to elaborate?" Arthur looked at his wife, who had tears streaming down her cheeks, before answering. "Molly's mother did not approve of her marrying me. With the Pruitts being an ancient family while the Weasleys are a clan, she felt that her daughter was marrying below her station. She and Molly argued about it and did not speak again following our wedding." "And you knew nothing about this will?" prompted Amelia. Arthur shook his head. "No. As far as we knew, Molly was not included in any will of her mother's." "That is interesting," said Sledgerock. "Our records show that Albus Dumbledore attended the will reading of Ginevra Pruitt in your stead. He had written permission by you, Mr. Weasley, and your wife, stating your wish to have him act as your representative during the reading." The truth of the matter was already revealed, but Amelia clearly wanted to make sure that it was hammered home. "I'm curious," she said. "Did Dumbledore offer you any forms to fill in so that your children could attend Hogwarts?" Arthur's shoulders sank. "Yes," he replied. "We arranged it a few days after Molly's mother died. And, presumably, a few days before the reading of the will," ventured Madame Bones. Arthur nodded. There was nothing more to say. The truth was as clear as crystal. Dumbledore knew about the estrangement between Molly and her mother. He had been the witness to the writing of Ginevra Pruitt's last will and testament, and had therefore known that it contained a substantial sum of money for the Weasley children's tuition. Dumbledore had then gone to Molly and Arthur, pretending to offer them a way to send all of their children to Hogwarts for free. Once Molly and Arthur signed the forms, Dumbledore had either changed the writing on the forms or transferred the signatures to another document which gave him the right to act on the Weasleys' behalf during the reading of Ginevra Pruitt's will. From then on it appeared to the Weasleys that Dumbledore was simply a generous man who had helped their family out while in fact the children's tuition was already paid for. "Why?" asked Molly, speaking for the first time. "Why would he do that?" "The answer to that, Molly, is rather simple," replied Madame Bones. "While there can be no doubt that having the loyalty of Clan Weasley was certainly a bonus for Dumbledore, his main goal was to get the ancient house of Pruitt on his side. We know that both of your brothers, Gideon and Fabian, were once members of the Order of the Phoenix, well before you and your husband were. We know that Dumbledore had the trust of your mother at the very least. His selection to bear witness to her last will and testament proves that much. Moreover, Wizengamot records show that the ancient house of Pruitt, over a course of 35 years, frequently sided with Dumbledore in various matters. In short, the ancient house of Pruitt was usually one that Dumbledore could count upon to do things his way. However, Alfred Pruitt passed away, Gideon and Fabian were killed fighting Death Eaters without having children of their own, and Ginevra was on her deathbed. Dumbledore could not count on the Pruitt vote for much longer, which is why he approached you and your husband, Molly." Molly looked confused, as though she had not followed Amelia's logic in the slightest. Arthur, on the other hand, had understood every word. "With Gideon and Fabian gone, the title of head of House Pruitt could be claimed by any of my sons." "That is correct, for the most part," replied Madame Bones. "The only obvious exception is William, as he would be expected to claim headship of Clan Weasley when the time came." At this point, Fudge interjected. "Well, Madame Bones, you have certainly given the Wizengamot plenty of insight into how Dumbledore has been operating. But if that is all, these people have, by your own words, done nothing to break the law. Amelia gave a nod of her head and the minister promptly declared Arthur and Molly free to go. As the two Weasley parents joined Fred, George, Ron and Ginny, Harry could not help but feel sorry for them. On the one hand, he could have argued that, as Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were not guilty of committing any crimes as a part of the Order of the Phoenix, all that had been revealed in the courtroom should really have been revealed in a private setting. On the other hand, this evidence was essential to building an airtight case against Dumbledore. Harry did not particularly want the fact that he had spent 10 years of his life living in a cupboard thanks to the abusive Dursley family. It was Dumbledore who had put him there, and if revealing the truth would mean that Dumbledore would get the punishment that he deserved, Harry thought that revealing the truth of the matter would be a small price to pay. Next to be called forward was Arthur and Molly's oldest son, Bill Weasley. His reasons for joining the Order were pretty much the same as his parents. He believed that Dumbledore had allowed him to attend Hogwarts for free. However, there was something more. Again, it fell to the goblin, Sledgerock, to explain. I have here the application form submitted by Mr. William Weasley when he applied to Gringotts Bank for an apprenticeship as a curse breaker. Included are a list of his nastily exhausting wizarding level examination results, and a personal letter of recommendation. From one Albus Dumbledore. The examination results indicate that Mr. Weasley received an outstanding with merit grade for both his study of ancient runes examination and his arithmancy examination. The results are signed by Dumbledore and by Griselda Marchbanks, the head of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Interesting, said Madame Bones. I wonder if Madame Marchbanks would validate these results. No, I would not, replied a voice from amongst the Wizengamot members. Madame Marchbanks got to her feet as all eyes turned to her. She brandished a piece of parchment as she announced, "These are the NEWT level examination results of Mr. William Weasley, taken from the archives of the Wizarding Examinations Authority just this morning." Holding the parchment up, she read aloud. Study of ancient runes, exceeds expectations. Arithmancy, acceptable. She lowered the piece of parchment and said to the room as a whole, clearly the results submitted to Gringotts were tampered with. These marks are well below the Gringotts requirements for entry into an apprenticeship in the field of curse breaking. Were you aware of this? Madame Bones asked Bill. He nodded before replying, I didn't do as well in by NEWTs as I should have. I wrote to Dumbledore, asking if I could retake the exams that I was required to score outstanding in so as to become a curse breaker. Madame Marchbanks interjected. While such an option is available in the event of a student not doing as well as their professors think they could have, the Wizarding Examinations Authority has no record of any such request coming from you. You wouldn't, replied Bill. The request was never submitted. Dumbledore insisted that he had contacts inside Gringotts. He said he could get me an apprenticeship without having to retake my exams. At the time I thought he only meant that he would write a letter of recommendation. It was only after I joined the Order that he revealed that he had forged a document of my exam results. Why did he feel it necessary to reveal this to you? Asked Madame Bones. Dumbledore decided that he wanted to place a communication block on Harry Potter. He encouraged Harry's friends to not write to him and then decided that when members of the Order were on guard duty outside Harry's Muggle residence, they were to intercept any and all Owl Post messages that came to the house. We were then to bring them back to the Order's headquarters so that Dumbledore could read them and either approve them or not. I told him that I was not comfortable doing so, but he insisted that it was for Harry's own good. But when he decided to lock up Harry's owl, Hedwig, I threatened to quit the Order. That's when Dumbledore told me the truth about how I got my curse breaker apprenticeship and threatened to reveal it to my superiors at the bank. I presume that he also used this threat to get you to take part in the mass potioning of students at Hogwarts. Asked Madame Bones. Bill nodded, an action which prompted much discussion in the audience. Fudge called for order and said, Mr. Weasley, this case is not as clear-cut as that of your parents. This time we will have to open the matter up to a Wizengamot vote. He turned in his seat and asked, those in favor of conviction of William Weasley for his role in the mass potioning of students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Some hands were raised, others remained down. And those in favor of clearing the accused of the charges levied against him. It was close, but those in favor of conviction won the day. Very well, said Fudge. William Weasley, you will remain in your chair while we hear the cases against the rest of the Order of the Phoenix. Once Madame Bones has presented all of her evidence, the Wizengamot will retire to deliberate all suitably punishments. Bill nodded in acceptance as his seat was guided back into line with the others. Harry had no idea just who Elphia's Doge was, but Madame Bones revealing that the man was previously employed for 50 years as a special advisor to the Wizengamot meant that Harry paid close attention. It quickly turned out that Madame Bones had more on Doge than she had on Bill. A lot more. Doge's reasons for joining the order were simple. Firstly, Dumbledore had gotten Doge the job of special advisor to the Wizengamot and, as such, felt that he owed Dumbledore for it. Second, Doge and Dumbledore had gone to school together, where they had forged a strong friendship. Third, Doge was a closet and didn't want anyone to know about it, out of fear that it would bring shame upon his family. No prizes for guessing who did know. As a part of the order, Doge had, amongst other things, taken part in the potioning of the students and abused his position as special advisor to the Wizengamot in order to spy on the body for Dumbledore after the latter was dismissed from his position as chief warlock. Madame Bones also had evidence that Doge had, at Dumbledore's urging, been influential in some of the more distasteful decisions taken by the Wizengamot at the end of the First War with Voldemort. She did not come right out and say it, but Harry got the distinct impression that Amelia was referencing the sentencing of Sirius to Azkaban without trial, the release of Snape without a trial and the decision to block the abbot's claim of guardianship over Harry. Fudge decided that the Wizengamot would refrain from casting a verdict for now. Meanwhile, Doge would remain in ministry custody until a full investigation into Doge's actions during his time as special advisor to the Wizengamot was completed. After Doge there were several more people whom Harry did not recognize, including a man named Sturgis Podmore whom Harry thought looked rather like a scarecrow. Podmore had once seriously breached the International Statute of Secrecy when he got involved in a fight in a Muggle bar and ended up hexing 5 people to have bats' wings where their ears should be. Dumbledore used his position as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards to cover things up. After Podmore's story was subjected to a vote, attentions were turned to the case of venerated retired Auror, Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody, and it was a shocker. It was well known that Moody was paranoid, so his enchanting the dustbins in his garden to act as guard dogs was not that much of a surprise. However, the revelation that these bins had once killed one Muggle 11-year-old boy and seriously maimed his friend when they snuck into Moody's garden in order to retrieve an errant football immediately caused a stir amongst those witnessing the trial. The subsequent revelation that Dumbledore had covered the incident up in order to protect Moody's reputation nearly caused a riot. Things only calmed down when Madame Bones asked her Aurors to draw their wands. No spells were fired though, as the threat alone was enough. Things did not remain quiet for long though. When Madame Bones revealed that Moody had not only been involved in the incident at Hogwarts, but had also assisted Dumbledore in capturing Harry and modifying his memories, the crowd was about ready to see Moody put to death on the spot. In the end head Auror Scrimgeour called on 4 more Aurors to stand guard around Moody. Only once the number of guards around the former Auror matched the number of those surrounding Snape did the crowd quiet down, allowing the proceedings to continue. After Moody was a tall, black Auror named Kingsley Shacklebolt. And once he had heard the case against the man, Harry could not help but feel a little bit sorry for him. Shacklebolt had been the senior Auror in charge of recapturing Sirius. Shacklebolt had joined the order on the recommendation of Mad-Eye Moody and had learned the truth about Sirius. However, instead of using his time and resources to create a case for Sirius' freedom, Shacklebolt had instead directed the search overseas, following up on his personally created false leads that Sirius was in Tibet. His intentions were honorable in a way, but at the same time wildly misguided. While he had not sold Sirius out, he had also cost the Ministry a lot of money, man-hours and other resources, not only in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but in the Department of International Magical Cooperation as well. To make things worse, Shacklebolt's information has also led to the International Confederation of Wizards getting involved, along with the Tibetan Ministry for Magic. On the other hand, once he had started to feed the Ministry false information, he was in a no-win situation, just like Bill. If Shacklebolt decided to go against Dumbledore, Dumbledore would have ruined him. In the end, the Wizengamot was only going to vote one way, and that was before Madame Bones even got to the fact that Shacklebolt had also played a role in the potioning of students. 5 more people went by before Madame Bones got to a name that Harry recognized. Nymphadora Tonks. Like Kingsley, she had joined the Order of the Phoenix after being persuaded to do so by Mad-Eye Moody. Like Kingsley, she had failed to bring information on Sirius to the Ministry. When she had been caught spying on the trial of Harry Potter for Dumbledore and subsequently been dismissed, Dumbledore had employed her at Hogwarts, leaving her in much the same situation as Bill, employment in a great job, arranged by a man who could very easily take it away again if she did not do his bidding. Like Bill, the vote was a very close thing, but the decision to convict won out. After Tonks was a woman named Hestia Jones. Madame Bones wasted no time in revealing that Hestia and her sister, Holyhead Harpy's starting seeker Gwenog Jones, had been doing some illegal money raising. Harry had never gambled money in his life, but the concept, as far as he could tell, was that Hestia would sort out the bets, and if the returns offered were high enough, Gwenog would deliberately lose a Quidditch match. Then Dumbledore found out. From there, the rest was easily guessed. After 2 more faces Harry didn't know, Daedalus Diggle was put on trial. Harry remembered meeting the man in the leaky cauldron when Hagrid had taken him for his first trip to Diagon Alley, back before he had started his first year at Hogwarts. The purple hat was gone now though, along with the cheery smile. Diggle, as it turned out, had a habit of setting off magical fireworks in order to celebrate, well, almost anything he felt like, it seemed. Magical fireworks have a tendency to be very different to Muggle fireworks, so much so that using one in a Muggle area is usually considered to be a breach of the International Statute of Secrecy. Needless to say, Dumbledore repeatedly covered up these breaches and therefore secured Diggle's loyalty. Then there was Mundungus Fletcher, whom Harry recognized as being the wizard who had turned up at Privet Drive in the aftermath of the Dementor attack that almost resulted in his being expelled from Hogwarts. Fletcher, as it turned out, was the very definition of a wizarding lowlife, a sneak thief who would probably sell his own grandmother for the right price. In addition to multiple counts of theft, Dumbledore had gone out of his way to cover up 6 separate instances of Muggle baiting on Fletcher's part. Of these, the most serious was selling toilet seats that were charmed to come alive when sat on and bite down hard on the beeps of the unfortunate person who had done the sitting. Then there was one instance of Fletcher selling gold watches that were designed to disappear into thin air and return to the seller within 12 hours, 3 instances of using leprechaun gold to barter with Muggle market stall owners, and 1 instance of selling a Muggle an enchanted teapot that would shoot boiling tea out of its spout and into the face of whomever was nearest. Though, Fletcher claimed, he did not actually know that the teapot was enchanted until after he had sold it. Fletcher's principal role in the Order was to keep an ear out in the criminal world and report anything of interest back to Dumbledore. He was also frequently tasked with procuring a few of the more unsavory artifacts that the Order occasionally required. After Fletcher there were several more people whom Harry did not know until, at last, the trials moved on to the staff of Hogwarts. Phileas Flitwick had been caught by a reporter in a rather compromising position with 2 hags and a swamp troll after nights heavy drinking in celebration of his winning his final duel before retiring from the professional dueling circuit. Such a scandal would have ruined Flitwick's reputation, and Dumbledore found a way to silence the reporter before the story could be printed. Needless to say, the respect that many graduates of Ravenclaw House had for their former head of house took a massive downturn when that story was revealed. Pomona Sprout, on the other hand, regularly broke international regulations on the crossbreeding of magical plants. Madame Pomfrey had failed her final healer's examinations, meaning that she had been practicing magical medicine without a license. Rolanda Hooch had, shortly after first starting work at Hogwarts as flying instructor, been caught in an inappropriate position with a 7th year who played Seeker for Slytherin, and Charity Burbage had failed her NEWT examination in Muggle studies and was therefore not even in the least bit qualified to teach the subject. But the most shocking was yet to come. "My fellow wizards and witches," said Madame Bones once the furore caused by the reveal of Charity Burbage's lack of qualifications had died down. "If you would, please cast your minds back to the 12th of November 1967. For those of you who were not there, then try to recall hearing about it in your history of magic class. At the time there was a large-scale movement going on, trying to increase the rights of squibs in the wizarding world. There had been multiple demonstrations, usually in the form of protest marches that had been staged regularly since the spring of 1964. The purpose of these demonstrations were simple: better rights for squibs. In many areas, these demonstrations proved effective. Employment rates for squibs increased by 67%. St. Mungo's invested in better treatment methods suited to those born without magic, and by law, all squibs were issued with a special, enchanted key that would allow them to access Diagon Alley through the brick wall behind the leaky cauldron, something which, up to that point, was only possible through the use of a wand. However, as the winter of 1967 approached, there was still one major issue for the squibs' rights campaigners: equal pay. Many companies that employed squibs did so at a vastly lower rate than they would have paid someone who could perform magic. After nearly a year of demonstrations on the subject, the then Minister for Magic, Nobby Leach, the first Muggle born to hold the post, decided to call a Wizengamot session so that the matter could be put to rest. The organizers of Squibs United, the principal campaign group, were invited to put forward their arguments, as were opponents of the issue. The matter was then voted on by the Wizengamot. Rightly or wrongly, the Wizengamot narrowly voted against installing a mandatory minimum wage rate for squibs. The organizers of Squibs United accepted their loss but promised to keep on campaigning. However, waiting in the wings were several members of the Brotherhood for Squib Freedom, a much more extreme group who not above causing damage in order to get their point across. Without thought for the safety of anyone else, this small group of members from the BSF set off an explosive device of Muggle origin outside the doors of the Wizengamot chambers. 6 members of the Wizengamot were killed, along with 3 members of Squibs United, 4 of their opponents, 2 reporters and the court scribe. It was the single largest terrorist attack to take place within the Ministry for Magic building, and remains so to this day. Other members of the BSF were so horrified by the atrocity that they personally handed over 4 of the perpetrators before permanently disbanding their organization. 2 other perpetrators were named: Chris Fugel and Bella Fairgag. Neither of these 2 were ever found, and have remained on the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's wanted list ever since. Here she gave a wave of her wand and 2 wanted posters, 10 feet high and 6 feet wide, appeared in the air, giving everyone in the courtroom a good look at the 2 individuals. From the looks of things, the photographs had been taken from cuttings of photographs that had appeared in newspapers. From the movements of those in the photographs, it was clear that both of them were in a crowd, even if most of that crowd had been cropped out of the image. With the wanted posters hanging in the air, Madame Bones continued, "I think we can all recall learning the anagram spell back in Charms class during our 2nd year of magical education. Oftentimes, most of us were left greatly disappointed that using the spell on our own names did not make any cool nicknames. However, sometimes something funny could come up. Mine, for example, produced the words amiable nose." There was some laughter in the crowd at this, and Hannah took the opportunity to nudge Harry and ask, "What did your name come out as when we were taught that spell?" Harry could not help but smile as he replied, "Hamster Jar Poetry and Pajamas the Terror." However, continued Madame Bones, sometimes the anagram spell could give you an entirely different name altogether, a name with which one could establish an entirely different identity. She drew her wand again and wrote in smoke the names Chris Fugel and Bella Fairgag. Then she gave one swish of her wand and the letters of each name moved around until Chris Fugel had become Argus Filch and Bella Fairgag had become Arabella Fig. As the audience gasped in shock, 2 Aurors drew their wands and cast Finite Incantatum at Fig and Filch. Glamour charms rippled and faded away, leaving 2 entirely different faces that, though much older, clearly belonged to the people on the wanted posters. "Well, that explains why Filch is always in such a bad mood all the time," observed Susan as Fudge called for order in the courtroom. The revelation that Dumbledore had been hiding 2 of the country's most wanted criminals right under everyone's nose had caused the biggest stir so far. The Wizengamot vote on Fig and Filch was unanimously in favor of a guilty verdict, and as the Aurors dragged them back into line along with the others guilty parties, Madame Bones called for the last prisoner to be brought forward. "Aurors, please bring Severus Snape before the Wizengamot." The 6 Aurors standing guard around Snape moved closer together as the man's chair was levitated off the ground and moved towards the center of the chamber. Then there was a trill of magical birdsong and a flash of fire which nearly blinded everyone. Once the flames had disappeared, the 6 Aurors guarding Snape were flat on the ground, out cold, while the man himself was gone. Pandemonium immediately erupted as people began to panic. A moment later a flash of fire blasted the oars guarding Alistair Moody in all directions. The fire faded and Moody was gone. "It's Fawkes," said Harry. "Dumbledore's doing this." When another flash of fire occurred, this time above Doge, Or Savage threw a stunning spell at it. Unfortunately his reaction time was not fast enough and his spell instead smacked harmlessly into the stone wall at the opposite end of the courtroom. Another burst of flame and Shacklebolt was gone. Another took Flitwick and another took Pomfrey, followed by Sprout. Every time the flash of fire appeared, the Aurors who were still standing threw stunning spells, impediment jinxes and knockback hexes towards the target, but their spells always came too late. Fawkes was too fast. Some spells hit the walls harmlessly while others sailed into the panicking crowd, hitting people. Podmore vanished. Diggle vanished. Fletcher vanished. Vance vanished. Sarah grabbed Harry by the arm. "Come on," she said, getting the attention of Remus, Sirius, Susan and Hannah. "We need to get Harry out of here. That bird might grab him as well." Sirius agreed but added, "You take him. If Remus and I remain here, Fawkes may spend more time grabbing people from this room." Remus nodded and he and Sirius moved off, intending to offer themselves as bait for Fawkes while Sarah got Harry away. 5 more Order members had vanished by now, but there was about to be an upset. A burst of flame appeared above Bill, but the oldest Weasley son threw himself onto the ground, having made his decision to have nothing more to do with the Order of the Phoenix. The move caused Fawkes to miss him and completely threw the bird off balance. For the first time he appeared physically, shimmering with red and gold as he spread his impressive wings to right himself. That was all that Madame Bones needed. As Fawkes turned in the air, aiming for Tonks this time, her stunning spell found its mark. She didn't dare fire anything more lethal with all these people around who could potentially get hit by a stray spell. Fawkes squawked and tumbled through the air, vanishing in a burst of flame. The sound got everyone's attention, and the panicked push towards the exit came to an abrupt halt. Except for Sarah, Hannah and Susan, who were still determinedly trying to get Harry out of the courtroom and away from the threat of being snatched, though it was quickly becoming apparent that a motionless crowd was much more difficult to get through than a panicking one. Everyone remained silent, barely daring to breathe, all wondering whether or not the Phoenix was going to come back. For almost a minute nothing happened. Then there was a flash of flames near the door and Sarah, Hannah, Susan and about a dozen others found themselves being thrown back into other members of the crowd. As the darkness of unconsciousness claimed them, they had 2 thoughts. The first though was that Fawkes' flames, while bright, did not burn. They were merely warm, perhaps to the same extent as a warming charm. The second thought was the realization that Harry Potter was gone. With the talons of a phoenix gripping tightly to the back of his robe and flames generated by said phoenix swirling around him as the bird transported him to his next destination, Harry came to the conclusion that there was, in fact, no method of magical transportation that he liked, with the exception of broomstick flight, of course. If Fawkes was trying to disorient him, the bird was doing an exceptionally good job. The spinning was worse than any trip by Flo or Portkey Harry had ever taken, and he had the distinct feeling that whenever they got to their destination, the first thing he would do would involve the projecting vomiting of every meal he had eaten in the last 2 days. He hoped he got most of it on Fawkes. Fortunately for the bird, when they reached their destination, Harry did not throw up. Unfortunately for both parties, however, their arrival was less than graceful, and the moment Harry's feet met solid ground his left foot twisted painfully and he went crashing to the ground, resulting in a crack appearing in the right frame of his glasses. Meanwhile Fawkes was sent scrambling across the room by Harry's right arm, which he had struck the bird with quite hard as he threw out both arms to try and steady himself before hitting the ground. Fawkes squawked indignantly, flapped his wings frantically and gracelessly in an attempt to right himself while Harry rested his forehead against the floor, eyes tightly shut in an attempt to get the world to stop spinning. Finally the bird managed to flap up to its perch and take a seat, looking as regal as ever within moments. Harry's eyes snapped open when a familiar voice spoke nearby. "Thank you, my friend. I will not ask you to go back to the Ministry to retrieve those of our number who still remain there, but if you would be so kind as to go to St. Mungo's Hospital and retrieve Minerva." Fawkes trilled and vanished in a flash of flame. From his position on the floor, Harry realized that he could feel the position of his wand near his hip. The fingers of his right hand were near the handle, if he was quick. In one fluid movement he rolled onto his back, and aimed his wand, Petrificus taught. Expelliarmus. With one spell, Albus Dumbledore sent Harry Potter's wand sailing through the air and out of reach. A second spell resulted in Harry being forced to sit in a wooden chair, and a third conjured a rope that tied Harry to said chair. "I had hoped that you would not feel so hostile, Harry," said Dumbledore, with way too much familiarity for Harry's liking. "Alas, it is as I feared. Your involvement with the Ministry of Magic has had a most regretful effect on you. We will have to work hard to correct that, lest you turn to the same path as Lord Voldemort." Despite his situation, Harry was determined to not back down. "If anyone here is like Voldemort, it's you," he spat. "Look at you, you've got your own inner circle of sycophants who do your bidding without thought. You do what you want with no regard for the law or the rights of others. You rely on your name to intimidate others into doing your bidding, and when that doesn't work you lie, cheat, coerce, you even kidnap people to get your own way." Dumbledore sighed and adopted the expression and posture of a put-upon grandfather who was trying to be patient with a particularly argumentative 9-year-old. It was one of his favorites. "You have fallen further than I feared. We will have to act fast." He was interrupted by a burst of fire which signaled the return of Fawkes and Minerva McGonagall. "Ah, Minerva," said Dumbledore, turning to their newest arrival. "I'm glad you could join us, my dear. I trust that your stay in St. Mungo's wasn't too traumatic." "It was dreadful, Albus," she replied, and Harry noticed that she both looked and sounded a lot older than she had before her arrest. "They didn't do anything to me but run a few tests, but the things people have been saying, Albus, the things that they have been saying about you." "Yes, yes," replied Dumbledore in his gravest voice. "I am afraid that the Ministry has succeeded in its endeavor to disgrace my name." "They didn't have to do much in the end," growled Harry. "Your actions did most of it for them." "Be silent, you ungrateful whelp," spat Snape. "After all we have done for you." "What you've done for me," retorted Harry, incredulously. "You lot have never done anything for me. I'm nothing to you other than another one of Dumbledore's puppets. To you I am nothing but a pawn on a chessboard to be sacrificed at the right time." Snape's face contorted into a sneer. "Why, you insolent little—" "Calm down, Severus," piped up Flitwick, his squeaky voice drawing all eyes to him. The diminutive charms master rounded on the former headmaster. "Albus, you need to stop this now. Your actions are doing nothing more than painting an even larger target on all of our backs. Let the boy go." "I am afraid that I cannot do that, Phileas. Young Harry has a destiny that he must fulfill. It is imperative that he remain with us so that we can prepare him for what he must do." Dumbledore turned back to Snape. "Severus, I have managed to procure my father's old wand. If you would, I should like you to assist me in assessing if the Ministry has carried out any further alterations to Mr. Potter's mind." "The Ministry didn't alter my mind," growled Harry. "It was you, remember. Or are you that senile that you have forgotten?" Dumbledore ignored him and handed Snape a wand. Snape, however, was not in the mood simply to invade Harry's mind. He had spent a long time in Ministry custody, being interrogated until all of his deepest, darkest secrets came spilling out. If he were caught by the Ministry again, he was all but guaranteed a death sentence. As was usual, Snape was willing to blame everyone but himself for this turn of events, and as far as he was concerned, the Potter brat was the center of all his problems. Snape snatched the wand from Dumbledore and, without missing a beat, cast Crucio. Harry screamed in agony as the spell connected, causing him to writhe in his seat, feeling as though every nerve ending in his body was on fire. But there was division in the Order now. With so many of Dumbledore's secrets now out in the open, many members of the Order no longer felt like they owed Dumbledore anything. Their secrets were out now, meaning that Dumbledore had nothing to hold over many of them. Before now many of them had thought that they were perhaps the only one being coerced by Dumbledore, but now they knew that they were not alone. That knowledge diminished their fear. Thus Harry's pain was quickly ended when Kingsley tackled Snape to the ground. Harry's vision came back into focus just in time to see Kingsley's powerful fist break Snape's large, hooked nose. A second later there was a flash of light and Kingsley was thrown off of Snape and into a wall, where he slumped into an unconscious heap as Dumbledore lowered his wand. Still trembling with the after effects of the torture curse, Harry managed to grind out through clenched teeth, "Would have been nice if you'd been that fast to stop the greasy bastard." "Now Harry," began Dumbledore, switching over to lecture mode. "Severus has had a tough time of it as of late, and I am sure that he did not mean Like hell he didn't, retorted Harry, angrily. Dumbledore took a calming breath before carrying on. Nevertheless, it is imperative, Harry, that you learn to find it within yourself to forgive others for their. The glob of phlegm that Harry spat from his mouth splattered against Dumbledore's left cheek and would also have gone in his left eye were it not for his glasses. With a deep, saddened sigh, Dumbledore took off his glasses and cleaned them with a flick of his wand, commenting as he did so, "I had hoped that you were above such displays of childishness, Harry. It saddens me to see that I was wrong." "Yeah?" asked Harry. "Well, I'm getting a little fed up with hearing about what you expect from me. And if you think that I will ever forgive that disgusting piece of troll shit for what he did to me and my parents, then you are far more senile than I thought." "What do you mean?" asked Flitwick. "What does Snape have to do with your parents?" The wide grin that appeared on Harry's face was more than a little reminiscent of the one Peeves wore back when he had revealed to Dumbledore just who had slashed the fat lady's portrait back in Harry's third year at Hogwarts. "Oh dear. Did the headmaster not see fit to tell you all that Snape here?" "Harry, stop this at once," interrupted Dumbledore. "I forbid you to reveal that information." But Harry continued unabated. "Snape here is the reason why Voldemort went after my parents. He's as responsible for their deaths as Peter Pettigrew." Turning from the shocked expressions of many of the Order, Harry focused his eyes on Dumbledore. "Madam Bones decided that it was in my best interest to learn all that her department could get on Snape directly from her rather than hear about it in the trial. Of course, his role in the deaths of my parents isn't all she told me about." "Harry, I implore you to say no more. You do not fully understand the situation," said Dumbledore, letting his magical aura flare in an attempt to intimidate Harry, but the boy kept on going. "Oh, I understand plenty, you old coot," snarled Harry. "I understand much better than you think." He turned back to the Order. "Does the name Mary McDonald ring any bells here? How about Marlene McKinnon? Dorcas Meadows and Benji Fenwick? Edgar Bones, perhaps? Or maybe..." At this point Dumbledore could take no more. He went for his wand and cast a silencing charm on Harry. The teenager's mouth was still moving as he rattled off several more names of people whose deaths Snape had in one way or another been involved with, but no one heard him. But for many they had heard enough. "Did you know this, Albus?" asked Sturgis Podmore, rounding on the aged wizard furiously. "Did you know that Snape was involved in those deaths?" Dumbledore's tone was a placating one as he said, "Severus has undeniably made some unfortunate choices in his life, however he has since seen the error of his ways and joined our side. He has endeavored to make up for his past mistakes by working for the light." "He's right," interjected Moody. "I may not like the bastard, but some of the information that he has provided us over the years has been invaluable." "But most of those people Potter just listed were members of the Order," protested Emmeline Vance. "That we've been expected to work alongside him is disgusting. To say nothing of forcing Mr. Potter to take lessons from him," added Pomona Sprout. "Really, Dumbledore, we've all done things that we are not proud of, but what in Merlin's name were you thinking allowing this man to become a teacher?" "Now really," interjected McGonagall, "I've never heard such rubbish. Professor Dumbledore trusts Severus. That should be good enough for all of you." Harry raised his eyebrows at that. That sort of attitude was typical of Minerva McGonagall. "Dumbledore says so, so that should be good reasoning for everyone." It was interesting to watch as the scene played out before him. Moody, Doge, Diggle, McGonagall and Snape, who was arguing from his position on the floor, were clearly on Dumbledore's side of the matter, while Flitwick, Podmore, Vance and Sprout were furious. While they had each done some pretty damning things in the past, Dumbledore had finally asked for too much of some of his pawns, as he had done of Harry back in the summer. Then there was the fact that what they had done under Dumbledore's command was going to get them in more trouble, that the crimes and scandals which were being used as leverage against them, it was fair to say that Dumbledore had lost their allegiance entirely. As for the rest of the Order, they were doing their best to keep as quiet as possible. For some this was simply because they had no opinion to offer. Some others were too afraid to say anything after seeing Kingsley blasted into the wall by Dumbledore for going against him. Harry also noted for the first time that not everyone from the Order were present. Arthur, Molly and Bill Weasley, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, Nymphadora Tonks, Hestia Jones, Rolanda Hooch, Arabella Figg and Argus Filch, or whatever their names were, and perhaps a dozen others had not been grabbed by Fawkes. Rubeus Hagrid was absent too. Clearly even Dumbledore did not know where the half-giant was. Finally Dumbledore put an end to the argument for now. Raising his voice loudly to be heard over the shouting he said, "Enough. Now is not the time to be turning on each other. Alistair, would you kindly assist me in examining Harry's mind?" Although it was phrased as a question, it was clearly a command. As Moody stomped forward to take the spare wand from Snape, Dumbledore erected a shield to keep the rest of the order back. Flitwick and several others protested loudly, but without wands there was nothing that they could do. Dumbledore gave a flick of his wand in Snape's direction, repairing the man's broken nose, and then turned to join Moody in raising their wands and taking aim towards Harry. Still under the effects of the silencing charm and bound tightly to the chair he was sat on, Harry settled for glaring hatefully back at them, mentally bracing himself for what was to come. "Legilimens!" barked two voices in unison. Harry's body went rigid as his mind was invaded by the double attack. Memories swirled through his mind so quickly that it was enough to induce nausea and a headache, but it did not last long. Unlike Snape, who had apparently been a match for the wand, Moody quickly found that the wand of Dumbledore's father was not well suited to him at all, and within moments the spell that he cast broke off. He tried again with even worse results. The legilimency probe didn't even begin that time. Dumbledore meanwhile continued to rifle through Harry's mind, trying to locate the places where adjustments would have to be made. Quickly he realized that it wasn't just Harry's memories of the past few weeks that he would need to alter, there were the memories of memories as well. This meant that the task of obliviating Harry would take much longer than he had initially thought. He began to dig deeper to assess just how much he would have to erase. Harry, meanwhile, was starting to get extremely worked up. The last time Dumbledore had pulled this stunt, Harry had been unconscious for the whole thing. This time he was not only awake, he was fighting back. The events of the past few weeks had left him angry, confused and scared, and that was before you factored in everything else he had been through in his life. None of this was a good combination. Being kidnapped, tortured and having his mind invaded only made things worse, and things were rapidly approaching boiling point. Harry had not been this close to unleashing a burst of anger-fueled accidental magic since the summer holidays before his third year at Hogwarts, when his Aunt Marge's continual berating of him and badmouthing of his deceased parents resulted in her being inflated like a blimp and left bobbing helplessly against the dining room ceiling of number 4, Privet Drive. Fawkes the Phoenix sensed the waves of anger radiating off of Harry and flew in to sit on the back of the boy's chair, where he began to trill a soft, calming tune. It didn't help. Harry could hear the Phoenix's song well enough, but in Harry's mind Phoenix song was something that was associated with Dumbledore, and right now there were few things in this world that Harry hated more than Albus effing Dumbledore. Things were quickly reaching boiling point. Albus Dumbledore was too engrossed in rifling through Harry's mind to notice when the glass in the windows began to rattle ominously, but the rest of the order, except the unconscious Kingsley, did. And so did the Ministry. The Ministry of Magic was in pandemonium following the snatching of Harry Potter right from the heart of the Ministry building. Aurors and law enforcement officers were doing their best to control the panicked crowds of people, while Amelia had her best people running around trying to find anything that would lead them to finding out just where Harry Potter and 2/3 of the Order of the Phoenix had been taken to. Workers from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures were going through book after book and file after file to try and gather absolutely everything they could on Phoenixes, while people from the Department of Mysteries had broken out the scrying spells to try and get a reading on any of those snatched from the courtroom. People from the Department of International Magical Cooperation were putting out alerts to as many other ministries as possible across the globe, as well as alerting the offices of the International Confederation of Wizards. The first breakthrough, however, came from Mafalda Hopkirk and her colleagues in the Improper Use of Magic office. "What have you found?" demanded Amelia as she, Fudge and Scrimgeour entered the office after receiving a hurried message. "It might be nothing," replied Hopkirk, "however our underage magic sensors keep going off. The trigger is minor and it blinks out before we can get an accurate reading." But, at that moment every alarm attached to the Improper Use of Magic office went off. Hopkirk rounded of her deputy, Elizabeth Summerby, "Who it is?" "Hold on," replied Summerby as she waves her wand over a large sheet of parchment, upon which runes were starting to appear. Several of these runes lit up and a name appeared in the middle of the sheet of parchment. "Harry Potter. Location?" asked Fudge. Hopkirk was waving her wand about over the giant map of the UK and Ireland which hung on the wall. Central England, West Midlands, Warwickshire, mould on the wood. I thought that village was abandoned. No one has lived there in decades. Rufus, get a team together, now, barked Amelia. We'll need the finest oars and hit wizards you can locate. Mafalda, get those coordinates over to the Department of Magical Transportation. We need a dozen port keys to mold on the wold as quickly as possible. As Scrimgeour and Hopkirk hurried out of the room in order to carry out those commands, the Minister for Magic turned to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement and handed her a rolled-up sheaf of parchment, held closed by a red ribbon and a red with seal which bore the official logo of the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot has agreed to this, he stated. Amelia opened it and discovered that it was an authorization form. Killing curse, she read. Ideally we would want Dumbledore brought in alive and dosed with enough Veritaserum to make him spill even his darkest secrets, explained Fudge. However, if all of this has proven anything, it is that Albus Dumbledore is a dangerous man, who will do whatever he feels is necessary to see that things go according to his plans. I don't want there to be any messing around, especially with the life of Harry Potter at risk. If you can't bring Dumbledore down with standard Auror tactics, then you are authorized to put an end to him for good. Just understand that this applies only to you, Scrimgeour, and a few of the other more senior Aurors and hit wizards. Understood, replied Amelia. She wanted Dumbledore questioned as much as anyone, but she had no qualms about putting a permanent end to the man if the situation called for it. Good Aurors were hard to come by, after all. The Weasley family was gathered together in Arthur's former office. No one was currently permitted to leave the ministry, and the family had felt the need for some alone time, so they had settled for the relative privacy offered by the small office room in a far corner of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Hermione was there too. She didn't really want to be there but had just ended up getting shuffled along with the crowd. The day had been a very trying one. After all, it's not every day that many of those whom you trust implicitly are revealed to be so horribly corrupt. It was enough to give anyone a headache. She had, of course, heard a few of the things that had been coming out following the arrests of so many members of the Order of the Phoenix, but it was one thing to read a few newspaper articles and quite another to hear it all and more in a massive courtroom. Respect for authority, especially your teachers, was something that had been driven into Hermione Granger's mind from an early age. To have those figures of authority then go and betray their students and the country at large to such an extent was a difficult pill to swallow. To make matters worse, it now looked like many of those betrayers of her trust were going to avoid their punishments. On top of that, after taking a good number of the Order away, Fawkes had gone and taken Harry too. Despite their differences, she hoped that Harry was all right. She also hoped that Dumbledore would choke on one of his flavored sweets and die before he and the Order could get too far away. Somewhere in the back of her mind, Hermione made a mental note to find out if a certain Mr. Newt Scamander was still alive. If he was, she wanted to have a word with him. After all, his book, Magical Beasts and Where to Find Them, clearly stated that a phoenix was a creature that associated with the light. There was clearly nothing light about Dumbledore, yet Fawkes still associated with the man and even did his bidding. When they had arrived in the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, all of the Weasleys gathered around each other in one massive group hug, offering support and comfort to each other as a family. As a result, Hermione was left alone, standing by the door to the office as Aurors, hit wizards and many other employees of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement bustled hurriedly about. This gave her a very good vantage point when Scrimgeour marched in and began issuing orders. Potter's been located. He managed to trigger the underage magic detectors in the improper use of magic office. Port keys to the location are being made as we speak. I want all field units ready to go within the next 3 minutes. Upon hearing the commotion outside the office, Ginny and the twins came over to Hermione's side. What's going on? Queried George, looking around. They've located Harry, replied Hermione. He managed to set off an underage magic alarm somehow. Looks like they're sending in everyone with even the slightest bit of combat experience, observed Fred. Good, said Ginny, firmly. I hope they reduce Dumbledore to a bloody pulp. If they get there in time, said George. Anything could have happened since Harry set the alarm off, and it's going to be a couple of minutes yet before this lot are ready to go. Ginny sighed sadly and leaned against the door frame. If only there was some way to get Harry out of there faster. A moment later Hermione's eyes widened as Ginny's words caused a thought popped into her head, a thought that quickly became a plan. Dumbledore's ears were ringing as he sat up. The last thing he could remember was skimming through a memory in which Harry apparently broke up with one of the Pottle girls and then had a heart-to-heart with the Abbott girl when all of a sudden he was being thrown through the air. Normally wizards of Harry's age did not have bouts of accidental magic, and if they did the results were usually not that powerful. But then most wizards Harry's age had not been through so much as a fifth of the crap that Harry had had to put up with over the years. Looking around, Dumbledore took stock of the situation. Everyone was sprawled out on the floor, including Harry. The magical burst he had emitted had smashed apart the chair beneath him as well as blowing the glass out of all the windows. The magical barrier Dumbledore had created to keep the rest of the Order at bay while he and Moody went through Harry's mind had collapsed while the wards that surrounded the property in a protective bubble were failing fast. Moody sat up, looking for his magical eye which had fallen out of its socket and rolled away. As he looked around he commented, "That blast will have triggered every alarm the improper use of magic office has. Aurors will be here soon." A sudden squawking caught their attention and Dumbledore looked over to the corner where Fawkes was thrashing about in a panic. The previously resplendent phoenix did not look so regal anymore. Its gold and feathers were replaced by green and black ones. The previously swan-like body was now more like that of a vulture and the once melodious voice was now a mournful sound. Albus Dumbledore knew that his longtime friend and ally was useless to him now. With the Ministry likely on their way, he did not have time to change the appearance of the bird. Decades spent perfecting this one particular project had been undone in a matter of moments. Getting to his feet, Dumbledore grabbed a dusty old lamp and pointed his wand at it, muttering the incantation, Portus. Severus, Alistair, grab Harry. Minerva, Mundungus, Daedalus, Alpheus, Poppy, grab hold of this portkey. It will take you to a safe house in Germany. Snape and Moody made their way over to Harry as McGonagall, Pomfrey, Fletcher, Diggle and Doge took the first portkey. In the blink of an eye they were gone as Dumbledore began making another portkey out of a cushion. Harry glared up at the two men as they approached him and growled, "Get away from me," revealing for the first time that the silencing charm that Dumbledore had placed on him had been broken. "Come on Potter," said Moody, stomping over and grabbing Harry by the front of his robes. Snape mirrored his actions and together they pulled Harry up off the floor. Following his magical outburst, Harry was too exhausted to put up much of a fight. "Bring him here," commanded Dumbledore, holding out the cushioned portkey. "Get off," groaned Harry as he attempted to pull himself out of the grasps of the two men. In the end what he managed was the equivalent to a shrug of his shoulders. "Stop fighting Potter," snapped Snape. "And walk properly." As Harry tried once again to break free, three things happened at the same time. First, the wards around the house finally gave out entirely and collapsed. Second, several battalions of Aurors and hit wizards led by Amelia Bones and Rufus Scrimgeour arrived in a ring around the house. Third, a high-pitched voice cried out, "You shall not harm Harry Potter." There was a pulse of magic and both Moody and Snape were thrown away from Harry who promptly dropped to the floor, partly out of instinct, partly because he was too exhausted to stand up under his own power. Severus Snape was thrown towards the stone fireplace and hit it with a sickening crunch. Moody landed at Dumbledore's feet. Dumbledore's eyes locked onto the small assailant and raised his wand, but with a snap of his fingers, the aged wizard's opponent disarmed him. Dumbledore could only watch in horror as the wand that he had been using sailed through the air to be caught by his much smaller adversary. A moment later Aurors and hit wizards stormed the building. Dumbledore ducked beneath the first wave of spell fire, grabbed the front of Moody's robes with one hand and grabbed the cushioned portkey with the other. A split second later they were gone. As the Aurors and hit wizards ensured that every member of the Order of the Phoenix left behind was bound and gagged, Harry rolled over to see who his savior was. With eyes the size of tennis balls, ears like those normally found on bats, an old pillowcase for a robe, 3 bobble hats perched on his small, bald head, 2 poorly knitted scarves around his neck and more pairs of mismatched socks on his feet than should be possible, there was only one person that this could be. "Dobby," Harry said in a low voice, unable to speak any louder. "What are you doing here?" "Dobby is coming to save Harry Potter, sir," replied Dobby, moving closer to Harry as the Aurors began searching the building. "How did you know where I was?" Dobby could sense where you were, sir, explained the house elf. Dobby would have come sooner, sir, but Dobby did not know Harry Potter was being in trouble until Harry Potter sir's Grandee was telling him. My Grandee? Asked Harry, completely baffled. Wait, do you mean Granger? Hermione Granger. She sent you. Dobby nodded his head vigorously, causing his large ears to flap. Dobby and Miss Grandee have been talking much since the school year started, Harry Potter sir. We is bonding over trying to help Harry Potter sir but only making things worse. Miss Grandee saw a way for her and Dobby to make up for past mistakes. Harry couldn't help it. He grinned. In spite of everything, the trauma, the aches in his muscles, the emotional and physical exhaustion, he grinned. After all, he was in no doubt that had Dobby not arrived, the Aurors would have been seconds too late to stop Dumbledore from whisking him away once again. Thank you Dobby, he rested his forehead on the floor. Thank you Hermione. As the team of Auror healers took Harry away to St. Mungo's for treatment for magical exhaustion, Amelia thanked Dobby profusely and asked that he go and pass on news of his triumph to Miss Granger. She had already sent people back to the ministry to report in. Ma'am, said Dawlish, coming up behind her. We have an augury here. Amelia turned and followed Dawlish over to the corner where the green and black bird lay under the influence of a stunning spell while Proudfoot ran his wand over it. Seems to have been subjected to a myriad of very powerful enchantments, explained Dawlish. We believe that this may have been Dumbledore's phoenix. Amelia frowned and asked, so Harry's magical outburst transfigured it? No, ma'am, replied Proudfoot. While the bird has undoubtedly had magic cast on it in the past, there are no enchantments upon it now. I suspect Potter's magic cancelled what was there. Do you mean to tell me that Dumbledore's pet phoenix was nothing more than a transfigured augury and that Harry somehow broke that enchantment? Queried Amelia. Near as I can tell, yes, replied Proudfoot. Though there was much more than just transfiguration at work here. There were charms, potions and runes as well. How? Asked Amelia. Proudfoot shrugged and got to his feet. No idea. All I can say is that Dumbledore is one of Britain's best in the art of transfiguration. Giving the augury the appearance of a phoenix would not have been too hard for him. He's had decades to perfect the rest of it. The songs, the healing tears, the flame travel and the burning rebirth. Are there any potions that can mimic phoenix tears? Asked Dawlish. Couldn't tell you, said Proudfoot. But if there is such a thing it will be invaluable. We might need to search Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts again. It might also be a good idea to have a magi zoologist come in and take a look at the bird. See if they spot something I can't. Perhaps old Newt Scamander can be convinced to do an afternoon of study for us, said Scrimgeour, coming over to the group. Good idea, agreed Amelia. In the meantime, we get everyone back to the ministry and question them on everything that happened. Everyone agreed and soon the first group, consisting of Snape, Flitwick, Kingsley and Sprout were being taken by Portkey back to the ministry. Scrimgeour turned to Amelia and asked, disappointed. That Dumbledore slipped through our fingers. Yes. However, Harry is safe. Most of the Order, including that bastard Snape, have been recaptured, no one on our side was injured and Dumbledore appears to have been deprived of that blasted phoenix. I'd say we've done fairly well. Aye, agreed Scrimgeour as Dawlish took Emmeline Vance away. All things considered, this could have gone much worse. Remind me to ask the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures just what awards for bravery we have available for house elves, commented Amelia. The list of those deserving special recognition keeps getting longer and longer. King Ragnarok, leader of the Goblin Nation within Gringotts, sat behind his desk of black marble, looking over the latest findings from the Gringotts Security Division. It seemed that they had located the goblin who, against the orders of his superiors, and against the expressed wishes their client, one Harry James Potter, had taken it upon himself to continue to deliver information on the Potter accounts to Albus Dumbledore. Greville had pleaded guilty to his crimes and the Goblin Court was prepared to sentence him to 30 years hard labor in the mines. But before that could happen, Mr. Potter's opinion would have to be sought on the matter. If the stories about the boy were true, it was doubtful that Mr. Potter would request a harsher punishment, but it was not unknown for a wizard to demand the death of a goblin in cases such as these. Thankfully this sort of thing didn't happen too often. Suddenly there was a knock at the door and, following Ragnarok's call of, "Enter," an official-looking goblin by the name of Cragic entered. Your Majesty, began Cragic with a deep bow towards his king, I have just returned from the Lestrange family vault. We believe that we have located one of the items that Cyrus Greengrass warned us about. Ragnarok set his quill down, a frown marring his face as he considered this. This is ill news, Cragic. That such an item could be hidden within Gringotts, we will have to organize a bank-wide search for any similar artifacts. But now is not the time. I will contact Greengrass and Croaker. They will want to confirm what we have found before that abomination can be destroyed. Two emerald green eyes followed the path of the faintly glowing wand tip as the healer moved it up and down and side to side. After a few moments the healer nodded thoughtfully and scribbled a note on the chart in his hand. Well, he said at last, there appears to be no lasting damage as far as I can tell. Just rest that ankle of yours and the sprain will soon heal thanks to the potion I have already given you. Thank you, replied Harry before asking, did you get the report back from the mind healers yet? Indeed I have, answered Healer Tofty. And the good news is that there is absolutely no evidence that Dumbledore managed to block off any more of your memories. Well, that's a relief, stated Harry. Indeed, said Healer Tofty. In addition, there appears to have been a slight weakening in the blocks already placed in your mind. 2 more mind healers will be coming in sometime tomorrow morning in order to confirm what we suspect. If we are right, then it is entirely possible that we will be able to undo the obliviations in time, though doing so may well require specialist healers. Really? Asked Harry, unable to keep the eagerness out of his voice. I'll get my memories back. It certainly looks that way, but try not to get your hopes up too much until you have been looked over again tomorrow morning. Only then will we know for sure. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go and check on a witch with the spout of a teapot growing from where her nose should be. Harry thanked the healer as he left the room. Of course, the healer's exit provided the signal to the group gathered outside that Harry was now free to receive visitors. Within moments of Healer Tofty leaving, they had all piled into the room and gathered around his bed. Hannah and Sarah quickly sat in the seats closest to him on the right side of his bed while Sirius went and sat in the seat to the left, with Remus deciding to stand just behind him, near the window, while Susan and Amelia were closer to the door. So how long was I missing for in the end? Asked Harry. Not even a full hour, replied Sirius. But you still had us really worried. Are you sure you feel okay? Asked Sarah. I'm fine, replied Harry. Apart from a bit of a headache, that is. Hey, what happened with the order? Unfortunately Dumbledore was able to get away again, replied Amelia. As far as we could tell, he used an international portkey to escape to Germany with about half of those he kidnapped from the courtroom. We sent a team after them, but by the time they got there the safe house that had been set up for their arrival had been abandoned. Damn, muttered Harry. Who did he manage to keep with him in the end? Alistair Moody, Minerva McGonagall, Poppy Pomfrey, Alpheus Doge, Daedalus Diggle and Mundungus Fletcher, said Amelia. Everyone else is back in custody. Harry was silent for a few moments, playing something over in his mind before he finally said, some of them tried to help me. Snape's the one who hit me with the Cruciatus curse. Shacklebolt tackled him to the ground and broke his nose. Then Flitwick, Sprout, Podmore and Vance tried arguing with Dumbledore, telling him he needed to stop. He refused to listen. Amelia sighed and nodded before replying, yes, they informed me of that during our questioning session. I was waiting on you to confirm it. The Wizengamot will be taking this into consideration when we cast the final verdicts tomorrow. Will I be alright to go and see that? Asked Harry. I know that the healer said I need to rest, but I really want to see that bastard Snape get what's coming to him. For a few moments no one offered up a reply, and then Remus broke the silence. I'm afraid, Harry, that good old Severus Snape will not be receiving a trial. What? Demanded Harry. Why not? He died, Harry. When that house elf, Dobby, was it. At Harry's nod, Remus continued, when Dobby forced Snape and Moody away from you, Snape collided rather hard with the stone fireplace. He was still alive when we brought him into the hospital, added Amelia. But he was bleeding quite badly. He didn't make it. Harry wasn't sure what to make of this news. On the one hand he was happy, elated even that Snape would not be around anymore, never again to do the bidding of either Dumbledore or Voldemort, or to traumatize students entrusted into his care. But on the other hand, it felt oddly like Snape had escaped justice. He had avoided hearing the Wizengamots' judgment against him. He had avoided getting sent to languish in Azkaban. Although Snape had died, he had avoided being told in advance that he would. He had avoided having to spend hours, maybe even days, dreading what was to come. He had avoided being marched off to his fate. He had avoided having to suffer for what he had done, and Harry wasn't sure how to feel about that. Finally he asked, "Will Dobby be punished?" "Absolutely not," replied Amelia. "He was asked to go and defend someone, which he did. That someone is also a student of Hogwarts, and Dobby is employed at Hogwarts only further protects him from retribution." "Well, that's good," said Harry, feeling relieved. Then another thought occurred to him and he asked, "What happened to Fawkes?" "It turns out that the illustrious Albus Dumbledore had been pulling a trick there too," said Sirius. At Harry's puzzled look Amelia explained, "In truth, Fawkes was an augury, a very different kind of magical bird. Its appearance as a phoenix is the result of decades worth of work in the fields of transfiguration, runes, charms and possibly even potions. Your magical outburst, which appears to have unlocked your memories, also tore apart every enchantment the bird was subjected to. It's being examined by a magi zoologist as we speak." Gently, Newt Scamander lifted up the bird's left wing and ran his wand along the underside, the tip of the wand glowing brightly. A moment later he stowed away the wand and took out a tatty, leather tape measure and began measuring the length of the bones in the wing. Humerus bone is 8.2 inches. Ulna is 9.1 inches, radius is 8.7 inches. Beside him his wife Porpentina used a quill to note down the measurements as he read them off, followed by the other wing, the bones in the legs and the length of the head and beak. Finally he tucked the tape measure away and noted, total span from wingtip to wingtip is 7 feet and 9.2 inches. "Gentlemen, this is indeed an augury." "We had gathered that much," replied Rufus Scrimgeour, who was watching proceedings along with John Dawlish. "What we were hoping was that you could tell us how Albus Dumbledore managed to make it look like a phoenix." Newt gave a shrug of his shoulders and replied, "As to that I can only speculate, same as you. There are traces of what was done still on the bird, including rune marking on the skin. However, I am no expert in those areas. If you want to find out how Dumbledore did what he did, I would suggest consulting with experts in the fields of transfiguration, charms, runecraft and possibly potions. I must warn you though, if you wish to find out anything you will have to keep it under the stasis charms you have already placed upon it. The true lifespan of an augury is usually 10 years, though they can sometimes go to 12. The bird that we have here is closer to 5 times that age. Remove the stasis charms and its feathers will probably fall out and it'll die before the day is through." "We've had reports," said Dawlish, "of this bird crying tears with the ability to heal." "Yes, there are a few runes around the eyes," said Newt. "It's likely such tears were leaked from them. But it doesn't make sense," said Scrimgeour. "The tears are known to have neutralized basilisk venom in a bite victim." Newt looked positively intrigued by that. "Really? Well, I should like to meet the person who survived a basilisk bite. But yes, phoenix tears would have the ability to neutralize such a venom and heal the bite wound. Of course, Dumbledore would have had to procure those tears from somewhere, and I am afraid that there is a bit of a black market for such things. I believe Dumbledore had at least one operative working in the seedy underside of society, if the facts reported in the Daily Prophet are correct, of course." Dawlish nodded. "Yeah, Mundungus Fletcher. He was Dumbledore's go-between, fetching dodgy potions, ingredients and the like." "Well, there's your answer then," said Newt. "Of course, phoenix tears aren't the only thing that could have healed the venom. As I recall it, Dumbledore once spent a considerable amount of time working with a certain Mr. Nicholas Flamel in the field of alchemy. Flamel created a philosopher's stone, from which can be extracted the so-called elixir of life. Assuming Dumbledore had access to either the stone or a supply of the elixir, the bird could actually have been producing that through the runes. While it would not neutralize the poison, it would actually prevent any damage from being done, heal the bite mark and leave the bitten party feeling perfectly healthy, leaving plenty of time for the correct antidote to be brewed and administered." "That's a good theory," admitted Scrimgeour. "The only problem is that we have searched Dumbledore's office and quarters at Hogwarts from top to bottom following his arrest. We've also searched his former office at the Ministry from when he was the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, and the office he was provided as Supreme Mugwump at the headquarters of the International Confederation of Wizards. We found no sign of the Philosopher's Stone, nor have Gringotts reported it in any of their searches of every vault Dumbledore ever had access to. According to reports, the only stone known to exist in recent times was destroyed a few years ago, commented Dawlish. At that, Newt and Porpentina exchanged looks, the kind of looks that could only come from spending decades together. You doubt the claim, stated Scrimgeour. I have no doubt that Albus Dumbledore told everyone who would listen that the stone had been destroyed, replied Newt, slowly. And it's likely that Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel died believing it to be true, added Porpentina. But you think it is likely that Dumbledore lied to them? Pressed Scrimgeour. Albus Dumbledore lied as often as he could in order to ensure things went his way, said Porpentina. I certainly would not put it past the man to lie to his old colleague in order to keep the Philosopher's Stone for his own. Scrimgeour nodded thoughtfully before turning his attention back to Newt and asking, Mr. Scamander, perhaps you could tell me exactly what your relationship with Albus Dumbledore is, or was. Newt sighed and drew his wand. With one flick he conjured up a comfortable-looking armchair for his wife and then another for himself. As he and his wife sat, he gestured that the two Aurors do the same. Scrimgeour and Dawlish each conjured their own seats and sat down to listen. At one time, began Newt, I considered Albus Dumbledore a friend. An ally. A confidant. When I first started Hogwarts, Dumbledore had not been there long, about 5 or 6 years. He taught Transfiguration then and, though I was a Hufflepuff and he usually had more to do with the Gryffindors, he seemed to take an interest in me. I wasn't particularly good at Transfiguration, but when the time came that I could take part in care of magical creatures, he really encouraged me. He told me he saw great potential in me, that he thought I would make a great magi zoologist one day. Then one day near the end of my 6th year, we all got outside for our lesson, only to be informed by Professor Brown that Professor Turpin was ill and that we were to take our books out and spend the lesson studying. That is when I made my mistake. We had been told by Professor Turpin in the previous lesson that we were going to be studying the Grafforn, and I knew that Professor Turpin had had a live one brought in for us all to see. I was so sure that I knew what I was doing when I led the class over to that paddock, but because of that, Archibald Dearborn couldn't walk for the next 3 months. It was only the timely return of Professor Brown that prevented the Grafforn from killing Archie outright. Obviously I was expelled. I mean, really, how could I not have been? But Dumbledore was against it. I remember him marching into the meeting Professor Dippet was having with myself and my parents, arguing vehemently against my expulsion. Newt paused for a moment, looking down at the floor before continuing, I was so grateful at the time to have someone on my side that I didn't even question his actions. Looking back though, in light of what has been revealed lately, it seems that I was lined up to be the first of his collection. Quote, yes, said Scrimgeour. That does sound rather like some of the tales we had heard from the various members of the Order of the Phoenix. Did he ever ask you to join up? Oh, he tried, answered Newt. But by then the bridges between us had been well and truly burnt. How so? Queried Dawlish. At that Porpentina gave a light laugh and said, well, I suppose it all started with me. Or rather, it started with Newt's decision to marry me. Albus Dumbledore never exactly approved of me. Why? Pressed Scrimgeour. Our records show that Albus, Mother Kendra was an American, so I fail to see how he could object to a friend marrying an American witch. Porpentina smiled and quipped, but it isn't the American part that he had trouble with. After allowing the two Aurors a few moments to let her statement sink in, she continued, yes, dear Newton here goes all through Hogwarts and more than a decade after, chasing after magical beasts seemingly without any interest whatsoever in the females of his own species. Then he ventures off to New York for a couple of months and then comes back with me on his arm. Poor old Albus was most disappointed. Though admittedly, that was only the start of the breakdown of their friendship. What put an end to it? Inquired Dawlish, who wasn't entirely comfortable with the subject just discussed. Dumbledore and his publishing of the 12 Uses for Dragon's Blood, said Newt. I begged him not to do it. I pleaded with him. But Albus Dumbledore does what he wants with little to no regard for anyone else. It's for the greater good, he said in that insistent way of his. If all 12 uses were medicinal then I could understand, but only half of them are. I mean, really. Why bother advertising the fact that dragon's blood makes a good oven cleaner when a Scourgify spell does the job just as well? Within a year there was a massive black market in dragon blood and now, 40 years later, two species, the Catalonian fireball and the Portuguese long snout, are extinct while the other 10 are confined to what the International Confederation of Wizards like to insist are called reserves, when we all know they are actually farms. Dumbledore likes to preach about how wizards should treat our fellow magical creatures with the care and respect they deserve, but ultimately he is just as thoughtless as most. With a flick of a wand, the small golden cup floated up into the air and began to rotate. At the right angle, the image of a badger could be seen. "What do you think?" asked Cyrus Greengrass. Next to him Saul Croaker gave a nod. "Oh, yes. It's a Horcrux all right. Can you be sure that it's his?" asked King Ragnarok from his seat on the opposite side of his black marble desk. "According to our investigations, a cup like this is one of the items that was reported missing by the Smith family shortly after the death of Hepzibah Smith. Assuming that the Smith family's claim of being directly descended from Helga Hufflepuff is true." "It is," confirmed Ragnarok. "Then it seems that we can confirm that Tom Riddle did indeed steal this from her," finished Cyrus. "It is unlikely that he would have given it to someone else, therefore it is safe to assume that the fragment of soul contained within belongs to him." "Have you a way to destroy it?" asked Ragnarok. "Fiendfire will do it," answered Croaker. "However, that is not an easy spell to contain once it has started." Ragnarok thought for a moment before getting out of his seat and walking around his desk. "Come," he said. "We will take it down to one of our empty high-security vaults. They are designed to survive a great deal of damage. If they won't contain the flames until they run out of things to burn, nothing will." Harry looked up in surprise when the tawny owl swooped in through the open door of his hospital room. He watched with interest as it swooped around the room and came to land on his bedside table, between the fruit bowl and the book on occlumency that he had been reading. Everyone else had left the room. Hannah and Susan had gone to raid the canteen. Amelia had returned to the ministry. Sarah was off talking to a couple of healers. Sirius had said something about having some important business at Gringotts to take care of, and Remus had volunteered to go with him. The tawny owl held out its leg, presenting Harry with a small envelope, and then looked up at him expectantly. Harry took the envelope and opened it as the owl spread its wings and took off again. Harry watched as the owl flew back out through the door before taking a piece of parchment out of the envelope and unfolding it to read the words written on it. "Dear Harry, I hope that this letter finds you well. As you may know, in light of recent events, my father has decided to send me to attend school in China rather than remain in Britain with my family. I'm writing this in my new dorm room and will have to send it to my mother and then hope that she will send it on to you, so I don't even know if this will ever get to you. I don't know if anybody told you, but the ministry did manage to confirm that I was regularly being given a rather heavy dosage of lust potion during the short time since the start of the new school year. They believe that the first dose was somehow slipped to me on the Hogwarts Express, though no one can confirm this. I believe that I have you to thank for bringing my condition to the attention of the right people. The potion was indeed keyed to you, which explains why I was all over you outside the prefect's compartment and the carriage ride up to the castle. I also want to thank you for not taking advantage of the situation. I know that you are a well-mannered wizard, but there aren't many boys your age that would have shown the restraint that you did. I shudder to think what would have happened had the potion been keyed to someone like Theodore Nott in your year, or Cormac McLaggen or Graham Montague in mine. Or, Merlin forbid, that Cassius Warrington in the year above mine. And lastly, I want to thank you for something else. I don't know if anyone else has thanked you for it, but I know that I haven't, so I will do it now. Thank you for bringing Cedric back at the end of last term. I believe what you said happened at the end of the third task, and I understand that it must have been a huge risk for you to try and bring Cedric back with you, but, ever selfless, you did. And I sincerely thank you for it. I would have hated for him to have been left in what must surely have been a terrible place. Well, I had better be going now. It's getting late here and I have my first day of classes tomorrow. If you want to keep in touch, my address is on the back of this piece of parchment. Thank you again, Harry. I hope that we will be able to see each other again one day. Yours in friendship, Cho. With a tear building in his right eye and threatening to fall, Harry blew out a breath and muttered, "Damn. I was not prepared for that." "Prepared for what?" asked Hannah, causing Harry to look up to see that she and Susan had just walked back into the room, arms laden with cakes, cookies and a bunch of bananas that they had gotten from the visitors' tea room on the top floor of the hospital. "Ah, I got a letter from Cho Chang," answered Harry, holding up the letter in question. "Oh cool," said Hannah. "Let's see." She snatched the letter out of Harry's hand before he could even begin to contemplate refusing and glanced over it before letting out a low whistle. "Blimey, Harry, you sure know how to catch the eye of these foreign witches, don't you?" "Very funny," retorted Harry, snatching the letter back as Susan giggled. He tried glaring at the two witches, but the effect was somewhat ruined by the red flush to his cheeks and the moisture build up in his eye. "Ah, don't worry Harry," said Hannah, keeping up her teasing tone as she threw one arm around his shoulders in a hug. "One day you will meet a nice girl who will decide to stay with you rather than retreat to Asia." Without breaking his less than threatening glare at the girl, Harry asked, "Susan, you know the rule that says boys can't hex girls?" "Yup," the redhead replied. "Are exceptions made for when the girl in question is being very mean to the boy?" "Nope," responded Susan. "Damn," muttered Harry. "Are you sure? Even if it's not too serious?" "I'm thinking like a pimples hex or something." Susan tapped her chin thoughtfully before answering, "Well, there isn't really a rule that says boys can't hex girls, it's just a matter of good manners. But seeing as we are outside of school, you could technically still get into trouble for using magic while underage." "Damn," muttered Harry again as Susan and Hannah giggled. "Keep it up and I'll give you a strike, Prefect Abbott." Hannah pouted, "Come on Harry. That's just mean. You know that with Padma gone I'm your favorite prefect." "Oh, I don't know about that," retorted Harry, seizing on the opportunity to get in a little teasing of his own. "Pansy Parkinson's not so bad now that she's growing into that nose of hers." Hannah gasped in shock and then slapped Harry on the arm. "Don't you dare ever compare me unfavorably to that pug-faced cow again, Harry Potter." Harry was laughing as Hannah attempted to whack him again. Okay, fine. You're better than Pansy, okay." Hannah straightened herself up and crossed her arms. "That's better." A grin tugged at the corners of Harry's mouth and he couldn't resist adding, "But I will point out that I did recently have to replace Draco Malfoy with one Daphne Greengrass and, I mean, have you seen those legs she's got?" Hannah glared at him but quickly turned it onto her best friend when Susan commented, "He has kind of got you there, hon. That girl's got the kind of legs that go on and on. Forever." "Yeah," agreed Harry. "Well, not forever, obviously. They do end. In fact they come off of the ground and up and up and up until they are replaced by what has to be the loveliest bottom I've ever seen. Ouch." Harry's monologue about the finer things regarding Daphne Greengrass came to an end when Hannah punched him in the shoulder. "Oh, come on Hannah," he protested. "I'm just messing with you. You've clearly got your own thing going. I mean come on, Neville obviously likes what he sees when he looks at you." "Damn right he does," confirmed Hannah. "Which is why I don't want you making comments like that about Daphne Bloody Greengrass or anyone else for that matter. Especially not when Neville is around. I can't have him realizing that there are other girls out there before I'm ready to make him mine." "When are you going to make him yours?" teased Susan. "About the same time you make Eddie Carmichael yours," retorted Hannah. Susan blushed but replied, "Yeah, well, I have an obstacle to get over in that Eddie already has a girlfriend." "What's your excuse?" Clearly getting flustered now, Hannah floundered for a moment as she searched for a retort, before finally settling on, "It's tradition for the boy to ask out the girl." "Who gives a crap about tradition?" responded Susan. "I say you should be a modern, empowered woman who goes after the man she wants." That's what Padma did with Harry. He wasn't quite sure, but for some reason Harry felt like his masculinity had just been called into question, prompting him to feel the need to remark, "Technically Padma just asked if I wanted to hang out with her. I'm the one who turned it into an actual date." Neither girl said anything in reply, but both of them did give him a look that quite plainly said, "Oh, do be quiet you silly boy." Three goblin warriors slammed the vault door shut with a heavy clang and the guard sealed it even as the flames within roared with intensity. The four goblins then stepped back to stand beside their king and the two wizards. All waited with bated breath and grew anxious as the door began to glow with a pale orange light. The two wizards raised their wands instinctively, but the glow faded and the roaring sound of flames within grew fainter and fainter until they were drowned out by a terrifying scream that was abruptly cut off moments after it started. A minute passed. 2. The wizards exchanged looks and nodded to the Goblin King. Ragnarok gestured to the guard who approached the door and unlocked it. The three warriors raised their shields as the heavy door swung open, but nothing happened. The flames had burnt themselves out, and all that was left of the cup of Helga Hufflepuff was a small, charred patch on the floor of the vault. Not even a glimmer of gold remained. Another of Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes had been destroyed. Harry's lunch with Hannah and Susan was interrupted by a knock at the door, prompting Harry to look around just as Sirius poked his head through the door. "Harry," the man said, jovially. "You got a few minutes? I've got a couple of people out here who would like to talk to you." Yeah, sure," replied Harry. Sirius pushed the door open more and gestured to someone outside. A moment later, Ron and Hermione walked into the room, both looking a little unsure of themselves. "All right, mate," began Ron. "Yeah, not bad," replied Harry, who was distracted a moment later when he felt his mattress suddenly rise a little bit. Looking around, he saw that both Hannah and Susan had gotten off of the bed and were retreating to the opposite corner of the room, presumably to give Harry a little space to talk with the newcomers. Turning back to the duo, Harry searched for a way to get some kind of conversation going. Finally he settled on, "So, Hermione, I believe I have you to thank for sending Dobby after me." Hermione nodded her head, but seemingly could not bring herself to look up at him. Harry had never known her to be so quiet. "Well, Dobby arrived at just the right time. Dumbledore was about to take me off somewhere else. If Dobby hadn't turned up when he did, I could be in a completely different country by." "I'm sorry," Hermione blurted out suddenly. "Wha?" Harry asked. "I'm sorry. I should never have listened to Dumbledore. I thought he had your best interests at heart, but clearly he didn't. I'm so sorry." Hermione said all this in a rush, almost as one word. "Yeah, mate," added Ron. "We didn't what he was up to. I mean, he's Dumbledore, you know." Harry sighed and nodded. He did know. He didn't like to admit it, but there was a time when Harry himself would have done a lot of things without thinking, simply because Dumbledore had asked him to. In fact, if he thought about it, there were a lot of things he had not done, simply because of his misplaced faith in Dumbledore. Most notable, not questioning things at Hogwarts. Not questioning the supposed safety of the castle despite a plethora of evidence against such a statement, not calling out certain members of staff on their biased behavior or their downright incompetence. But he's Dumbledore. How many times had Harry reassured himself over the last few years by repeating that assertion in his mind? Harry wondered what would have happened had he never begun to question things. Why, he might have ended up walking alone and unarmed to a death at Voldemort's hand based on one of Dumbledore's half-baked theories. He took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes wearily before placing them back on his face and saying, "Look guys, I've been doing some thinking. Ron, do you remember what Dumbledore told your parents just after we rescued Ginny from the Chamber of Secrets?" Ron shook his head. Harry continued, "He said, there will be no punishment. Older and wiser wizards than she have been hoodwinked by Lord Voldemort. And given what has come to light through recent events, I think that it is fair to say that a similar statement can easily be applied to you too. Clearly, older and wiser wizards than the two of you were hoodwinked by Albus Dumbledore. People from all walks of life, whether they work in the Ministry, in Hogwarts, in Gringotts, in a shop in Diagon Alley, or are a stay-at-home parent, fell for the myth, the legend that Dumbledore spent decades propagating for himself." There was a pause before Hermione looked up and asked, "So, you're not mad at us anymore?" Harry gave a wry smile and replied, "No. I'm not mad anymore." A moment later, he was flat on his back, a sobbing Hermione crying into his shoulder. Ron cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Thanks mate. Glad we can be friends again." Harry grinned at the redhead as he reached for the box of tissues that sat on his bedside table. Hermione took them gratefully as she got off at him and began dabbing at her eyes with one of the tissues. "So," said Harry, looking to change the subject a little, "are you two going to be joining those going to Waxwings?" Hermione nodded and said, "Yes. It'll be really interesting to see what it's like there after 4 years of Hogwarts. I hope the library is good." "Never mind the library," said Ron. "I want to see what their Quidditch pitch is like. Did you know that their teams play in at least one match every month rather than once a term like Hogwarts?" "No kidding," said Harry. "What about your prefects' positions? I'm supposed to be helping everyone settle in and I'm really going to need the prefects' help on that." "Of course, Harry," said Hermione. emphatically. Any help you need, I'll be right there. Ron, meanwhile, shuffled awkwardly as Hermione answered before saying, actually, Harry, I wanted to talk about that. See, I don't really think that this prefect thing is for me. I mean, I know that for some people it's great and they get a real kick out of it, but it takes up so much time and I don't feel like you really get anything back for it. Plus, when we get to Waxwings I really want to get on one of their Quidditch teams and I know I'll have to practice a lot just to get onto the team, and once I do get on the team I'll need to practice a lot so I can stay on the team. You understand, right, mate? Harry grinned and nodded. Yeah, Ron, I get it. I really do. If you want to make it as a Quidditch player, then you're going to have to commit to it. And if that means stopping being a prefect, then so be it. Ron returned the grin, thanks mate. Harry turned to Hermione, who was now sitting on his right. Okay Hermione, first thing I need your help with, new prefects. Most of our former professors are not ineligible to appoint anyone as a prefect, while Professor Umbridge has not been there long enough to form an accurate opinion of most of the students. He turned towards the corner of the room where Hannah and Susan were sitting quietly. Hannah, I'm going to need your help with this too. Sure, she replied, getting up and joining them. I'll just head home, said Susan. Let you get on with your work. Left unsaid was, before you rope me in as well. Yeah, I'm gonna head home too, said Ron, following Susan out the room. I'd better make sure that he gets home safe, said Sirius, getting up from his armchair. His mother will lynch me if he somehow gets lost in the Flow network or something. Harry, Hermione and Hannah called goodbye after them as Harry took a piece of parchment and a quill off of his bedside table and began making notes. Right, Harry began, so far the only replacements came when I had to kick out Malfoy. A review by Professor Sinistra eliminated all the other fifth-year boys, so instead the role was taken by Daphne Greengrass. Following this latest fiasco, Cho Chang has been sent by her parents to a school in China and Padma Patil is now attending a school in India. With Ron resigning, we now have 3 prefect positions to fill. Have you heard from any of the other prefects? Asked Hermione. I know that there are some parents who were making alternative arrangements to Waxwings for their children. A prefect could easily be lost in the shuffle. Damn, you're right, said Harry, before reaching for his bedside table once again and taking more parchment in hand. So, here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to write to all the students who held prefect positions before everything went to hell. If they're coming to Waxwings then great, if not, I'll wish them well and ask that they return their badge so that other arrangements can be made for the position. While I'm doing that, I need you two to draw up a list of potential candidates for Ron, Padma and Cho's positions and try and work out who would be best. For Padma's spot I was sort of thinking Lisa Turpin, and then maybe Neville for Ron's spot, but I'll leave it up to you. I never really got to know Cho's dorm mates, so I don't know who to suggest there. I don't know those girls too well, said Hermione. But I would like to offer a veto for Marietta Edgecombe. She has a bit of a reputation for being a bully. I second that, agreed Hannah. But Harry, are you sure you should be worrying about this right now? The healer said you need rest. I need to rest my ankle, Hannah, replied Harry. My hands still work fine. Besides, doing this will help take my mind off of the ache. Fine, just don't overdo it. That'll only get Mum annoyed. Hermione frowned and asked, why would your mum get annoyed about that? Because she's my godmother and has decided to make up for the fact that she hasn't been able to raise me for the last 13 years like my mother wanted her to, explained Harry. Oh, that's right, said Hermione. They mentioned that during the trials, didn't they? There was just so much information being thrown around, it didn't all sink in even with me. It must be nice having one of your mother's friends around. It is, answered Harry. It's gonna be great living with her from now on. Hermione seemed to pause just for a moment before asking for clarification. You're going to be living with the Abbotts? Yeah, why wouldn't I? Hermione bit her lip before answering, does Sirius know? Oh shite, groaned Harry. How the hell am I gonna tell him? Hannah glanced up at the door and said, I'm guessing that you're not gonna have to. Harry looked around and saw that Sirius was standing in the doorway, having returned from making sure that Ron got home safely. He groaned and buried his face in his hands, wondering how best to deal with this situation. Harry missed it, but Hannah and Hermione shared a quick conversation which took place using only facial expressions before they then got up off of Harry's hospital bed and made for the door. Just getting a drink, Hannah offered as an explanation for their sudden departure before she and Hermione disappeared through the door. "So, you want to live with the Abbotts?" asked Sirius, breaking the awkward silence. "Well, technically it would be with the Bones, because the Abbotts are living there until the ward system around Abbott House is repaired and strengthened. But yeah, I want to live with them. I got comfortable with them over the summer and, well." Sirius rubbed his forehead and said, "Yeah, no, I get it. It's fine, really. It's just, I was kind of looking forward to having you around." "I'll come and visit," said Harry. "So it's not like I'll never be around." "Yeah," agreed Sirius. "Yeah, we can have guy nights, you know. Get some beers in, order some of that pizza stuff Lily introduced the Marauders to. Watch the footy," added Harry, drawing a blank look from Sirius. Quickly Harry clarified, "That's short for football. Muggle sport, you know. 11 players per side, kicking a ball about." "Oh yeah, I'll have to get one of those Felititions then, won't I?" "Television," corrected Harry. "Yeah, and it's not just football. There's rugby too. And horse racing. Oh, and Formula 1, that's car racing." Sirius grinned wryly and commented, "Sounds good. And while we're at it, I can teach you all the things a guy should know but Sarah would never think to teach you." "Like what?" asked Harry. Sirius paused as he attempted to think of something. Finally he settled on, "Like how to chug a pint of beer in 10 seconds flat." "Yeah," said Harry, slowly. "Seamus already showed me how to do that after the second task of the Tri-Wizard tournament. Then Ron showed me exactly why I should never do so." Sirius' grin turned into a smirk. "That bad, huh? Finest piece of projectile vomiting I have ever witnessed," said Harry. "Followed closely by the second best right hook I've ever seen delivered to someone. Dean was pissed because Ron got vomit on his bed, hitting the bed next to him. You weren't kidding when you said the projectile vomiting was impressive." "No, I sleep in the bed to the left of Ron's and Neville sleeps in the one to Ron's right. Dean's bed is on the opposite side of the dorm." "Damn, that is impressive. Though I can't say I blame Dean for punching Ron." "So what was the best right hook you've ever seen if that was second?" "Oh, Hermione walloped Draco Malfoy in our third year. He was being really foul about the Ministry's plans to execute Buckbeak and she just went over to him and clouted him. Then she pulled out her wand. She probably would have hexed him if he hadn't run for it." "Really? She doesn't seem the type." "Well, she was really riled up at the time. Overworking herself, what with that time turner and all those extra classes she was taking. She blew up at Professor Trelawney about an hour later. Stormed right out of the class and never went back." "Like that, is it?" asked Sirius. "Well Harry, it's a good thing you're on speaking terms with her again. A girl who can get riled up like that is always fun to have around, especially if you can convince her to let you help her work through her frustrations." Harry felt his cheeks burn at the implication. "Sirius, Hermione and I aren't like that." Sirius laughed and said, "I'm just winding you up Harry. I know you and Hermione are just friends. But I do stand by that piece of advice. Keep it in mind should the opportunity arise." Harry cleared his throat and said, "Thanks for the tip, but if it's all the same to you I think I'm going to take a break from the drama of a love life for a while." Sensing the opportunity to bond with his godson, Sirius used his wand to conjure an armchair out of thin air and sat in it before prompting Harry to continue. "Look, let's just say I'm unlucky in that particular area and leave it at that, okay?" said Harry. Sirius raised an eyebrow at him, and before Harry knew it, the floodgates had opened. He told Sirius about his disaster of a date with Parvati Patil at the Yule Ball the previous school year. He told Sirius about getting on well with Parvati's twin sister Padma and going on a picnic by the lake, and then the subsequent relocation of both girls to India because of the actions of the Order of the Phoenix. Then he told Sirius about Cho Chang, how he had first noticed her in a Quidditch game against Ravenclaw in his third year. How he had wanted to ask her to the Yule Ball, only to find out that Cedric Diggory had gotten there first. How she had said she was sorry that she had already said yes to Cedric before he, Harry, had gotten to ask her. "Did she mean that?" asked Sirius, "or was she just saying that to spare your feelings?" "No idea," replied Harry. I don't know how a girl's mind actually works. His godfather chuckled at that and said, "Welcome to the pain of men everywhere, Harry." Harry grinned before continuing, "I like to think she meant it, but then, she did continue to go out with Cedric after the Yule Ball, so she can't have been that disappointed in her choice of date." Fast forward a couple of months and I appear outside the maze of the third task, holding on to her murdered boyfriend. "Yep, that would put a damper on things," said Sirius, nodding. "But at least I brought him back. I could have just left his body there and saved my own skin." "Harry, I think you were in a no-win situation no matter what you did. Had you left him, she would have hated you for it. You brought him back, but now that she has that image of you in her head, well, surely you can see how difficult that would be for her to get past. Hell, I think it would be difficult enough for most people. But then we got on the Hogwarts Express for the start of the new school year and she was all over me. It was quite disturbing actually. Then, of course, we find out she was dosed up with a love potion. Dumbledore's actions, as it turns out. He panicked when I aligned myself with the Ministry and he was hoping to keep me distracted." Sirius sighed heavily and said, "He was caught off guard and had to plan quickly." Harry nodded. "Yes, I have noticed that Dumbledore's plans don't seem to work out too well when he has to think them up quickly. The dose was far too strong and as a result, Cho's behavior was off-putting rather than appealing. I only wish I had spotted exactly what was going on with her sooner. I'm sure that you'll have the chance to make it up to her. Will she be attending Waxwings?" Harry shook his head and reached over to his bedside table. He took the letter out of the drawer and handed it to Sirius, who read it twice before letting out a low whistle. "Damn, Harry, you sure do have an effect on these witches, don't you? Are you going to keep in contact?" "I might," replied Harry. "You should. She's clearly extending an olive branch to you here. Even if nothing else ever comes of it, she still wants to be your friend." "I suppose," agreed Harry. "So, any other girls strike your fancy? You looked comfortable enough with Sarah's daughter when I came in here." "Hannah. No, she's likes my friend Neville, though she won't admit it to him. And her red-headed friend. Susan likes an older boy in Ravenclaw, Eddie Carmichael. How about Ron's sister?" Harry snorted derisively and said, "Sirius, she looks like my mother. The universe has thrown enough shite at me in my life without adding an Oedipus complex into the mix, thank you." At that Sirius broke out into laughter and a few moments later Harry joined him. After it had died down Harry asked, "Are you sure you're okay with me living with Sarah?" "Harry, if it makes you happy, then I'm happy." He even had a genuine smile on his face as he said it. "Amelia, have you got a minute?" Amelia looked up from her desk to see Cyrus Greengrass standing at the door. "For anybody else, I'd have to say no, Cyrus. But I trust that this is not a social visit." "It isn't," replied Cyrus, shutting the door and taking the seat on the opposite side of the desk. "I've just come from Gringotts. King Ragnarok himself called in Croaker and I earlier today. And," pressed Amelia, "per our request following our discovery that Voldemort has been creating Horcruxes, the Gringotts Security Division has been conducting thorough searches of the vaults of known Death Eaters and their sympathizers. This morning they found a suspicious object in the Lestrange family vault. Croaker and I were able to confirm that what they had found was indeed a Horcrux. Where is it now? We thought it best to destroy it there and then. We placed it within an empty high-security vault and cast the Fiendfire spell. The vault successfully contained the flames until they burnt out. The Horcrux was destroyed." "Well, at last we have some good news," said Amelia. "Yes, but we need further leads," said Cyrus. "Amelia, the Horcrux was an ancient artifact, the golden cup that used to belong to Helga Hufflepuff. That thing's been missing for decades. How did he get a hold of it?" Cyrus then related his and Croaker's meeting with Caractacus Burke shortly before his death, and the details that had been revealed during it. Amelia took out her monocle and wiped it on a piece of cloth as she thought for a few moments before finally asking, "So, where do you suggest we go from here?" "We need to reopen the case surrounding the death of Hepzibah Smith. We must determine whether or not she did have the locket of Slytherin at the time of her death, and if she did then we must confirm that it was indeed stolen. That probably won't help us with locating it now if it is a Horcrux, but at least we will have confirmation that Tom Riddle stole it. Then we need to discover if any further items were stolen." "That won't be easy," said Amelia. That murder happened nearly 50 years ago and the Smith family is still greatly divided over how Hepzibah's assets were shared out. There are 5 branches of that family, all claiming that the others stole things for their own. Cyrus well understood what she was saying. Family politics and infighting frequently caused investigations to grind to a halt and often required large amounts of time and money to sort out. Unfortunately, we do need to establish what, if anything, Tom Riddle also stole that night. We also need to look into the Gaunt family. We all know that Voldemort often referred to himself as the heir of Slytherin. We also know that Marvolo Gaunt used the title as often as he could. Further, the last known surviving member of the family, Morfin, spent an extended period of time in Azkaban for the murder of Thomas Riddle and his parents. Thomas Riddle is the biological father of Tom Riddle. That cannot be a coincidence. You believe Voldemort killed his father, yet framed Morfin? Queried Amelia. As that father was a Muggle, then yes. Put that together with Harry Potter's claims that Voldemort's resurrection took place in the grounds of Riddle Manor and that the Gounts were known to live nearby, we need to establish any links that the Gounts and Riddles had. I believe that the answer may lie with Voldemort's mother. If we can identify her. You believe she was a member of the Gaunt family, prompted Amelia. Cyrus nodded. That will certainly take some work, said Amelia. Let me get the trials of the Order of the Phoenix out of the way and I'll see what I can do. Heads up, Harry, called out Hannah, chucking a rolled-up copy of the Evening Prophet towards him as she entered his hospital room with Susan in tow. It's a special edition, explained Susan as she and Hannah took seats. They started printing them within 2 hours of the trials being over. Oh, and I've brought you this like you asked. Susan handed him the box that contained numerous things belonging to the Potter family that the Aurors had uncovered in Dumbledore's office. Harry hadn't yet sorted through everything and had wanted it so that he could keep himself busy whilst confined to his hospital bed. Harry set the box aside for now. Instead he unrolled the newspaper that Hannah had brought for him and looked at the cover. Many photographs of the members of the Order not taken away by Dumbledore covered the front page. How did your appointment with the Mind Healers go? Asked Hannah as she helped herself to a few grapes from the dish on Harry's bedside table. Well, the blocks by Dumbledore have indeed been weakened, said Harry, not taking his eyes off the front page. They think that a few sessions with a skilled in legilimency could help me begin to unlock them properly. Hey, is this right that Filch and Fig, or whatever their real names were, are the only ones who were sentenced to Azkaban? It's true, said Susan. However, all the members of the Order still at large were tried in absentia. They're all going to Azkaban the moment they're caught. Harry began reading aloud the various punishments. Phileas Flitwick, fired from Hogwarts, fined 70,000 galleons, sentenced to 500 hours worth of community service, forbidden to ever take on another student or apprentice, stripped of all prizes and titles awarded to him on the professional dueling circuit, including removal of his name from the British Duelers Association's Hall of Fame. That last bit was decided by the British Duelers Association, not the Wizengamot, supplied Susan, helpfully. Harry nodded and continued reading. Kingsley Shacklebolt, fired from the Auror office and stripped of all titles awarded therein, fined 50,000 galleons, sentenced to 400 hours worth of community service, never again allowed to seek employment within the British Ministry of Magic or with any of its affiliates. Pomona Sprout, fired from Hogwarts, fined 70,000 galleons, sentenced to 500 hours worth of community service, forbidden to ever take on another student or apprentice, forbidden to grow or cultivate any manner of magical plant, name removed from the Wizarding Horticultural Society's list of noteworthy herbologists and fired from her position within the Wizarding Horticultural Society's publishing offices. That means they've discontinued the 2 pieces she used to contribute to the WHS Monthly magazine, explained Hannah. She used to do a piece on the month-by-month happenings within the greenhouses at Hogwarts, and had an advice column called Ask the Expert. The other members of the Order were all sentenced in similar ways. In addition to various fines and sentences to community service, Bill Weasley was no longer employed by Gringotts and had had his Curse Breaker's license revoked. Tonks had already been fired from the Auror office for past misdemeanors, and like Kingsley she could now never again attempt to seek employment within the ministry. Like Flitwick and Sprout she was also fired from Hogwarts and forbidden to ever take on a student or apprentice. Harry continued through the list, Emmeline Vance, Sturgis Podmore and half a dozen others, Madam Hooch and Professor Burbage, all sentenced in pretty much the same way. And at the end, as Susan said, were Chris Fugel and Bella Fairgag, also known as Argus Filch and Arabella Figg, each sentenced to 20 years in Azkaban for their part in successful plot by the Brotherhood for Squib Freedom to set off a Muggle bomb in the Ministry for Magic in 1967, an act that had cost 16 people their lives. At the end there was a small note stating that, although Arthur Weasley had been cleared of all charges, he had taken the decision to resign from his post within the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. "That's a shame," commented Harry, who, despite everything, had always rather liked Mr. Weasley. "Auntie told me that he felt he had no other choice," said Susan. Percy Weasley resigned from his position within the minister's office as well. Harry nodded and flipped through a few more pages before observing, "Still no word on Hagrid, I see. The Department of International Magical Cooperation is still trying to get permission to send a team from our ministry to the Ural Mountains," said Hannah. "It's difficult though," added Susan. "The International Confederation of Wizards likes to create as much red tape as possible." "I wonder where Hagrid is now," Harry muttered. Albus Dumbledore held his wand high as they made their way through the dense growth of trees. A light emanated from the trip, guiding them through the gloom created by the forest canopy. "Are you sure this is the right way, Albus?" asked Minerva McGonagall. "As I have already told you, Minerva," said Dumbledore, "I wrote a letter to Hagrid and placed a tracking spell on it before sending it off with an owl. According to the readings from that spell, the owl delivered the letter right around here." Alistair Moody's magical eyes whirled about manically in its socket as he looked here, there and everywhere for any sign of their quarry until finally he muttered, "Albus, shine your light over that way." Dumbledore aimed his wand in the direction Moody indicated. To the eyes of Dumbledore and McGonagall there was nothing to be seen but tree trunks in the gloom. "He's there," said Moody with a nod, and, gulpin' Garrioles. "He's got a blasted giant with him." As if to illustrate his point, one of the mighty oak trees was snapped clean in half and fell to the ground with an almighty crash. Dumbledore raised his wand a little higher, and they found themselves looking at the face of a giant. "Professor Dumbledore, sir," said a familiar voice suddenly. "Professor McGonagall." Dumbledore turned the beam from his wand onto the person who had spoken, and his eyes confirmed what his ears had heard. They had finally met up with Rubeus Hagrid. With a twinkle in his eye, Dumbledore approached his old friend. "I see you were successful in your mission, Hagrid." Not exactly, Headmaster," said Hagrid. "Grop here is thonly one that I managed ter persuade ter come onter our side." "Are you sure he's on our side, Hagrid?" asked Moody, eyeing the many bloody wounds that were currently marring Hagrid's face. "Oh yeah," said Hagrid. "It's just, Don. No, his own strength, see." "And what happened with the other giants?" asked Dumbledore. "Well, we got there, Headmaster. And we showed him the magic like asked us ter. And we nearly had the leader, Carcass, persuaded ter join us. But then Death Eaters turned up. One of 'em was McNair. He encouraged another giant, Golgomath, to take over the tribe. Killed Carcass outright, he did. After that there was no talkin' ter the rest of 'em. Didn't want ter risk goin' the same way as Carcass, see. But this one was brave enough to follow you, was he?" asked McGonagall. "Well, I'd ter encourage, I am a bit," said Hagrid. "He's actually won the small side fair a giant. T'others kept pickin' on, I am. And, I couldn't just leave, I am. He's my half-brother." "Well, the news about the giants is indeed unfortunate," said Dumbledore. "But another ally in the battle against the darkness is certainly nothing to be sniffed at. Come, Hagrid, we must return to our safe house." "Safe house, Professor?" questioned Hagrid in puzzlement. "What a boo, Hogwarts." "Alas, I am afraid that Hogwarts is currently lost to us, Hagrid. The Ministry has seen fit to take over the running of the school and evict those of us who did not wish to bow to their will." "No!" exclaimed Hagrid in shock. "But what about the students?" "Unfortunately this change has the approval of the majority of parents," said McGonagall. "And, Harry?" asked Hagrid. "I can't see, I am bein' happy about this." "Ah, Hagrid," said Dumbledore, sadly. "It is my sad duty to inform you that we may well have lost Harry completely. The Ministry arrested him over the summer for a case of underage magic. Despite my attempts to have him released, he was not seen in public until he made his return to Hogwarts. By then he had been brainwashed. Now he is but a puppet of the Ministry. With their encouragement he has publicly backed the changes at Hogwarts, earning further approval for the Ministry's actions. Hagrid had to sit himself down on the broken stump of the tree Grop had snapped. "No," he muttered. "No, I don't believe it. Harry wouldn't do that." Dumbledore sighed wearily. "I am afraid it is all too true, Hagrid. There may, of course, come a time when we will be able to make Harry see the error of his ways and come back to the light, but until then I am afraid that he is lost to us." As Hagrid buried his face in his hands and began to sob, Dumbledore silently gave himself a pat on the back. Not because of the mixture of half-truths and outright lies that he had just spoken to Hagrid, but because neither Minerva nor Alistair had made any effort to correct him. His loyalty spells were back in full effect and, perhaps, better than ever. "Come, Hagrid," he said in his favorite grandfatherly tone. "We must away. And Mr. Black, if you could just sign here," said the clerk, pointing to a dotted line at the base of the form. Sirius dipped his eagle feather quill into the pot of ink and applied his signature to the form. "Right," said the clerk, signing her own name, "that's it. Harry Potter's permanent guardians are now officially the Abbott family, with Sirius Black still maintaining godfather status." "I still don't get how you got the Dursleys to sign this," said Harry. Sirius and Sarah exchanged a look as they recalled the events that took place 2 hours previously. Vernon Dursley opened his front door to find 2 people he didn't know standing there. Their dress sense, however, immediately told him that they were some of those freaks. Before he could slam the door on them, Sirius pushed his way in with Sarah following. Vernon stormed after them as they entered the living room where Petunia Dursley was sitting. "Vernon, Petunia," began Sirius. "We've never had the opportunity to meet each other before now, though I expect that you may recognize me. I was on your news about 2 years ago. I believe I was referred to as being a highly dangerous, escaped convict who had partaken in the mass murder of 13 people." Vernon Dursley had turned from a shade of purple to almost pure white, while his wife looked ready to faint. "Now," continued Sirius, "I wish to speak to you about your nephew. I am his godfather, though I believe that he already informed you of that fact. This lovely lady here is his godmother and she and her husband wish to become Harry's permanent guardians." He took a roll of parchment out of his pocket and continued to speak as he unrolled it. "So, just sign here, and you can be rid of your good-for-nothing nephew once and for all." It was hard to tell whether Vernon was excited about the prospect of never having to deal with his nephew again or just scared about what would happen if he refused to cooperate with this man, but he promptly snatched up the nearest pen that he could find. Petunia on the other hand was a little more hesitant to add her name to the form when her husband shoved the pen into her hand. However, after only a few moments of indecisiveness she signed too. "Pleasure doing business with you," said Sirius, rolling up the parchment. "We'll show ourselves out, shall we?" "Don't worry about it, Harry," said Sarah. "The important thing is that they signed it. Now you are a member of a proper family." Harry felt a mix of pleasant emotions bubble up inside him. He had a proper family, one that actually wanted him around. "Right, come on," said Sarah, getting to her feet. "You're supposed to still be in St. Mungo's." "Sirius, Harry is scheduled to be fully released from hospital on Sunday morning. We're going to have a celebratory dinner Sunday evening at Bones Manor if you would like to come." "I'll be there," replied Sirius with a grin. He watched Sarah leave with his godson and headed out himself. He hadn't gone far when door to his right opened up and a rather harassed-looking witch stepped out, carrying a stack of parchment under one arm. As Sirius watched, she marched up the corridor and pushed open a door on the left. His curiosity piqued, Sirius followed and looked into the room. "All right you lot," she said, addressing a group of Hogwarts-aged students. "The Ministry is still trying to locate suitable homes for you, but unfortunately we aren't having much luck finding people willing to take you in." "What about our parents?" asked a rather thick-set boy with a shaved head. "I am afraid that there has been no sign of any of them, Mr. Goyle. I again ask that if any of you have any idea where they might have gone, please share it." None of the group answered. With a resigned sigh the witch turned and left the room. Throwing caution to the wind, Sirius asked, "What's going on here?" The witch looked at him in surprise before answering in an offhand manner, "A few misplaced students." When Hogwarts closed, there were a fair few parents who did not turn up. to collect their children and appear to have pulled a vanishing act. We found homes for a few of them but were having no luck with the rest. Really? Asked Sirius. Who have you got? She pulled a sheet of parchment out from the stack under her arm and handed it to him. Sirius looked it over with interest, noting the 16 names. Bletchley, Miles, Brody, Nerissa, Bulstrode, Millicent, Caro, Flora, Caro, Hestia, Cowley, Fergus, Crabbe, Vincent, Goyle, Gregory, Montague, Graham, Knott, Theodore, Pusey, Adrian, Runcorn, Alana, Stretton, Imogen, Vasey, Jacob, Warrington, Cassius, Whitehead, Phyllis. So all their parents have disappeared? He asked for clarification. Without a trace, it seems. Sirius thought for a moment before saying, "You know, I believe I can be of help here." With an unpleasant smile upon his face, Lord Voldemort set aside the letter and turned to address the 3 people standing obediently beside his black throne. "We have received some most excellent news, my friends," he said. "It seems that McNair has been successful in his quest. The Gurg of the giant colony in the Ural Mountains has sworn allegiance to us and will assist us in our cause." All 3 Death Eaters made the appropriate vocalizations of appreciation at this news. "Wormtail," continued Voldemort, addressing the shortest and fattest of the 3. "See to it that a message is sent to McNair, informing him of our change of circumstances. Then tell him to head to Transylvania. I believe that there is a vampire enclave there that will join our side as well." With a nervous nod, Wormtail turned and hurried out of the room, almost tripping over the snake, Nagini, as he went. Voldemort turned his eyes to the tallest of the men. "How go the negotiations with your relatives, Lucius?" "My lord, I am pleased to report that my second cousin, Domitius Malfoy, has agreed to work with us. He is using his position within the French ministry to delay the British ministry's attempts to locate our current whereabouts. The French minister, Christophe Guichard, is little more than a puppet to him, and as long as things remain that way, then France will continue to use its position within the International Confederation of Wizards to stall out any attempts by the British to search for us beyond their own borders." "Are there any threats to his position?" prompted Voldemort. "Just one, my lord. Claude Delacour has much support within the French ministry, as well as with the public. He is not as easily swayed as Minister Guichard and could be well placed to successfully call a vote of no confidence and win an election." "Then we must be cautious," said Voldemort. "While I would normally wish to eliminate such a man as quickly as possible, we are not yet ready to make ourselves known to the world. To remove him would cause panic and risk our exposure. To leave him presents a threat to our hold on the French ministry. Inform Domitius that he must be careful. While I would prefer him to continue to use his influence to stall the British ministry's attempts to locate us, he must not do so to such an extent that Guichard is removed from office." Lucius nodded and left the room. Turning to the last figure, Voldemort asked, "And what report do you bring, Knott?" "We found him, my lord," replied Knott. "Very well. Have him brought in." Knott left the room and returned a few minutes later, followed by Crabbe and Goyle, who were dragging a beaten man between them. The 2 large Death Eaters threw the man to the ground at Voldemort's feet and stepped back, along with Knott. Voldemort looked down at the man who was shaking in the floor. "Why do you cower, Igor? Is that any way to greet your master after 13 years? My lord," stammered Igor. Karkaroff. I. Could it be that you fear me, Igor? Does my return fill you with terror?" Karkaroff looked up at him fearfully. "But why would you fear me, Igor? Did you not enter my service willingly? Did you not maim, torture and kill dozens in my service? Surely you should rejoice. My return marks the beginning of a new era, an era that you once so valiantly fought to bring about. Or perhaps you are changed. Perhaps you no longer wish to see the purebloods take their rightful place as the unchallenged leaders of the wizarding world. Perhaps you no longer wish to see wizardkind put the filthy muggles in their place. My lord, I do, my lord. I wish to see the scum of this world learn its rightful place. And yet you betrayed me," shouted Voldemort. "You betrayed me and you betrayed your comrades. You willingly gave up the names of your fellow Death Eaters in order to save your own skin from the icy grip of the Dementors of Azkaban. You condemned many others so that you could go free. My lord, I. Then you failed to return to the fold when I summoned you. You fled, Igor. You fled from me." "No," protested Karkaroff. "I did not flee from you, my lord. I fled from the others. From those who would wish me harm because they could not see the genius behind my actions. Voldemort glared down at the man for a few moments before leaning back in his seat. Very well, Igor. Enlighten me to the genius behind your actions. Still terrified by the man before him, but emboldened by the chance to be heard, Igor began. In Azkaban, I was useless to you and to our cause, my lord. I felt sure that you would one day return to power, but what use would I be if I spent years rotting inside Azkaban? People go mad in there, my lord. I saw them. I could hear them screaming. Many of them are insane. I knew that if I stayed there too long then I too would become little more than a screaming mound of skin and bone. So I hatched a plan. I managed to secure a deal with Bartemius Crouch of the Ministry of Magic to secure my release in exchange for information. I intended only to give the names of less important Death Eaters, such as Travers, Rosier and Mulciber, but that information turned out to be useless to the Ministry as Travers and Mulciber had already been caught and Rosier was dead. In the end I had to reveal the name of Rookwood in order to secure my freedom, but it worked. Your freedom came at the cost of a valuable spy, observed Voldemort. Rookwood's position within the Department of Mysteries made him indispensable. It was unfortunate, said Karkaroff. But as more and more names were rejected, I could feel my plans slipping away from me. I turned in Rookwood as a last resort, my lord. I had to do it in order to ensure that I was well placed for your return. Voldemort regarded him hatefully, knowing that the man was not being entirely truthful. And how does your being out of Azkaban benefit me more than Rookwood being free? My position. After leaving Britain I secured employment at the Durmstrang Institute, where I myself had been educated. I believe that you know Durmstrang's reputation. At Voldemort's nod, he continued, within 5 years I had secured for myself the spot of deputy headmaster and 2 years after that I was appointed headmaster. In my employment I have seen many students pass through Durmstrang's halls, many of whom show the right mindset to join our cause. Indeed? Asked Voldemort. And how many of those are likely to join us? Not all of them. But I estimate that I could encourage perhaps 200 former students to come to your side. Many of them remember me favorably for improving the teaching of the dark arts. And once we persuade those, they can be used to persuade others. Karkaroff trailed off, letting the implications of his words hang in the air. Voldemort stared at him, judging him, before pulling out his wand and casting. Crucio. Karkaroff screamed and writhed in agony under the effects of the spell. Voldemort subjected the man to 2 minutes of torture before lifting the curse. You lie to me, Igor. Your actions in turning in your fellow Death Eaters were to save your own skin and nothing more. However, it is true that you managed to achieve a position of respect at Durmstrang. You will go and recruit as many of your former students as you are able, but you must be careful to not alert any ministry as to your actions. Relief washing through his system, Karkaroff got to his feet, nodding his head emphatically. I will, my lord. You are merciful. Thank you. You will take Knot, Crabbe and Goyle with you, added Voldemort. I expect you to obtain the services of at least 50 new recruits within a month. Yes, my lord. Thank you. It was a subdued Weasley family that sat around the dinner table at the Burrow. This was the first time in over a year that all 9 members of the family had sat together like this, but no one said anything as Molly served sausages, mashed potatoes and runner beans to everyone. Finally it was Charlie who broke the silence. So, Dad, Bill, Percy, any of you got any leads on potential employment prospects? I checked the Daily Prophet this afternoon, said Percy. Flourish and Blots is looking for a store assistant. I might go for that until something better comes along. I'm afraid that at my age, I may have to settle for whatever I can get, commented Arthur. The words had barely left his mouth when the fireplace burst with a roar into green flames and 2 men stepped out. Amos Diggory and Alon Fawcett. Oh, good evening both of you, said Molly. What brings you here? Actually we wanted to have a chat with Arthur, if that's all right Molly. Said Amos. We've had a bit of a business idea, added Alon. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon outside, Harry Potter sat in his bed in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, going through the box of assorted Potter family paraphernalia that had been found in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts School. Visiting hours were officially over and as he only required bed rest he wasn't expecting to see another healer that day, apart from someone sticking their head through the door every hour to make sure he was alright. There were a number of journals within the box, each of which appeared to be blank until Harry pointed his wand at them and incanted, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Contained within the journals were all sorts of notes made by each of his parents, though there were many more written by his mother. For every one journal kept by his father there were 3 by his mother. 3 of those written by his father contained notes on how James, Sirius and Peter Pettigrew had gone about becoming animagi, and even had additional notes from Sirius on the subject. 2 others were dedicated to the creation of the Marauders map. 7 contained Quidditch strategies devised during his father's days as captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and 3 were for spell work. His mother's journals on the other hand contained far more detailed notes on everything from potions, to charms, to hexes to rituals. Harry wondered if any of it had anything to do with the reason for his survival the night his parents were murdered. He also wondered whether Dumbledore had ever figured out how to access any of the notes contained within, though given how Dumbledore had written to Sirius in order to ask how to activate the Marauders map, Harry guessed that the man had never found out what the journals contained. Beneath the numerous journals is a small brown box which had the Potter family crest engraved into the lid. Harry picked it up and examined it closely. To his surprise it opened easily. Contained within was an even bigger surprise, a small, red stone that was all too familiar to Harry. "No way," he said in a low voice, hardly believing his eyes. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.